Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part, what if Harry Potter unlocked the forbidden power and controlled magic itself. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support and subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry unlocks the forbidden power hidden within him, he discovers he can command raw magic itself. With no spell beyond his reach and no wizard strong enough to oppose him, the entire wizarding world trembles as Harry forges his own destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Severus Snape was sure that something was wrong today. It was his first lesson of the year with the fifth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins this year. But something was somehow different, wrong maybe, and Severus could not figure out what had changed so suddenly that he felt disturbed. So he stood in front of his classroom and looked at the class, trying to place his feeling of wrongness. What in Merlin's name was wrong with this silent brewing class? Harry was standing in the classroom. In front of him was his bubbling cauldron. Next to him were Hermione at his left and Neville at his right. Ron was situated next to Hermione. Harry had been the one to arrange his place, simply because he remembered all too well Hermione's kind help to Neville, a help that in all these years unfortunately had not helped Neville at all. No, Ron. Hermione hissed at that moment. Don't do it like that. It says crushing. Can't you read? Like Harry had thought. No help at all. But on the other hand, it was Ron. Harry ignored them both. He knew that Hermione tried to channel a genius in every class she was taking, but he also knew that her potion was slightly off. Of course, for a beginner, it was definitely good enough, but every potion master in the world would feel ashamed if he had produced something like that. Still, Hermione acted as if every brewer should be proud of her result. Harry squeezed the next ingredient to get the juice. He did not even look at the instructions on the board. Harry, you have to slice it. Can't you read? Hermione hissed. I can, Harry answered. But I do not need to read wrong instructions. And with that, he entered the juice of his ingredient in his potion. It turned a lovely sky blue color. Then he stirred and golden stripes started to mar the blue. Without looking up and also without stopping stirring, Harry reached with his left hand to Neville and stopped him from adding an ingredient. The nettles first, Neville, he said without looking up. And wait another 2 minutes. Your potion does not smell as if it has simmered enough. Neville next to him blinked. But the instruction says, he stuttered. You forgot the frog blood earlier, Harry answered absent-mindedly. When you add the nettles first and then add the frog blood, you can remedy your mistake. Just don't add the asphodel until you have added the frog blood or your cauldron will blow up. Your potion is simply not stable enough without it. Harry, Hermione said in that moment. You forgot to add the flour. It's used as a stabilizer. Hermione, Harry answered shrugging. I don't need it. My potion is stable. But Harry just added the next ingredient to his cauldron. The healing balsam they were brewing turned silver with green streaks. Harry looked at it critically and then smelled in the air. All right, he murmured, reaching out again, this time to Ron to stop him from cutting his ingredient. No force, Ron, he told his friend while he was still concentrated on his own potion. Think simply of it as butter in the sun. You don't need strength to cut nearly molten butter. Okay, Harry, Ron said, changing his way he held his knife. Then he scrutinized his ingredient critically before he started to softly cut it. Harry instead reached in his robe and extracted a little bag. He opened it and threw some herbs in his potion. Harry, Hermione hissed horrified. Peppermint. Are you crazy? The class was silent. The class was silent. Suddenly Severus Snape knew exactly what was wrong with this class. Normally Draco Malfoy would have tried to taunt Harry Potter at this point of time. And normally the imbecilic Neville Longbottom would have nearly blown up his cauldron at least 3 times by now. That was wrong with this class. Severus Snape searched for Longbottom between the other students and found him next to Potter, a Potter who did not read the instructions at the board. Imbecilic, arrogant boy, Severus Snape muttered to himself and strode over to Potter just to see the boy taking out something out of his robe and throwing it in the potion in front of him. Dunderhead. Are you crazy? He heard Granger hiss horrified and he hurried over to stop the Dunderhead Gryffindor from blowing them all up. Are you crazy? Hermione hissed. In that moment Snape entered the hearing range of the table. Potter. He growled. What are you do? Harry stopped Neville from stirring. The asphodel first, Neville, he said, stirring his own potion. Snape instead stood in front of his cauldron gawking. What have you done, Potter? The potion master finally hissed. Harry looked up from his cauldron, extinguishing the flame beneath it with a wave of his hand. I brewed, sir, he answered respectfully. I did as I was told, Professor. The professor just stared at the potion in Harry's cauldron. Severus Snape was not sure what to think. The potion was perfect. The potion was perfect. How by Merlin's soggy underpants could this arrogant Gryffindor, this dunderhead Potter, create a perfect potion? Severus Snape would have been able to understand if the potion had been brewed better than normal. He even could have accepted it if Potter had created the best potion in class today. Wonders happened after all. But a potion master standard perfect potion. No way by Merlin and Morgana could Potter produce something like that. His eyes met the eyes of the boy and he struck. Did I do something wrong, Professor? Harry asked innocently. The answer was a legilimency attack by Snape. Harry just met Snape's eyes and let his professor's assault splatter against his shields. Not that his professor knew that his attack failed. For his professor it looked like Harry had no shields. Innocent childhood memories were flying openly for the professor to see through Harry's mind. But these memories were nothing that someone could use against Harry. They were innocent. The real troublesome ones were buried behind Harry's invisible shields. His professor searched Harry's mind for deception. But he did not find any of that. Did I make a mistake, Professor? Harry asked softly and respectfully. The man stared at him and withdrew from Harry's mind. No, he answered while sounding as if he was tortured to death. Your potion is decent. And with that he turned and stalked back in front of the class. Harry grinned and stopped Ron absent-mindedly from stirring in the wrong direction. Lower the heat, Neville, he told his other companion. Ron, wrong direction. The other way round. And just 3 times, not more. Both boys blinked and corrected their tasks. Harry, Hermione said. Did he just call your potion decent? Harry knew that this was a first. Not even the Slytherins received a decent from the potion master. But Harry also knew that boasting was the wrong thing to do now, so he just shrugged and extracted some shrunken vials from his robes. He unshrunk them and started to fill the vials with his potion. One of the vials he charmed unbreakable and brought it the potion master. The others he stowed away in the many pockets of his robe. When he gathered his things to wash up he heard a vial falling on the floor. Don't worry, sir, he told the professor when he turned and found the potion vial he had given the sour man on the floor. I know that mistakes like that happen to the best of us. Luckily there is a charm to prevent the breaking of the vials. Potter, Snape hissed, grinding his teeth. Yes, Professor. But the sour man said nothing else and Harry simply turned around to gather the rest of his things. He brought them to the sink and let them soak in water. Severus Snape was watching him the whole time with grinded teeth. He wanted the child to squirm under his gaze, but the arrogant Gryffindor just started to wash up, absolutely unaffected by Severus Snape's stare. Potter. Severus Snape finally growled. Detention. Tonight after dinner. Not that he had a reason to give a detention, except that there had to be something wrong with the way the boy had produced his potion. The boy was absolutely horrible at potions, and even if the headmaster claimed that the Dark Lord was starting to possess the boy there was no explanation. The Dark Lord might be a lot, but he definitely was no potion master. Decent in potions, definitely. But a master, never. And the potion in Severus Snape's hands was nothing less but master standard. So the only thing Severus Snape could do was to give the boy detention and rile him up. To his utter surprise the reaction to his unjust detention was anything but what he thought it would be. Harry knew he had done nothing to get the detention, and even Snape seemed lost to find a reason for the detention. Still, Harry just inclined his head. Yes, sir, he answered, still respectfully. For a moment his teacher looked at him utterly flabbergasted. Harry knew why. Snape had hoped to rile Harry up, Instead, Harry had not reacted as he had hoped. And 20 points from Gryffindor. Snape added nastily. Yes, sir, Harry said and returned to his seat. He was just in time to stop Hermione from letting her next ingredient fall in her cauldron. Caution, Hermione. It would do no good if you would let it fall in the potion. This one has to be stirred in. He told her while thinking about something totally different, namely the reasons of a sour potion master and his hatred for Harry. Hermione blinked. Harry, how do you suddenly know? She stopped when Harry suddenly threw his hand out. 2 gold glittering runes shot through the classroom and a shield sprang up around the potion of Theodore Nott from Slytherin. Not a second too late. The next second an explosion sounded through the dungeons and one moment no one could see anything but smoke. Then Snape waved his wand and the air cleared again. He stared at his Slytherin with absolute loathing in his eyes. The cauldron was ash but Theodore Nott wasn't injured. A golden shimmering shield shielded him and the rest of the class from the potion and the rest of the cauldron. Nott, Snape hissed. Detention. Tonight. The Slytherin shook under the gaze his head of house sent him. Harry growled but stayed silent. Your potion is ready, Neville, he finally said, his voice still slightly shaking with rage. Bottle it up. It's not perfect but it's usable. Ron, stir again counterclockwise and then also bottle up. And Seamus, when you do that your potion will end up the same way Nott's did. The aforementioned Gryffindor's stirring spoon clattered when he let it drop in surprise. Then he blinked and looked at the instructions again. He blushed, added flour and then took the stirring spoon again. With a careful glance at the not protesting Harry he started to stir. Harry just let his gaze sweep through the class, looking for mistakes. He was angry with himself. He should have seen that Nott was doing something wrong. Instead he had just seen it in time to prevent the boy from getting injured. It took him until he left the classroom to realize that he was a student and not a teacher. It had never been his mistake to begin with, but the potion masters who had more enjoyed to taunt Gryffindors than looking after the potions of his wards. And still Harry blamed himself. He should have seen it. He had been a teacher for many years. Hermione and Ron were looking at him strangely for the rest of the day, but when Hermione finally asked how he was able to know all that today in potions, Harry simply said that he had memorized his potion books. And somehow he really had. He knew them all by heart, even if he never actually had tried to memorize them. The next class was divination. They duty. Dream Oracle. Harry nearly groaned when he took out his divination book. He could not believe that the original Harry had taken such a useless subject. Well, Harry did not argue that there were some individuals who could see part of the future. But to be able to see, you had to have it in your genes, and Harry definitely didn't and never would. He simply was not a descendant of a centaur born. And they were the only ones that ever showed the ability to see anything at all. So Harry did the only thing he could in a useless class like that. He faked his work and then took out another piece of parchment to write down some other things he was thinking about, like the work he had to do on the wards. He knew that the wards looked absolutely dreadful. In fact, they were worse than he had predicted, worse enough to give him a constant headache. What are you doing, Harry? Ron asked in that moment, and Harry placed his hand on the parchment with his ideas so that Ron couldn't read it. Doodling. He answered his friend. Sorry, Ron. Let's continue. And with that, Harry packed away his parchment with ideas and concentrated again on the useless class he was taking. Maybe he could go to McGonagall and ask her to change classes. Regrettably, he would blow his cover very fast if he requested to take arithmancy or ancient runes, because there was no way that the original Harry could know enough of any of these classes to pass his owls. On the other side, maybe later, Harry concluded finally. First I should go and find a way for Reg to enter Hogwarts again, and then the wards, and Snape. I think I have enough to do for the next fortnight. And regrettably he had. So instead of planning to change electives, Harry suffered through this utter useless class and finally left with Ron. And now defense, Ron said. I hope she's better than she looks like. Harry doubted it. And just a short time later he was sadly proven right. Defense class was a joke, Harry soon decided. Professor Umbridge would have done well in staying away from a classroom. The book they had been assigned to read was just theoretical, and when Hermione pointed out that there was nothing mentioned about practicing the spells, they got into a discussion with their new teacher. Harry just sat back and watched them interact. It was not even 10 minutes into class when he was finally absolutely sure that Hogwarts would have better done without Professor Dolores Umbridge as a teacher. Umbridge clearly did not want to hear any critique by anyone, and she definitely did not care the slightest about the students she would teach. This final conclusion was just emphasized when Professor Umbridge spoke about her plans for class. Now, it is the view of the Ministry that a theoretical knowledge will be more than sufficient to get you through your examination, which, after all, is what school is all about. And your name is? Professor Umbridge said, staring at Parvati, whose hand had just shot up. Harry just sat back and admired Parvati's courage. After all, until now Umbridge had dismissed everything Hermione or Dean Thomas had said. To try again? Well, let's say that was definitely Gryffindor. Parvati Patil. Parvati said her name first like they had been asked to do, before she added. And isn't there a practical bit in our defense against the dark arts owl? Aren't we supposed to show that we can actually do the counter curses and things? As long as you have studied the theory hard enough, there is no reason why you should not be able to perform the spells under carefully controlled examination conditions, said Professor Umbridge dismissively. Without ever practicing them beforehand, said Parvati incredulously. Are you telling us that the first time we'll get to do the spells will be during our exam? I repeat, as long as you have studied the theory hard enough. I fear there are still people in this class who will have trouble without practicing the spells beforehand, Professor, Harry said, finally having enough. It would do them no good if they have to cast the spell the first time for their exam. Umbridge turned to Harry. Her face was blank, but Harry could see the distaste in her eyes, and in that moment he knew he would not leave this classroom without a detention. Do you doubt the ability of your classmates, Mr. Potter? She asked him. I didn't, Harry answered. But there are always those that are nervous. It is easier for them to practice beforehand just to know that they can do it, madam. So you're telling me that the only reason you want to practice is for your examination? Her eyes looked at him in challenge. Should there be another reason, Professor? Harry asked coolly. Do not mock me, Mr. Potter. I am well aware of your illusions and the lies you spread in the summer. The professor hissed. I do not remember any lies, madam, Harry answered calmly. I was at my relatives the most of my summer holidays. As they are muggles, I did not talk with them about anything of the magical world. The only contact I had with the magical world were the Dementors and the Wizengamot, and I do not remember lying to any of them. Lies, Mr. Potter. I am well aware of what you talked about last summer. Everyone knows that you are under the illusion that you know who's back. You must have talked about this illusion for them to be aware. Umbridge hissed. I did not talk about anything like that in the summer, Harry answered coolly. Detention, Mr. Potter. First you dared to spread lies and now you deny that you told them. Harry just stared at her with cool, calculating eyes. He knew that the reason for his detention was not good enough to even lose house points, but he decided to not go against her. He had no time for her disbelief and hate. You will spend the rest of this week in detention with me, Mr. Potter, said she. Harry just looked at her. We will begin this afternoon at 5 o'clock. I already have detention today, madam, Harry said calmly. Professor Snape gave it to me this morning. As that's so, she said, looking at him as if he was an insect she wanted to crush beneath her shoe. Well, then I simply have to take the whole next week, as I am sure that it will take some time for your lesson to sink in. As you wish, Professor. She had sneered at him but then set her detention for the next week. Harry was all right with that, at least for now. He definitely would come back to her as soon as he was ready to take another step, and then she would be judged by him like everybody else in this school. At that evening after dinner he went to the office of the potion master for his detention. Enter, Snape growled when Harry knocked. Harry did as he was told and waited patiently in front of the teacher's desk until his teacher would look up from the essays he was correcting. Tell me how, Potter, Snape finally said coolly, pointing with one of his long fingers at the vial with Harry's potion. There is nothing I could explain, sir, Harry answered sincerely. So you could do it again? Snape sneered. Yes, Harry answered without hesitating. Snape just snorted. Well, we will see, he finally said. Then he led Harry in the classroom and pointed at a working space. I want another batch of healing balsam, a calming draft, some Skele-Gro and, well, how about a dreamless sleep? Snape grinned evilly. You have until 10 o'clock. Harry knew that Snape had tried to trick him with the potions. When Harry tried to do them one after another, he would not even have begun his second when his time was up. The only way to get them ready all in time was brewing them at the same time, an extremely difficult thing to do for even experienced potion masters. For a student, it was impossible. So there was just one reason for Snape to give Harry a task like that. It was a setup to destroy Harry's self-esteem. Yes, sir. Harry simply said while he wondered what to do next. Should he botch it like every student did? It would be the reasonable thing to do. But Harry wanted to see the potion master all riled up, and doing something even a good student should not be able to do. Well, that definitely would let his teacher's head spin. Finally, Harry decided that seeing Snape gawking again was definitely worth to show skills Harry shouldn't have and started to look for usable cauldrons. Snape just sneered at him, but before he could say another thing, it knocked on the door again. Enter, Mr. Nott, Snape said, his voice chilly. Theodore Nott entered. He was pale and definitely nervous. Brew it again, Snape said in this icy tone he had been using with Nott since Nott's cauldron exploded. Do not make another mistake. We will speak afterwards. And with that he swept out of the room. So they would be alone. Disastrous if they really were both inexperienced students. Harry guessed that Snape hoped for a disaster to happen. Well, Harry would definitely not obey the potion master's wishes. So Harry just started to set up his cauldrons. Don't worry, he said to Nott while doing so. You will succeed this time. Nott just snorted. I am rubbish at potions, Potter, he spat. And this time I don't have Blaise to guide me when I'm wrong. I will not succeed. Harry just pointed at a place next to his working space. Use this working space and I will tell you what you have to do, he answered while starting to heat his cauldrons to different temperatures. As if you could really help me, and as if you would if you could, Potter, Nott just spat. I can and I will, Harry answered while starting to prepare his ingredients with experienced motions. Nott stared at Harry's working hands. You really know how to brew, don't you? He finally asked, astonished. I do, Harry answered and pointed again at the working space. Now set up your cauldron. Nott did as he was told but stopped before lighting the fire. What are you doing, Potter? He asked Harry, looking at the 4 cauldrons in front of the Gryffindor. Brewing, Harry answered sincerely. I see that, Potter, Nott said, annoyed. But why do you have 4 cauldrons in front of you? I have to finalize 4 potions until 10, Harry answered. I can just do it when I brew them simultaneously. Are you crazy? You are not a potion master, for Salazar's sake. Harry just shrugged. Professor Snape's instructions, he answered. I think he tried to set me up. Well, I think he set you up. You will never be able to. That's my problem, Harry said. Yours is another. Start with your potion. But Nott did not even listen. What potions shall you brew? You have not instructions and you also do not have your book out. The healing balsam, a calming draft, some Skele-Gro and a dreamless sleep, Harry answered while adding ingredients left and right in his cauldrons. He heated up the cauldron on the right side, added another ingredient in the left, and then he stirred another cauldron and set the last one's flames down. Now start or you will never finish tonight, Harry said. Nott blinked, then hesitated another minute. Finally he did as he was told. Harry let him brew while he himself added ingredients, stirred, lowered the temperature or heated the cauldrons more and prepared the next ingredients. No, next is the powdered snake fang. Nott, Harry said a few minutes later, stopping Nott with one hand while adding ingredients to one of his own potions with the other. You have to grind it more. It has to be really soft powder. When it's ready it feels a little bit creamy. Nott followed Harry's instructions. But Harry did not just instruct. He knew that Nott would not learn anything if he just followed what Harry was telling him, so Harry also added some practical knowledge while he aided the other. The powdered snake fang is acid. When you would add the nettle after it, the substance of the nettle would be destroyed before it can react with the potion. Think about it like building a house. You need something between the stones to glue them together. When you don't do it, your house will break down with the first storm it is facing. When it was 10:30, Harry and Nott both bottled their potions. You really knew what you were talking about, Nott said, looking at his potion with a flabbergasted look. I never knew that I would be able to brew something like that all by myself. And I even understand now why I should not do some things. Harry snorted at that. So Professor Snape does not even teach his own house properly? He asked while bottling the potion in his next cauldron. Nott just shrugged. I never understood what he was telling us, he said. It seemed all so complicated. When you told the same, it sounded, well, simple. Well, Professor Snape is a potion genius, Harry said, shrugging. He might have problems to understand that you are not like him. Nott snorted. Definitely not, he answered. But you are like him, aren't you? I mean, you brewed 4 potions simultaneously, and you still were able to instruct me properly. I do not think very much when I brew something simple like that. Harry gestured at the potions in front of him. I brewed a lot of more complicated stuff. What? Nott asked, half astonished, half interested. Harry just shrugged and took out of his pockets some potions. This is Veritaserum, he said, pointing at the clear potion in his hands. I brewed it in the summer. The next one is a healing draft. It's for internal injuries. I brewed it last year on midwinter. The last one is Felix Felicis, liquid luck. I brewed it the summer before last. Nott just stared at the potions in Harry's hands. Why by Salazar and Mordred did you ever have nearly failing greats in potions? He asked, flabbergasted. Because I saw no benefit in showing my talents to someone who wanted to hate me because of my father, Harry answered, shrugging. I thought I was rubbish in potions because our esteemed potion master told me so. It took some time until I understood that I was utterly wrong about that. Nott just snorted. I cannot believe no one told you. I am Muggle raised, Harry pointed out. And there was no one who ever explained this world to me. Well, there was no one until last summer. Nott just stared at him. But you are a Potter, he finally said. No, Harry answered, smiling. I am more than just a Potter. But even if I am, there are some persons who like me being clueless. They like it so much I did not even get the typical introduction in the wizarding world the Muggle-born get, but enough of that. We should clean up. Nott sighed and carried his empty cauldron to the sink. Harry frowned, and then he sighed and shook his head. Let me do it or you will have to scrub endlessly, he said, sighing. Then he drew a single rune on every used cauldron. The cauldrons glowed blue, and then they were clean again. Nott stared at the clean cauldrons. It was you, he suddenly said. Harry frowned again. Pardon? He asked. It was you. You were the one who shielded me. I could not understand where the shield had come from, and Blaise didn't know either. We thought that maybe Professor Snape, but it was you. Harry stared at the cauldrons and then back at Nott's face. And if it had been me? He asked cautiously. Nott just stared at him. Why? He finally managed to ask. Why did you do it? You are a Gryffindor and I a Slytherin. You hate me just because of that. I would be a hypocrite if I did, Harry answered, snorting. Pardon. Now Nott was utterly confused. Harry just smirked. I am no Gryffindor, he finally confessed, grinning. Nott blinked. You know that your school uniform says you are, don't you? He finally commented. Oh, I know, Harry answered, smiling. I asked the hat not to be put in Slytherin. Nott stared at Harry. But why? Because I was a child, Harry answered, amused, and then added to his story. After all, why not give this Slytherin in front of him something to chew on for the next few weeks or month? I was Muggle raised and the only things I heard about Slytherin were bad. Of course I didn't want to be there. So you just begged it to change your house? Yes, Harry answered. Now I find it utterly amusing. When there would be someone who would belong to Slytherin, it is I. Harry knew that if he ever would have been sorted instead of the original Harry, there would have been no way that Harry Potter would have been a Gryffindor. Harry might be brave if he had to, but he was far too Slytherin to ever be a Gryffindor and far too Ravenclaw to ever go into Gryffindor, even if he had asked the hat not to be put in Slytherin. But why? Nott said. Harry just smiled. In that moment he felt a soft tingling in the back of his mind. Their time was up. One day I might tell you, he said. But not today. We get a visitor in a minute. The professor returns. And Harry was right. Just a minute later the door opened again and Snape entered. He stopped in the door and stared at the two students in front of him that placed the last vials with ingredients back where they belonged. What? He said, but Harry interrupted. Our potions are on the desk, Professor, Harry said. The potion master stalked through the room until he reached the desk with the potion vials. He picked up one of Harry's, then he picked up the next. His eyes widened. I told you I can do it again, Professor, Harry said. But when you suspect that Mr. Nott aided me, I am willing to do it again in front of you. Snape just stared at the vials, and then he finally sneered. I don't think that's necessary, Mr. Potter, he said, still sneering. Give me your potions book. Harry blinked. I do not have it with me, sir, he said. I'd have to go to Gryffindor Tower to bring it. Do not lie to me, Potter, Snape growled. I do not, Harry answered, and simply emptied his school bag on one of the tables. Look for it yourself. Snape sneered, but he did. He even went as far to test Harry's other books for spells. He did find nothing. Very well, Potter. You may go. Nott, follow me, and with that he stalked from the room. Nott had turned pale again when Snape spoke his name. His hands shook. Harry fetched Nott's potion from the table and gave it the shaking boy. Then he took out one of his own potion vials, one of the three he had shown Nott before. He filled an empty vial with a little bit of his potion and gave it to Nott. Take it before talking to him, he suggested. What, Felix? Harry simply answered. I do not know what he normally does to punish his Slytherins, but I know I would never let some of mine come to harm. Take it, and whatever it is you are fearing, you will be lucky enough to prevent it somehow. Just trust Felix. He knows what to do. Nott blinked and stared at the vial in his hands. Thank you, Potter, Nott said and downed the vial. And I don't fear the professor. I fear my parents. He calls them when we do something wrong, and my parents are horrible. And with that he left. Harry stayed behind and waited until the door closed again. Then he smiled and started to hum. He was alone in the potion classroom. There would come no one anymore for today. Why not brewing something enjoyable? He asked himself, smiling. And with that he returned to the cauldrons in the corner and picked one of them. He sat it up and started to brew again. There was a reason he once had been a potion master and teacher, after all. Later that evening Severus Snape was sitting in his office. The conversation with Theodore Nott's parents had gone better than he thought it would, and now he had the rest of the evening free. So he sat at his desk, 5 potion vials in front of him. He stared at them. No, he glared at them. They were wrong. Well, they weren't. The potions they carried were perfect. Potion master standard perfect. But exactly that was the problem. They shouldn't be perfect. And it was driving him insane that he didn't know how they were. The Potter boy had brewed them. Severus Snape had even gone so far to use legilimency on Nott to verify it. So how? How? By Merlin. It was driving him insane. After they returned home from the gathering, they told the ladies that they could go ahead and plan the new form of apprenticeship. The lads will arrive after harvest, and will have to return home for every harvest that follows, Peverell said. Sal, who was sorting through his potions to decide what he needed to brew more often in the future, stopped sorting and turned to Peverell. Lads, he asked, surprised. You will take on only the boys. It was Rowena who shrugged. There is no way for Peverell, Godric or you to teach a lass, she said. So of course they will just send you the lads. Every lass that will need to be taught will be taught the basics by her father like it has always been. But you. This time it was Helga who answered him, smiling. We are both married women, and when we teach, Godric or Peverell will always be in the same room with us. If it wasn't like that, it definitely wouldn't be proper for us, you know. Sal wanted to protest, but his education on Arthur's court stopped him from doing so. You did not argue with a lady. So he just hissed his displeasure in Parseltongue under his breath. Peverell and Godric both looked at him with interest when they heard him speak, but neither said a word. So you will not teach the lasses, Salvajahar finally concluded, sighing. That's not truly fair, isn't it? Rowena and Helga are after all at least as intelligent as we are, and I am sure they aren't exceptions. So, you want to teach the lasses as well? Peverell asked, surprised. Sal contemplated this. I know it wouldn't be proper to do so, he finally said. But we should look into it. We shouldn't shun the lasses just because it is improper for them to be somewhere without a male family member. Well, Rowena said, after she heard his proclamation. We should not think about this now. Of course, I would wish to teach the lasses as well, but I understand that it's impossible for now. Instead, we should look at those we can teach for now, and for that we will have to decide what we want to teach our apprentices. Sal just sighed and closed his eyes. He was not truly satisfied with just teaching the boys for now, but he also knew that there was no way to establish an education for the girls with the current societal standards. After all, they had just talked about the boys all along, and the other four were definitely children of their time. I know what I will teach, Godric answered Rowena promptly. Battle magic and weaponry. I plan to teach them that since the day you asked me to aid you in your plans. You know that you also will have to teach them how to ride a horse, Godric. Sal entered the discussion, deciding to think about the girl problem another time. It's a useful skill, but not many have any experience in riding. Well, yes, that also. And etiquette. You are a lord, you should know it well enough to teach it to the young ones, Sal added. Godric grumbled but nodded. Well, if you are teaching etiquette, you may also include riding, Rowena added sweetly. That way, we will be sure they know it and we won't have any trouble deciding who will teach them. Sal just shrugged. Writing was an important skill, but there was far too little parchment available to bother teaching writing first. Most of the things that the apprentices would learn they would have to learn by heart, as there was no way to use parchment for something that required physical practice. Well, I will teach them transfiguration, as I am a master myself, Rowena said. I will also teach them arithmancy and astrology. They will need arithmancy for transfiguration, and astrology is generally useful to everyone. They need to know what time of the year it is, after all. You are a transfiguration master? Sal asked, surprised. Rowena shrugged. Father was one as well. A woman who knows more than the basics in magic will have a better chance to marry someone of high standing. After all, she will have the knowledge to teach her sons before they start their apprenticeship, and that will broaden their spell knowledge far more than just the apprenticeship. Then shouldn't we also accept lasses for this exact purpose? We definitely wouldn't turn them away if their fathers ask for them to be here, Peverell answered, shrugging. But the chance that they do will be slim. It will be, Helga said. Maybe if Rowena and I offer to teach the lasses separately, at a time when there are none of the other apprentices, maybe we could send the lads home a little bit before harvest and then invite the lasses for a few weeks to learn some things. You know, the weeks when the gathering of the lords is taking place. We would all be in Londinium for the gathering anyway, so why not take the lasses aside and teach them? No one could complain, as the lords of the clans would still be there, and a father or brother could accompany the lass in question, so all would be proper. We could aid their teaching with household spells and herb lore, something that every sorceress needs. The sorcerers would not need these classes anyway, so there would be no argument from that angle. I think they should know some of it as well, Sal said, frowning. He still wasn't pleased by the idea to teach the girls for only a few weeks in the year, but for the beginning, something was better than nothing. Maybe you could teach them those spells as well, when we have them as our apprentices. Household charms for lads? Helga asked, skeptical. Or you simply add other useful charms to your class, and simply call the class charms, Sal interrupted. I do not think that men need to know such things. Maybe they don't, Sal acquiesced. But what about future widowers? They might need it then. Or do you want them to die because their wife perished and took away the knowledge of how to cook? The sorcerers won't like. They do not have to, Sal interrupted. But do you really want them to grow up as useless as Godric? Hey! Godric exclaimed good-naturedly, but Helga looked at him thoughtfully. No, she finally said. I don't. You're right. I will also look for other spells they might need that I will teach. So your class will be charms, and not household spells, Sal concluded. What about also adding a creature lore class to your herb lore? The boys might need the creature lore more than the herb lore, but both might be good to know for both genders. We won't teach the lasses that, Salazar, Rowena rebutted. Sal just shrugged. Of course they wouldn't at first, but he definitely planned to add the girls as soon as he could. He just had to think around the hindrance of tradition and what was seen as proper, but in a few years' time. Helga looked at him oddly for a moment as if she was trying to read his mind, but then she just shrugged. I might as well add herb lore and creature lore to the teaching of our apprentices, she gave in. And we also should teach them the mind arts, Sal added. I do not like the thought of them being unprotected, and the mind arts will also aid them in their studies, so that will be another benefit for them. And the mind arts were needed. Even the females were taught them. Sal had tested the shields of Rowena and Helga both. He was sure that it was not by chance that he had not been able to read the minds any of the sorcerer or sorceress he had met. It seemed it was part of the typical education. Sal guessed it was to keep family secrets and other secrets they were taught by their masters. Well, I won't teach them, Godric said in that moment. I am not really good in them and I would not want to teach them something I am faulty at best. I also won't, Rowena said. The mind arts are a complicated thing to teach. I do not know enough to even think about teaching them. The other two just nodded. Sal stared at all of them. How can you not know? He finally asked, astonished, and then decided to bait them just because he could. There are a lot of legilimens out there, and you go around unprotected and not even concerned for what they can plant in your head. Oh, shut it, Salazar. We're not unprotected. We're simply not very good in the mind arts. Rowena exclaimed, and Sal suppressed a grin when she took his bait and got a little bit riled up. We're good enough to get by but not good enough to teach. But you may do it when you are certain they should learn. You seem to be really good. You seemed horrified when we told you we weren't. They argued for another half an hour, but Sal finally gave in to their demands and added the mind arts to the list of classes he was responsible for. Not that he hadn't known from the start that he would give in the end. You will also have to teach them potions, Rowena added. Sal just sighed. And runes, he said. I want them to be able to write and speak Brejoneg like they were born with the knowledge. I would not trust them to attempt hexes and curses in runes without this knowledge, and we will have to combine runes and arithmancy somewhere in their schooling. It would be good for them to have experience in combining them. Rowena nodded. Maybe when they're 20 or 21, she said. When we take them in at 15, that would give us 5 years too. 15. Sal interrupted this time, truly astonished. Why do you want to wait until they are 15 to teach them? Because their magic needs to be matured to teach, Godric said, surprised. Don't you know this fact? Sal stared at Godric, then at Rowena, Helga, and Peverell. They all stared back at him. Finally, Sal shook his head and sighed again. What by fire, ice, and the fairies have you been taught when you were children? He finally asked, exasperated, while rubbing his forehead. Salazar. What are you talking about? Rowena. Of course. The first time a child's magic matures is when they reach their 10th or 11th year of life, he answered finally. After that you can start teaching. The second time they mature will be between 15 and 19, the last time between 20 and 23. There is no logical explanation why you should wait until their second maturity to start training them. An apprenticeship always starts when you turn 15, Sal, Rowena said. You should know this. You are a healer. You should have started. I was trained since I was 11 years of age, Sal answered sincerely. My father would have been horrified if it had been different. Not training a child in their first maturity will just lead to a lot of accidental magic, and that's something I would like to try and stifle. It's not good for the child to start training years after they had their maturity. There is a lot they will be forever unable to learn simply because their parents waited too long to train them. So, you propose that we will start with their training as soon as they turn 11? Peverell asked, starting at Sal as if he was crazy. Yes, Sal answered coolly. We always waited until Godric started. How about trying it out? Rowena interrupted, staring at Sal with thoughtful eyes. We can always change the age to that of the normal apprenticeships if it does not work, and it would give us some more time to train them. I do not think the lords would mind if we also took in the younger children. Peverell stared at her, and then shrugged. It's your apprenticeship. If you want to try, try it. I do not mind either way. That's because you refuse to aid us with it, my dear husband, Helga said, snorting. Oh, I will help you, I am here after all. I might as well use some of my skills to prevent a total failure, Peverell answered, scowling. I will teach them history, law, and politics. Someone has to, after all. I knew you would see reason, Helga answered, smiling. Peverell just scowled even more and then turned and left the room. Well, back to the lesson plan, Helga said cheerfully. They decided to start with 11 years of age for their apprentices. The next few months they decided on lesson plans, the costs of the schooling. They had to add a price because the lords firstly expected to pay for the apprenticeship and secondly they needed the money to pay for the meals and the other things the children would need. After that they sent out letters to the lords. They finally started the school exactly 1 year after the gathering of the lords where they had spoken about their idea, in Peverell and Helga's home, a home that now also inhabited Sal, Godric and Rowena and nearly 20 students. The first class Sal taught was strange. It was entirely different to stand in front of a bunch of students that looked at you with eager eyes than to sit there and wait for a professor to speak. He stared at them and suddenly the word Severus Snape had used in his own first class returned to him. Or would it be, would use? Time traveling definitely wasn't good for your tenses. But still, the words of his teacher were burned in his mind and when he started the class, he could not help it, he just had to. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he exclaimed, repeating exactly what his potions professor would use in his class. Well, not exactly. He did not want to insult any of his students when they never even had a potions class before that. He wanted to capture them, to draw them in, speaking about foolish, wand waving and dunderheads, wouldn't do that. As there is little wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through the human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop or death, if you listen and follow my lead. The answer was even wider eyes that were still shining within eager faces, looking at him as if he was their way to heaven. Sal returned their gaze with his own, and then he turned and took one of the ingredients he had prepared before class and showed it to them. Is there anybody in this room that knows what that is, and what it is used for? He asked softly. A lonely hand shot up in the air and Sal smiled. He was looking forward to teaching. Well, at least he was until the next 2 days had passed. After that he got frustrated. He had taught them about the ingredients, then why did he have to repeat himself every time he entered the classroom? Why couldn't they remember things he had taught them the last time they had classes? Did they not want to learn? He had looked in their faces and thought that they were eager to learn, but now, that seemed to have been an illusion. After all, if they really would have been eager they would know the ingredients he told them about by heart now. So why didn't they? What did he do wrong? Had he been wrong about their interest in learning? Had he been wrong about their wish to brew by themselves? He had told them what they could mix, about what they shouldn't mix and about the whys behind that, he had told them again and again. He had to question them every time they had classes and had to supervise their brewing so that he could react before they blew up the room. It was like swimming through mud. It was tiring and Sal doubted the children learned anything at all. But they were eager, weren't they? And still. Why? What did he do wrong? It was simply frustrating. After 2 weeks he finally talked to the others. They are not learning, he said. I thought they were eager to learn, eager to know. But they still do not know more than before. Rowena just stared at him as if he was crazy. They are fast learners, Salazar, she said. I just had to tell them 3 times until they got it right. I do not understand what is bothering you. Yes, Godric said. They even learned faster than I did. When I was taught my first spell I needed a week to get it right. They just needed 4 days. They are amazing, even the 11-year-olds. Sal just gawked at them. Fast learners. Amazing. They are not like you, Sal, Helga said softly. They need time to remember everything. Be patient and they will get it right. That's not the problem. Sal cried, just to stop mid-sentence when Snape came to his mind. Helga was right. That was the problem. At that moment Sal understood his father. He himself had lived for over 1,000 years, he simply had not thought about the problems he had had when he first came to the past. He had never seen the difference between the ability to memorize he had gained from his father and the memory of others as clearly as that day. It was also that day that he finally understood Severus Snape. Like himself, Snape could not see how a child could not understand potions. Snape might not have an eidetic memory like himself, but Snape was a potion brewing genius. He simply could not understand the problems a normal person had. Snape had never understood the problem. Sal instead swore that day that he would follow in his father's footsteps and not his potion professor's. And so he swore to himself to be patient. A normal child cannot remember its entire life, he told himself when he had to tell them again and again. They cannot remember every day and everything they have learned in their entire life. I will have to teach them patiently until they are able to remember. And so he did. At first it was still like swimming through mud. Then the weeks passed and suddenly his students knew things. Suddenly they got them right. But Sal was not content with that. He questioned them again and again until they could answer his questions while sleeping. He did not stop until they knew all he knew about the ingredients he was talking about by heart and could tell him about them without hesitating. You are too harsh on them, Salazar. Rowena chastised him. They are children. They do not need to know all that by heart. Potions are dangerous, Sal simply replied. Just one moment can kill you if you are not concentrating. I will not stop teaching them until they do it right without thinking about it first. I won't prevent them from killing themselves because of stupidity. When Rowena wanted protest against his words, Helga stopped her. Let him be, she said. It is his right to ensure their safety. If he thinks that that is the right way, we will not stand in his way to do so, will we? Rowena just sighed after that and shook her head. We won't, she answered. After that no one criticized Sal again. At the next gathering of the Lords in Harvest, there were only positive responses to their teaching. They learned even more than they would have if they had been apprenticed in the usual way, Lord McGonagall said. I am impressed by their knowledge. I will definitely send you the rest of our children after the harvest. The other lords nodded. Even the 11-year-olds know their magic, and their problems with accidental magic have declined. I will follow Lord McGonagall's lead and send you other children of my clan, another lord said. This was the time Godric told the other lords about the summer school the two women planned for the girls. At first, the lords were hesitating, but finally they decided to try it. After all, they were there and the women had nothing to do while the lords gathered. After the first harvest, Sal and the others had 30 more students that wanted to join. The year after that there were even more. The trial run of the summer classes for the girls a year later brought better results than they thought it would, and so the summer classes for the girls by Rowena and Helga were added to their new system. Soon the 5 were recommended teachers in the world of sorcerers, and even more lords started to send requests to enter their young ones in either the apprenticeship of Sal and the others or Rowena's and Helga's summer school. And so they suddenly had 50 more request letters of apprenticeship on their table at the end of the 3rd harvest since opening the school. They will not fit into the manor, Peverell sighed when he saw them. And even with the money we make from teaching them, we cannot build enough rooms so that they would all fit in. We will have to turn away some. Or we change the location, Helga said, who was standing next to him and also looked through the letters together with Rowena and Godric. And where do you want to go to, Helga, my dear wife? Peverell asked with a raised eyebrow. Do you maybe have somewhere a castle in hiding I do not know of? Well, no, but. So where do you want to go? Sal was standing next to the arguing pair. He hesitated just a moment. Then he gave in to his idea. He had known long ago that he would give in one time. I do, he said. What? Peverell, Helga and also Godric and Rowena, who had been following the argument, stared at him. What do you mean, I do? I have a castle hiding somewhere, Sal answered. The others blinked. You do, Peverell said slowly. How? By Morgana, do you have a castle hiding somewhere? Sal just shrugged. It's hidden behind Blood and Soul wards, he answered. We could use it if you want. Where? In Piksha, Sal answered. I can guide you and the students there. The other ones just stared at him. Then understanding lit Peverell's eyes. You're talking about your ancestral home. You talked about it in the gathering of the lords. Yes. But, it's your ancestral home, Godric said. Sal just shrugged. I do not need it, so why not use it for our project? The others hesitated, but finally after some arguing the others gave in somehow. Let us see it first. Then we will decide if we can use it for our students, Peverell finally decided. Sal shrugged and nodded. But he was smirking inwardly. Maybe he would finally have a chance to add the girls to their schooling. He just had to lead the others slowly to his growing plans. So they started to travel to Piksha 3 days after. A few weeks later they reached Camelot. Sal had not told them what castle they were heading to. He knew his friends. Not one of them would accept using the castle if they knew that it was the legendary Camelot. Here we are, he finally said, opening the wards so that they could see it. Welcome to my childhood home. Well, it was his third childhood on King Arthur's court, but Sal decided it would be a bad idea to tell them of the technicalities. You grew up here? Godric asked, astonished. Well, somehow, Sal answered. It was the home of my father. I came here when I turned 15. Now my father is dead and it is mine. And you haven't been here for how long? Rowena asked, hesitating. They still had not talked about Rowena's suspicion of who exactly Sal's father had been, and for now she seemed to have forgotten it, something Sal had hoped she would lose track of. Of course, she would one day remember, but until then, he was content to act as if she never heard his almost exclamation about Myrddin when they met. Sal simply shrugged. I do not know, he answered sincerely. But do not worry. It was under a stasis charm. Nothing should be ruined. The awe in the faces of the others when they entered was definitely entertaining for Sal. So, this castle, it's been empty since the time you decided to travel? Peverell asked haltingly. Salvajahar shrugged. It might have, he answered. But it also might not have. Huh. This unarticulated question was one of Godric's. It's a sanctuary, Sal explained. If someone truly needed it, it would have opened for them until they are ready to leave again. It was always like that, even when my father was still living in this castle. A sanctuary? Rowena asked interested. Sal just nodded. The wards will let anyone who needs to get away from unwanted persons enter. The castle will guard the inhabitants until they are ready to move on. This kind of function is embedded in the wards, and even if you want to, I will not change it. So, even if this castle will be our school, be prepared to accept those who are in dire need of help to find it. So, they simply come in. Wouldn't be that a danger to the apprentices? Helga exclaimed nervously. It won't, Sal answered soothingly. No one who wants to harm the inhabitants of the castle would be able to enter the wards, in dire need or not. But I had to tell you beforehand that it might come to an unexpected addition if there is someone near who needs help right away. For a moment the others hesitated, and then Godric shrugged. As long as the apprentices are safe, he said dismissively. One after another the others nodded their consent. A few minutes later, they entered the castle itself and Sal let them explore the rooms and the grounds. He himself settled in the great hall and looked at the ceiling. I am home, ATR, he whispered, and a warmth enveloped him, a warmth he had missed dearly. His father was still here, embedded in the stones of the castle. I decided to make this castle a school, he told the shadow of his father. It will be great, I am sure of it. Camelot should have been the beginning of a new world, now it will be. It will change the world with the children that were taught within its walls. The warmth caressed his hair, and for a moment Sal was sure his father was happy with his decision. Sal did not know how long he sat in silence, relishing in the feeling of being caressed by his father, when the doors of the great hall opened and Godric strode in. This castle is awesome, he declared loudly. I found a tower that the apprentices could sleep in. It would be the perfect place for them. You do not mean that faraway tower I saw you coming from, do you, Godric? Rowena said while entering behind her husband. Really, Godric, it would take them far too long to gather when they start their day from there. But you are right. A tower would be a good place for the apprentices. There is a nice tower near here that would be perfect for dormitories. Godric just snorted. Well, Peverell and I found some nice rooms in the middle of the castle, Helga said, entering from another, smaller entrance. I think they would be lovely as dormitories. What do you think, love? You are right, my dear wife, Peverell answered, nodding. Quite nice with a lot of space for a lot of apprentices. Sal just buried his head in his hands. How by wind and fire can you start with the search for dormitories already? He asked, sighing. We did not even decide if we are changing our teaching place to this castle. Oh, but we have decided, Godric said. This place is perfect. The other three nodded. I found some quarters where we and other future teachers could live, Rowena said. And there is a tower where we could have our official meetings. And we can take in all the children that have asked for apprenticeship, Helga said. There is enough space here for them. But we will soon be too few to teach them all, Sal said, sighing. Soon, but not now, Rowena said. When we are, we will have to hire others to help us, but for now we do not have to. We are still enough, for now. But maybe we should sort the apprentices somehow, Godric said. So that not everyone looks after every student. It would be easier for the apprentices when they know where to go to and we don't have to look after all of them, too. And how do you plan to sort them? Peverell asked. Well, we could sort them by their character, so that their personality fits ours, Helga said, enthusiastic. Do we really have to? Sal asked, this time pleadingly. Well, I think it is brilliant. Rowena answered. It will be easier to gain friends if they have something in common. And we can aid them better if they think like we do. But wouldn't it be improper for the children to go to you, Rowena? You are a woman after all. You shouldn't be alone with a male without your brother or Godric nearby, Sal said. Rowena just shrugged. I do not think the lords care anymore when it is I who breaks tradition, she answered, and Sal knew she was right. The last few years she had gained a reputation of a teacher, and her status as a teacher simply outweighed her status as a female. The last year Godric and Peverell even had stopped bothering to be in the same room when Helga and Rowena were teaching or when the women were with Salvajahar. Sal knew that the lords knew and did not object. Godric had brought up his intentions of letting Rowena teach without a male escort at the last gathering of the lords, and the lords simply had inclined their heads. No, Rowena and Helga definitely had left behind their status as female in the eyes of the world of the sorcerers. Of course nothing like that would have happened if Rowena and Helga would not have been married. So you have nothing to object anymore? Helga said when Sal said nothing. He just sighed and shook his head defeated. So we will sort them by character, Rowena said triumphantly. Well, then you should take those who cannot stop learning, Godric answered teasingly. You know, all the know-it-alls and book lovers. And you will take the courageous stupid ones who act before they think, Peverell snorted. Well, I would take in all the hard-working ones, Helga answered, shrugging. As long as they are loyal to their friends and families, it does not matter what other characteristics they have. And you, Peverell? Sal asked, knowing that there would be no way the man would even think about founding a house. I will take in no one, Peverell answered as predicted. I am our official face. I have to do enough without having children at my sleeves wherever I go. But you, Salazar, should take in the sly and cunning ones. And those with ambition, Helga added. Sal snorted. Every human has ambition. You wouldn't be able to get anywhere in the world without ambition. I don't think that's a trait that should be applied to a house, he said. I think it should, Helga objected. It simply fits you to the T, Salazar. And why do you think that? Salvajahar asked, frowning. Sal did not like where this was leading. He had given up correcting them when they said his name wrong, but he was not taking in cunning, sly and ambitious children. Definitely not. Because that's what you are, Rowena said. Sal snorted. As if, he said coolly. Think about it, Godric answered. You have rescued me once, and you were cunning enough not to storm in. You used tricks to rescue me and the others. Definitely cunning. And sly, Helga added. And you are ambitious, Rowena said. You did not let us storm off with half-baked plans. You were ambitious enough to plan ahead, and you do not let your apprentices be anything but the best. And then there is your plan about teaching lasses. Don't you dare veto this. I know you haven't given up on that, and I know you will succeed someday. If that isn't ambition, then what is? Rena is right, Peverell said. You want our apprentices to be the very best, and even when they are, you want them to be better. Yes, but, Sal said, still protesting. Well, then this is settled, Godric interrupted him. Next stop. Dormitories. My courageous Gryffindors will take the tower I decided on as a dormitory. Gryffindors? Helga asked. Well, we have to name them something, Godric shrugged. And I cannot name them Leffays, as Lefay is a family name and there would be two of them because Rena's would also be Leffays. And I do not want to call them by my own given name, that would just be strange. So you used your nickname, Peverell said while shaking his head. Do you have a better idea? Godric asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, no, Peverell answered. Well, I like the idea. Rowena said. I will also use something like that. Then you should use Raven's Claw, Helga said, pointing to Rowena's hand where the parallel scars could be seen. The raven is a wise bird and the claws would point to you. Or you could put it together into Ravenclaw, Godric suggested. Rowena just thought about it for a second. Then she smiled. Taken, she declared. Mine will be the wise Ravenclaws. And I will name mine Huff the Puff, Helga declared. The other ones stared at her. What? I like the sound of it. And I love eating pastry, and that would be Puff. But why Huff? Rowena asked. Helga just shrugged. Because she thinks puffs give off an intoxicating aroma that she wants to smell everywhere, Peverell answered, snorting. Helga stuck her tongue out at Peverell. Her husband just grinned. I'm right, aren't I? He said, smirking. Even if you are, I still will call my house Huff the Puff. At least make it Hufflepuff. Like that no one will know for sure why the house is named like it is, or do you want your apprentices to feel ashamed if they have to tell the name of their house? Rowena said, rolling her eyes. Helga shrugged. Well, if I have to, she conceded. Hufflepuff it is. It's a lovely name, isn't it? Well, if you must call them that, Peverell sighed. They're your apprentices. If you want to call them Hufflepuffs, so be it. So, that just does leave Salazar's, Rowena said. How do we call yours? Sal frowned. He definitely did not like where their discussion was heading. How about Sal's? He asked. Nope, not accepted. We have all used a nickname. You will do so, too. Sal is a nickname, Sal defended himself. But not a good one for a dormitory, Rowena said. Well, my apprentices do not have a dormitory, so why bother with a name? Sal countered. You don't have a place for a dormitory? Helga asked, surprised. Sal just shook his head. I don't, he answered. All I know is that my classroom will be in the dungeons. I need the steady temperature for my potions ingredients. Well, then your dormitory should be near it, Godric decided. I am sure there are enough rooms in the dungeons for a dormitory. Sal just sighed. They really wanted to, didn't they? At least there was no way they would come up with that nickname, was there? No, Sal felt content that whatever they decided on, history was not yet written. That just leaves the nickname, Helga said in that moment, grinning. And that should be easy, Rowena continued. And we should be the ones to give him this nickname, Peverell said, grinning as evilly as his wife. How about something with Sly? Sal suddenly had a really bad feeling about that. They couldn't. They wouldn't. Well, you should integrate a snake. Look at his clothing. The snake seems very important to him, Godric added. Well, how about slithering? Rowena asked. Like a snake slithers. It would fit. He always startles me because I do not hear him coming. I think Sly fits better, Helga countered. No, slithering, it is, Godric said, grinning. Slithering something or so. I am all for Sly. Peverell added. Sly something. I think it sounds better than slithering something. How about nothing? Sal intercepted, dreading where the conversation was leading. History wasn't written yet. The name wouldn't be written in stone. Hush you, was the answer he got, and all Sal could do was follow the conversation with big eyes. They wouldn't. May I say some? He started again, but was rebuked by more than one person, again. No, we are the ones who will choose the nickname. Godric said. You did not try when you had the chance, Helga piped in. Just wait, Salazar. We're quick with that, the Peverell promised evilly. We were quick with the other ones also. Hey, what about Slytherin? Rowena said in that moment, grinning. That would include both Slithering and Sly. They had. Good idea. Ravenclaw. The Godric said, now also grinning evilly. The others nodded their content. Well, Slytherin it is, Peverell said, still grinning. And if I don't like it? Sal asked just one more time, trying to prevent his fate. You have no say in it, Slytherin, Godric said, laughing. I had no say in mine, you have no say in yours. Easy, isn't it? But the others. You did not want to take your chance, and now you are stuck with what we have chosen for your apprentices, Rowena reminded him. Yes, Godric said, and it fits to our names. Look at it like that, will you? What do you mean now, oh brother mine? Helga asked. Peverell just suddenly burst out laughing. You're right, Godric. It does fit. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff. Salazar had to get something with S. Salazar Slytherin definitely fits perfectly. Sal just sighed inwardly. The others were idly planning the layout of the new classes inside the castle. They all were content with their chosen names, all but Sal. But the others had not been named after the villain, and the others did not know about the future. Now I just have to find a basilisk and ask it to move in, he thought sarcastically. Come on, Salazar. You will learn to live with it. Salazar Slytherin really sounds good, you know. We should become famous with these names. Godric said. And it would distinguish between us. There will be less problems if we ourselves also go by our chosen names. How about that, Professor Slytherin? You have no idea how funny that will be. And you have no idea that you just have named me the fourth founder of the first magic school in the world, Sal thought, sighing again inwardly. And not only the fourth founder, but the evil one. So there was just one question left. What had Sal done to get his evil image in the future? Because he was sure that he would not choose the path of evil in the next few decades. Come on, Salazar. This time Sal shook his head and cleared it from his thoughts. He had to do other things, like planning the dorms for his Slytherins and the change of the castle. And indeed, the castle did change. While the children were away for harvest, the teachers decided to prepare the castle for the apprentices. Well, they prepared it somehow. Sal just doubted it really was solely for the apprentices, or at all for the apprentices. So one day Sal woke up and walked in the great hall, just to find the ceiling looking like the weather outside. How do you like it, Salazar? Rowena asked, grinning. Helga and I have worked on a charm like that for years. We thought that applying it here would be great. It is, Sal answered, staring at the ceiling that he once loved so much. The ceiling of his first home. In that moment Godric entered. Who enchanted the stairs to move? He asked, astonished and slightly cross. They all moved away as soon as I was near them. Well, they still need fine-tuning, Rowena answered. But it will be great as soon as I am ready. And don't worry, I will key them to our wishes. Nice, Helga commented when she entered together with her husband. Who enchanted the stairs? I like them. Godric just sighed and looked pleadingly at Sal. Sal shrugged. I live in the dungeons. The stairs definitely don't bother me, he said, inwardly grinning. You're evil, Salazar, Godric commented. Really evil. Sal just shrugged and decided to seal the servant stairs and secret passages in the walls with Parseltongue, that would prevent Rowena from finding and hexing them. And it definitely was hexing. Even if she would object and call it charming, and as a bonus it would prevent Godric from using something different than the main stairs. And Godric deserved it. Sal had not yet forgiven him for the idea to nickname the dormitories and themselves. So Sal finally fled from the breakfast table to seal the servant stairs before Rowena could find them. The only thing that was left in the end were little stone snakes where there once had been the entrances to the servant stairs. That should do it, Sal decided, still grinning. Peverell instead decided to secure his own rooms, the so-called public rooms, from his sister. He enchanted a gargoyle and the stairs so that they would move upwards. The gargoyle instead became the guard of his office, an office that later the headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts would use. Helga, Godric and Rowena took his idea and changed the doors to their dormitories so that they would just open with a password. Godric hung the portrait of his mother in front of the entrance of his dorms. This way, I don't have her following me everywhere at home, he told them when he was questioned about his choice. Rowena just enchanted the door handle to ask riddles before entering. So they will get used to solving riddles, she told them. Helga also used a portrait for her entrance in the dorms and the rhythm of her nickname for the entry. Sal had watched them all until he knew all their securities and safeguards, then he simply vanished the entrance to his dorms so that just a simple stone wall was left. He secured the wall with a password and a security code in Parseltongue for himself. Godric, Sal said one day. I need some inspiration for my dorms. Godric looked at him blankly for a moment, then his eyes brightened. Oh, sure. Do you want to see mine? May I? Of course. Come on. Let's go to Gryffindor Tower to have a look. When they reached the portrait, Godric stated the password and they entered. The room was red. Absolutely red. Swamped with red. And whatever wasn't red was gold. Great, isn't it? Godric said. I color charmed it myself. I thought I could make those two colors the colors of Gryffindor crest. Sal just thought that someone in the future must have dimmed the color scheme. Yes, great, now I definitely have inspiration, Sal said. Great. Sal just was happy to leave again after he had been shown the dorm rooms for the boys and the added washrooms, not that there was any plumbing. The washroom was connected to a charmed pipe which ended in a tub to bring in fresh water and a dumpster pipe to bring away the used water. It was something Helga had thought of and the other founders had adopted her idea. Sal guessed that the original method never fully changed even to his original time, not that he could prove it, stuck in the past as he was. So when Sal finally fled Godric he ran straight to Helga. Helga, he said, may I see your dormitories? I need something to purge from my eyes the shocking colors I saw a few minutes ago. Helga just raised an eyebrow at him. What did you do, Salazar? She asked. I thought it was a good idea to ask Godric for inspiration for my dormitories. Ouch, said Helga. I guess we should hope Godric's apprentices are color blind. Well, come on. I'll show you. A few minutes later Sal had entered his second dormitory for the day. Helga's dorms were decked out in black and yellow. I decided on those two colors for my crest, she explained. Crest, Sal said. Why are all people suddenly talking about crests today? Helga stared at him blankly. Because we are building houses, Salazar, she said. Every normal house has a crest, so of course we are talking about crests. Rena and Godric said we should use animals as a part of the crest, so I decided on a badger for Hufflepuff. Godric said you would take a serpent, he would take a lion, and Rena said something about an eagle. All right, Sal said and finally left the rooms after telling some platitudes. Helga's rooms weren't as bad as Godric's, but Sal entered his dungeon dorms and the first thing he did was to lighten the rooms by turning the outer wall with some rune work invisible so that you could see in the lake. Then he used a muted green and some silver highlights for the common room. He might not have been very happy with his house's name, but he suddenly was somehow glad that he had Slytherin as his house. At least the green gave off a homey feeling, and it did not kill you by just looking at it like Godric's red. So, my crest colors are green and silver, he concluded, not that he hadn't known it beforehand. Note to myself. If I ever find out who dulled the red and gold in the Gryffindor Tower later on, I have to reward them. That night he used the knowledge he had gotten the day before and entered first Gryffindor Tower and then Hufflepuff House. There he charmed one part of the dormitories and added a charm to make the others forget about the dorms he had hidden away. The charm he used definitely belonged to the dark arts. It was a charm he had learned from Morgana, but Sal didn't care. He was a dark wizard, whether he used the charm or not. After all, everything he had once learned from his father Merlin had been banned as dark arts at least 200 years ago. Sal had simply stopped caring as long as the charms he used did not harm anyone. After he had hidden away the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor dorms, he entered Ravenclaw Tower. Answering riddles definitely made it easier to enter for him, and did the same. The hidden dorms were going to be the girls' dorms. Sal just had to work out all the charms he intended to add and then convince the others to add the girls as apprentices to their school. Not that they called it a school at the moment. After that, he returned to one of his bigger projects, the Chamber of Secrets. He built the chamber deep down under the school, building it big enough so that all the apprentices would fit in case of an emergency. He included a way out, which ended way behind the village of Hogsmeade that was still there from Arthur's time, in the mountains. He secured it with wards based on intent and a Parseltongue password. From inside it would simply open when you would lay your hand on the wall. Then he connected the servant stairs with the chamber. The servant stairs were connected with the dorms of the other founders, even if they did not know that. He changed the entrances to open in case of an emergency and enchanted the servant stairs so that they would lead the apprentices automatically in the chamber. What are you working on? Rowena finally asked him after seeing him vanishing every day for the last 3 weeks. The others also stared at him with interest in their eyes. Sal sighed, but then he gave in. After all, why shouldn't he show them his work? It was just a safety measure. No changing of my work. He warned them before he opened one of the servants' entrances and showed them the way down to the Chamber of Secrets. What's this? Rowena asked, astonished, staring at the chamber. A hideout, Sal answered sincerely. If the wards will ever be breached, doors in the whole castle will open and lead the apprentices here. There is a tunnel to the mountains so that the apprentices are able to flee if we ever have to give up on the castle. And you did this by yourself? Rowena asked, astonished. Sal just shrugged. I wasn't sure if you'd agree, he answered sincerely. Of course we would have. Godric said, shaking his head. None of us even thought about something like that. Well, none of you have fought in a war, Sal answered seriously. I have. I would think about something like that. When he said that, Rowena looked at him oddly. Had she remembered her suspicion? Sal stared back at her but shrugged it off when Helga spoke her mind. Still, wow, Sal, Helga said. Yes, wow, Godric said. Building your own chamber of secrets under the school, I am impressed. You know of it. So it is hardly a chamber of secrets, Sal countered. Well, but it has been one, Godric said, shrugging. Yes, but it isn't anymore. You should add some decor, Helga said in that moment. Yes, something like this, said Rowena, and suddenly a dozen of stone snakes lined the walls. Rowena, do you want to frighten the apprentices? Sal hissed. No, Rowena said. But you have to add them. You know, rather like your signature. Sal just sighed and shook his head. I will add some dorms at the bottom of the snake bodies, he said. Then they might be of use somehow. And now hush. Back where you came from. And with that they left again. Sal indeed added the dorms. He also added a ritual room and some other rooms somewhere near the place where later would stand the huge sculpture of him. Well, Sal decided that he definitely would not add this statue to the room. The snakes were bad enough. Instead he added another, bigger snake to hide the ritual chamber, eventual library, and potion room and hospital wing with a connected bed chamber. After that he was ready. Harvest was ending and it finally was time to welcome home their apprentices for their first year at Hogwarts. Hermione Granger was worried. Normally, at this time of the year, she would be worried about classes, new professors, homework and learning. Normally, she would just do like she did every year to cope with her worry. She'd look into all the things she would have to learn and build her timetable from there so that she'd definitely have enough time for everything. But this year, it was different. Of course, she still was worried about classes, the new defense professor, homework and learning, but all that had taken a back seat to Harry. Something was wrong with Harry, and Hermione Granger was worried sick over him. When she had first met him, she hadn't seen it. It had taken her weeks to decipher that there was something different. Different. Not wrong, just different. It had been the small things that had added up to her worry. Harry had suddenly forgotten that she hated Brussels sprouts. He had never forgotten since she had told him in first year. Harry had been calm more often, but his letters earlier in the summer had been distinctly venomous. Harry waited until Mrs. Weasley or Sirius were finished with speaking before asking questions. Hermione had never seen him wait before butting in a conversation with his own point of view. And then the most distressing evidence. Harry had stopped demanding answers. Oh, he still insisted in knowing things, but he had stopped demanding. Instead, he politely asked until he had worn his victim down and they would tell him just to be rid of him. Yes, there was definitely something different with Harry, and Hermione was worried sick about it. Especially because she could not exactly place the answer to this frightening development. Of course, Hermione had a guess why Harry had changed. 2 or 3 guesses actually, but she could not really be sure that she was right with any of her guesses, and that made her worried. She hoped that it was just Harry maturing into adulthood, but she feared that it was more than that. She feared Harry had changed either because of the Dementor attack or because of Cedric's untimely death, and neither was a good reason for Harry to change. If it was because of the Dementor attack, Harry could feel responsible for it and blame himself for the danger his cousin had been in. He could also be blaming Dumbledore and the Order for not protecting him as well as they should have. Neither was a feeling Hermione would like Harry to harbor. Harry needed adults in his life that he felt he could trust. If this attack had destroyed his trust in Dumbledore and the Order, Hermione feared that Harry could lose his grip on reality and fall into the darkness. If his changed behavior was because of Cedric, then Hermione was sure that Harry was blaming himself. That could lead to Harry trying to overcompensate in the next dangerous situation, bringing about his own death. Or it could lead to Harry getting utterly exhausted because of his lack of sleep and him pushing his education, especially in defense. Hermione was sure that if that happened, Harry would break down way before Halloween. Both reasons could be the cause of Harry's suddenly mature demeanor, and neither was a reason Hermione felt was any good for Harry. And because of that, instead of worrying about classes, new professors, homework and learning, Hermione was frantically watching Harry while worrying about him. Harry instead seemed not to notice that he was watched at all. He continued his day like there was nothing going on. He sat with them in the Great Hall. Just like yesterday and all the years since first year, he went with them to class. He was not better than before. He still doodled in History of Magic. He still looked out of the window in Transfiguration more often than not. He still took his time to try a new spell in Charms like he always had. He still groaned about every bit of homework they were told to do, and he still hated divination with passion. If it had just been like this, Hermione wouldn't have worried so much. Of course, she had worried when he had forgotten minor things like her preferences, but it was one fact that made her worry even more. Potion-stunted Harry Potter suddenly knew how to brew. And the question was, how? When she had asked him, he had told her he had memorized the potions book. So she had taken his book away and questioned him. Harry was right. He had memorized it, but there were things he could not explain with simply memorizing. Like the experienced way he cut his ingredients. Like the things he mentioned to add that weren't in the potions book. Hermione had looked some of them up, sure that Harry had just made a mistake, just to find out that the effect of the things Harry mentioned to add aided the potion he had been describing. The only explanation Hermione had was that Harry had been tutored over the summer. Ron, she said after Harry had excused himself to the library to start on his charms essay. Yes. Don't you think that Harry is behaving different, somehow? She asked, nervous. Ron furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Different, Hermione? He asked her. Well, he forgot that I don't like Brussels sprouts, he speaks civilly with Malfoy, he knows potions, I think I get it, Ron said and then shrugged. Yes, you're right. He is different. But that's nothing bad, is it? I mean, he's still the same somehow, isn't he? I guess, Hermione answered haltingly. Look, Ron said when he saw her hesitating. Harry's still the same in class. Except potions, that is, he still loses in chess against me, and I'm sure he still would do anything for our friendship. You're right. This time Hermione sighed. But I'm still uneasy about the changes. How do we know that these changes weren't started because of something that happened this summer? Like the Dementors, Cedric's death, or V. Voldemort's return. How do we know that the difference in Harry didn't start because he isn't coping well with any of that and pushes himself to forget? I don't want to lose our friend because he can't cope with what happened. He doesn't act as if he has problems, Ron countered. And you really think that we would see if he has problems right away? I guess we wouldn't, no. In second year he suddenly started to learn more after he was shunned by the whole school. Last year was the same. I don't know how often he practiced the Accio spell by himself just to get it right, but I do know that he didn't just practice it while I was with him. And then the Patronus charm in third year. He pushed himself to learn it after the Dementors affected him one time too often. So you're thinking that Harry's pushing himself now that Voldemort's back. Maybe he feels guilty because Cedric died. Maybe it was the Dementors. I don't know what it is, but I firmly believe that there is a reason why he suddenly studies so much. And I'm quite sure that this time he isn't telling us his reason, and that worries me, Ron. So, what should we do? Hermione hesitated when confronted with this question. I don't know, she said. Maybe we should talk to an adult, like McGonagall, or even Dumbledore. Ron rolled his eyes. Don't be an idiot, Hermione. It's not near grave enough to run squealing to an adult. So what do you think we should do? Maybe give him time. After all, if it is Cedric, it will take some time for him to get over it. I can't imagine how I would feel after I saw a friend being killed right in front of me. But wouldn't it be better if he had someone to talk to? Ron shook his head. Let's give him some time. If it doesn't change, we can still go to an adult. But for now, Harry's our friend. We should try to get him to talk about what happened. And hey, maybe Harry just thought it was time for a change, you know. Hermione just sighed and buried her head in her hands. Fine, she murmured before she decided to follow Ron's advice and wait a little bit longer. But if it gets out of hand, we will go to Dumbledore, she decided. Ron just shrugged and stood up to search for someone to play chess with. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was taking a stroll on the grounds of Hogwarts. To tell the truth, Harry was not only traipsing but walking along the edge of the wards. He followed the ward line until he could not be seen from the castle anymore and then stopped. There, at the edge of the wards, Harry took out his staff and unshrunk it. Of course, Harry was sure that he would have been able to use one of his wands to do what he wanted to do, but for him the staff was something else. While the wands were something akin to good and supporting tools, the staff was like an extension of his arm, and Harry trusted it the most. So he unshrunk his staff and then drew some runes and hieroglyphs with it in the soft ground along the ward line. Then he activated the runes. One moment he could see nothing but the forest behind the wards, the next the wards were distinct and visible in front of him. The dome they built was surrounded by a colorful iridescent bubble, emblazoned with Chinese characters, hieroglyphs, runes and parcel runes. Then the glowing construct sunk in the wards themselves and illuminated them. But instead of the colorful swirling and twirling of the bubble, the wards were a pale-looking gray, mixed with some washed-out sparks of color here and there. There were also some shoddy runes flying around and some parts of the wards were nearly transparent or blackened. Harry frowned. The wards should have shone with power and sparked with color. Instead they looked nearly breached and sickly. Where are the soul wards? Harry whispered. Where are the founders' wards? They cannot have eroded. And they shouldn't have. Soul wards like those on the castle were built for eternity, and the blood wards the founders had added were not far behind. That begged the question. Where were they? He found the answer when he started to look through the rest of the wards. The wards of the founders were drained by other idiotically set wards. Whoever had built them had no idea how to build wards. So instead of building them on a runic or a blood base, they had simply been added to the wards that had been here before, and that had drained the old wards that the new ones had been set on. No ward could exist without a base. Normally the base was runes, blood, or even the death of a person, the standard base for soul wards. A ward that was built without a base would search for its replacement base. Normally the result would be a dead caster because he or she was the next suitable base to find. But Hogwarts had had powerful wards before, so instead of killing the caster, the newly set wards had based themselves on the old blood wards and practically drained their power. I'll have to look into it and maybe destroy this ward, Harry murmured to himself. He just needed to know if destroying the ward would have negative consequences, like a backlash, or if it was safe to do so. And then I have to activate the soul wards again, this time he sighed. Harry wasn't sure why the soul wards had deactivated, but he guessed that it had happened when the newer wards had been added. Soul wards were to an extent alive, especially those of Hogwarts, and they would deactivate before being leached on. Harry groaned. This looks like a lot of sleepless nights and a lot of work. But first, he decided, he had to find out about all the other wards that had been added over time, and especially about the wrong one set on top. Definitely a lot of work, he grumbled and let go of the runes, the wards vanishing from his sight. Of course he had been the only one who saw the wards. It wouldn't have been good if anyone had seen him looking at them after all. For all the others they had still been as invisible as they were for him again now. Library, he decided after he shrunk his staff and put it away. The book about the wards should still be there. And if the charm has lasted, it should still have all the wards in it that have been added over time. He entered the castle without meeting anyone and returned to the library, not that he had entered it until now. He had just told Hermione and Ron that he would be there some time ago. There he sat down and started on his homework as if he had never left in the first place. No one had missed him. There was an advantage when he told his two best friends that he would go to the library to study. Hermione would not disturb him because she was happy that he would take time to study, and Ron would not come near him because he was studying. So no one had noticed when Harry Potter had gone missing for 3 hours before returning to the castle proper. First, Harry took the time to write down a rough draft for his homework in potions. He didn't even look in his books to do it because he definitely didn't need any books to do superb work in potions. When he had finished writing his rough draft 10 minutes later, he decided that it would be enough to convince everyone that he had been working hard in the library, and he then turned his attention to the things he really needed to have a look at. Well, now to the wards, Harry said to himself. He stood up and searched the library for the book he needed. Normally it was kept in the restricted section of the library. He simply entered as if there were no wards to keep anyone out, but to his dismay someone was borrowing it. He sighed. He knew that whoever was borrowing the book would not be able to read it, but he did not feel comfortable with the knowledge that someone else had it. There was a reason why it was in the restricted section after all. Of course, there also was a reason why it had been in the library. It had to be easily accessible for the teachers and the headmaster of the school, in any case, and if it was truly needed to change something about the wards, the book would no longer appear to be written in a foreign tongue for whoever needed it. But as long as Hogwarts did not feel like it was needed to add defenses, she normally hid the book away. That someone had found it, and not after searching for aid about the school wards but simply by looking, was troubling because it showed Harry how far the wrongly placed wards were affecting the school. Definitely not good, Harry concluded. I have to do something about the wards, and soon. There was just one problem. Harry guessed that a soul piece of riddle was hidden under the wards, within the school itself to be exactly. I'm not sure if I should even dare to change something about this catastrophe of wards while the Horcrux still is within its parameters, Harry thought darkly. If the wards just needed strengthening it could have been done, but to bring down wards while something foul like a Horcrux was near it. Maybe we should start with finding the soul piece. Harry frowned. If I just knew what wards we're dealing with here. But he didn't. At least, he couldn't be completely sure until he found that book. This conclusion left him with only one option. I'll have to search for it everywhere in school, he said to himself. Meanwhile, he would have to continue with his other plans and pray that he found the book as soon as possible. I'll also have to open the wards for Reg, he thought to himself. But he needed the book about wards first to do so. He had an incredibly good memory, but he'd still like to check some facts before he played with the wards of Hogwarts. Who knew what wards the headmasters had added over time? Harry was sure he could find out without the book, but he also knew that it would be a lot easier with it. And there was also another matter to consider. Harry had gotten an answer to the letter he had written to his old friend. It read, "My dear old friend, I know you don't want to give up revenge. And I understand that he has hurt you even more with his actions than he ever has me. I will not stop you. I just ask you to be careful. There are people who would never forgive you if you put yourself in danger. If you need my aid, tell me. I might be dying, but I have one last act to play in this game. Just tell me when and I will be there. Your old friend, me." Harry read it once, and then he snorted. One last act to play. So Harry's uncle had decided to aid Harry in his revenge even if he thought Harry shouldn't do it. Well, Harry could live with that. He was just glad that his uncle didn't try to stop him anymore. If the old man wanted to shock the old goat before he died, Harry could not even contradict his uncle if he planned to do it. The old man had all the right within the world to deal the final blow to the old goat. Well, Harry would not stop him. He wrote down his answer and then wrote another letter on a different piece of parchment. After that, he had waited until Winky had popped in and taken the letters, and then returned to what he had been doing before. So back to the search for my book, he thought. Well, there aren't a lot of people in the castle that would be interested in it. It's in ruins after all. The best way to find it would be to lay out bait and let them come to me. And Harry knew how to do that just fine. Harry returned to the Gryffindor Tower just half an hour later. In the last half hour he had written down another rough draft, this one for his charms essay, and then put away his books before he had left the library. That evening he played chess with Ron and lost spectacularly. Harry wasn't sure if it was because he kept getting distracted by his thoughts or if it was because he always had been abysmal in chess. It was startling. He could lead armies to victory against a foe 3 times as big, but if he was given a chess set he was lost. Well, at least no one has to wonder why I can suddenly play chess, Harry thought, snorting after he had been beaten the 3rd time in a row. I couldn't even play chess if my life depended on it. At 10 o'clock he finally gave up and vanished up the stairs into the boys' dorms. There he lay down to sleep for a while at least. Tom Marvolo Riddle, better known as Lord Voldemort by civilians, or the Dark Lord by his supporters, was not happy. Something had changed. Something very important had changed. But he couldn't put his finger on the problem. Earlier that summer, Lucius Malfoy had been like he had remembered him, firmly behind Voldemort's ideals and used to getting his way with everyone but his master. Well, at least as behind Voldemort's political point of view as Lucius Malfoy would ever be. Voldemort, after all, was not a fool. He knew that the man had twisted the truth after Voldemort had lost his body to a 15-month-old child. The man had lied, bribed, and had put pressure on all he couldn't deceive, and all that to stay out of prison and to keep his name clean of the stain of being a Death Eater. Of course, Lucius Malfoy had always been a man without backbone, so Voldemort had not been surprised that the man had not started to search for him after he vanished, or that the man had renounced him. When Voldemort had returned at the beginning of last summer, Lucius Malfoy had also returned. The man had still been the same. He had bribed the minister and other people, he had lied, and he had pressured those who did not see it his way. And Voldemort had taken him back because even if the man wasn't truly loyal to him, he was definitely loyal enough to the cause, at least until he thought that he was on the losing side. But if it really came to that one day, Voldemort would find a way to overcome it. Or so he had thought. But now something had changed. The money Lucius had always thrown out as if there was no end to it had stopped leaving the vault of the man. The B.O.N.D. was still working closely with the minister, but he had stopped using his name to get what he wanted to have. And then there was the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot had met a day ago, and instead of voting for the harder creature laws instantly, Lucius Malfoy had asked for time to look them over. Looking over laws before passing them was nothing new for a member of the Wizengamot, but Lucius Malfoy looking over a law he would have passed with glee just a few weeks ago. Something was definitely wrong with Lucius Malfoy. In that moment Lucius Malfoy entered the room, in his hands a long letter. Lucius stopped when he saw the snake-faced man and bowed to him. "My lord," he said. "Lucius," Voldemort answered, scrutinizing the man. "What are you doing?" "I have to send a letter, my lord," the noble man answered. "A letter? A Wizengamot matter? I need consult an acquaintance of mine for the new law." Voldemort raised a non-existent eyebrow. "And why does the Lord Malfoy have to consult someone for a law he would have passed without a thought just a mere 2 weeks ago?" he asked the noble man. If Voldemort had not watched Lucius closely, he wouldn't have noticed the man wincing when Voldemort called him Lord Malfoy. Voldemort inwardly frowned. Why would Lucius wince when being called what he had been known as for years? What had changed? "My lord." Lord Voldemort looked up again to look at Lucius. The man gulped but spoke on. May I be excused? Voldemort again scrutinized the man. Of course, he finally said, preening inwardly when Lucius winced again after hearing the slight note of Parseltongue in Voldemort's voice. Yes, something was different with Lucius. In a lot of things the man was still the same, but in some things, Voldemort had to watch him closely. Mad-Eye Moody was stalking the school. He had been following Potter for the last few weeks, not constantly, but every time he had found time to do so. And some things had been odd. Like the lad talking to Sirius Black and calling him a stupid Gryffindor, or his behavior towards the Malfoy heir and Snape. Something strange was going on. Alistair. Mad-Eye stopped mid-step when he heard the voice of Albus Dumbledore. Albus, he greeted. Alistair, how are you, my friend? I'm fine, Mad-Eye answered, inwardly rolling his eyes. He was no man for idle chit-chat. The headmaster just smiled, and invited Mad-Eye to join him in his office. The conversation started just after the office door was closed and they were sure to take caution against being overheard. Have you been following Harry, Alistair? Albus finally asked. Mad-Eye Moody just grunted. I have, he said. But I never knew the lad before this summer. I'm definitely not someone who's able to judge if he is different than before. I know, my friend. Mad-Eye always suspected that he was called my friend, because Albus constantly slipped and had to change his beloved, my boy, to something less insulting. But I also know that you were a superb Auror. You would notice if something is truly wrong with Harry. Possession, for example. I did not see any sign of possession, Albus, Mad-Eye answered sincerely. But then he stopped. He wasn't sure what to tell Albus. The headmaster had been right. The boy somehow was different than all the other teens he had met until now. But, Albus prodded. But, there is something strange about the boy, Mad-Eye finally answered, hesitating. Albus frowned. Strange, he repeated. Could you elaborate, my friend? Yep, definitely a changed version of my boy. I'm not exactly sure about what I saw, Alistair said, sighing. It's just that he isn't interacting with others like I thought he would after I heard your description of him, Albus. I don't think I understand. Mad-Eye sighed again. You described a typical Gryffindor. Rash, impulsive, reckless and rude. The boy I met isn't like that, he answered while rubbing his forehead. Albus frowned. What do you mean, he isn't like that? Mad-Eye snorted. The boy you described to me is a typical teenage boy. Well, a typical Gryffindor teenage boy. The boy, no, the man I met is a responsible adult, maybe even a Slytherin adult. So Voldemort is taking over. There are no signs of possession, Albus. Mad-Eye replied heatedly. If there were I wouldn't be as worried as I am. There is something different about that boy, something that you should have seen but didn't until now. So the question is if it always has been like that and you just never saw this oddity in the boy, or if something happened over the summer to change the boy to what he is now. Harry wouldn't change like that. I know the boy. He has always been a sweet, caring. Albus. Mad-Eye interrupted. The boy still cares about others. That isn't the problem. The problem is that. So if we do something now we are still able to stop Voldemort's influence, Albus concluded. Albus. I told you he isn't pos. I will talk to his friends. They will know how far he has gone. Maybe there is still time to help the poor child, Albus said, sighing without even listening to Mad-Eye. Mad-Eye fumed. He knew Albus could be a stubborn old fool, but he is not possessed. Albus. I will take care of the problem. Thank you, Alistair, Albus said. Mad-Eye just stared at the old man in front of him. Then he turned and left. Albus might believe he had found the problem, but Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody knew he hadn't. And Mad-Eye would not leave this be until he found an answer he was satisfied with. An imposter, maybe, he murmured when left Albus' office. That was a thought worth looking into. It was the middle of the night when Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort, woke. He had dreamed again. The corridor of the Department of Mysteries. The prophecy. And the urge to get it. The urge was getting stronger. Something was pushing him to go after the prophecy. Something was filling him with dread and the fear that someone else would remove the prophecy if he waited too long. If Voldemort hadn't known better, He would have guessed that someone was aiding the fear in his dreams, that someone was trying to manipulate him. But Voldemort was an exceptionally good Occlumens, and there was no way that someone had penetrated his shields. Still, after Voldemort had calmed down his breathing, he slipped into his mind and searched it for intruders. Nothing. His mind was still his own. It was just like it had always been. Just a dream, he said to himself. Just a dream. But he would change his plans, just in case. Maybe I should break my loyal ones out of Azkaban a little faster than originally planned, he thought. Just in case someone entered my mind and knows of my plans. And he would strengthen his occlumency shields. He had to feel safe in his own mind, after all. And with those thoughts he left his mind, blind to the softly glowing rune in the shadows of his subconscious, a rune that was definitely not part of his mind. A rune that just a true rune master maybe would have been able to see and to understand, but most likely even a rune master would have reached his limits with a rune like that. A rune, bonded to a fully working, complex rune circle. A rune that Voldemort had had in his mind since the Potters had escaped his clutches for the first time. Voldemort never noticed. But that was not a surprise at all. Voldemort was much, but he never had learned enough runes to call himself a master. It was dark outside, and even the most daring students had returned to their beds at this late hour. It was 3 in the morning, and even the teachers had given up patrolling the corridors. Harry didn't care about sleeping. He had woken just a few minutes ago from the trance he had slipped into after going to bed and had left the dorms not a minute later. He had some things to do tonight, and he would not hesitate to do them. Harry did not have his invisibility cloak with him, and the Marauder's map was also staying in his trunk. He did not need either to do what he was about to do. When Harry left Gryffindor Tower, he turned left until he reached a wall just a few meters away. There a tiny snake engraving could be seen, something the normal student or teacher would simply overlook, as there were many strange things in the castle, and a snake engraving was definitely nothing foreign. Harry smiled at the snake, and then hissed, "In the name of Salazar Slytherin, open." Nothing changed, but Harry simply reached out with his hand. His hand slid through the wall as if it was not there at all. Harry smiled and stepped through. The corridor behind it was narrow and dirty. It was embedded in the walls and might once have been a corridor for the servants. Now it was a secret passage to another part of the castle. Harry followed the corridor. Sometimes he had to take turns, sometimes other corridors crossed his path, but finally, after slipping down multiple flights of stairs, he reached another wall. There he simply laid his hand on the wall before him and pushed. The wall opened instantly, revealing a huge chamber, lined with stone serpents. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry scrutinized the chamber. The corpse of the basilisk was still rotting on the floor. I'll have to do something about this, Harry thought, deciding to cast a preservation charm on it before turning to the other side of the hall. There he opened another secret passage at the foot of one of the snakes *****, and stepped through into another tunnel. He followed the tunnel and finally ended up in a cave near Hogsmeade. The cave itself was secured with a silver door. Harry opened the door and waited as a black cat slunk into the cave swiftly. Then he turned and returned to the Chamber of Secrets. The cat followed him silently. When they finally arrived in the chamber, Harry closed the door to the secret passage again and turned to the cat. "You'll have to aid me, Reg," Harry said, and the black cat in front of him turned into a human, Regulus Black, Sirius Black's little brother. "I have been aiding you for years, Sal," he said. Harry corrected. Regulus inclined his head. Harry. One moment, there was silence between them, but then Regulus spoke again. "So, what are you planning, Harry?" "I need to look at the wards again after I find the book detailing them, and I need you to find what we are looking for," Harry answered. Regulus raised an eyebrow. "Do you plan on changing the wards?" he asked. "I do," Harry answered the positive. "But there are things to do first." Reg frowned. "I thought it would aid us if you worked on the wards," he said. Harry shrugged. "I won't risk it without knowing what they are," he answered. "And I'm not sure if I would risk it if I knew. I looked at the wards, and I'm not sure if I truly want a soul piece of a Dark Lord in the school when I work with them. I fear the soul might be able to interfere if I did." Reg frowned again. So how do you plan on finding the soul piece? By searching, Harry answered. We will start in the chamber tonight. Why? Because Riddle is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, Harry answered. And he was able to access the main chamber. Oh, Reg said. How do we access the chamber? We are already in the chamber, Harry answered laughing. We do not need to access it. Reg's eyes widened comically. But, how? Harry grinned and shrugged. I am a Malfoy. I always find a way, he answered grinning. And now let's start searching. They found nothing in the chamber that night. The next few nights they continued their search in the dungeons. They searched the entire night. At first Harry was able to cover his lack of sleep. He had gone without sleep for days before. But at the beginning of the week after, his lack of sleep started to show. That Friday night, Harry had finally decided that they wouldn't find out where the Horcrux was hidden by simply searching the castle. Oh, he was reasonably sure that they would find the Horcrux eventually, but he also was reasonably sure that it would take decades to be even close to finding it without aid. They needed something else to aid them in their search. So instead of searching, Harry sat down that night and started to develop a ward to aid them with their task. Developing a ward was a hideous, complicated and nerve-wracking task. His ward needed to be tuned to the wards that had been previously placed around the castle for protection, but Harry did not know all of the wards that were in place. So developing a ward was nearly impossible and absolutely frustrating. What are you doing? Hermione asked, and before Harry could stop her she had taken his parchment to look it over. Maybe he shouldn't have taken it out in the Gryffindor common room to work on it, but Harry was so tired that he had not even thought about where he was before he started to work again on his problem. Oh, he was so tired. He needed to sleep but he couldn't. Not until he finally had a clue about the whereabouts of the Horcrux. So instead of thinking of a possible explanation to why his parchment was filled with odd equations and symbols he just stared dumbly at Hermione while she looked over his work. Harry, what are you doing? She asked him. Her voice trembled and she looked at him oddly. He definitely needed sleep. This. She waved with his work in front of his nose. What is this? I'm sure that this is definitely nothing for school, so what are you doing? He stuttered while trying to find a suitable explanation. Oh, he was so tired. No, not school related, he finally said, slurring slightly. Just something I decided to try out after reading about it in the library. Harry, this looks like arithmancy to me. Why would you look at an arithmancy book in the library? It was lying around and it looked interesting, Harry replied, waving her question away with his hand. It's definitely more complicated than it looks like. Of course it is, Hermione said snorting. There is a reason why arithmancy is a class. And whatever book you found definitely wasn't a beginner's book. There are too many variables to even try to get a conclusion. And what are these symbols? Did you make them up? Harry looked again at his parchment in her hands to the place where her index finger pointed. She was pointing at the Parseltongue runes he had used for his ward, or at least the Parseltongue runes he had been able to calculate where to put. He had still some runes in his head he was sure he needed for the ward to work, but was unable to place them because he did not have enough data to do so. He definitely needed the self-updating book on the school wards. Harry, Hermione said in that moment, looking at him concerned. Are you all right? Yeah, just tired, you know. Harry answered while he tried to shake away his exhaustion. So, what are these? She pointed again at the Parseltongue runes. Runes, he said sincerely, too tired to make something up. Hermione snorted. Those aren't runes, Harry, she said and then shook her head. You know what? If you really want to learn runes and arithmancy, just ask me. We're friends. If you're interested in something like that, say so and I will teach you. Just don't try to do it on your own. Arithmancy can be dangerous for those who don't know what they're doing. Think about it. You could create a new curse with arithmancy and no one could help you because no one would know how to treat that curse you created by doing something half-assed. Harry just stared blankly at the lecturing girl in front of him. Then Hermione turned to the fire. Let's throw away that try and start at the beginning, she suggested and her hand extended to the flames, parchment in it. No. This definitely had woken Harry up again. He leapt out of his seat and snatched the parchment from her grip before she could feed it to the flickering flames. She stared at him with huge eyes, definitely not sure what to make of his reaction. Harry pressed the parchment to his chest. Then his actions caught up to him and he blushed. He, of course, knew that she had wanted to destroy more than 48 hours worth of hard work, but Hermione didn't know that. For her, the majority of it was unsolvable equations and some scribbles. She had no idea that the thing she had in her hand was an unfinished ward, and it would at least take another year of studying for her to recognize the importance of his parchment, and at least another 10 years until she understood the rudimentary principles of what he was trying to do. There was, after all, a reason why there weren't a lot of warders in the wizarding world. I don't want you destroy it. Even if it is rubbish. It was my first try, he explained to Hermione with red cheeks. She frowned. Harry, she finally said slowly. Whatever you did, it could be dangerous. Arithmancy is not just equations and calculations. It's magic. And Professor Vector said it could end horribly if done wrong. If I promise not to work on it anymore, would it be all right to keep it? Harry asked, sighing. Hermione hesitated. Then she also sighed. All right. Keep this rubbish. But at least let me explain how it's normally done. And with that, she hurried off to her dorm to find her third-year arithmancy textbook. Harry sighed silently. He was sure that Hermione would lecture him for a few hours until she was satisfied. It seems like I'll have to take a break after all, he mused. If he just could use that break to sleep, not waste precious time listening to Hermione's pointless jabbering. At that moment, Hermione returned with her book and Harry resigned himself to learn what he already knew. The next time I see her doing something wrong, I'll do the same to her, he thought grudgingly. Maybe then she'd finally understand how others felt when she started to lecture them, like an idiot. Not that Harry actually felt like an idiot. He simply felt as if Hermione thought him an idiot. After all, when he truly started to be, suddenly, interested in arithmancy, why did she assume that he didn't start at the beginning? Even a dunderhead should know that you had to crawl before you could walk. But that was Hermione. She was simply blind to how she treated the other students around her the most of the time. So when she returned, Harry set aside his work and concentrated on her improper lesson. He would get her for this. Even if he died trying. And maybe, if he hadn't been so tired, he would have seen someone copying his work and stowing the copy away. Then the unequal, suspicious eyes returned to the lecture Harry was being given, assessing the boy who was listening to his female friend closely. There was definitely something strange going on with Harry Potter. Bill Weasley was finally having his lunch break. The day had been strenuous. They had broken down the wards of a dozen vaults, and had then started to ward those vaults again. This was a security measure of Gringotts. Every 6 or 7 months the wards on the vaults were changed. Sometimes they just added to the existing wards, sometimes the goblins moved the contents of the vault to a temporary vault and broke down all the wards, just to ward the vaults again with a different sort of warding. At least these constant changes made it extremely difficult for a thief to get into the vaults. But it was strenuous to break down wards, especially the strong wards of the goblin enchanters. Well, Bill had chosen his job, so he definitely couldn't complain. You've got lunch break, lad? A voice suddenly asked, and Bill turned from his meager meal in the leaky cauldron to look at the man who spoke to him. Moody, he greeted. What brings you here? Bill knew that the paranoid XOR definitely wouldn't have started a conversation with him if he didn't need anything or didn't want to tell Bill anything. I have something you should take a look at, Moody said. I want to know what you think of it. Bill frowned but gestured for Moody to show him. The XOR took out a rumpled-looking parchment and laid it down on the table. Tell me what you see, the paranoid man demanded. I know that those calculations aren't random, but I never took arithmancy beyond 5th year. Bill turned the paper to look it over. At first the scribbles on one side of the paper looked like doodling, but when Bill assessed the calculations on the parchment he soon suspected them to be something more. That's a ward, he finally said, a bit surprised by his answer. He hadn't been sure what he was looking at until he had said it aloud. A ward, Moody repeated, looking it over again. Bill nodded and pointed to the scribbles. These are runes. I don't know the alphabet, but I know that they have to be runes. The calculations are their placement in the unfinished ward. What will the ward do if it is applied somewhere? Moody looked at the parchment with an odd look in his eyes. Bill frowned and looked again at the calculations. He couldn't read the runes, so he was unable to determine what they stood for. To guess the use of an unfinished wards with just the calculations and without runes he could understand was difficult. I'm not quite sure, he finally answered. I can't read the runes, so it's hard to guess what the ward is for. So, the ward could be used to harm someone. Moody definitely sounded troubled when he asked that. Bill blinked and looked again at the calculations. No, he said earnestly. There is no way that this ward could be harmful. I thought that you couldn't determine the purpose of this ward, Moody instigated clarification. I can't, Bill answered, shrugging. I would need the knowledge of the language used and the runes, meaning to be sure what the ward will do. But the calculations give me an educated guess about what it might be used for. How can some equations give you a guess like that? Simple. There are some equations written down here that calculate the placement of shield runes. I don't know which shield runes are calculated, but I do know that shield runes are calculated, and shield runes can't be used for dark purposes. So, no harming, maiming or killing? Moody asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. No harming, maiming or killing, Bill answered. If I had to guess, I would think that the ward is a detector of some kind. The ward's not ready, so it's a wild guess, but the beginnings of a kind of harm, torture or dark detector can be read out of this calculation. Bill pointed at one of the calculations with a lot of variables. Whoever wrote and calculated the ward will still need a lot of data until he can even think about applying the ward somewhere. Moody looked down at the parchment. If I told you the writer of this parchment is at Hogwarts, would that change your interpretation of the wards? He finally asked Bill. Bill just shook his head. Wherever the ward is applied, it cannot be used for anything but either shielding people from forms of darkness or detecting darkness. There is nothing else you can do with these calculations, even if you added another dozen to the ones you have here. So it's a simple shield or detection ward? Moody asked. As an Auror, he had sometimes seen simple wards in both categories, but he had never thought that it would take so much calculation to set them up. No, Bill answered sincerely. The ward might be a shield or detection ward, but it's definitely not simple. This, Bill tapped the parchment with his index finger to empathize his words, is one of the most complex wards I have seen until today. It's easily on a par with the goblin wards for their clan leaders' vaults. It's very specialized, and this specialization is what makes it so complicated. Specialized? In what way? Bill shrugged. I couldn't say, he answered. I would have to be able to read the runes to tell you. Is there anything else you can tell? Bill shrugged. Not much. Whoever wrote the ward knows exactly what he or she is doing. The calculations are precise and to the point. Most beginners have a lot of runes in their runic circles or rune chains that aren't needed. That won't change without time and practice. These rune chains, Bill pointed at the foreign runes, are precise and to the point. Whoever did the arithmancy has definitely done some other wards before. And I am not talking about simple wards but wards like Gringotts, the Ministry or perhaps even Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Bill shrugged. I never returned to Hogwarts after I graduated and finished my apprenticeship in curse breaking, so I've never seen the wards of Hogwarts as a trained curse breaker. Because of that I can't tell, he answered sincerely. But they have to be on a par with the Ministry at least. There's a reason, after all, why Hogwarts is known as the most secure place in the British wizarding world. Moody nodded and took back the parchment. Shield wards or detection wards? What is the imposter playing at? Moody wondered silently. It was definitely not what he had thought before. Thank you, he said to Bill and left. Moody would wonder the rest of the day about Harry Potter, or, rather, the person that was pretending to be the boy. Arthur Weasley stared at the letter he'd received this morning. He had been reading it all day, not really sure what to do with it. I'm home, resounded the voice of his eldest son. Bill was working on a project in Britain and had returned to the Burrow for the time being. And he wasn't the only one. Charlie had also returned. He was on vacation for a month, taking the time to see his family again. Anybody home? I'm in the kitchen, Arthur answered, still fiddling with the letter. What should he do? Hey, Dad. Bill greeted while entering the kitchen. Hello, Bill, Arthur answered absent-mindedly. Dad, you okay? Bill stopped when his father did not greet him like he did normally. Huh, yes, everything's fine, Arthur answered, still staring at the letter. You don't sound like everything's fine, Bill said warily. As an answer, Arthur sighed. I got a letter today, he finally answered. I'm not sure how to respond to it. Can you show me? If it was something from his work, there might be a restriction on it, and people who did not work in the ministry or even on this particular case might not be allowed to see it or even know about it. Arthur tossed his son the letter. It's also addressed to you and Charlie, he said. So of course you can look at it. Bill took the letter and looked at it. SS's. To the head of the House Weasley, his heir and his second-born son. Children of the House of Weasley, you have lived in honor of your ancestors. You have lived bravely, you have lived true to your ideals. You have followed the way of your ancestors. I declare you children of a beloved daughter of my house. As such, I will cherish you and aid you in your time of need. You are granted entrance in my family. Children of the extinguished House of Pruitt, your members have proven to have the courage to live their lives slyly, and they have proven to have the courage to stand by their allies. I declare you children of a beloved minor son of my house. As such, I will redeem your claim and return you to your rightful place. You are subjects to my house, and I will take you in as mine. I invite you back in my family. Answer my call, descendants of my house, and return to your rightful place. Hold on, I will take you home this Saturday at midnight. I swear on my soul and magic you will be safe until you return. The head of the family. SS's. A summoning? Bill asked, astonished. He had heard about summonings before. Normally something like that just occurred in major houses. The Weasleys had no power, and as such, were not very interesting allies. But the letter wasn't about allies. It was about family. So it definitely couldn't be a simple summoning. Bill knew just one occasion that would grant the Weasley family a summoning. A grand family, Bill said, still staring at the letter. Mum is the descendant of a minor son of a grand family. A grand family was a family with branch families. There was just one occasion when something like that happened. A younger son had to marry the female heir of another family. The younger son would give up his name, but his alliance would still be with his family. As such, a branch family is created and allied with the grand family and protected by it. An alliance with that couldn't be broken, and it would exist until the branch family renounced their grand family or until the connection was forgotten. Long ago, there had been numerous grand families, but the connections had been forgotten or renounced by so many, that now there weren't many grand families left. Bill knew of just a few. Fudge's family was one of them, the other one Dumbledore's. There was also a rumor about the Ollivander family and their connection to the Lovegoods, but the rumor had never been proven or renounced by either of the families. Nevertheless, grand families, while practical for the allied families, were seldom. Bill had heard about them because he was a part of Gringotts, and the alliance between Grand and Branch family was not just political but also financial, but Bill had never thought that his own family could belong to a grand family. And belonging to one was definitely a favor for lesser or minor houses. The grand family granted their subjects a small allowance and also aided them politically and in private. Even the most prominent and politically powerful houses would not turn down an invitation like that lightly. What should I do, Bill? Arthur asked his eldest. We should go, Bill answered instantly. We don't know the house that summoned us, and we won't be able to know until it is announced in the Wizengamot, but we can't turn down an invitation like that. Just the option of belonging to a grand family could aid us. I don't think Albus will like that, Arthur sighed. This time Bill pressed his lips together. He respected the headmaster. He really did. But, sometimes Bill resented the old man. Of course, the headmaster was wise and had seen a lot, but Bill could not forget that even if the headmaster had lived longer than them, he was still human. Bill had heard of a 200-year-old goblin being fired for disrespect after working on the accounts for over 100 years. If goblins that old were able to make mistakes like that, then the headmaster wasn't any better. And this was a family matter. Oh, Bill was sure that Albus Dumbledore would advise his father if he asked. Albus Dumbledore would tell them not to take the chance. After all, the family was unknown and would stay unknown until it announced itself before the Wizengamot. Until then, the Weasleys could just decide to join or to renounce the family because of the persons that would belong to the grand family. Albus Dumbledore would never let the head of the Weasley family take this risk. But Bill knew that the risk still could be worth it. And I don't think you should tell him, Dad, Bill said finally, challenging his father to not follow the lead of the leader of the light this time. This is a family matter. He does not need to know about this potential ally of ours. He has no right to even know. Bill knew he sounded a little bit anti-Dumbledore, but he hated how the meddling old man was trying to spur his family to his liking. And this time, he finally could voice his resentment without sounding as if he hated the man, because he definitely didn't. He respected him. He just couldn't stand his meddling ways. Silence was the answer. For a moment, Bill was nervous how his father would react, but when his father looked up, Bill was glad that he decided to tell him straight to his face that Dumbledore had no right to meddle in their affairs. You're right, Arthur said finally after another minute of silence. This is a family matter. Call your brother and tell him to be ready. We'll head out on Saturday. Bill smiled and left the room to do as he was told. He was really interested what family had decided to invite them in, and even if he wasn't allowed to know the name of the family until it announced it in front of the Wizengamot, they were still allowed to get to know the head of the house. Maybe, just maybe, Bill would be able to recognize him. The day after his improper lesson in arithmancy, Harry was tired and lacking concentration in class. He had stayed up late after his lesson to continue his work on the wards. That he had found out that someone had copied his parchment sometime yesterday evening did not lighten his mood at all. Harry had a spell on his parchments to show if it had been copied, and the parchment with his warding on it had definitely shown the signs. Harry just couldn't tell who had done it. At least it wasn't ready, he thought to himself. The warding scheme will still change enough that the copy won't be of any use to whoever has it. Still, it was worrisome. So instead of sleeping, he had worked further on the wards before hiding his parchment. This time it had better not be copied again. He had enough on his plate without adding further workload to his shoulders by inventing a complicated safety net to his ward scheme. But he added at least a simple one that night, before he finally fell into bed at 4:50 in the morning. When he woke up, he was still tired, but he got up like always and headed down to breakfast after doing some morning workouts. Of course, the original Harry never had been in the habit of doing anything like that, but Harry could not live without it. He had long ago started practicing his fencing before eating breakfast. So he left the tower, practiced in an unused classroom, returned, showered and woke Ron like always. They ate breakfast together with Hermione, and after that headed to Transfiguration. It was there the near disaster happened. He was sleep deprived and definitely couldn't think all too clearly that morning, so instead of struggling with the new spell like always, he simply did it, wordlessly. For a second he stared featherbrained at the completed spell, a full tea set with a checkered pattern, before his mind caught on and he hurriedly reversed the spell back to the raven it was before. Harry, did you just manage the spell immediately? Hermione said, looking at his raven with huge eyes. Harry wanted to groan. What? He asked instead and shook his head. I haven't even tried the spell yet. A pathetic lie, but he was definitely unable to make up another one. Hermione stared at him, calculating. Are you sure that your raven wasn't a tea set a moment ago? She asked him. No, I'm sure that it was a tea set a moment ago, Harry answered her sincerely. I merely told you that I didn't cast the spell. Hermione raised her eyebrow. But I saw you swishing your wand. She said. I did, Harry answered. I wanted to practice the movement again before I tried. But I swear to you, I never said the spell. Which was true, after all. So how? I don't know. I'm too tired to think about an explanation, Harry answered tiredly. Think up one for yourself. You're the wise one in our group after all. Hermione snorted, but her eyes suddenly looked concerned. Harry, are you all right? Hermione finally asked him hesitatingly. Yes, I am, Harry answered. You don't look like it. To tell the truth, Ever since a few days ago you look like death walked all over you, Hermione answered. And you don't act like you're alright. I've watched you since the beginning of the school year. Harry, something is amiss with you. I'm fine, Hermione, Harry answered. I'm just tired. Of course you are, Ron snorted. You've left the tower every night since Wednesday, and you come back just before the others wake up. Where do you go at night? What are you doing? Harry looked at his friend. He had not thought that his friend was so observant. Nothing, he finally answered tiredly. He was not up to lying at the moment. Ron just snorted. We're your best friends, Harry. Please, tell us, what in Merlin's name is bothering you? Hermione said. Nothing. I'm fine. You are not. Please. In that moment Professor McGonagall came by and they stopped talking. But that didn't mean his friends let it go. Instead they just waited until after class to pester him again. Harry, we're your friends, so please, tell us what's wrong. Hermione said. Nothing. Harry repeated. It's definitely not nothing. If you think so, Harry finally answered and stood up. I'm going to bed. I need to get some sleep or I'll fall asleep in detention today. And with that he left the room. Hermione stood nervously in front of the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. Next to her stood Ron. Both were looking at the gargoyle. Do you really think we should? Ron asked, hesitating. We have to, Hermione answered, straightening her back. There's no other option. We don't know if something is wrong. Dumbledore is one of the most powerful wizards alive. I'm sure he'd know if something is wrong. But, what if? We have to, Ron, or do you really want a repeat of our second year? She was talking about Ginny and the possession she had suffered that time. Ron shook his head frantically. All right, let's go, Hermione said and raised her hand to knock. Before she could even touch the gargoyle, it opened the way for them. Again Hermione and Ron exchanged a glance, and then they stepped on the stairs, which were gliding up to the headmaster's office much like a circular escalator. There, Hermione knocked on the door. Come in, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, the headmaster said, and the troubled teenagers entered. How may I help you today? Hermione looked at Ron. Ron looked at Hermione. It's Harry, Hermione finally said. He's behaving oddly. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Oddly, Miss Granger. Yes, sir, she answered. He's not behaving like he was last year. Explain, please, Miss Granger. Well, he suddenly knows things he never knew before, like potions. He should have had no way to learn to brew as perfectly as he suddenly does while at his aunt's, yet he suddenly knows more about potions than even I do, Hermione explained. He's also stopped telling us things. Sometimes he vanishes for hours and when he returns, he never tells us where he went. Yeah, Ron said. And he also started reading. And he's talking to the Slytherins. The Slytherins, Professor. That's not Harry. Harry would never talk to Slytherins like that. Hermione snorted. Maybe he's just grown up, Ron. She told him coolly. Maybe he finally realized that Slytherins are also just humans. Hermione. We're talking about Slytherins here. And not just any Slytherins, we're talking about Malfoy and his goons. That's not growing up. That's definitely something different. Ron answered her worried. Hermione opened her mouth to retort but then closed it again. Maybe you're right, she begrudgingly admitted. Maybe it's really odd. Albus Dumbledore said nothing, and waited for both of Harry's friends to speak their minds. He himself had held some concern about his pond since this summer. Somehow the boy seemed to be different than at the beginning of the summer. Of course there was the death of Cedric Diggory that Harry had witnessed, and also the fact that Harry was growing up, but still, Albus Dumbledore had thought he would be encountering an angry teen, not an independent, boyish adult. And then Mad-Eye Moody had come to him. Yes, thanks to his old friend, Albus Dumbledore was sure that Harry was slowly being taken over by Voldemort, that even his friends had noticed something odd was going on only supported his guess about the possession of Harry Potter. Of course, Albus Dumbledore had planned to talk to Harry's friends to confirm his theory. That they had come to him without being summoned told Albus how grave the situation had become. Well, I think the most troubling thing is that Harry suddenly does not tell us everything anymore, Hermione said in that moment. Yes, Ron said. Last night he left the dorm and where he went I don't know, he returned late in the morning. Normally he would have told us what he was doing tonight, but he didn't. He didn't even tell us that he left the dorm last night. He just acted as if nothing happened. And he is suddenly extremely formal with everyone. Hermione said, frowning. He called Malfoy Herr Malfoy when they met on the train. He's talking about Professor Snape instead of just Snape. And. Yes, Ron said. It's as if he suddenly swallowed a book on pure blood upbringing or something like that. He pulled a face while saying that. I don't even understand how he can stand to be so formal and civil with a Slytherin, especially Malfoy. Now Albus frowned. He knew about the rivalry between Harry and the Malfoy heir. He had not encouraged the rivalry, but he also had done nothing to stop it. He was content with the differences between the boys as it had stopped Harry from making friends with the children of Death Eaters and Voldemort's supporters. That they now were starting to be civil to each other was worrisome, especially when Albus also counted the different behavior the boy was displaying the rest of the time. And he never uses his textbooks anymore to do his homework, said Hermione. Well, he uses his textbook as long as we are near, but I have also seen him just writing down a whole essay on the Goblin Wars without even looking up the facts. Harry hates history. He never even tried to remember anything about it, and suddenly he writes an essay without even looking up the facts. And he suddenly learns potions like a fish to water. He didn't even look once at the instructions. Ron said. Yes, Hermione said. He even helped Neville. I could hear him teaching Neville about potions and potion ingredients. Some things he said even I didn't know. I looked them up and everything he said was correct, even if some of it was really obscure or largely unknown knowledge. Now Albus was definitely worried. Of course, he had been thinking along the lines of possession since Alastor Moody had told him his findings, but knowledge like that. Albus Dumbledore wasn't sure if Voldemort would truly aid Harry in his classes, even if he had possessed the boy. Of course, there were also other explanations to how Harry had come to know the knowledge he had, but even if Harry had found some time to read some of the books in Sirius Library in Grimmauld Place, that knowledge was nothing you could gain in such short amount of time, like some weeks or even a summer. So how? There was just one reason that could maybe explain the sudden knowledge Harry displayed. Voldemort was planning something. He was planning something and he needed Harry to know about these things to achieve his goal, because even if Harry was nothing more than a puppet to Voldemort at the moment, to give him knowledge like that could be fatal for Voldemort if Harry was freed. So there definitely had to be a reason why Harry suddenly gained that particular knowledge. Albus shuddered. Potions was one of the oldest branches of magic. It also was one of the most dangerous branches. That Voldemort had given Harry knowledge in this old and dangerous art definitely did not bode well for the future. Albus had to stop him. Whatever he planned, this time it definitely had to be stopped as fast as they could. Especially now, when Harry might still be saved. I thank you for sharing this with me. I will look into it, he finally promised the children and dismissed them afterwards. The children hesitated just a moment, but finally left and Albus Dumbledore turned to his fireplace, threw in some flow powder and flowed Severus Snape. Severus, I fear I need your help. Meanwhile, Harry entered Madame Umbridge's office for his detention. He was in a good mood. Earlier that day he had gotten an idea where the missing ward book he was searching could be. It had been by chance that he had overheard the ancient runes professor babbling about a book written in runic language that she couldn't translate. She even had gone as far as questioned the language used in the book. As if it isn't written in Brejoneg, she had told the uninterested Minerva McGonagall. Harry, on the other hand, had been very much interested in her conversation. If he was right, she had the book he was looking for. Now Harry just needed a way to get it, and getting it was definitely easier than searching for it. Because of that, Harry had been in a good mood, until Umbridge gave him a blood quill to use for his detention. And suddenly Harry was fuming. Normally a blood quill was used for very important contracts between wizards and other magical beings. This blood quill, instead, was being used by the professor for torture. An object like that used for something like torture would turn evil if used too often in that method. The once neutral blood quill had been turned into an evil arts object, an object that would show up in his results when the improper ward he planned was activated. Using it on a student. Harry fumed with rage thinking about other children who could have had detention with the new professor before him. If Harry had not already planned to take on the ministry, this would have been the final straw for him to do it. Well, start writing, Umbridge ordered impatiently, and Harry looked at her with storm-clouded eyes. Yes, ma'am, he hissed, his face displaying no emotions. Then he took the quill and set its wicked tip on the parchment. And suddenly he smirked evilly when a thought penetrated his rage. Time for a little more twisting, he thought to himself. Yes, this was definitely something the newspapers would be interested in. He just had to survive the detention tonight. And he somehow had to protocol her deeds. Harry twisted the quill in his hand. Something simple should do, he decided and started to write. Normally he would have planned the improper ritual he decided to do in advance. It was dangerous to create a ritual straight out of one's head. There were normally too many variables to do something like that without the proper calculations, but Harry had an advantage this time. He had created rituals like this since his childhood. For a small thing like that he had no trouble to calculate the placing of the runes without writing down the calculations. He had done rituals like that too often to even have to think about it too much. Runes carved itself in the back of his left hand. He turned the parchment, writing in a circle. Furtick and parcel runes mixed with Chinese characters and a few Egyptian hieroglyphs. Normally the circle he was drawing would have been used to heal. This time it was used to protect the blood quill user and to aim its wrath against the teacher who dared to hurt the users. Meanwhile he made sure that Umbridge still had not seen what he was doing. She was reading. Good. Harry finished the runic circle on his parchment, also carved in the back of his hand. He looked it over, to make sure that he had not forgotten something. Then he nodded and looked up again to see if Umbridge was still reading. She was. He activated the circle. Pain shot through his entire body, starting from the runic circle on his hand. Then his natural heritage started to play in the activated magic and disabled the darkness that clung to the blood quill. A sudden white glow surrounded the quill and Harry shielded it with his forearm so that the glow would not be seen by the professor. When the glow finally vanished again, the parchment was empty again and the runic circle on the back of Harry's hand had disappeared. Good, he muttered under his breath. Then he started to write again, this time the words he should have been writing from the start. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. Every single sentence carved the words deeper in the back of his hand. But instead of flowing blood, a soft golden light was emitted by the carvings of his hands. He smiled softly. The carving still hurt his hand, but he hadn't written the runic circle to stop the hurt. He had written it to stop the evil that was emitted from the quill and to document the victims. He had written it to aid in healing and to stop it from scaring. The hurt was nothing he would or could prevent. He had not dared to add a protection against it because he knew that the other children in school would be far too reckless with detention with the professor if the quill did not hurt, and he didn't want more victims than there already were. And I doubt that the ministry will stop her or even remove her because of a blood quill, Harry thought bitterly. No, he had to wait until he himself would have the power to remove her. Until then, the children had to persevere. Because Dumbledore will do nothing, Harry thought angrily. He would not dare to do anything, even if it would be in his rights to do so. He is more interested with his standing in the ministry than doing his job. Of course, Albus Dumbledore had lost his place as the Supreme Mugwump in the International Confederation of Wizards and some of his other very impressive titles, but he still was a political power to reckon with. He would not dare to lose his position at Hogwarts as well just to stop some rowdy children getting hurt. Harry had seen him do nothing before. He knew that Albus Dumbledore was not yet inclined to show his hand. And I also can't tip my hand until I'm ready, Harry thought to himself. But even if he couldn't, he had other ways to ensure the safety of his comrades. And so he scribbled on and on until he finally was allowed to stop. He stood up, packed his things and left after showing her his hand for inspection. She was looking at it satisfied, unable to see the golden glow Harry could see in the carvings. He smiled inwardly and left. Outside a little black cat was waiting for him. Hello, Reg, he greeted the cat smiling. Shouldn't you be in the dungeons or the chamber? This part of the castle is in the firm hands of the headmaster after all. Reg meowed. I'm still not sure if the castle has wards to tell the headmaster if there is an animagus in this part of the castle, you know. I still have to see the ward book to be sure what wards we are dealing with, after all. Reg meowed again, his eyes following the blood dropping from Harry's hand on the ground. Don't worry, Harry said. It's nothing grave. I just had to use a ritual to stop the blood quill from taking the blood of the writer. Wanna bet how long it takes her to collapse from blood loss? Reg meowed again. This time, however, it sounded more like a snort. Harry grinned. I thought it would be the right thing to do, he said. After all, she's the one who wants to use the evil arts. I cannot stop her using it until I have control, but I sure can stop her from using others as her victims. The silky black cat snorted again. Well, let's go to bed, Harry said. We can deal with the rest tomorrow. Or so he thought. Instead, he was asked to go to the headmaster the next day. Harry just followed Minerva McGonagall to the headmaster office without protest. There, behind his desk like always, was sitting the almighty Albus Dumbledore, waiting for him. Harry, my boy, almighty Albus greeted. Sit down, child. Lemo. Drop. No, thank you, sir, Harry answered while he sat down in front of the desk. Well, how are you, my boy? The headmaster asked, and Harry could feel the tentacles of legilimency penetrating his mind and searching through the memories of his last days. Harry let him be. He knew that the headmaster would not find anything important in his head. Then an idea formed in his head, and instead of letting the headmaster roam his memories as the headmaster saw fit, Harry softly guided him to the detention he had had yesterday. I am well, headmaster, he answered instead. That's good, my boy, the headmaster said while looking at the memory of Harry's detention with umbrage. Almighty Albus. Search glided over the ritual Harry had performed at the detention as if he was unable to see it. And he somehow really was unable to see it, and sat on the writing with a blood quill. Harry just smiled inwardly. He loved his occlumency shields. But when the professor turned from the memory with the blood quill to the next one, Harry frowned. So the professor really did not intend to do anything about his defense instructor using an object like that, an object that definitely would fall under the evil arts by its use to torture. Why am I here, sir? Harry finally asked when the almighty Albus did not continue speaking. You're here because I think you should be taught occlumency, the professor answered kindly. Occlumency, sir, Harry said, playing the innocent 15-year-old who he definitely wasn't. The art of protecting your mind from legilimency. Legilimency is the art to, well, read, a mind, Harry. Voldemort is a very adept legilimens and you might end up in trouble should you not learn to protect your mind from him, the almighty Albus answered. Why? You don't want to give him an advantage in battle, do you, Harry? Harry shook his head the negative. Then it's settled. Professor Snape will start teaching you on Monday. Snape. Why Snape? Can't you do it, sir? Of course Harry had no real interest in being taught occlumency by the almighty Albus Dumbledore, but he also knew that the original Harry would have wanted it. Professor Snape is a very adept teacher, Harry, Dumbledore answered. I am sure you will get along with him if you just try. He hates me, Professor, Harry answered sincerely. He was sure that Snape hated him even more, now that he had shown his ability in potions. Still, Harry somehow liked to rile up the potion master for fun. He was sure that he would have plenty of fun doing so in his occlumency lessons. As if he needed any at all. I am sure you're exaggerating, the headmaster said. And now run along. I am sure your friends are missing you terribly. Harry just snorted, but stood up to leave. He was sure that the almighty Albus was right in one thing at least. His friends would be missing him. He had not hung out with them as often as the original Harry normally did. The problem wasn't that he didn't like either of them. The problem was that he could and would not trust them. Ron was of the jealous kind. He had shown the original Harry more than once that he could not be trusted. Hermione, instead, was of the adult admiring kind. She also had gone behind the original Harry's back. Of course she had done it because she was friends with Harry, but Harry could not trust her to refrain from doing it again if she thought it was necessary. If she has not done so already, Harry thought. There has to be a reason why I suddenly have to learn occlumency. For a moment he contemplated if he should protest another time, but then he left without another word. It wasn't worth it. He had nothing to fear from these lessons and maybe he would even learn something new. Who knew? Alistair. Mad Eye. Moody entered the headmaster office through a side door after the boy had left. He's not possessed, Albus, he said softly. The occlumency lessons won't help the lad in any way. The headmaster just sighed. I know your theories, Alistair, he said. But you have too. The boy is not possessed, Albus. Moody hissed, not caring that he interrupted the other man. I don't know where the true Harry Potter is, but the boy you met today isn't Harry Potter. He's an imposter. Alistair, my friend, there is no way that the boy could have been kidnapped in the summer. He was protected the whole time. The whole time except when the Dementors came to Privet Drive. He could have switched himself with the child that day. Harry showed his memories in the courtroom. He couldn't have faked them. Maybe he took the memories from the true boy and inserted them in his mind until he could show them in the court. I was in his head just a few minutes ago. If he's a true occlumens he could have faked everything you saw. He doesn't have a flask for polyjuice potion and he doesn't drink regularly enough to. There are other ways, not just polyjuice. Not for most wizards. Then the imposer is not like most wizards, Albus. You are paranoid, my friend. Albus said heatedly. Normally he would never say something like that but he had enough. Moody had bugged him with his conspiracy theories for the whole last week. He'd had enough. Moody stared at him with cold eyes. Fine, he finally huffed. Fine. Be that way. But don't come apologizing to me after you realize that I'm right. Sometimes the answer to a problem is simple, my friend. And sometimes it's complex. I'm telling you, Albus, something is wrong with that boy. And I will find out exactly what. You, my friend, might not believe me but I know that I'm right, and I will find out what happened to the real boy, even if it's the last thing I ever do. And with that Moody turned and left. The start of the new school was a little bit rougher than Salvajahar had anticipated. The first hurdle they had to cross was just 2 weeks before the students would come. They had decided that the students should gather at Grim Manor and that one of them would then come to bring them to the castle. It was a week before one of them had to leave to Grim Manor, when Sal one day entered the Great Hall and saw that the other founders had gathered in front of the teacher's table, talking with each other heatedly. Did something happen? Sal asked them when he saw their nervous faces. Rowena grimaced. We won't have enough servants to help us maintaining the castle and the students, Peverell said. Even if we relocate every servant of Grim Manor to the castle it still won't be enough. Yes, and there is no way that the children can help us in the kitchen like we did it before now, Rowena added. Their schedule has changed too much to do it and there are too many mouths to feed to manage the cooking even with their help. And I told you we simply should add some house elves to the castle. Helga said, frowning at her sister-in-law. It would be the easiest way to gain servants without relocating the ones of Grim Manor. Do you know how expensive it will be to buy enough house elves for the castle? Peverell said, frowning at his wife. We don't have enough money to buy that much and we definitely don't have enough people to bind them to them. It wouldn't do them any good if we bought them just for them to starve because of the lack of magic they are able to access. Sal frowned when he heard those words. Starve. I fear I don't understand. Peverell blinked and turned to Sal. You never had a house elf, growing up? He asked astonished. Sal shook his head. Should I have had one? Well, it's normal, Rowena said. Since the Romans brought them with them to Britain, it's normal for a lord to have at least one house elf. And why not? They are useful creatures and they need another magical being to bind themselves to so that they are able to fully control their own magic. If they don't have a binding they will slowly go crazy. They literally starve because of the lack of magic that flows through their veins. If they are too long unbound, they will die, so they bind themselves to wizards like us or other purebloods. In return they serve the one they are bound to. Sal listened interestedly. Until now he had never heard about house elves in the past. Of course he remembered Dobby but until now he had never thought about how the house elves came to be or why they were serving wizards. But there is a limit of house elves you can bind to yourself, Godric added. A pureblood like a vampire or such would be able to bind more to them. To Sal's surprise, he saw Godric grimace when he said the word pureblood. Of course, until now they had just once talked about purebloods, or furbolgs, like Sal called them, but at that time Sal hadn't seen Godric grimace the way he did now. But a wizard like us is just able to bind two, maybe three house elves to themselves, and that definitely won't be enough to keep the whole castle clean. And they have to be bound to a wizard? Sal asked softly. Where else should they be bound to? Godric said, sorting. They need magic to survive. If they don't bind themselves to a wizard, they won't be able to get access to the magic they need. What about binding them to the wards? Sal asked, interested. The wards of the castle are strong. Shouldn't they have enough magic for house elves to be able to bind themselves? Peverell, Helga and Godric gawked at him. Rowena frowned. The castle would have to be sentient for that to be a possibility, she said coolly. I have never heard about a sentient castle, so there's no way that is something we could do. To Sal's utter amusement, Rowena stumbled in the next moment forward as if she had been shoved. What? She exclaimed, surprised, and whirled around to look at the air behind her. It seems as if my father has a different opinion, Sal exclaimed, smirking. He knew, of course, that the slight shove Myrthen's essence had given Rowena was the most it could do, but it was nevertheless funny to see Rowena stumbling forward seemingly without a reason. Your father, she repeated with huge eyes, and Sal snorted. You lived the whole summer in this castle and you never found out it was sentient? He asked, amused. Sentient. This time it was Helga who spoke. How? Sal shrugged. The castle is surrounded by soul wards, he answered. Those wards and the very soul of my father are the reason for the castle's sentient state of mind. Oh, this time Rowena's surprise was echoed by the other three. Then Helga's eyes lit up. So we can bind the house elves to the castle instead of to us? She asked, interested. Sal shrugged. I would recommend putting up another layer of blood wards to strengthen the wards, but then, yes, we could, he said. So instead of relaxing the last 2 weeks until the end of harvest, Sal and the others warded the castle with blood wards and searched for house elves. It was Helga's idea to simply offer the castle as a sanctuary for the house elves. It worked. As soon as the word was spread, the first house elves appeared and bonded to the castle. At the end of the 2 weeks, the castle had 17 elves, enough so that at least the most important tasks were tended to. Another 3 weeks later, the number of house elves would have doubled. Sometimes, so Sal mused, sometimes Helga had definitely terrifying good ideas. It was the night before one of them had to go to Grim Manor to retrieve the students when they decided to celebrate the beginning of their apprenticeship program in the castle. Godric and surprisingly Peverell had decided that event had to be celebrated thoroughly and had fetched some fire whiskey from wherever. Sal suspected those two had it brought with them all along, or had bought it when they had left to order furniture or to look after their estates. Anyway, they had it, and they were determined to fill up their wives and Salvajahar. Not that the women minded it at all. Even Sal, who normally didn't drink, was all right with the improper drinking session that night. Ya know, we sold, sh would think of a way to sort the apprentice, ya know the things we fetch tomorrow, we sold find a way to sort them when we're gone. Godric slurred. Yeah, Rowena said. Sumit like a talking hat or a color changing cloak. Yeah, right you are. Right you are, Helga exclaimed, giggling. Peverell instead was staring into the flames of the bonfire they had started in the evening, his face severe as if he had been told the reason of life just a moment ago. We also have to find a way to ensure the apprentices will continue to come after we are dead, he said before he burst into tears. We will die someday and then there is no one there anymore to continue our work. Salvajahar had to keep in his laughter when he heard Peverell. The man definitely fell out of his normal severe character when drunk. Maybe we SSS should go to bed, Sal said, also slurring a little. He wasn't as dead drunk as the others, but he had had his fair share of fire whiskey and Parseltongue had crept into his voice. Yeah, bed. Jeed idea, Godric slurred. Bed soofed. Waarm and soofed. Jeed bed, Helga snickered. Rowena just giggled, but with Sal's help they all stood, Sal extinguished the flames of the bonfire and they returned to the castle proper. You know, we need, name FOA the castle, Rowena exclaimed drunkenly. Can't call it castle all the time offer all. Sal just snorted. Then think o' something, he said, before he shoved her and Godric into their rooms. Bed, you two. After he had done the same to Helga and Peverell, as long as the others were in their rooms he did not particularly care if they found their way into bed, Sal returned to his own quarters. In there he simply fell onto the bed and without changing fell asleep. The next morning was gruesome, and not only because of his hungover. It was 6 in the morning, just an hour after he finally had entered his quarters, when someone pounded against his door, singing. Go way. The pounding just increased, so Sal finally stood up and went to the door. In front of it stood Rowena next to a sleepy-looking Godric, Peverell and Helga. I know how we name this castle. She piped up laughing and then started to sing again. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy Warty Hogwarts. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy. Fine, Sal interrupted her snarling. We name the Academia Hogwarts. Could we please return to our beds now? Sure, Rowena said while smiling brightly and then entered first his rooms and then his bed chamber. Coming, love. Yeah, Godric said, shoved Sal to the side and followed Rowena. Sal gawked at them. That's my bed. I meant you should return to yours. He cried. Helga just patted him on the head and drew her husband into Sal's quarters and his bed chamber. Coming, Salvazahar? She asked. Sal just gawked at her. Then he snorted. Get them drunk and suddenly they are able to pronounce my name. He exclaimed disbelievingly. Then he followed the others into his bedchamber. When Sal woke up the next time at midday, his head was killing him, but not only that. He found himself lying at the foot part of his bed. In his back were poking some sharp limbs and a leg was slung over his hip, the foot nearly poking him in the nose. It was a hairy and broad foot, so Sal deduced that it had to be either Godric's or Peverell's foot. He groaned. How by wind and fire had they all ended up in his bed? And then last night caught up with him. I didn't give my go-ahead to name the castle, Hogwarts, did I? He asked aloud. He definitely didn't want to believe that he could have been so out of it to agree to a name like Hogwarts. Yes, you did. Rowena's voice was heard somewhere behind him. Sal snorted. And it was your idea. He said coolly. It was. And I still find the name very catching. Rowena answered sniggering. And because all of you agreed, it counts. We name our. What did you call it? Academia. Academia Hogwarts. Yeah, Hogwarts, Academia of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Godric was heard. Sal just sighed. It could be worse, Peverell told him, and a limb stopped poking in his back when he lifted an arm to pat Sal on the shoulder. Sal could not even object to this reasoning. After all, he still remembered the name his castle had in the future. Better Hogwarts than Hogwarts. Not that I am delusional enough to believe that the name won't change in time. He murmured to himself. After all, the castle itself was built above the Black Lake and the river that recharged it, so that it overlooked a great part of the in the wards included flood plains, which were called Ha by the native people, so Hogwarts was definitely fitting. Not that he thought that they couldn't do better if they tried. But finally he decided that there was nothing he could do about that at 6 in the morning and instead opted on a little revenge for being woken again an hour after he went to bed. You know that someone has to go today to fetch our apprentices at Grim Manor, he said, then he smirked. And I promise you, I won't be it. The answers were 4 loud groans and Mo.Ns about headaches. Sal smirked. Yep, revenge was sweet. Godric finally was the one who brought the students to their new home in Pictia. He had left 2 weeks ago and finally returned together with their new and old students. They all looked at the castle in wonder after they had crossed the lake with boats. Sal had insisted on it. He had talked with his father and they had decided to welcome a student and to add them to the inhabitants of the castle, they would have to cross the lake. Like that it would be easier for the essence of Merthin to recognize friend and foe. And of course the first view of the castle was even more impressive if you stared at it from the lake. When Godric entered the castle with the students, Sal saw that his friend was carrying a new sword at his hip, a sword that looked oddly familiar to Sal. Sal blinked, but finally decided to say nothing for now. Instead, he concentrated on using legilimency to sort the students in their new houses. The most of the older ones he did not have to look. He knew where they would fit in, but the younger ones he sorted with his skills. It was tiring and he soon wished for the sorting hat just to escape his fate as the sorting hat. After the ceremony he had a headache. Still, he kept quiet about it. Instead he welcomed his students back, told them the new and old rules, and after that left them alone in their common room for the first time ever to return to the teacher's conference room, or what would be the teacher's conference room later on. "How was your trip?" Helga asked Godric as soon as all 5 adults were present in the room. "Pleasant," Godric answered and pulled out the sword he was carrying. "I also had time to go to the goblins to ask for a new sword. They sold me this one." Sal stared at the sword. It was his Excalibur, just that there were suddenly letters etched in the blade. "Godric Gryffindor," it proclaimed proudly. Fury rose in Sal's stomach. "Sold?" he asked softly. "Yes," Godric answered proudly while he caressed the hilt of his sword. "The goblin Garnag sold it to me for a very good price. He even engraved it when I asked him to do it." "Sold," Sal repeated, his voice suddenly deadly. Godric stopped caressing his sword and stared at Salvajahar. "Salazar?" he asked hesitatingly. "He sold you this sword?" Sal said, his eyes blasting. Then he turned. "I have to go. I have to gut a goblin tonight." It was Peverell who stopped him by grabbing his arm. "Salazar, what happened?" he asked, astonished and uncomprehending. Helga and Godric looked at him with huge eyes, and Rowena had hers narrowed in thought. "Betrayal," Sal answered. "That's what happened." "Betrayal? How?" Godric asked, confused. "I just bought a good sword. That has nothing to do with betrayal." As an answer, Sal returned to the table and the others who were standing around it. Then he strode on until he reached Godric and ripped the sword harshly out of Godric's hand. He turned it and showed the phoenix and basilisk engraving on the hilt to Godric. "Look at this SSS, he hissed, Parseltongue playing with his normal speech. "These are the symbols of Morganath, the clan leader of Lefay, your head of house in the eyes of the Goblin Nation." Godric blinked and then took the sword from Sal and softly caressed the tiny figures. "I still do not understand." "This is the sword of a clan leader," Sal answered with fury in his eyes. "It is holy in the eyes of the goblins. Only the clan leader and his direct heirs or ancestors are allowed to use it. You, Godric, are an heir. You have the right to use it. That you had to pay to get it is an insult to the clan of Morganath." Godric's eyes widened when he heard that. But, he stuttered, but Sal was not finished. "A goblin that is able to spit on something holy like that, spits on the Goblin Nation itself and all its dealings within the nation and between the goblins and other races. I cannot let this be. This goblin insulted you, it insulted its king, and it insulted everyone that ever fell by the blade of that sword or held this sword in his hands. I will not let it tarnish my brother's and father's legacy." And with that he wrested himself free of Peverell's grasp, took the sword, buckled it and hurried out of the room, still fuming with his fury. Behind him he could hear the hurried steps of Rowena, running after him. "How?" she cried loudly. "How is Myrddin involved in all this?" So she finally had remembered. Sal stopped dead and turned back to her. Behind her stood Godric, Peverell and Helga, all of them with confusion on their faces. "What are you talking about?" Sal asked harshly. Rowena snorted. "Do not lie to me, Salazar Emrys, son of Myrddin Emrys," she said. "I am not an idiot. It took some time, but I know whose son you are, even if I don't know how you are still alive after all this time." The others stared at him when they heard Rowena's exclamation. Then they turned to Sal. That's, Rowena is wrong, isn't she?" Godric stuttered. Sal scowled, but he ignored Godric and answered Rowena icily. Of course, he could have denied it and tried to wiggle out of Rowena's accusing words, but he was riled up with fury and all he wanted to do was to go to Londinium and kill a goblin. Sal might have never been a true goblin, but he had lived long enough with them to act like them if he worked with them, and now his goblin raising was taking over. "This has nothing to do with my birth father," he said clearly but coolly to Rowena. This is about the man who adopted me because I was a son of his line from my mother's side and he wanted an heir. This is about my brother. Atr had nothing to do with this sword, but I will not watch when my brother's and adopted father's names are tarnished. He turned away again, just to be stopped by Helga this time. Adopted father? She asked. Sal didn't react. Salazar. The doors in front of Sal were blown close by a strong gust of wind. Rowena had drawn her wand and used a spell to close the doors. The resulting bang brought Sal out of his fury-induced stupor. He stopped mid-step. Salazar, Helga repeated. What did you mean with adopted father? Sal stared at her, then he sighed and warily rubbed his forehead. Godric and you are the descendant of my younger brother Medrod, he finally answered. So when you are talking about your father, you meant Arthur Pendragon? Peverell asked, half astonished, half flabbergasted. Yes, Sal answered curtly. And now let it be. I still don't understand why you are the one who wants to gut the goblin, Godric said. Given, you are my ancestor's brother and as such you also have been insulted, but shouldn't I be the one who goes to gut the goblin? I mean, it was my family heirloom they sold to me. And it was my sword they sold, Sal countered. To the goblin I am known as Morganoth. I am your clan leader in the Goblin Nation and as such I will go there tonight and get revenge. Oh, silence. Then Godric spoke again. Well, then I definitely won't stop you. You wouldn't have stopped me even if you wanted, Sal countered, banged open the door and left. The others watched him go, still reeling with what they had learned tonight. Ragnik I, king of the Goblin, was in the middle of working on his paperwork. He hated paperwork, but he still had to do it. And he had done it the whole morning until now. After working hours and hours on his paperwork, he had started to wish anyone to interrupt him. Well, at least he wished for it until suddenly the iron taste of fury coursed through his mouth, followed by the icy fire of a clan leader that rippled through his veins. Ragnik shuddered. As the king of the goblins, he could feel all clan leaders and their feelings as soon as they came near him. Normally a clan leader had enough control on his emotions to not disturb the Goblin King, and the taste of old blood on Ragnik's tongue told him that the furious clan leader was definitely old enough to be able to shut the Goblin King out, unless he was furious enough not to care or wanted to warn the king. This time it was both. Ragnik understood the next moment when his doors were blasted open and in marched a cold-eyed human-looking clan leader. Ragnik never had seen this man before, but the magic of the clan leader felt familiar, so Ragnik definitely had met this man before. And a man it was, even if it definitely wasn't a human. Clan leader. Ragnik finally greeted the fuming man softly. The man said nothing. Instead he took out a sword and threw it on the desk before Ragnik. The Goblin King stared at the sword and softly held his hand over the hilt without touching it. To touch the sword of a clan leader without his consent was an insult no goblin would even think about. He knew the sword. Every Goblin King recognized the sword of every clan. The clan of Morganoth, a clan of old ones. The clan had a high standing in the Goblin Nation. Its leader was a powerful healer, not someone you wanted to cross at all. He looked up at the cold-eyed human-looking man in front of his desk. The clan leader of Morganoth himself. Take it, my king, Morganoth hissed, fury still tinging his voice. Ragnik raised his eyebrow but followed the demand of the clan leader, a clan leader that was not really his subject but still belonged to the Goblin Nation. To be called, my king, by a free clan leader like Morganoth showed him that whatever happened was something grave. He hesitatingly touched the sword. The sword was filled with the fury of its wielder but also of the feeling of betrayal. Betrayal by one of them. What happened? Ragnik asked sharply. The child of my brother had to pay to be allowed to wield my sword, Morganoth hissed furiously. He was told that the sword was made for him. Pull it out. Ragnik knew better than not give in to a demand of a furious and betrayed clan leader. He pulled out the sword. When he saw the blade he hissed. Who? He asked furious himself now. The child told me Garnag, Morganoth replied. I want to see him when I withdraw my aid to him. I want to see his eyes when he understands how he has wronged me. Ragnik gulped. He knew that a healer normally did not fight, but taking on the fury of a healer was the most stupid thing you could do. A healer did not fight. A healer simply stopped to recognize you as one of his subjects. Sentinel. Ragnik cried and two of his guardians entered the room. Your Majesty. One of them said, eyeing Morganath nervously. Ragnik knew they could feel Morganath's status in the magic surrounding the Old One. I want Garnag in here, now. Yes, Your Highness, the other one answered. A few minutes later Garnag entered the room. Your Highness, he greeted, bowing to Ragnik without even looking at the clan leader next to the king. Explain, the king said, taking up the sword and showing it to Garnag. Garnag sneered. The human asked me for a sword and this one appeared. I thought it prudent to make some money with a fool like him. Again the fury of Morganath tasted like iron on the king's tongue, iron and blood. You dared to befoul the sword of a clan leader with your greed. Morganath hissed. You dared my wrath to gain money that belongs to my clan, a clan of the Goblin Nation. Garnag looked up sneering, but the sneer vanished when he suddenly was met with the familiar power of a Goblin clan leader. His eyes widened. See, clan leader, he stuttered, shivering under the death glare of the man in front of him. The answer was a cruel smile, a smile Garnag recognized as a death sentence even in the human-looking face of the other. I would never dare to befoul a clan of the Goblin Nation. Garnag insisted. You cannot be part of a clan. The green eyes now shone with death and behind their depths hell was burning. Garnag shivered and turned to the king with pleading eyes. The king looked away and dread settled in Garnag's stomach. And then the human-looking clan leader spoke again. No, he hissed, his voice marred with the soft hisses of a snake. Not a clan. Not a clan. He whispered and Garnag shivered when the soft hisses of Parseltongue-filled words caressed his ears. You tried to trick my heir. You sold my sword and now dared to insult me even more by telling me it was all for the money that belonged to a clan. My clan. Long before you were even born. You disgust me. There the clan leader stopped and Garnag suddenly was very aware of the sword blade that caressed his cheek without hurting him. He eyed it warily. But even with his eyes on the sword he was not prepared for the knife that came out of nowhere and marred his face with the symbol of a traitor. Garnag's eyes shot up and met with the eyes of Morganath. Said clan leader sneered at him. I do not want to see you again. You, Garnag the Greedy, are no subject of mine. You will be less than dirt beneath my feet from now on. You will be marred with your shame so that no one will ever dare to even look at you again. You will suffer until you die, and die you will. Pray that it will be soon because if it isn't you will suffer endlessly from my curse until you die. With that Morganath shed his sword and knife and left the room. Garnag sighed. He had feared the wrath of the clan leader but now he was content so he turned to his king again and sneered. This human has no idea how to be a clan leader, he said sneering. I cannot fathom how he even got to be one. I know, my king, that you would be wiser than to make a human like him a clan leader. But Ragnik just shook his head sighing. You have no idea what he has done to you, Garnag, the king said. Morganath is one of the oldest or maybe even our oldest clan leader. You do not cross him, never. Why? Because he marres your face with the symbol of a traitor. Garnag sneered. I might have lost my honor with this symbol, but there is far worse than being marred as a traitor. There is, and you have been given the worst fate, the king replied and shuddered. I remember him saving my life when I was a child and I remember the words my father spoke when he heard the fate of my attackers. Just ask for my sword when I have wronged you. I will give it to you freely so that you can stab me. It will definitely preferable to this punishment, he said, and he was definitely right. I would prefer to be killed with my own sword than to die your death. Now dread settled in Garnag's stomach. My death? He asked hesitatingly. He didn't do anything. You are wrong. He cursed you with the most dreaded curse his kind can come up, the king retorted. Morganath has revoked your right for a healer. No goblin healer would go against the words of Morganath. They all will follow a fellow healer long before thinking about kinship to you. Garnag paled. A healer? He whispered. No, Garnag, Ragnik answered. The healer. Morganath was the healer in charge of the Battle of the Great North Fields. He's one of our best. To act against him and his heir was a serious mistake in your life. Garnag paled even more and his fingers run along the bloody mark on his face. The king sent him a grimaced smile. Now you understand, don't you? He killed you as soon as he had marred your face, because no one would go against a healer's wrath, and even if Garnag would be able to heal the injury on his own, from now on he would just be able to pray because whatever happened, no healer, no potion master and no one with even the tiniest bit of healing knowledge would ever look at him again. Garnag shuddered when he understood his fate. My king, he started. No, Garnag, the king said. I will not change your duties to aid you after what you have done. I am the king. I do not go against the judgment of my clan leaders. With that, Ragnik dismissed Garnag and returned to his paperwork. He definitely had enough action for one day. When Sal returned to the castle, the others were waiting for him. Sal just shed his traveling clothes and returned his sword to Godric. Here, take it, he said. Godric blinked and stared at the sword. It is yours, Salazar, he finally said. Sal just snorted. I left it at Gringotts for the heirs of my brother if they needed it. I do not mind if you carry it. All right. Godric hesitatingly took the sword. Thank you. Sal just nodded and left the hall again. He had been gone long enough. He had to look out for his Slytherins, even if he might be a week late to do so. The first class in the dungeon room he had chosen as a potion classroom was odd again. Especially because it was in the middle of the first class that Sal suddenly realized he had chosen his old potion classroom, the one Professor Snape had lectured in. The rest of the class he pondered if it had been by chance that it was the same one or if it had been his own experience that led him chose this room as the classroom in the first place. He snorted inwardly when he thought about it. I bet Snape used that classroom because it was always used, he pondered under his breath. Funnily, I'm sure I wouldn't have used it if Snape hadn't. The snort that wanted to escape was just in time suppressed. It was later that day when he heard two newly named Gryffindor talking. Not that you could see that they were Gryffindor. There was nothing that proclaimed their houses, yet at least. He wouldn't even have bothered listening, if he hadn't heard the words, Fathers decided to forbid purebloods to enter our realm. Purebloods. Firbolg. But why would a wizard forbid a Firbolg to enter his realm? Sal could not remember any time in the past where wizards were biased against Firbolg, well, except for the goblins. Somehow these always seemed to rub the wizards the wrong way, whatever why. Why did he do that? The other one said, confused. Because they are dangerous, the other one replied. Think about it. If they aren't allowed to enter, your father wouldn't have been bitten by the werewolf. For a moment Sal thought about intercepting in their discussion, but then he let it be. It would change nothing if he talked to the children. He had to talk to the lords. Still, he would look out for discussions like that in the future. Life went on. Within the next month the children adapted to their new home and the odd quirks it had gotten thanks to Rowena, Helga and Godric. Finally it was Samhain, or what later would be Halloween. If they still would have lived in Grim Manor, Sal would have left the manor 3 days prior to find a secluded place and prepare for the coming feast. But this time it was different. This time, Sal had students he alone was responsible for, so he had to stay near. You're not leaving? Rowena asked him a day before Samhain night. I can't, Sal answered sincerely. I cannot leave the children without an adult around. You have done it before after harvest, Rowena pointed out with a raised eyebrow. And you all chastised me for it, Sal answered. So, you'll feast with us? Rowena asked, but Sal shook his head. Sal sighed. Of course he had heard of the feasts they had on Samhain. It was tradition to stay inside for the night and feast, but Sal had not grown up in the same time like the others. I do not celebrate Samhain like you do, he said softly. I won't celebrate it with you. Rowena looked at him surprised. You do not celebrate like us. So, how do you? It's the Day of the Dead, Rena, Sal answered sincerely. Don't ask me to feast on a day like that. Rowena frowned but let him go. So the next day, while the others were feasting in the great hall, Sal entered the Chamber of Secrets and in it, his ritual chamber. He had planned for this day since midsummer. The first thing he did was to draw runes on the floor of the chamber. Then he added some different potions on crucial points and some earth on others. At the end he put down some knives in the middle of the circle and stepped out of the ritual room to do a ritual washing and then return. When he was done with that, he sat down in the middle of the runic circle, BPD like the day he was born, and started to picture the runes he wanted to add to his blood magic in his mind. He closed his eyes and the first wickedly sharp knife in front of him was lifted in the air with his magic. One moment it hesitated in front of him while he braced himself, but then it cut for the first time that night. While wielding the knives with his magic, Sal lost totally track of time. He lost sense of his own body and mind. The only thing that existed were the runes, the skin and the knives that added the tiny runes to the skin. Blood magic. One of the most forbidden magics for nearly 1,000 years, since the day the Romans had killed Arthur and the most of the Druids on the Isles. Sal did not care that it was outlawed. Ever since the day he had finalized his awakening, Sal had used Samhain, Imbolc, Beltane and Lunasa to add to his blood magic. Blood magic like he practiced was used to strengthen body, mind, soul and magic. There was no way to increase your magic by practicing blood magic, but with time you had better access to your magic and your endurance to use magic increased. The same was said for body, mind and soul. You could not overcome your natural limits, but with blood magic you were able to reach them. Using blood magic for the body normally increased your life, an aspect Sal was not really interested in because he would live another 1,000 years if he used blood magic or not. Using blood magic for the soul wakened your ancestry and increased your connection to the abilities you had inherited, be they magical, creature or mundane. Using blood magic for the mind increased your memory, something Sal really didn't need but did anyway because it was a part of using blood magic, and aided you against foreign magic and intrusion of the mind. Simply said, it was another aid for those who thought occlumency was not safe enough and legilimency not subtle enough. Sal always had thought both. Using blood magic for the magic instead was tricky. Every ritual to aid the flow of the magic through the body had to be planned carefully. Not that the other blood magics weren't dangerous, but doing blood magic for your magic was not only dangerous but the power rush you felt afterwards. Not that you had more magic afterwards, it was just flowing better, simply was addicting. Sal had heard of thousands of druids who had given in to the feeling and had died an extremely painful death just a few days later. If you gave in, your magic would react to it and it would not stop to rush through your body anymore. Magic like that would burn you inside out in the end, a slow and extremely painful death. And it was a blood ritual like that Sal was doing tonight. He always used Samhain for blood magic for his magic. The connection to the dead on that night aided him in grounding himself and not losing himself in the feeling of his magic. Blood rituals were done at least every second year. They had to be done regularly, otherwise Sal would slowly use the connection to his blood magic and the results could be disastrous. Every experience, every loss and everything else important had to be added in another runic chain to his body. Sometimes he just had to add 1 or 2 runes to an existing circle, other times he had to draw a fully fledged new one. It was his magic that told him what to do and he complied. Sal was thoroughly. Every year on Samhain he would add runes to do with his magic, on Imbolc runes to do with his soul, on Beltane runes to do with his mind and on Lunasa runes to do with his body. Simply said, his blood magic was like a complicated diary of his life. The last knife softly landed back on the floor. Sal inhaled deeply, then he opened his eyes and inspected his wounds. Newly engraved runes were covering his entire left shoulder, his right hip and his left inner thigh, mingling with the other runic circles that were glowing slightly beneath his skin. The runes were bloody and red blood was slowly oozing out of the cuts and running down his back. They seemed to follow the runes Sal had seen in his mind to the T. Sal sighed, then he softly destroyed the runic circle in front of him. Pain shot through his left shoulder, thigh and his right hip, followed by the addicting feeling of power. He was drowning in power. He was powerful. He could do everything he wanted to even if others would object because he was more powerful than they were. Salvajahar gasped and tried to suppress the feelings, knowing exactly what would happen if he wouldn't be able to. For at least 10 minutes he rang with his magic, then the feeling slowly vanished until only Sal was left behind. He was tired. His body ached even after the runes had sunk under his skin and bonded with the other runes. He was covered in blood and was shaking with exhaustion. On the way back to his rooms in the dungeons, Sal was going slowly. His body ached terribly, not that he hadn't expected it. It was a normal occurrence after using blood magic on his magic. Fighting back the feeling of power always was extremely strenuous. By Merthin Salazar. What happened? Sal flinched and turned around to face whoever had found him on the way back to his rooms. It was Godric. So the feast ended. Who? Sal said softly, knowing that Godric always was the last to leave a feast. No, Godric said, sounding oddly sober for coming from a feast. Normally Godric was the first to get drunk. Sal raised an eyebrow. You're strange, today, Godric, he concluded. You're out here and the feast is still on, and you are sober. Godric snorted. No, I'm definitely not sober, he said. And I'm out here because, well. He hesitatingly showed off his right hand, which had until now been hidden behind his back. In it was a hat which looked as if it had a face, the hat. Sal nearly whooped with joy when he recognized the sorting hat in Godric's hands. Of course he wouldn't show his joy. After all, he hadn't told the others how headache inducting the sorting of the students had been. So, you're out here because of a hat, he said instead sarcastically. A simple, odd-looking hat. Something like that, Godric said, still eyeing Sal nervously as if he thought Sal would faint every moment. Salvajahar could not even fault him. He definitely felt tired enough to lose conscience right here, right now. Something like that, Sal repeated while he tried to ignore his shaking legs. Well, you see, Godric stuttered, then he straightened up. I somehow enchanted it. I don't know how, but, well, when it started to talk and didn't stop anymore. Rowena was furious and drenched me in ice water to sober me up before throwing me out of the hall until I find a way to end the enchantment on my head. Godric, I know you're drunk, but even you should be able to hear that the hat doesn't talk, Sal said, eyeing the silent hat confused. Of course he knew the hat would learn to talk eventually, but right now it definitely didn't. Yes, well, stunning spell. You know, Godric said, embarrassed. I told you it wouldn't shut up before. Well, alright. Have fun, Sal said and turned around again to continue his way down the dungeons. Wait, Salazar, Godric said, and one of his hands came down on Sal's shoulder. Sal flinched again, this time violently. It was just his luck that Godric had to choose his left shoulder. Shite. Salazar. Godric let go of the hat, and before Sal could stop his friend, his tunic was ripped open and his left shoulder exposed. It still was drenched in blood and the skin was of an angry red. The wounds itself had closed, but blue and green bruises were littering the angry red skin where once had been open wounds, and Sal had not wiped away the blood from the cuts. His shoulder looked like it had taken a front seat of a battle mage's target practice. Sal winced just by looking at it. Godric let out a horrified gasp. Salazar. What by Merthin and Morgana were you doing tonight? Sal looked at Godric warily. He had never told the others of his blood magic because he knew what the sorcerers of these times were thinking about it. Salazar. I don't think you should know, Godric, Sal said while his mind played over and over Hermione's voice, talking about Salazar Slytherin being cast out of Hogwarts. Godric scrutinized Sal's shoulder, then he frowned. I think I should know, he said. Whatever happened? Your shoulder looks horrible. As if to emphasize his words, Godric prodded Sal's shoulder. Sal hissed in pain. Godric. Don't Godric me, Sal, Godric said. I have to know how hurt your shoulder is. It's not too badly hurt, Sal said and tried to escape Godric's fingers. Believe me, I know. Salazar. Don't you dare to talk around the bush. Salvajahar hesitated another moment, but when he looked at Godric he understood that his friend wouldn't give up until Sal told him the truth. He sighed. It was a ritual, he said sincerely. Godric frowned. A ritual, he repeated. His voice wasn't damning Sal, so Sal scraped together his courage and defined it even more. Blood magic, he said, and Godric beeped in the air, staring at Sal with unsure eyes. Blood magic? He asked, and this time Sal heard the accusation in Godric's voice. For a moment, Sal had the inexplicable urge to apologize to his friend, but then he straightened his shoulders and looked his friend directly in the eye. Yes, blood magic, Godric. The same blood magic I have been raised with. Godric gawked at him. Raised? You're telling me that your father, Murthan Emrys, raised you to use blood magic. Sal sighed. Godric, he finally said, while he searched for the wall to lean against it when his legs started to feel like pudding. Do you know when I was born? Godric blinked, then he slowly shook his head. You never told. I was born over 1,000 years ago, Godric, Sal said truthfully. When I was raised, there were no wands. Rituals, runes, potions, and blood magic. Those were the magic I was raised with. I might have started to use a wand like you do, but I am still a druid. I won't quit using the magic I was raised with just because you started to call them dark. Godric bit his lips and Sal sighed. Please, Godric, just tell me if you can't accept it. I would prefer to know before you try to kill me for being dark. Sal knew he would leave if Godric could not accept him like he was. He did not want to destroy the school by fighting with the founder of Gryffindor House. Salazar, Godric finally said hesitatingly. Do you teach blood magic to our apprentices? No, Sal shook his head. I would have told you if I did. I might ask the others in a few years' time to add some blood magic rituals for the protection of the students against the dark arts, but I did not teach any of them any kind of blood magic until now. Godric scrutinized him again. Then he nodded. Let's get you back to your rooms, he said. Sal stared at him. That's it. I say. No. And your sole answer is, let's get you back to your rooms. Godric shrugged. What else should I say? He said. I think I know you, Salazar. You never lied to us before, so if you tell me you don't teach blood magic to our apprentices, I believe you. That doesn't mean I simply will accept that you practice it, but that discussion can be postponed at least until we reach your chambers. Salvajahar eyed his friend warily, but then he nodded. All right, he said and slowly let go of the wall. His legs definitely were shaking now and he wasn't sure if he would be able to reach his rooms before he collapsed. Let me help you, Godric said and made a motion as if he wanted to start supporting Sal. Don't forget your speaking hat, Sal commented dryly. Godric just chuckled, picked up his head and again reached for Sal. This time Sal let him. With Godric's support, Sal was in his rooms just a few minutes later. His legs and hands were still shaky, but when Godric sat him down on a chair and tried to pull off Sal's ruined shirt, Sal stopped him. I'll do that myself, he said. Thanks. But instead of leaving, Godric just stepped back a step or two. Do you intend to stay here to watch me strip? Sal sneered. The answer was a delicately raised eyebrow. Do you intend to sleep on the ground if you fall and are unable to get up again, tonight? The Gryffindor founder countered. Sal just snorted. It's not the first time that I used blood magic, he said. I'm definitely able to look after me without you hovering in the background. So you are, Godric said uncaring, still planted on the same spot. For a moment Sal scrutinized him angrily, but then he just sighed and striped with caution, first out of his ruined shirt, after that out of his trousers. He felt, more than saw, Godric's eyes traveling over his body, taking in every scar and every blood-covered bruise he could see from his position. It was a clinical glance, there to assess the damage done to Sal, but Sal could see a short flickering of horror crossing Godric's features when he saw the scars, especially the one scar Sal had gotten the day he died for Camelot. Then his friend turned his eyes away and instead busied himself by magically calling a bowl and filling it with water. He heated the water and conjured up some cloths. Let me at least help you to clean away the blood, he said. Sal eyed the water nervously. It's just water, isn't it? He asked and Godric nodded. For a moment he hesitated, but then he inclined his head to give Godric the go-ahead. The other founder smiled, then he sat down the bowl on a table next to Sal's chair, gave a conjured cloth to Salvajahar and circled Sal to have a better look at Sal's backside. When Godric started to clean away the blood that had from the shoulder flown down Sal's back, he started to talk again. The scar on your chest, Godric said hesitatingly but still too curious not to ask his friend. Shouldn't you be dead? I mean, it looks fatal, you know. Salvajahar just snorted. Is there a reason you ask, or is it simply curiosity? Well, Sal laughed softly when he heard his friend stutter embarrassedly. Curiosity it is, he remarked, still silently laughing when his friend failed to answer. Well, it looks awful. Godric tried to defend himself. You can't expect me not to ask. Sal turned his head and raised an eyebrow. And I thought you would try to assess if I am a danger to the apprentices and not if there are some war stories I'd be able to tell you. War stories? Godric asked, interested. You were in a war. Sal shrugged, just to hiss when his shoulder protested the movement. Several, he answered finally. I'm a healer, Godric. Believe me, as a healer you'll end up on the battlefield if there is a war. The answer was a thoughtful look. I forgot that you are a fully trained healer, the Gryffindor founder said. This time Sal turned and looked at his friend in disbelief. You're telling me that you forgot that I'm a healer after I practically called you back from the dead? He asked, astonished. How by wind and fire did you manage to forget that you nearly died when we met? Well, I didn't die, did I? Godric answered, shrugging. And it was years ago. Then he stopped and looked Sal over again. Not that I could tell that it was years ago by looking at you. Sal blinked, uncomprehending. What? Why? He asked. This time it was Godric who looked at him with disbelief. Maybe because you haven't aged a day since we met, he said sarcastically. Sal just raised an eyebrow. Pot, kettle, Godric. Well, I am a LeFay, Godric said as if this was the only explanation needed. And, Sal said, and we LeFays age more slowly than other wizards, Godric concluded and rolled with his eyes as if it was obvious to everyone but Sal. And what about Rowena and Peverell? Sal asked. Something to do with their parents, Godric said. I never truly asked. I just know that their parents were odd and that they left Rowena and Peverell to fight by themselves when they were just 20 years of age. Ah, Sal had suspected that the parents of those two had been Firbolg, but until now he had had no evidence. That the parents left them when they turned 20, however, was definitely supporting Sal's suspicion. 30 years were the longest a Firbolg was able to change to human form, and that form for so long was a one-time deal, so it was no surprise that Rowena and Peverell's parents departed after those two were 20. Their parents would have to go if they had been human for 10 years when they met. But you, Sal, shouldn't you have aged since we met? Godric asked him in that moment and brought him back from his thoughts with that question. Sal blinked, disoriented, then he snorted. Have you forgotten who I am, Godric? He asked with disbelief in his voice. Who? Godric looked at him confused. Godric, Sal said patiently. I am Merthin Emrys, son. I am Arthur Pendragon's adopted son and adopted brother to Medrod LeFay, your ancestor. Did it never occur to you that that makes me a lot older than you are? Oh, Godric said, staring down at Sal. But, how are you able to live so long? I mean, shouldn't you be dead now? Sal just snorted and pointed at his chest and the deadly-looking scar on it. I have a little problem with dying, Godric, Sal said. Add to that my parents were Firbolgs and you have the explanation why I am still alive. Godric looked at him thoughtfully. Oh, all right, he finally said. Then he hesitated another moment before he again gave in to his curiosity. Did your father really teach you blood magic? I mean, blood magic is part of the dark arts and your father Merthin is known as a very light wizard. Sal just snorted. The meaning of light and dark has changed over time, Godric, he explained. The time I grew up in, it was normal to do blood magic. Rituals and potions were the most often used arts of magic. For us, blood magic wasn't evil, it just was a way to gain control over your gift. But it's seen as evil now, so why didn't you stop? Because I can't, Sal answered sincerely. Godric gawked at him. What do you mean, you can't? Sal sighed. Blood magic can be deadly if you. He stopped, not content with his sentence. There are rituals and rituals, Godric, he started again. The first rituals a druid does are those to shield their body from the following rituals. After that comes the blood wakening. If you wouldn't do the blood wakening, you could stop after shielding yourself from other rituals. But after the blood wakening you have to keep doing blood magic. If you wouldn't you would lose the grip on your magic and finally on your mind. It wouldn't do you any good if you stopped. Oh, Godric said, his eyes wide. So you have to do it. You would go crazy if you didn't, right? Yes, Sal said, then he shrugged. But there is always a setback in every kind of magic you practice. I don't know a setback in my kind of magic, Godric snorted. Sal just raised an eyebrow. Let me break your wand and we'll talk again, he countered. If you would do that, I wouldn't be able to use magic. Oh. Yes, oh, Sal just shook his head at his friend. Like I told you, every magic has a setback. You don't have enough control without your wand. I have to do blood magic every other year to keep a grip on my magic. So you can't help it, Godric concluded. Sal shrugged. Of course he could do blood magic less often, but in the end, Godric was right. He wouldn't be able to end it. And you won't teach it to our apprentices. Sal sighed. I was thinking about teaching them the protections, he said hesitatingly. Godric frowned. Why? Because you told me about the texts that still exist. I don't want them to go insane just because they decided to play with the instructions in the texts. And there will be some that will do it even if they are warned. Don't delude yourself in thinking they won't. Godric frowned at that, but then he nodded. You're right, he said. But if you truly do it, please speak to the others beforehand. Sal just nodded. He was surprised that Godric didn't object his plans, but he also was glad the other didn't. Like that he might not to go behind the other's back to shield his students. So, I'm done, Godric said in that moment and vanished the bloody cloth he had used to wipe the blood off Sal's back. Thank you. Godric just nodded and turned away while Sal put on his clothes again. When Godric turned back to him, he had the talking and silenced hat in his hands. Another question, Salazar, he said hesitatingly. Would you mind to help me with that thing? Sal just laughed. Well, I definitely have an idea what to do with it, he answered. Give it to me. When he later that day, it was after midnight after all, showed off his idea to the other founders and told them to embed some of their personality traits in the enchanted sarcastic hat, they looked at him oddly. At least they did until he told them he planned to use it to sort. Good riddance, was the only thing Peverell said when he heard about Sal's idea, and was promptly promoted to house the hat for the rest of the year. Like that, the sorting hat started to inhabit Peverell's office. The real problem started 3 years later when Sal finally decided to push through his plans for the girls. The gathering of the lords was loud as ever. But this time, instead of vital matters, they were discussing rumors. I heard that there's an immortal pureblood running through the country and hunting sorcerers and sorceresses, Lord Gaunt said. We should discuss what we will do to stop him from entering the Isles. I don't care if he wreaks havoc somewhere on the mainland but not here under our reign. Are you truly sure it's an immortal pureblood? Peverell asked with a raised eyebrow. Lord Gaunt just sneered. I heard that he was beheaded. 3 days later he returned and killed his murderers, Lord Gaunt replied hauntingly. Peverell snorted. There is no pureblood that could survive something like that, he countered. Obviously there is. Lord Gaunt sneered. And obviously we need to somehow keep our people safe. If there is truly a pureblood that can survive that, then we must find a way to keep us safe from it. There is no pureblood in the world that could do something like that, not without the aid of dark magic, Peverell objected. As if there is a way to get immortal with dark magic. Another lord called in. In the next moments others voiced that they thought him right. There is. Sal's soft voice finally interrupted the others. Everyone fell silent when he spoke. You sound sure of that, Lord Selwyn said with a raised eyebrow. Sal just shrugged. I heard about the possibility before, he said. It's a vile way to gain immortality, but it's a way nonetheless. Lord Gaunt just sneered. I think you are a little bit too young to fully understand what you are talking about. Believe me when I tell you that there is no way to gain immortality. Sal opened his mouth to object, but Lord McGonagall was faster. He's right, lad, he said. There definitely is no way to gain something like immortality by dark magic. Yes, there are just purebloods and their unnatural abilities, another one said. I bet there is a pureblood somewhere whose ability is to be immortal, and said pureblood is now killing people on the mainland. I told you that there is no pureblood that can survive. Oh, stop it, Peverell. We all know you think yourself an expert on purebloods, but there are things that even you don't know. For those I have my sister, Peverell snapped. This time some chuckles could be heard from various directions. Well, I at least did not hesitate and banned the purebloods from my lands, another lord called in. Even if the beast isn't immortal, That it's still alive tells you that we should keep everything unnatural away from us. And purebloods are unnatural. Sal sneered, but a lot of other lords nodded reluctantly. Lord Selwyn sighed. For a moment there was a lull in the conversation, then the lord from before decided to go formal with his proclamation. Well, I propose we should vote if we ban purebloods from all our lands or if it's the individual lord's decision, the lord who had banned the purebloods from his land said. A second lord seconded. Lord Gaunt and Lord Selwyn frowned, but Lord Selwyn nevertheless called out a vote. Sal was shocked when he saw lords voting for the ban. It were not enough for a law, but too many nonetheless, or so Sal thought. The proposition was turned down. Lord Selwyn said. We should stop discussing rumors and voting on them. Instead, we should finally return to more important matters. From then on, the meeting turned to the usual themes, like trading, the state of the crops, the division of the lands, one or two marriage proposals that were important for all lords, and finally Hawes wards. It was then, listening to Lord Gaunt's praise for their academia, when Sal finally struck. I thank you for your kind words, Lord Gaunt, he said smoothly after the lord had finished his praise for Hawes wards and its apprentices. We all appreciate them very much. But not all things are running as smoothly as they should at our academia, and I am sorry that I have to darken this meeting by proposing something that is very important to me but also very hard to accomplish. But the truth is that my plea would help our academia immensely if you accept my motion. Don't worry, Lord Slytherin, Lord McGonagall said. Propose your idea to us and we will see if we are able to grant you your wish. Sal nodded and stood. It had been 2 years ago when they first started to call him Lord Slytherin in the Gathering of the Lords. It had been a joke at first, but soon Godric and Salvajahar had lost their original names in court and all lords called them by the names they had taken at Hawes wards. You said it yourself, the lads we teach no more than a lad taught by solely one master, he started. But that new knowledge isn't just a blessing for the lads, it's also a curse. A curse. The other lords looked at each other, frowning. Yes, a curse. Until now the lads taught by one master respected their wives after marriage because they knew that their wife had been taught magic like they had been, just from their fathers and not from masters. But now I started to hear words at Hogwarts that the lasses were worth nothing but two birthday heir. This new development concerns me because we wizards always respected our women highly. He hadn't outright lied when he spoke to the gathering, but he definitely had stretched reality a little bit, not talking about the slight manipulation he had done by sending out his Slytherins to talk exactly like that near the other four founders. Thanks to Fire and Ice for the missing house colors that would adorn the apprentice robes in future. Lord Gryffindor. Lord Grim. Lord McGonagall said with a concerned voice. It was clear that he wanted their opinion on that matter. I fear that Salazar is not exaggerating, Peverell said sighing. Godric, Rowena, Helga and I also heard the rumors. Yes, definitely thanks to Wind and Fire for the missing difference on the students' robes. The other lords frowned. Tell me, Lord Slytherin, do you have an idea what to do against that problem? Lord McGonagall said. I thought about it long and hard, Sal answered while inclining his head. The only option I see is to grant the lasses the same education the lads have. I would propose to let them go to Hawes wards. The answer was a commotion and Sal had to raise his hand and wait a few minutes before he could continue. Of course I know the problems that come with it. It wouldn't be proper to let the lasses live with the lads. The idea I have would be that the lasses have their own dorm rooms in the houses. The dorm rooms are shielded so that a lad is unable to enter. When the lasses go to class, they will go together and a house elf will accompany them. They will sit extra in the Great Hall and they will be allowed to take books from the library to read them in their dorm rooms. The castle will be warded so that a lad will be unable to come near unmarried lasses and lasses they aren't married with in an improper way. I wrote wards that will be able to distinguish what is proper and what isn't. Quote. It had been hard to create these wards and it had taken him the most of the last 3 years, but it was worth it, he was sure about that. Every professor who will teach at Hawes wards will have to take an oath that they won't behave in an improper way towards their charges. Every lass will be told the name of a house elf who will guard her if she wants to go somewhere by herself or who will aid her if she is in a dangerous situation. Like that it still should be proper for the lasses, and at the same time the rumors that are at the academia in the moment will put to rest indefinitely. The lords looked at each other with unsure eyes. They still hesitated. Don't forget that it is a lass who will later on teach her children her knowledge first. Long before the lads go to Hogwarts, it is their mother who tells them about magic. Because of that, a lass who knows more about magic will easier get a marriage contract than a lass who knows next to nothing. If they would have the same education like the lads again, their worth would just get higher than it is now, and then it would be when the lads leave Hogwarts with the thoughts they have now about the lasses. This time the faces of the lords were grim. He got them. Sal smiled. At least he did until the first question was asked. The next 20 minutes were pure horror. Sal was questioned mercilessly, and finally the lords decided to think about it by themselves for another 2 days before they decided. 2 days later the lords gave in. The lasses would go to Hogwarts after harvest, and Sal had finally gotten what he had wanted for years. The day later Lord McGonagall proposed to make it mandatory to attend Hogwarts. He explained his reasoning that if the lasses also attended, he wanted to shield them as much as possible, and to add Hogwarts and its rules to the law would just aid them in the long way. The other lords nodded. It wouldn't do well if a lass was kidnapped because 2 clans were warring, and one of the clans decided that it would be easier to kidnap the daughter of the other clan leader instead of to try another way for peace. But with that the problems only started. With the entrance of the girls, Sal finally lifted the charm from the missing dormitories, something that brought him some raised eyebrows from the other 4 founders. Sal just shrugged and grinned when they looked at him until Rowena finally huffed and declared, "I should have known it." And with that they moved on to other tasks. The summer the girls gained entrance was also the summer they finally had to invite some more teachers to aid them. With the incoming girls it were simply too many students to teach them with only 5 of them. So, Godric said when they had their customary meeting at the Great Hall shortly before harvest. "We have 3 new teachers this year. A teacher for astrology, a teacher for etiquette and writing, and a teacher for creature lore." Godric was beaming when he mentioned the matron who would take over etiquette and writing. Since they had decided earlier that summer that they needed more teachers, he had started to look for someone who could relieve him from his duties in that part. He had been ecstatic when an old widow had decided that she would like to teach that part to the children. Godric simply hated to teach etiquette and writing. "And sometime after Beltane our new potion master will arrive," Peverell added. Sal just grimaced. He didn't know the man who would take over potions from him, and he definitely wasn't very happy in that regard. The other teachers he had been able to get to know beforehand, but the recommended potion master had been touring the country, so that at the end Sal hadn't met him. The only one who had was Godric, and Sal definitely didn't trust Godric in that regard. Godric after all wasn't even able to distinguish the top of a cauldron from its bottom. "There's also a request from the lords to visit the school regularly," Peverell added in that moment. "No," Sal said instantly. The others stared at him. "We're talking about their children, Salazar," Helga said. "I am sure that a lot of them would be more at ease if they knew exactly how their children are living. They didn't request this since we founded Hogwarts, so why now?" Sal countered. "Maybe it's because their daughters are also starting to learn here," Rowena suggested softly. Sal frowned, but then he sighed. "Then let them come for a day and we show them," he said. This time it was Peverell who frowned. "Salazar," he said, sighing. "There were multiple requests that they want to have access to the Academia day and night. We others thought it a good idea." "Yes," Godric said. "Especially the mundane parents will be relieved if they can come and see their children whenever they." No mundane will set their feet on this land." Sal knew he sounded racist in that moment, but in front of his inner eye he saw the icy steel blade coming through his chest, and he heard the battle cries and the sound of the dying from the day he died for Camelot. "I won't allow anyone absolute access to this land." "Salazar." Godric stared at him, his eyes blasting. "We are talking about the parents of our apprentices." "I don't care," Sal countered, hissing. "They don't belong here. They won't come here. That's my final word." Godric and the others gawked at him. "This is our academia," Godric finally said coolly. "You have no right to decide this by yourself. The others are all for it and we will follow whatever the majority decided." Sal bared his teeth at him. This is my ancestral home, Godric. And whatever chimera you are following, I won't sacrifice my family's sacrifice just to comply with your wishes. And with that he stormed out of the great hall, not able any more to look the others in the eye. He had told them time after time that the wards of the castle were based on soul magic, had they never even once thought about what that truly meant. He couldn't believe that Godric and the others were willing to destroy the wards of the castle, wards that kept them safe, just to follow the wishes of the gathering of the lords. The days and weeks after their disagreement, Godric ignored him, something the whole academia found out as soon as the children returned. Rowena and Helga had a different approach. Instead of treating him with silent and the cold shoulder, they tried again and again to change his stance on admitting the parents to Ha's wards. Finally Rowena snapped. "You are utterly childish in this regard, Salazar." She cried frustrated. "Why don't you even try to listen to us? Even you can see that it would just aid us in the cooperation of the gathering if they had the ability to visit the academia whenever they wanted." "I don't care about the gathering," Sal replied calmly. "I told you weeks ago why I will never give in to your pleas. I won't change just because you hope I do. We built this place to teach apprentices. You can't suddenly start with refusing some of them entrance just because their parents want to see the academia beforehand. And I told you that the parents can come if they must. Let them come for a day. A day, not whenever they feel like it. But I don't think that a master would have tolerated the parents coming to his home whenever they wanted just to check on their child. No. But this is different. It isn't," Sal hissed. "And I won't give in. If you want the parents coming whenever they want, then search for another building. They won't come here, and that's my final word on that matter." After that Rowena stopped speaking to him as well. Helga instead looked at him with bafflement. "You never outright refused anything we planned to do," she said. "Why now?" "Because until now your decisions were reasonable," Sal said. "Now you are just blinded by the words of the lords." Helga just frowned at him when he said that. "I don't think we're blinded," she said. "I mean, what's so bad about letting the parents see their children? They wouldn't do any harm." Sal just snorted. "You have no idea how the wards you live under work, so how do you know their visit truly does no harm? And I told you, one time, all right, let them come. But after that there is no need for them to be here." Helga just sighed. "You are acting like a child, Salazar," she said. "I know you are possessive of this castle, but being possessive and acting like you do, are two different kinds of shoes." Sal just sneered at her. After that Helga also stopped speaking to him. Salvajahar still didn't move an inch from his point of view. He knew he couldn't give in, even when Godric started to hiss at him. Bigot. And mundane hater. After Sal still didn't give in, even 2 months into the new school year. It hurt to be treated like that. Not just by Godric but also by the women, but Sal couldn't give in. If he did, he would have to destroy the soul wards so that the parents were able to get in, and that was one thing he would never be able to do. Still, it would be the only way to comply with the other founders' wishes. Surely there would be some parents that could gain access without him destroying the wards, parents that needed a sanctuary and that had pure intentions, but the rest of them would be unable to enter without Sal letting them in. And he couldn't stand guard at the entrance forever just so that they could enter. "There's a reason why you won't give in to their wishes, isn't there?" Peverell said one evening. Sal had been outside, sitting on a rock at the lake. He startled when he suddenly heard Peverell's voice next to him. Peverell had said nothing to the argument he had been having with the other founders. The other man had not stood by his side, but he also hadn't taken the side of his wife and the others. Instead he had chosen to treat Sal like he had always been threatening him. Sal shrugged. "When was there a time I would do something without a suitable reason?" he asked softly, staring unseeingly at the lake. Tomorrow was Beltane and the day after the new potion master would come to Ha's wards. "I don't remember a time you hadn't had a good reason," Peverell said softly. "Why don't you give in to them?" It was a question, not an accusation, but still Sal hesitated. Then he sighed and looked up at the sky and the wards that were shielding them, unseen to the BPD eye. "The soul wards, do you know how they are created?" he asked softly, deciding to explain his reason one last time. Peverell shrugged. "Not really. I know you have to die for them so that they can come into existence. I don't know how exactly they are created and how exactly they work, but I doubt that even you know how they were created and how they work, exactly. Sal sighed again. Then he rubbed his face tiredly. I know how they were created, he said. I know exactly how they were created. Peverell looked at him astonished. How? I mean, shouldn't it have been your father who created the wards on Ha's wards? Sal just shrugged. The blood wards on the castle, sure, he said. Peverell looked at him oddly. There are no blood wards on the castle but ours, Salazar, he said. I might not know a lot about warding, but I am definitely sure about that one. Sal just rubbed his face again. Soul wards, he finally explained, are based on normal blood wards. The blood wards develop to soul wards if, he stopped and rubbed his chest. His heart was pounding in his chest. He could hear the battle cries of the past and the sound of people dying. He could feel the cold steel piercing his chest and could hear his heart stop. Salazar. He startled and the memory let him go again. Peverell looked at him concerned. Salazar. What happened just now? Nothing. Sal's voice was hoarse. Forgive me. Peverell just frowned. What did you want to say before you stopped speaking? And with that question, the phantom pain and the noise in his ears were back. He fought against his past that tried to swallow him whole again and cursed his eidetic memory. Salvajahar. Sal's head snapped up when he heard his correctly pronounced name on Peverell's lips. Are you all right? Peverell's hand softly touched Sal's own, which was unconsciously rubbing his chest above his heart. Then Peverell's hand grabbed Sal's and slowly pulled it away from Sal's chest. Are you hurt, Salvajahar? The name was spoken slowly, carefully. It was surprisingly painful to hear his correct name from the lips of another, not drunk, person again. I am well, forgive me, Peverell. The other man did clearly not believe him. Instead he tugged at Sal's tunic and finally raised it to look beneath it. Sal's mind needed a moment to catch up with what Peverell was doing, and when he understood the other man's action, he was too late to stop him. Peverell's huge, concerned eyes met his. When did that happen? He asked softly, still watching Sal closely, his eyes straying every other second to the horrible scar on Sal's chest, the scar Sal had been rubbing all the time. Sal met his gaze head on. The question is not when, Peverell, it is where and why, he corrected the now grim-looking man. Then tell me where it happened. Tell me why it happened. Peverell repeated his question carefully, his gaze sincere and sad. Sal hesitated another moment, the noises of the battlefield again filling his mind. It happened just a few miles from here, he said softly. It happened because I had to shield the castle and the people in it. Peverell's eyes searched his face. The soul wards, Sal wasn't sure if it was a question or a comment, but he answered anyway. They were created when my fathers and I died, trying to protect the castle, Sal said softly. The answer was a sharp intake of breath and a warm hand touched the ugly scar on his chest questioningly. I was pierced by a sword from behind, Sal supplied while he watched the empty sky. It went right through my heart. Every other man would have died, and for a moment or two I indeed did die. I just couldn't stay dead. Immortality, Peverell said slowly. Immortality like the one the gathering was talking about. Sal chuckled weakly. It wasn't intended. I was born that way. Peverell said nothing for a moment, then he sighed again. So the soul wards, he said probingly. They started to exist because my family and I died that day, Sal said. If I would do like the others want me to, I would have to destroy them. I would have to destroy the last legacy of my whole family for the hunger for power of a few arrogant lords. The answer was a sharp intake of breath, and Sal finally found the strength to look at Peverell again. Understanding and horror filled the eyes of the other man. His warm hand on Sal's chest moved until it was able to squeeze Sal's shoulder. I'll talk to them, Peverell said, clearly meaning the other founders. Even they can't stay angry at you if they know that you would have to destroy the wards to abide their wishes. Sal just snorted. I told them the truth weeks ago, Peverell, he said bitterly. They don't care. Peverell just pressed his lips together. They care, he objected softly. They just don't truly understand what those wards mean. I'll tell them that your family sacrificed their lives for them. If they still don't listen, I'll tell them that you died to shield this castle from everything and that I can't ignore such a sacrifice for something fickle like the desire of men." With that, he stood up and walked away, back to the castle. "And if they won't listen?" Sal called after him. "Then I tell the gathering of the lords." "No, myself," Peverell said without turning. "Some things are too precious to destroy just to fulfill unreasonable wishes." They listened and slowly everything returned back to normal. The years passed and the trial run with the girls was seen as a success, so Sal put forth his next wish after he was sure that there would be no protest from anyone. He wanted them to write down in their law that Hogwarts would be separated from any legal institution that was or was yet to come. The laws of Hogwarts were to be unchangeable. Some days later, he and the other founders really made the contract with the Council of Lords to secure the freedom of Hogwarts and its students in every conflict that would come to be. It was a security measure everyone else thought too much, but Sal insisted, and Lord Slytherin, as he was called now, had long ago gained a reputation of getting what he wanted. The last nail to this reputation had been the year before when he had added the girls to Hogwarts. "And you say you don't have ambition," Peverell said after the contract was sealed. "Arguing with the council until Hogwarts is practically an own country and then securing it until not even a rat could come in unnoticed." "Well, I have to keep them all out," Sal answered. "No lord, no mundane, no pureblood, no sorcerer or sorceress who does not go to school here should be able to enter without being noticed." "As if we would ever allow any purebloods to enter Hogwarts," Godric said, snorting. Sal grinded his teeth. "Why shouldn't we?" he asked his friend softly instead. He knew Godric. Godric was a kind man, a little bit gullible and sometimes too ready to accept a story as truth, but still a kind man. "Because of the stories. Haven't you heard what kind of horrible monsters they are?" Those words were like a punch in Sal's gut. Monsters. His gentle, good-hearted ATR. His ever-freezing but loving grandma. His soft-spoken grandpa. His wonderful son. Monsters. "How do you know that they are monsters?" he asked, his voice still gentle. Over the last years, the aversion towards purebloods had strengthened, especially since there were year after year reports of cruel murders by a pureblood on the continent. Sal had tried to keep an eye on it, but even with his reprimands, a lot of children had started to speak about purebloods as if they were monsters, if they didn't call them monsters outright. "Because the stories said so, Salazar," Godric replied. "And I won't endanger the children by allowing purebloods at Hogwarts. There will never be purebloods there ever. You have no say in that, Godric," Sal returned coolly and swept away. He knew he should have confronted his friend. He knew he should have talked to the man, but instead he was unable to even look at the man in question. It wasn't even the first time he had heard Godric saying something like that, and until now he had reprimanded his friend sharply. But today had been different. Monsters. He didn't know why, and when Godric also had started to adopt the current stance against furbolgs or purebloods like they were called now. He just knew that his friend had. Sal often wondered if it was simply a problem of Godric not truly knowing about furbolgs. Maybe if he knew. Sal shook his head and instead opted to do what he always did in the last months when he was agitated by the bigotry around him and unable to fight against it any longer. He vanished in the 7th floor where he and Peverell were experimenting with magic. They had started their experiments after that day on the lake and had since then hidden a room away so that no one other would stumble over their experiments. Well, at least it had been a room at the beginning. Sal wasn't quite sure what to call the construct now, after it had been thoroughly embedded with rune chains and circles as well as some blood magic and experimental potions. And it definitely hadn't just been Sal who had done the work. Peverell was the leader behind the project, Sal just the one who visualized what Peverell dreamt up. A little bit more, so Peverell, and then they would activate it. Sal just hoped they wouldn't blow up the castle while doing so. Unbeknown to them, sometime in the future the room would become a legend. The come and go room, they would call it. The room of requirement. Until then it just would be one thing to Sal. A room where he could vent his frustration with Godric and his suddenly bigoted apprentices. It was 3 weeks later and Salvajahar was teaching potions. The potion teacher Godric had hired was nothing but sloppy and unhelpful. If Sal would have had any say, the man would have left Hogwarts years ago, but the others insisted that he was a splendid teacher and objected every time Sal brought it up. When it happened, the wards Sal knew so well started to hum with life. A refugee had found their way to Hogwarts. Sal stood up from where he sat and then looked over his class to see how far along they were with their potion. The most of them were done. Good. 5 more minutes, he said. And then waited until even the last student had left the classroom before he closed it down and headed to the small hut he had built outside for those who came as refugees. The sight he met was nothing he had expected. It was a herd of centaurs, not just men and women but children as well, standing warily in front of the hut, waiting. It was one of the newer protections of the castle that led the refugees to the hut and gave them the impression to wait there until they were welcomed. And as always, it had to be Sal who welcomed them. After all, he was the lord of the land, even if his ancestral home had turned in an academia over time. Sal stopped within a slight distance and then bowed. I bid you a good day, strangers, he greeted them softly. I am Salvajahar Emrys, the lord of the land. Welcome to my home. The centaurs definitely didn't seem to know what to make of him. Finally, one grim and old-looking centaur stepped forward, his keen eyes never leaving Sal's lithe form. I am Morrowind, Salvajahar Emrys, he said. Tell me, lord of the land, will you also chase us away from this land? Sal frowned. Chase you away? He asked, uncomprehending. My home is a sanctuary for everyone who needs it, so tell me, why should I send you away? The centaurs traded nervous glances, but Morrowind just looked at him coolly. Because that is what sorcerers do these days to my kind, he said, sneering. They chase us from our homes, and wherever we go, there is no way to escape them. Godric won't be happy. If that is what they are doing, you are welcome to live on my lands, Sal said. He knew that Rowena, Peverell and Helga wouldn't object, and he definitely had no interest in even asking Godric. Just be aware that we have a lot of children here, so please don't be hostile towards them, even if they might act hostile towards you at first. Morrowind stared at him. You know we count to the purebloods, don't you? He finally asked Sal, disbelief coloring his voice. It seemed as if his herd had met too many hostile sorcerers to not be wary around him. Sal just shrugged. I am a pureblood myself, he said. Well, mixed-born pureblood, but pureblood nonetheless. The leader of the herd, Sal was sure that Morrowind was exactly that, bowed his head after hearing that and then turned to look at the rest of his herd. Whatever silent communication took place, Sal did not know, but when Morrowind turned back to him, he could see the decision in the centaur's eyes. We would like to stay if we can, he said. Would it be all right if we took the woods to live in? Sal's gaze turned to the woods at his right. We might have to enter for potion ingredients and hunting, he warned. The centaur just nodded. We are used to share the woods with sorcerers. If you allow us to stay, we even might help you with your hunts now and then. For a moment Sal pondered those words, but then he inclined his head. So mo it be, he said. And be assured that I will talk to the children we teach so that they won't enter the woods without one of us adults nearby. We won't disturb you unnecessarily. This time the centaur inclined his head, relief clearly written in his face. I thank you again, lord of the land. My kinsman and I are in your department. Sal didn't protest these words. It would have been an insult to the centaur if he had. At least it was in all the customs he knew, and he guessed that it was the same with the centaur's custom as well. So instead of objecting, he went with them until they reached the woods and then turned and headed back to the castle. Godric was waiting for him in the entrance hall. It was obvious that he had overheard Sal's talk with the centaurs. What is the meaning of that? Godric growled, not even trying to be quiet. They needed a place to stay, so they stayed, Sal answered coolly. He knew from the look on Godric's face that he would have to fight tooth and nails to bring Godric to even listen to him, but Sal knew that he couldn't back down. Somewhere he had to draw the line, and frankly, he was exhausted after being belittled non-stop since at least 2 years. They needed a place to stay. They needed a place to stay. That's your excuse. Have you even thought about the children we are protecting in these walls? Godric hissed. Of course I have. They are no threat to the children, Sal answered, sighing. That's what you think, Salazar. But look at them. They are unnatural. You can see it by just looking at them. They are purebloods. They definitely have no right to be at Hogwarts. Hogwarts is a sanctuary, Godric. For everyone. Sal hissed back, Parseltongue creeping into his voice. They have every right to be there if they need protection. Oh, and the next thing you say is that we should take in their children as apprentices. Godric mocked icily. I can see it right now. Beast trotting all over the stairs of Hogwarts. They are no beasts. Sal replied harshly. What's happening to you, Godric? You weren't like that when I first met you. Maybe I grew up. Yes, in a bigot. I am not a bigot. You definitely are now, Godric. We are talking about children and you call them beasts. So I should use monsters instead. Godric hissed furiously. They are children, Godric. Children. They have hooves. Because they are centaur children. Sal countered. If they were vampires, they definitely wouldn't have hooves, and I would have welcomed them nonetheless. Vampires. You're telling me that if a vampire would come and ask for his brood to attend Hogwarts, you simply would say, yes. Yes. Then tell me, what in Morgana's name are you thinking, Salazar? Purebloods in Hogwarts. Godric cried. I will not have any pureblood child at Hogwarts. They are children, Godric. Sal countered heatedly again. Children like every other mixed blood. The only difference is their parentage. I will not exclude them just because they have two pure-blooded parents and not just one. We will not have any children with a pureblood parent in my school. Godric yelled. I do not need a child who bites others or does who knows what with them. Purebloods are dangerous. They aren't human. You can't teach them to be humans. They are monsters. Monsters SSS. Sal repeated, hissing. He knew they strayed from the original discussion, but maybe it was long overdue to be frank with Godric. Monsters SSS. How dare you? How dare you? Godric yelled. Do you have any idea what Peverell and I would lose if it came out that we took in pure-blooded children? We would be socially ruined. Fine. Then throw them all out. If you do not want the pure-blooded children here, then I don't want the mixed-blooded in Hogwarts. Their blood is dirty after all. Not that he really meant that statement, but he couldn't stop himself. The resentment had festered over the last few years and he couldn't stop now, even if he wanted to. You. Godric shouted and drew his sword. How dare you to insult our apprentices? I do not care. Sal hissed. They insult me all the time. Why should I care if I insult them this time? They are exactly like you. I bore your insulting words long enough. I do not care anymore. I give up in trying to change your ways. So just shut up. What are you talking about? Godric yelled. I definitely don't insult you. Why should I? You don't insult me. You don't insult me. Sal hissed. You call me a monster all the time, and you tell me you don't insult me. You call my son a monster. My father. My grandparents. And now you tell me you don't insult me. Try again. This monster is not human enough to understand the words of a lowly biased wannabe mixed blood. Biased wannabe mixed blood. Godric repeated. Are you insulting me now? And if I am, who cares? Sal countered. I definitely don't mind telling you the truth to your face if I have to. The truth. The truth. What truth? The truth you don't want to see. Sal hissed. Just take a look at our apprentices. They might be good, but they would be better if they could learn from pureblood children some different ways to use their. I will not have a pureblood in my house. Godric yelled. Fine. Then they will be in mine. I don't care. If I have to, then I will reject the mixed-blooded ones and just take purebloods. You sound as if you think your apprentices weren't worth your time just because they are mixed blood. I just said that they could benefit from a pureblood along the way. Sal countered. Purebloods know things that a mixed blood never. Godric's sword pressed against Sal's throat. A single red tear rolled down to Sal's collarbone. I never thought you would be such a biased little piece of. Godric. Godric stopped mid-sentence and looked up. At the top of the stairs stood Helga, looking at them with huge, frightened eyes. Helga. Godric. What's going on? Peverell stopped behind his wife, staring at the scene in front of him. Godric. Why do you have your sword at Salazar's throat? Because I have put up long enough with his biased ways of thinking. Godric said, enraged. My biased ways of thinking. Sal hissed. Until now I never mentioned any kind of bias. How dare you to accuse me if you are the one who looks at a child and sees a monster? When you are the one who looks at my son and sees a monster? Your son. Your son. I never met your son. The blade edged deeper in Sal's throat, but he didn't move an inch. He did not even show them the pain he felt, physically and emotionally. No, he said in a low voice. You never met him. But you call him a monster anyway. Why should I call your son a monster? This time Godric definitely looked confused, his rage dimmed by the new emotion. I don't know. I never thought you to be the biased kind either. So, tell me, Godric, why do suddenly you call me a monster? Peverell and Helga gasped. You did. Godric, why? Helga said, staring at her confused-looking brother. Who? But, I didn't. Why should I call you a monster? He said, lowering his sword a little so that it was resting on Sal's shoulder. Sal just stared at the man in front of him, still feeling furious and absolutely hurt. I don't know. All I know is that you did. You called me a monster to my face. You called my father, my grandparents and my son a monster to my face. And you ask me why I would be furious with you. I would never. This whole discussion was about purebloods and pure-blooded children in Hogwarts. That discussion wasn't about you or your family. Well, news flash, Godric. I am a pureblood. My father was a pureblood. My grandparents were. My son is. I might be a mixed-born pureblood but a pureblood nonetheless. I never thought you would think of me as a creature unable to behave human. And with that Sal turned and stormed out of the castle. He needed space. He definitely needed space and a time away from Godric. He had endured enough for today. I cannot believe you told him he is not human enough to be considered such. Helga said, staring at her brother with accusing eyes. Pray that he will forgive you, because if he doesn't I will throw you out of Hogwarts without a second thought. She turned and left from where she came from. But, Godric said, but, I never thought that a pureblood could be so normal. I mean the stories, You are a fool, Godric, Peverell said sighing. How can you be imbecilic enough to believe in fairy tales? But, Godric stared at Peverell helplessly. Don't you dare to try and find comfort in me or Rowena. After all, I am a pureblood as well. And from the sound of it I am nothing more than a wild beast in your eyes. And with that he left, leaving Godric standing in the entrance hall, looking lost, helpless and weighted down by his own guilt. That was the day Salazar Slytherin left Hogwarts. When Harry finally returned to the common room it was long dark outside and curfew had been so long ago that even the most daring students had found themselves in the safety of the tower long before Harry had even gone near it. Harry was fuming. In the headmaster's office he might have given up on arguing with the man, but as soon as he had entered the room of requirement and with that had left Dumbledore's territory, Harry's fury had returned tenfold. It wasn't the prospect of having to learn occlumency again that left him burning with rage but the knowledge that someone had tattled on the headmaster. And someone had. It wasn't a guess, Harry knew. If someone hadn't the headmaster might have been suspicious, would have been suspicious, but he wouldn't have had enough evidence to be sure about that. And now Harry had occlumency lessons with Snape of all people. As if Harry hadn't enough on his plate already. So Harry had gone to the room of requirement and had worked out until he was soaked in sweat and tired enough to drop dead, just to return to the common room and seeing Hermione and Ron waiting for him on one of the sofas. Harry, Hermione exclaimed when she saw him enter. Where have you been? Harry's first instinctive reaction was to sneer at her and tell her she had no right to know. But then he stopped. Of course, Hermione had no right to know. She might be a friend but not his mother. On the other hand, she was his friend, and as a friend she at least had the right to ask. Running, Harry answered after contemplating his answer. I needed to clear my head. Hermione blinked at his answer, surprise visible in her eyes, but it was Ron who told them the obvious. Harry, he said, you never ran before when you needed to clear your head. Harry just sighed and decided that he wouldn't go anywhere until his friends were satisfied with his answer, so he plunked down on the sofa next to theirs. I didn't have my broom with me and I needed to get out, he said tiredly. Harry, this time Hermione's voice sounded hesitant. What happened? She stopped for a moment, then continued with a stronger, surer-sounding voice. I know you had detention with Umbridge tonight, but what happened afterwards? I mean, she didn't keep you until now, did she? Harry was just in time to repress his sneer. No, he said, his own voice icy. The headmaster called afterwards for a little chat. His eyes first fixed on Hermione, then on Ron. Hermione and Ron shared a glance, and suddenly Harry knew. The fury he had worked of just minutes ago returned in all its glory. It had been those two in front of him who went to the headmaster. Do you want to tell me something, maybe? He asked coolly. I don't know what. Don't play innocent with me, Harry hissed, and the fury he had felt before returned to the open for a moment before he was able to suppress it again. Someone. He looked from Hermione to Ron and back while he held his temper in check. Went to Dumbledore and told him that, maybe that I was acting strange, or that I changed my behavior with Malfoy or Snape, or that I was doing better in a class one hated, who knows? Whatever Dumbledore was told, it gave him the idea that I needed Snape to teach me occlumency. Now tell me, was it you two who tattled on me? The ice of his fury was bleeding in his voice at the end of his tale. Ron gawked at him. Hermione looked guilty. Harry, she finally said hesitatingly. No. He interrupted her coolly. No, Hermione. I don't care what you told him, I just care that you did. But, Harry, you were acting strange. You. Then why didn't you come to me? Harry asked her when the fury he felt left him. Of course, those two in front of him were still children, and children made mistakes, but that didn't excuse their actions. Why did you run to Dumbledore instead of asking me? Because you wouldn't have told us. Ron interrupted him. Ron's face was turning red and he was clearly losing his temper. You never tell us the important things. You just clam up and say nothing. Like last year in the tournament. Like in second year the Parseltongue. Like. I do not clam up. Harry hissed. The slight hisses of the snake language started to caress his words, adding the musical sound of his native tongue to the spoken English. I was Muggle raised, Ron. I did not know about Parseltongue being special. And I definitely did not clam up at the tournament. You, Ron, were the one who refused to speak to me because you thought I had entered myself in this stupid tournament. Neither of you ever asked me directly about anything. You just want me to come to you and tell you everything, and if I don't, you run to the next teacher you can find. That's not true, Hermione said with huge eyes. You always refuse to listen. Like the time Sirius sent you the firebolt. And did you ever try to explain to me why you thought the firebolt was dangerous, Hermione? Harry asked her softly. Did you ever share your reason with me before you ran to Professor McGonagall? Hermione opened her mouth to retort but instead made the imitation of a goldfish. Well, Hermione. Harry had leaned forward and looked at her with old, cool and tired eyes. She blinked and then blurted out. But the firebolt could have been dangerous. Yes, Harry said. But you could have told me your reasons before you went and ran to a teacher. You could have talked to me, just like you could have talked to me before you ran to Dumbledore this time around. But you were acting strange. With Malfoy. With Snape. And you didn't talk to us like you usually did. Ron said furiously. That might be right, Harry said. But you simply could have told me that you were worried about me and asked me what is wrong. I asked you what is bothering you and you told me you were fine. Hermione retorted. Yes, you asked me what is bothering me. Have you ever thought that that was the wrong question to ask? Have you ever thought that you should have simply asked me why I was different than you knew me? I cannot read your mind. How by wind and fire should I know what you are worried about? Hermione's mouth snapped shut. She stared at him with huge, unbelieving eyes. But, Ron stuttered. No, Ron, Harry said coolly. Just once, Ron, think about how you would feel if you had a nightmare one night and instead of leaving it be I'd run to your mum and wake her up just to tell on you. Tell me, would you like that? Of course not. Well, congratulations. You just did the same to me. You might not have run to my mum but to a teacher, but the principle in the end is the same. You tattled on me. So excuse me if I won't talk to you for the next days. I need to calm down. And with that Harry stood and left the room, leaving two guilt-ridden teenagers behind. Of course, Harry knew that the other two were still teens and because of that made more mistakes than they would have made otherwise. But that was no excuse. Harry wouldn't go easy on them because they still hadn't learned that the world was a cruel place. Some things you had to learn when you were young, and one of those was that you shouldn't go behind another one's back, especially if this person was your friend. It was all right to worry, but the first approach had always to be the person you worried about and not an authority figure. Maybe they would learn in time. It was Saturday morning and Augusta Longbottom was sitting in the leaky cauldron, waiting for the one man she had always admired. Good morning, Augusta. Augusta Longbottom turned fluently, in absolute contrast to her age, and had drawn her wand faster than most people were able to react. Regrettably, the other party wasn't. Most people, and so she had lost her wand as soon as she drew it. She stared at the man within surprise, but still ready to defend herself, even without her wand. The man instead just smiled at her and rounded the table to sit down in the chair on the opposite of her table. Her wand was set down on the table and rolled back to her. Who? She started to say, but then she stopped mid-sentence. She knew who. Those deathly green eyes were one of a kind. Professor, she greeted, still baffled how the young boy in front of her could be the same man who had taught her ancient runes when she was still a student at Hogwarts. But he had known her and had answered her letter with knowledge that no one but the professor ever had. Knowledge that he wouldn't have shared, not even with his own sons or grandsons. Augusta Selwyn, the young man answered smiling, recognition in his eyes. Longbottom it was now. She nodded, still flabbergasted. How do you look so young? She finally asked him with huge eyes. The answer was a well-known, kind smile, a smile she still remembered even after more than 100 years. The professor hesitated for a short moment before he sighed. The answer is not as simple as I'd like it to be, he said. Let's just say it's a family secret. Augusta blinked. A family secret, she repeated, and the man in front of her smiled. Let's look for a more secure place and I might tell you a bit more, was the reply. So Augusta Longbottom did what a Gryffindor would do. She stood up, took her wand and followed the man. They left the leaky cauldron and when the man held out her arm for her, she slipped her hand in his. In the next moment she could feel the typical pressure of being apparated and when she could see again, they stood in a windowless, dark room. On the wall was a crest. A silver snake, wrapped around a white lily on a light green grounding. She turned to the professor and raised an eyebrow, looking pointedly at the crest on the wall. The answer was a laugh. The family's crest, he said. I am afraid I won't be able to tell you what family it stands for. You can't tell me. It's the crest of a grand family, he replied. I will return to the Wizengamot. The answer was a shudder. You want to return to politics. The smile was anything but reassuring. Augusta contemplated when the man in front of her looked at her. Maybe, he said, and she knew he meant yes. And for Augusta there was just one road to take now. What do I have to do to be part of your scheme, whatever you're scheming, Professor Malfoy? The professor looked at her. Why do you ask, Augusta? He said. She smiled and shrugged. I remember your reputation when I was a child, she said. You were ruthless. You were feared and admired. I always wanted to be like you. Do you truly think I would give up an opportunity to work with my childhood idol? The answer was a surprised laugh. Don't laugh at me, Professor, Augusta said. I meant it. I know you did, the boy said, smiling. I just wasn't expecting it. I wasn't the only one who admired you, Augusta defended herself. Charles Potter was at least as taken with you as I was. You were his absolute hero, the one man who couldn't do anything wrong. Believe me, if Albus Dumbledore and you would have been born at the same time, Albus would have never become as great as he did. He would have never gained the influence he has now if you still had been there when his star started to raise. The professor just smiled. I'm no hero, Augusta, he said, still smiling. I would have never fought against Grindelwald like he did. Augusta just snorted. Then tell me that you didn't all you could to fight him at the time he was a danger. The professor opened his mouth, but Augusta didn't even let him reply before she tattled on. I don't know where you were. I don't know what you did, but I know that you did everything you could to shield the innocent. That doesn't count, he said. Augusta just snorted. Just keep telling you that. Silence. Then she sighed and shook her head. Will you explain to me how you can look like a child even if you are older than I? The professor shrugged. I'm a Firbolg born, he said. The son of an old one. I don't age like normal wizards do. A Firbolg born. The word was foreign to Augusta. The grandson of a basilisk, he said and looked at her with deathly green eyes. I'm not human. Augusta blinked in surprise. Well, a part of her was surprised. Another part of her had long since understood that he couldn't be a normal wizard like everyone else. He just had always been too different for that. And yet you belong to a grand family. The professor shrugged. I was its founder, he said and smiled at her. She gawked at him and then decided she wouldn't be surprised by anything he told her anymore. What are you planning? The professor crooked his head. Interested in destroying the world like you know it now? He asked her. Interested in destroying the power base of the greatest and the most feared wizard in our time. Interested in rearranging our world to something no one would ever have dreamed of. You aren't planning those things. That isn't like you, Professor, Augusta replied. The answer was a smirk that would have had her running if it would have truly been aimed at her. I never said I wanted to do exactly that, the professor said. So what are you doing? The answer was a shrug. Someone messed with me, he replied and Augusta shuddered. Will you be my ally? Revenge. He was out for revenge. There was just one thing Augusta could do to answer that question. What do you need? She said. Alistair Moody was in a bad mood. His target was gone. Gone. As in not there. As in vanished from Hogwarts. If he could just prove that that was actually the case. If he could prove that the lad had left Hogwarts on his own and had apparated somewhere, Moody would have had all the evidence he needed. To his utter regret, he had come too late to Hogwarts to see his victim leave. So instead of following his target, he was kicking stones through the grass, swearing. If he just could prove that the lad really had left Hogwarts and wasn't hiding somewhere Moody didn't know. Again he kicked a little stone and the stone vanished into the woods of the Forbidden Forest. Stupid insomniac child, Moody grumbled. Imbecilic hiding Slytherin in Gryffindor robes. A little black cat looked up at that and scrutinized the swearing orb with its cold, gray eyes. It had been sunbathing in the last warmth of autumn until a little stone had hit its back and woken it. Damn brat. And with that the Auror turned and decided to use his time to do other things he wanted to do. The cat stood up and followed him until he left the grounds and apparated. Then the cat turned and returned with a huff to Hogwarts. Stupid paranoid ex-Aurors. It was late evening on the same Saturday when Arthur Weasley and his two eldest sons arrived in the same room Augusta Longbottom had been apparated at in the early morning. Arthur looked nervously around the room. It was empty. At least it was until a hidden door opened and another man entered. In the next moment Arthur corrected himself. Not a man. A boy. A boy, not much older than his youngest son. Welcome, my kin, the boy greeted them. Arthur blinked surprised. Then he decided to be better safe than sorry and bowed to the boy. His sons followed his lead. Head of house, he greeted in return. The answer was a soft smile. I don't insist on formality in informal settings, he said. You may call me Salvajahar, or Sal if you have trouble with my name. Salvajahar will be fine, my lord, Arthur answered and relaxed. He had never been good with the customs of purebloods, one of the reasons his family had been labeled as blood traitors. Please feel free to call me Arthur. Then he pointed at his sons. These are my heir, William, called Bill, and my second-born Charles, called Charlie. The other one nodded in acceptance and then gestured to a few seats in the corner. Let's sit down before we will start our discussion. Arthur, Bill and Charlie followed. It was Bill who spoke as soon as they had sat down. Tell me, my lord, what do you want with us? Arthur looked a little bit unhappy at his son. The question might have been true, but there were definitely better ways to phrase it. But instead of feeling insulted, the boy in front of them laughed. I didn't choose to send you the message because I want to use you for anything, Heir Weasley, he said. I choose you because you are family and you have the right to choose if you want to associate with those you belong to in blood. You have to be very ambitious if you want to recreate a grand family. People like that normally choose exactly what kind of people they want to have in their family and what kind they don't want. And normally they look for powerful allies or people they can use for their own benefit, Bill answered coolly. So forgive me if I don't believe you. The answer was again a laugh. I'll send my invitation to the family to every direct descendant. I wouldn't have considered the Weasleys as they are first cousins if it hadn't been for Molly Weasley, née Pruitt. As she is the last of the Pruitts, I decided to invite the Weasleys even if they are not as closely related as the rest I am inviting, the boy answered. Of course, the consequences are that I have also to invite another family, so that they can't protest the invite. Excuse me? Charlie asked, surprised. What has inviting our family to do with inviting the other family? Salvajahar shrugged. They are cousins to the Weasleys and the Grand family, he answered casually. At the same time, they are closely related to me. So you could say that they are as closely related as the Weasleys, so when I am inviting you, I will have to invite them. I don't mind. I don't like the current British head of the Branch family I am talking about, but they could be useful for me. So you selected us because of our use. What use would you get from us? Bill said coolly. Arthur wanted to slap his boy for his rude tone. Salvajahar just shrugged. It is in my nature to consider the use of those people I associate with, he said unimpressed. To be straightforward, the value I see in your family would be a curse breaker, a dragon tamer, a ministry worker, 3 more potentially promising children, 2 genius pranksters, and a trained researcher. That is the value you bring, and that is the value I seek. Nothing more, nothing less. The 3 Weasleys gawked at him. And if we join the family, what would you have us do? Arthur finally asked, giving up on customs. His sons had broken them way before, and their potential head of house didn't seem to mind. The boy shrugged. Whatever you do now, he said. Of course, there are things I would forbid you to do or things I would encourage you to learn, but mostly I'm interested in keeping your family exactly like it is now. Charlie's eyes narrowed. So what are the rules you expect us to follow? He asked. Salvajahar shrugged again. Unity of the Grand family in public. You can hate each other all you like when you're in private, as long as you are in public you stand behind family. A reasonable demand, Arthur thought. I also would expect you all submit to a health test. You will be tested for potions or spells. Nothing to object there, even if it would be embarrassing. Another rule would be that all of you learn to occlude your mind. It will help against possession, compulsion, charms, or imperious. This is not negotiable on my side. This time it was Bill who nodded in understanding. The goblins also insisted on the same safety measurements. They definitely were a good way to keep the whole family safe. And lastly, the family comes first. I don't care what you believe. I don't care if you're light or dark. But I care if you decide to follow another man like little ducklings, unable to think for yourselves. If you join my family, your loyalty will be with your family. You might admire someone else, someone like Albus Dumbledore or Fudge or whoever, but you won't follow them blindly. The family comes first. Work with them, admire them for all I care, but you will always think what your actions will do to the family name. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. It would be different than before. Until now he had always looked up at Dumbledore, but if he truly considered following this grand family, then he would have to look at the man with critical eyes. What about you know who? Charlie asked. Would you be as lenient if we decided to join him? This time the head of the house hesitated before he sighed. I am not light, he said softly. The Grand family won't be light. And if it had been any other Dark Lord, Grindelwald, Morgan, whoever, I wouldn't care if you admire him, at least not to a certain extent. I wouldn't like it if you'd follow him and if you'd kill people because of him, but I wouldn't mind it because you're dark, but because you are doing the wrong thing. Life is precious. As long as you don't endanger life, I don't care at all. Except Tom Riddle. I'd care if you follow him. If you do and are unwilling to give up your alliance with him, I would never accept you in my family. Joining him might have been a mistake you made, but if you don't want to correct it, I won't have you in my family, remember that. Charlie blinked astonished. Wait, you're saying we could be followers of Grindelwald as far as you care, and you wouldn't mind as long as we don't kill for him, but we can't follow Voldemort even if we don't kill for him. Why? The answer was a snarl. Simple, the boy head of house said. Because he is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He is a lying bastard, using everyone for his own benefit and doesn't allow people to stand aside. You're either for him or against him, not speaking of his deeds against this family. Deeds against this family? Bill asked, astonished. What deeds are you talking about? The answer was another snarl. Like I see it, he is at fault for the murder of some of our family members. Even if you don't accept your part in this family, I will still count the Pruitt family to my family, and I don't accept allies who killed family members. This time Arthur felt his tears threatening to fall. He knew that Molly was still hurt after losing her brothers and that the Pruitt part was accepted by this unknown grand family, and not only accepted but also one of the reasons to refuse Voldemort. That was more and better than they had expected. But you will still accept dark wizards as family members if they follow these rules? Charlie asked in that moment. Death green eyes looked at them gravely. I'm going to, he answered. You're going to? Bill asked softly. As in, there are families you asked that are dark? Yes. Arthur. Bill and Charlie looked at each other. May we ask who? Bill finally said. The boy sighed. This grand family vanished when the three heirs of the family changed their names to escape prosecution, he finally said. One family kept the new name they had chosen for themselves, the others married into families who had women as their heirs. So we're talking about the reunion of three families? Arthur asked softly. 5, Salvajahar corrected. The main family later split again when two other sons married the female heirs of lesser families. So, what families are we talking about? The answer was a grim smile. We're talking about a dark, two neutral and two light families. One of the light ones are the Pruitts, the other one the Longbottoms. And of course there is the little problem with the kin family I will have to contact because I contacted you. This family will also be dark. Bill frowned. You won't be able to get them all to join you. Normally light and dark do not mix and the neutrals are neutral for a reason. Salvajahar just shrugged. So you won't join because of the possibility that dark or neutral families will be part of the family? He asked them. Arthur's mind was reeling. This was the question. The one question he had been waiting for since the beginning of their meeting. Arthur knew that he wouldn't get more answers today. Salvajahar had said what he wanted and what he could. Now Arthur had to accept or decline the offer. Like the Longbottoms had, Arthur had no illusion that the naming of said family meant that they said yes. You couldn't name a family who hadn't declared its standing to that point of time. So there was just one thing Arthur knew. Two dark and two neutral families might still join the family. Two dark. Would he be able to accept a dark family as relations? But then, Arthur and his family could finally be part of a family, could be shielded against those who looked down on them. But there was the chance that they had to work together with the likes of Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle and McNair. But then, whoever would be part of the family wouldn't be a Death Eater, or at least a Death Eater any longer. So there was just the little problem that they might have to work together with former Death Eaters. Albus Dumbledore wouldn't be happy. It was that thought that stopped his thought process and made him grimace. Was that what he had become in the last years? A lackey of Dumbledore, solely worrying about pleasing the old man? Yes, Albus Dumbledore had the right idea. Yes, it was a good idea to follow him and fight against the Death Eaters and Voldemort. But Dumbledore was not responsible for their family, like Bill had told him when the letter arrived. It was Arthur's choice. Solely Arthur's. Well, and maybe the choice of his heirs. Arthur looked at his sons. Both of them looked grim and determined. He could see in their faces that they had thought about what they had learned. He looked at them inquiringly. Bill nodded softly at his father. A second later Charlie did the same. And Dumbledore was not his keeper. No, Arthur said finally. We don't mind if the families in this grand family are light, neutral or dark. Again Arthur took a steady breath. And then he leapt over the cliff and hoped Salvajahar would catch him before he fell to his death. Metaphorically, of course. Hello, Tom. Tom, the innkeeper, of course, not the Dark Lord. Said man would have killed anyone who even dared to utter said name in front of him. Looked up from polishing his glasses. Zeno. He greeted the man in front of him. I've the next edition of my paper, Zeno said, and Tom took out the money pouch he kept behind his counter and gave it to Zeno. The money was from the sales of the last paper. Tom sold them and then gave Zeno his share of the money when the man came with the next edition of his newspaper. There's an article from Twist in it. Tom asked, interested. Zeno just nodded. Yes, he said. I asked him to be a columnist for my newspaper after all. I need more of your papers today, Tom said as an answer. They were gone just hours after you brought them the last time around. Xenophilius Lovegood, editor of the Quibbler, just stared at him in surprise. Then he nodded slowly. Of course, he said. I always knew that the two-nosed unicorn would interest a lot of people. Tom said nothing to that, wisely. So, how many do you want? For a moment Tom contemplated his options, then he shrugged with his shoulders and decided to take a risk. Triple it, he said. It was a risk, but a small one with twist. Zeno just looked at him oddly, but finally nodded and did as he was told. As soon as Zeno was gone, Tom risked a glance at the article of Twist. Ouch. That definitely would sell. The next week was a tense affair between the Golden Trio. Harry had made true of his statement and had stopped speaking to Ron and Hermione. Instead of sitting with them in the Great Hall, he sat with Neville. The quiet boy said nothing to that for the first 3 days, but a day later at lunch he finally cracked. Harry, he asked hesitatingly, what happened between you and Ron and Hermione? Harry shrugged. They decided to go to Dumbledore instead of talking it over with me, Harry answered, shrugging. I won't talk to them until they understand that what they did is wrong. Neville blinked at that. Oh, he said, stopped, but then pressed on. Why did they think they had to go to Dumbledore? I mean, what did you do? Harry shrugged again. They think I act different than I did last year, he answered sincerely. This time Neville frowned. Well, you do act different, he finally said nervously. You don't antagonize Malfoy and Snape anymore. You know potions and you are friendly with the Slytherins. Harry raised an eyebrow. So you will also go to Dumbledore because of that? He asked the timid boy coolly. Neville snorted. No, he said. But I would like to know what happened to change you that much. Then his eyes widened and he hastily added. Just if you want to tell me, that is. Harry just smiled. I learned about some things I never knew, he answered softly. Like my heritage and my status in the wizarding world. I simply cannot continue to act like I did, now that I learned about it. It wouldn't do me any good, especially when I enter the Wizengamot. So you're planning to enter full time? Neville asked him, interested. I thought you might want to keep the proxy you had until now. I mean, that's what the most of us do who are still at school. Harry shrugged. I don't know who my proxy is at the moment, he said, sighing. I was never told anything about my seat in the Wizengamot by anyone until now. If my proxy did not approach me when I returned to the wizarding world, do you really think he still has the right to call himself my proxy? He should have met with me years ago and not continue to vote in my stead without even asking me what I want. This Neville definitely could not object. So you're taking on your seat full time, he concluded. Harry shrugged. We'll see, he said. There are still some variables I have to calculate before I decide. Neville blinked at that. You know you will lose political clout if you don't go to the first Wizengamot meeting next term, he said, watching his friend closely. Harry shrugged. I know, he answered Neville's inquiry. But the truth is I still don't know how I should do it. After all, officially I still have no idea about my heritage. Then how? The answer was a smirk. There's a secret in my family, Harry answered him, still smirking. A secret not even Dumbledore knows. What has that to do with you knowing? Simple. The secret has to do with the goblins. And goblins never break their word. Neville shuddered when he heard that. Harry of course was right. A goblin never broke its word, but they were deceiving little things who would do anything to have the advantage. That Harry's family secret was with the goblins could mean just one thing. They would have done anything to share it with Harry if that was what they had been asked to do. No wonder Harry knew about his responsibilities. So the goblins told you, Neville concluded, still shuddering. Harry shrugged. Something like that, he answered the timid boy. After that answer, Neville decided not to ask any further. He knew better than to pry into the secrets of another family, after all. So what are you planning to do today? He decided to ask instead. Harry smiled. That was the moment the Morning Post arrived and with it the next edition of the Quibbler. Hogwarts wouldn't have a peaceful day today. The leaky cauldron was full. The people inside stepped on each other's toe, all of them talking to their neighbors with hushed voices and huge eyes. Tom was standing behind his counter, looking over the crowd, watching. The people were discussing an article in the newspaper heatedly. Not an article in the Daily Prophet. No, an article in the Quibbler. Since Xenophilius Lovegood had come by this morning and had brought his batch of newspapers, the leaky cauldron had been filled with people discussing Oliver Twist and the article he had written this time. The most important word in the discussion. Riddle. Tom could hear it everywhere. Riddle here, riddle there. Yes, the people were discussing Twist's article. Do you think Twist's right and the ministry wants to slander the boy who lived? Definitive. That's the ministry for you. They don't want to hear something and so they disgrace whoever told them the truth. It's the same like last time. I bet there was someone telling them about the Death Eaters and their deeds. And did they do anything? No, they just stick their head in the ground and hope whatever is their problem will vanish on its own. And then riddle. On and on the discussion continued. Sometimes people were calling comments to each other through the whole room. Sometimes they would whisper in each other's ears. Tom just snorted when he heard some of the comments. He finally shook his head and decided to read the article again. It was the work of a master. Yes, this article definitively had to be acknowledged by reading it at least a second time. There's a riddle in the world. It's called he who must not be named. Facts and fiction about you-know-who's, maybe, return to the living. Hogwarts has started again, and with it the typical rumor mill that graces the halls of Hogwarts. Detention. Mr. Potter for spreading lies about you-know-who. I just wonder what lies he has spread, because according to those who were present when the detention was given to our famous boy who lived, said boy never stated anything about the return of the darkest Dark Lord since Grindelwald. He was at his Muggle relations' home, I heard one of the fifth years repeating after class. He never mentioned you-know-who neither in the past summer, nor in class. And yet he was given detention for spreading lies about the return of you-know-who by the new defense teacher of Hogwarts, Dolores J. Umbridge, the senior undersecretary of Minister Cornelius Fudge himself. And I asked myself, why? The only thing I can think of is that the ministry wants to break our beloved hero. Just look at it. They slandered a minor over the whole summer, a minor who was at that time living at his Muggle relations and because of that unable to renounce the ministry's claim. Then there was the trial. A trial that was nothing more but a shame to our own laws, and now this. So why? Is it because the ministry fears he is right? Is it because the ministry knows he is right and refuses to believe him? Or is the eluded senior undersecretary this time working on her own device? I don't know, and I don't care. What I care about are facts. Hard facts that will tell you the truth. So, let's go to the facts. Maybe we'll find out whom to believe and whom to disregard. One of the facts I've already mentioned before. Why using Peter Pettigrew for your claim if you have Sirius Black on the run and everyone knows that Pettigrew is dead. Others I haven't thought about until I decided to enter into this discussion. What happened to Cedric Diggory? We know he died, but did he die in the maze? And if he did, why was he brought back to the entrance by Harry Potter? Was Potter there when Cedric Diggory died? And if he was, why did Diggory die and not Potter? Let's face it. Diggory was a seventh-year student and one of the brightest minds of our generation. Potter instead might be famous, but at that time he had just been a 14-year-old boy who was more interested in playing Quidditch than learning. So why did Diggory die? Did he rescue Potter and was killed at that time? But if he was, where is the mark of his heroism? There was nothing in the maze that would have him looking as if he was just sleeping. The only thing I know that kills without a trace is the killing curse. And there's the problem. I don't think that there was anything in the maze that would operate with the killing curse. So where did it come from? Potter. You won't tell me that a 14-year-old will be able to perform the killing curse. The reason I don't believe that is simple. In Magical Law and Theory, from Aldwin Hoppenbecker is stated that a wizard has to at least mature the second time to be able to perform dark spells like the Unforgivables flawlessly. Before that he would be hard-pressed to perform a Curseus or an Imperius and he would be absolutely unable to perform the killing curse. Normally, a wizard matures between the ages of 15 and 18. Harry Potter was neither at that time, and because of that, unable to perform the killing curse. So, who did it? Sirius Black. So, why didn't Potter name him? Who else is there? The only one who ever handed out the killing curse like sweets in the last decades was you know who. And if it wasn't you know who, it definitely had to be someone just as bad as the infamous Dark Lord. So why doesn't the Ministry investigate? Isn't it the right of Cedric Diggory's parents to know who killed their son? And if it's the deed of someone else, why does the Ministry nothing to catch the killer? Is it their fear that Potter might be right and you know who's back? So in the end I decided to at least take a look into this you know who business myself. You know, the simple facts. Who is he? What has he done? Is there a way for him to come back? The questions, as simple as they seemed at first, brought interesting results. We are talking about you know who, and mean that one dark wizard who had half of Britain under his control just a decade earlier, the wizard who calls himself Lord V. Lord V***. It should have been simple to find out anything about a pure blood lord like that. After all, we have genealogy books and books about the lords of the wizarding world and their power. In all those books the family names of said lords are always mentioned. Easy to find, enjoyable to read. In the end it came different than I thought. I simply didn't find any reliable data on him. There was nothing about him. Nothing to know. Nothing that counted as reliable facts. The question I asked myself at that point was, why? I pondered sometime over the answer of that question until I finally found the answer I was looking for. I couldn't find anything because it was a shock to me, but I have to confess that, like maybe a lot of people in the wizarding world, I just truly do not know who he is. Of course I know what he did and how he was seen by the wizarding world, but that knowledge does not tell me who he truly is. It just tells me what he's capable of. Well, there is a way to rectify this. So I started at the beginning. Everybody knows you know whose name is Lord V. There are not many lords in this realm, so I just looked them up in my school history book in the chapter about wizarding nobility. Can you imagine how surprised I was when I did not find evidence about any Lord V? There even never was a family V** at all. So the first fact I have to tell you is that the man who brought war on us until he was stopped by Harry Potter was a lying coward. I cannot fathom how any respectable pureblood can follow someone who cowardly hides behind a false name, a synonym that means flight from death in French. A coward indeed. My mother's a respectable pure blood of a French lineage. She said she would die before being called V***. Being afraid of death is nothing a proper pure blood would ever be. She told me it is against proper pure blood behavior to be afraid of something as natural and as connected to magic like death. I believe my mother, but if that's true, wouldn't that make you know who an uneducated mudblood? And I mean a mudblood, because that is what the blood purists call those who don't follow wizarding traditions. Sadly, that's all guesses and there are no facts to tell me if my mother's right. So I went back to scratch. There is not much known about you know who. He is a dark lord, he is cruel, he lies about his name and maybe his lordship, and he is the heir of Slytherin. This information has been whispered everywhere. It's just a rumor itself, but I decided to try. I went to the Goblin for this piece of information. Normally, they don't give up sensitive information like that, but there is a simple way. They are required to hand out the Great Book of Wizarding Genealogy if you ask them. The book is an edited version and does not show all heirs. There are heirs in our world that went into hiding by changing their names. They will not be listed in it. The goblins themselves have another copy where they are truly listed, but I digress. I looked up the lineage of Slytherin. The lineage vanished in 1651, when a daughter of the house most likely killed all the heirs and the Lord of Slytherin. The only remaining known family member was the son of said daughter, a Gaunt. The last one who came to Gringotts to be added to the family was a Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of Merope Gaunt, back in the 40s or 50s. He was a half-blood, Muggle-raised orphan and attended Hogwarts in Slytherin. He vanished shortly before the rise of you-know-who. So, let's go back to our facts. Lord V is a liar. He lied about his name, as V is no family name. He even maybe lied about his lordship. Then there was Tom Riddle, the last descendant of Gaunt and maybe Slytherin. The goblins denied him the title of Lord Slytherin and he never claimed the Gaunt lordship. Tom Riddle never had a child, so there is no way that Lord V is his son. There is also no other known living descendant of Slytherin. So how come that the liar Lord V** claims to be a pure-blood Slytherin? There are just two possibilities that could lead to the current situation. 1. Lord V is indeed a cowardice pure-blood who killed Tom Riddle, last of the Gaunt and maybe Slytherin family, and took his lineage for himself. The second, Lord V is Tom Riddle and is lying about being a pure-blood. Either way, how can a respectable pure-blood follow someone like that? He can't. So just look at it like that. Even if you know who's back like Albus Dumbledore claims, there is no way that he would gain enough followers to be a threat. After all, I believe in the society I have been raised in, and no pure-blood lord would follow a half-blood who rejects the old name of Gaunt just to spout of a secondary name, even if it's more famous, like Slytherin whose family first carried a lordship years after the Gaunts. After sorting through all the facts I found, I finally realized that there is no way to decide who you know who really is. That leaves me with just one solution. I simply will not call him you know who anymore, simply because I don't know who. From now on he will be Riddle, to me. Eventually it is his real name, and even if it isn't, he still is a multiple riddle I have not solved until now. After all, I do not know who he is and I do not know if he lives, so why calling him something that is wrong? Even if he is alive, he cannot fault us for calling him a riddle when he does nothing to rectify our knowledge about him. And a ban on riddle will be a hard thing to add. After all, it's such a common word. Oliver Twist. Amelia Bones sat in her bureau, stunned in disbelief. In her hands she still held the quibbler with a death grip. Around her were scattered different kinds of papers. Some of it was of the black case she was working on, but others were about the magical murder of the Riddle family in Little Hangleton. She had searched the archives for the name Riddle after she read the papers, and she still couldn't believe what she had found. Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of Merope Gaunt, Squib daughter of Marvolo Gaunt, the last heir of the Gaunt lordship. Son of Tom Riddle, Muggle aristocrat. The one who found out that Rubeus Haggard was responsible for the killing of a girl on school grounds. Tom Marvolo Riddle, whose father and grandparents were mysteriously killed just a year later by the killing curse. Tom Marvolo Riddle, whose uncle was blamed for the murder of the Riddles even if there never had been more evidence than the odd confession the uncle gave before he was sentenced to Azkaban. Coincidence? Amelia did not believe in coincidence. Like she was sure that it was no coincidence that the topic Oliver Twist had chosen was Tom Marvolo Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort. Her gaze returned to the article. It was a challenge to the Dark Lord, and it was at the same time a way to stop people calling him that ridiculous hyphenated name they had come up with. You know who might imply fear, but calling a person Riddle definitely didn't. What a genius way to make people lose some of the fear they had of the Dark Lord and at the same time annoying said Dark Lord, if he was still around, that is. Amelia was quite sure that the answer to that question, even if it was not stated like that in the newspaper, was a clear yes. Or why else write an article just to bait a Dark Lord? Well, Amelia was sure she could aid in gaining some information for another interesting article like that. And with that thought, Amelia packed the information about Tom Riddle and some other things about the Ministry and Dumbledore she had gathered in a neat package before adding it to the stack of letters she intended to send. Then she returned to her work in the black case, not even bothering to look at the boldly titled package on top of her letters. And if someone read Oliver Twist scribbled on it, they had to be delusional. After all, Amelia Bones after all would never ever think about sending a letter to Twist to aid him in his twisting. Never. Except Augusta Longbottom was reading the Quibbler at the same time as Amelia Bones. She had the newspaper sprawled all over her desk, her satisfaction evident in her face. A nice article. A very nice one. And it somehow felt like justice to spit the man whose followers tortured her precious child in the face with those words, even if it weren't hers but her head of houses. But then, she was family and as such had the right to feel pride for her family. And it felt good to see her family finally avenging what had been done to its members. What had been done to her precious baby boy, To the child she had hoped for decades and that she had lost when he had just started to take a step back from his career to have a family. Finally, she looked up and in her visitor's eyes. How did he react? She asked coolly. He definitely wasn't pleased, the man in front of her sighed while his fingers weaved through his slightly graying red locks. I cannot believe that I was always too blind before to see that he definitely isn't pleased as much as he pretends to be. Augusta just shrugged. That's Albus Dumbledore for you, Arthur, she answered while she frowned at the unkempt appearance of the man in front of her. Her own clothes were in predestined condition. Her stiff green robe and her tightly bound gray bun showing her status as the Dowager Longbottom. You should do something about your appearance, Arthur. Your clothes and hair won't do when your family takes its place among the other houses in the Wizengamot. Arthur Weasley's eyes widened. I don't believe my family will ever. Of course it will. Your second born is the Pruitt heir and you are the head of House Weasley, one of the minor families of our grand family. You will get a place in the Wizengamot, so you should start acting like it. Arthur just snorted. I have no idea how to act lordly, Augusta. Augusta scrutinized the man in front of her, then her gaze returned to the article. She still wanted to burst into laughter after she had shown the article to Arthur Weasley yesterday morning when the paper came out. The man's eyes had gotten huge and he had started to splutter that he never ever expected someone to dare to do such a thing. But the best part had been when she had revealed that it had been a crew of their own head of house. The poor man had nearly suffocated before he had been able to get in another breath in his lungs. He simply had forgotten to breathe after that revelation. Well, then there is no way. I will tell you. You, your wife and your sons and daughter. There is no way that a part of my family doesn't know how to act properly with others of their standing. Arthur spluttered and tried to object. Do you want to shame our head? A head as brilliant as him? She asked the spluttering man while pointing at the newspaper in front of her. The Weasley head followed her finger to the paper with his gaze and shook his head. Then it's settled, she said. Your lessons will begin as soon as possible. But not all the reactions to Twist's article were as positive as Augusta Longbottom's. So while she started poor Arthur Weasley on lessons in etiquette, another man was withering in pain on the floor of his own manor. In his hands he clutched a letter and next to his head lay a newspaper he had brought the Dark Lord after it had been published in the Witches' Weekly. Crucio. Again pain shot through his body and Lucius Malfoy dearly regretted sharing the article with the Dark Lord. But if he hadn't it would have been a lot more painful than it was now. That was something Lucius Malfoy had learned when he had served the Dark Lord in the First War. Bad news had always consequences, if they were your fault or not did not matter. If you were the messenger, you suffered, it was as simple as that. How dares that brat to imply I, the great Lord Voldemort, are afraid of death? How dares that unruly child to imply I am no lord? I am the Lord Slytherin, the most powerful lord in Britain. The Dark Lord hissed at that moment while he strode up and down the room, sometimes stopping to either curse Lucius or Peter Pettigrew who had been at the wrong place at the wrong time and as such also had to endure the wrath of their lord. Crucio. Lucius would have never thought that he felt ever thankful towards the sniffling rat, but at the moment he could key the rat, simply because Pettigrew was there and because of that shared the burden of the Dark Lord's wrath. On the other hand, no. He definitely wouldn't key the rat even now. The danger of being infected with some ominous muggle illness was far too great if he did that. This brat. I will show him. I will teach him. The Dark Lord ranted. I will. Lucius stopped listening again and instead looked down to the letter he clutched in his hands. The letter had nothing to do with the article Twist had written. It was a letter addressed to the head of the Malfoy family. The letter itself consisted of heavy parchment and Lucius Malfoy's name and social position printed boldly on it in green letters, the color of the letters indicating that it was an invitation of some sort. It was the invitation to join a family. A grand family. Lucius closed his eyes and tried to remember the words of the invite while the Dark Lord still ranted next to him. Maybe if he concentrated on something different he would lose the fear he held for the raving lunatic who strode up and down the room just some inches away from Lucius' head. SS's. To the head of the House Malfoy and his heir. Children of the House of Malfoy, you have lived in honor of your ancestors. You have lived sly. You have lived true to your ideals. You have followed the way of your ancestors. I declare you kin of a beloved daughter of my house. As such, I will cherish you and aid you in your time of need. You are granted entrance in my family. Answer my call, kin of my house, and return to your rightful place. Hold on, I will take you home this Saturday at midnight. I swear on my soul and magic you will be safe until you return. The head of the family. SS's. In the past, Lucius Malfoy would have never considered an invite like that. Joining a grand family simply meant less independent politically. But now his perspective had changed. Without the Malfoy family holdings, he soon would be unable to pay the things the Dark Lord wanted him to pay. The Dark Lord wouldn't be happy when he found out, and Lucius could clearly see death in the near future. And he didn't want to die. One option was to tie you to a grand family. He would gain access to the family holdings of the grand family, and he would be able to return to his previous lifestyle with those founds, all positive aspects of a grand family. To Lucius' regret, he would have to consider the power of his new head of the house over him if he truly decided to join. There were rules that might be stated to be able to join the family, and Lucius wasn't sure if it was worth to follow this family to get some money and some certain political allies instead of following his own ideals at the end. But then, he had lost his freedom to do so since the head of Malfoy had come and taken over the responsibilities that Lucius had done before. Lucius had felt horrible when he followed his head's wishes for the first time, and instead of voting for an anti-werewolf law, he voted against it. Still, he had done as he had been told. It was after all far better than being cast out of the family. In that moment, another Cruciatus curse hit Lucius and all his thoughts flew out of the window. The only thing left was pain. Absolute agonizing pain. And one thought. At least the head of a grand family is not allowed to hurt his subjects. Maybe the thought of joining was worth considering. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore was fuming. He had been fuming since yesterday morning when the paper had been released and he had seen that a student had dared to uncover one of the secrets he had held since 50 years. Tom Marvolo Riddle had been his little dirty secret, the one child he had not been able to save. That someone had dared to step up and uncover that fact did definitely not sit well with the headmaster. And then Arthur Weasley had happened. Oh, Albus Dumbledore despised the nice man at the moment. The meeting of the Order of the Phoenix had gotten along nicely until Arthur Bloody Weasley had brought up the article in the Quibbler and had asked him if he knew what parts of the article were true and which weren't. And Albus had to tell the whole order, why couldn't that idiotic man wait with his question until after the gathering, that there was no lie in the article. And because of the questions of the others, Albus had finally to admit that Oliver Twist until now had never lied in his articles. Every fact mentioned in the articles were true, and if you took your time you could look them up, even now after the minister had closed the archives for the public. Oh, how Albus Dumbledore wished to uncover the identity of Twist, just so that he could kill that boy for bringing important information like that in the open. The boy would destroy everything if Albus couldn't stop him. Until now, Harry had been too preoccupied with the new defense professor, and this year Albus praised that woman just for existing and stopping the boy who lived to stick his nose in things like those articles, and with school in general. Of course, Albus had heard about the fight Harry had had with Ron and Hermione, and he wasn't too pleased that neither of them told him the truth of what had happened between them when he asked. Hermione Granger had said something about Harry being his typical teenage self again, but Ron Weasley had just stared at him in loathing as if their fallout with Harry was somehow Albus' fault. The boy had not said a word to him ever since. And then there were Arthur and Molly. Instead of speaking with their son like he asked them to do, Arthur told him to stop sticking his nose into this fight. It had nothing to do with him, and so he had no right to noise around in it. Arthur had never ever said no to him before. In that moment his door opened and Moody stepped in. Alistair, my friend, he greeted the man. The ex-Auror just nodded his head at him. I know you are still watching Harry closely. Have you found out what brought on his fallout with his best friends? Moody snorted. You know that I doubt they are his best friends, Albus, Moody replied. But to indulge your curiosity, the boy and his friends had a fallout because it seems that they were too noisy for the boy's comfort. Something about going to you instead of talking to him. Ah, well, that's unfortunate, Albus said, sighing. I guess it's definitely time that Harry has his first occlumency lessons with Severus. He should do better as soon as Voldemort has not a grip as strong as now on the boy's mind. Moody just snorted but said nothing. Albus of course knew that the ex-Auror believed that Harry was an imposter, but then, Albus was the only one who knew about the Horcrux in the boy's scar, so no wonder that Alistair came to the wrong conclusion. Was that all, Albus? Moody asked instead. Albus nodded. Of course, Alistair, my friend. The ex-Auror turned, but just before he could leave the room, Albus decided to add another thing. Alistair. The other man stopped and turned back to him. Have you ever seen something that indicates the identity of Oliver Twist while you were spying in the castle? For a moment the ex-Auror stayed silent and contemplated his answer, then he shook his head no. I fear there never was any evidence about someone being Oliver Twist that I noticed, Albus, he said, and then looked the headmaster in the eye. Was that all, Albus? And with Albus' nod he left, leaving a still not wiser headmaster in his wake. As soon as the door closed behind Alistair Moody, his expressionless mask fell from his face and he face-palmed. He had been chasing the faux Harry Potter all year, never realizing that the one difference he had never contemplated was Oliver Twist. Not only Harry Potter had changed this year, Oliver Twist had started to exist. So, Oliver Twist, or at least the person writing him, also had changed. He knew that Oliver Twist was a Hogwarts student. The lad had written it himself in the first ever letter he had written to Xenophilius Lovegood. But the lad had never written before this year. Before they started to slander Harry Potter, actually, Moody concluded, still in disbelief, that he could have missed something so obvious. The writer of the articles had accused the Daily Prophet of slandering after they had gone after Harry Potter. Then there had been Harry Potter's trial and the quip at Sirius Black. Later on, the missing trial of Sirius Black himself. And now Voldemort. Whoever the writer of the articles was, they had to have some connection to Harry Potter. There was just one question in Alistair Moody's mind. Was the connection to the real Harry Potter or the person impersonating him? Alistair Moody had a new clue to chase after. Meanwhile Fudge was staring at the article, fuming. Did this boy really think he could question the ministry and his word as the minister? How dared the boy to question his word by stating that you know who might still be alive? Alone to have the nerve to even state that it might be, was something Cornelius Fudge, minister extraordinaire, would not tolerate. The reason for that was simply, if he tolerated it, the step to the idea that you know who was truly alive was far too small to take. So Fudge would not tolerate it. Of course it wasn't the first time the boy had seen to it that the ministry looked completely incompetent, and Fudge would not tolerate these lies and accusations anymore. No, Fudge would strangle the boy as soon as he got his hands on him. But that exactly was the problem. There was no way to get his hands on that boy. And Fudge hated it. Maybe you should approach Xenophilius Lovegood about Twist. He should know who the boy is and there sure are ways to pressure him to give in to our demands, Dolores Umbridge said. She was not truly in the minister's office but following Fudge just at that moment. Cornelius Fudge had used this to ask her for advice concerning Twist. The answer to her words was a smile that promised problems to Zeno Lovegood. A very good idea, Dolores. I will instantly get things started. He stood up and closed the flow connection to Hogwarts. Instead he opened a different one. Auror Dwalis, he said in greeting. Would you please step through? I need you to accompany me somewhere. The Auror on the other end just inclined his head. Sure thing, Minister, he said while stepping through. Galleons exchanged its hands and not 10 minutes later Cornelius Fudge was on the way to a war against a twisting Hogwarts student. While Fudge and the other people all were very immersed in the article, Hermione Granger wasn't. When she read it after classes on the day it was released, she was still preoccupied with Harry's words. Not that she truly thought them through. She was quite sure that Harry was just a moody teen and that he would come around in time. At least that was what she told herself and others when they asked. But deep inside her there was a tiny voice, telling her that she was delusioning herself and that Harry truly meant it. But she had been right. The firebolt could have been dangerous. She had to go to a professor and take it away from Harry before something happened. But why didn't you tell him first? The tiny voice asked her in Harry's voice. Why did you go straight to the professor? Harry is your friend. You can talk to him. Like she could have talked to him before running to Dumbledore because Harry was behaving differently than she had expected. But had it truly been her right to judge Harry? Had it been her right to decide what was unusual for Harry and what wasn't? He forgot things he knew for years, things about me he never forgot before, Hermione reasoned. But Harry had never been through what he had been through at the end of last year. Hadn't he a right to act different than she was used to after seeing Cedric die in front of him? Hadn't he a right to forget that she hated Brussels sprouts when he might be traumatized after seeing Cedric die? After meeting the Dementors in the holidays. But he was Harry, and Harry always bounced back. Always until now. Yes, the tiny voice whispered. But there is always a first time when he won't. Maybe he finally reached that point. Maybe your actions, your telling on him, will push him over the edge. Maybe he didn't bounce back this time and you pushed him away with your insisting demands that he tells you everything. With a frustrated huff, Hermione threw the quibbler against the wall. Oh, wow, a voice stated behind her. She turned. Fred. Or was it George? And I thought you would like the article Twist wrote and not throw it against the wall. Hermione blinked. Then her thoughts returned to the present and she blushed. I liked the article, mostly. But I cannot believe Twist actually used the word mudblood. That's not a word a proper journalist should use. It's like, I don't know. George. Or was it Fred? Just blinked while his brother laughed at her. You're right. It was definitely a word you don't see in a newspaper normally, Fred said. I guess he did it to provoke the Dark Lord Tommy Boy. Or the dead monkeys who follow and believe in him. Or Malfoy. Maybe he wants to see the Git faint in the middle of the Great Hall. Oh, good one, brother of mine. I didn't think of that one. The other twin said. Hermione had long since given up trying which one was speaking at the moment. But maybe he didn't want to take on Malfoy but Snape. I heard he nearly choked on his pumpkin juice when he read the article. Or he wanted to see if Umbi.ch blows up by solely reading the M word used to describe her lover. Ew. Forge. This image. This image. The other twin cried and started to claw at his eyes. Hermione scrunched up her nose in distaste. You didn't just say that, did you? She asked while bile rose in her throat. Why? Don't you two think they fit? Umbi.ch with all her pink and good old snake-faced Tommy Boy, the twin who definitely had to have some kind of brain damage, stated with a fake disbelieving look in her direction. I bet they would get on like a house on fire. Sometimes I wonder if Bill or Charlie let you drop one time too often, Forge, the other twin stated. No, Gred, Forge said grinning. They just forget to drop you as often as they dropped me. But don't worry. We can fix that. That was for Hermione the clue to take her leave. She definitely didn't want to get into whatever the twins would do now. She never saw Ron lurking in one of the shadows, staring out of the window, the quibbler in his hands and his eyes hardened with the decision he had finally made. Ron had listened to Harry when the boy had told them of. Yes, Ron was a hard-headed bastard sometimes. Yes, Ron could be a jealous prat. But furthermost, Ron had still one character trait that would always guide him in the end. Like it would do this time around. Like it had done in the past. Ron was loyal. He was a git. He was a jealous prat. He was a hard-headed bastard. But he was a loyal one. And he finally understood that it was time to take his head out of his ass and wise up. After all, Tom Riddle was back, and Harry would need everyone to get rid of this monster again. Even a jealous idiot like Ron. Interestingly, Severus Snape was one of those persons that were not at all concerned about the consequences of Twist's article. He had read it, nearly spat his juice on it when he saw the cunning that had driven the writer, and then simply moved on to other things. The consequences of the article instead were something Severus Snape definitely couldn't ignore as simply as the article itself. And so it came that he was striding with billowing robes to the headmaster's office to report at midnight of that eventful day after he had been summoned just a few hours ago by the Dark Lord. He spoke the password to the gargoyle and rode the stairs up to the well-known office of the headmaster, filled with all those useless trinkets that Albus Dumbledore was so fond of. The headmaster was still awake and waiting for him. Severus, he greeted the man and gestured to a chair for Severus to sit on. Severus just sneered at the chair and stopped in front of the headmaster's desk, standing. The Dark Lord has upped his schedule, he said stiffly. The headmaster just sighed. He plans to raid Azkaban tomorrow night. The answer was another tired sigh. So he feels provoked by the article of Oliver Twist, Dumbledore said tiredly. That's bad news for our side. If he ups the schedule too far, it might be that he will conquer Great Britain long before we are ready to react. But it also will give him less time to plan, Headmaster, Severus replied stiffly. I am sure that you have enough people to stop this raid tomorrow. I cannot stop him tomorrow, Severus, Albus Dumbledore said tiredly. The world needs to know that he is back, and sadly this will be the best way to make them believe. If we do nothing, the Dark Lord will be able to get his forces back. His most trusted are in Azkaban. And Fudge will just aid him. This man is scared enough of the Dark Lord to ignore a dark mark and claim that nothing happened. He will do exactly the same if the Dark Lord breaks his most trusted out of Az. Severus, Dumbledore interrupted the heated rant of his potion master and spy. We cannot react to this. We don't have the means to get into Azkaban to stop him. Severus Snape said nothing after that. He just nodded stiffly and bowed. I am sure you know what is best, he said coolly. If you excuse me, I should turn in for the night now. Albus Dumbledore just smiled his grandfatherly smile at the stiff potions master. Of course, my boy, he said smiling gently. Have a good night's rest. Severus Snape just inclined his head and turned around to leave the headmaster's office, his back stiff with silent resentment towards the headmaster's words. And tomorrow, while the world would crumble, Severus would also have his first occlumency lesson with the Potter brat. There was no way to ruin an evening better for Severus Snape than the Dark Lord on the loose again, coupled with teaching the Potter brat occlumency. Surprisingly, it had taken Harry's friends 2 weeks and 2 days, the exact 2 days the Quibbler had been released and had turned the magical world upside down, until they finally decided to apologize to Harry, and it was Ron. Harry was definitely surprised on that one. Who started it? Harry, Ron said that afternoon, hesitatingly, and sat down next to Harry, who was working on his transfiguration essay in a shielded corner of the Gryffindor common room at that point of time. Later on, Harry would have his first occlumency lesson, and he definitely wanted to be done with his essay in time to go to his potions remedy lessons. So Harry just looked up shortly before turning again to his essay and saying softly, Yes, Ron. The Toad, I mean Umbridge, she's still giving you detention, isn't she? This seemed to be the start of a longer conversation. Harry sighed inwardly but finally shrugged and put his quill down. He had had his last detention with Umbridge just a day ago, and today he had gotten another 2 weeks, starting tomorrow, for his cheek. Harry had been silent the whole time her class lasted before he got the detention. You know she has no right to do that, Ron continued. I mean, you are polite in her class and you don't cross her at all. She has nothing to base her detention on, and you know it. Harry shrugged again. I know. But if I go against her because of the detentions she is giving me, she will just use my antagonizing her to give me even more detention, Harry answered, at that point of time not really sure what to think of his best friend and the odd conversation they were having. But she's doing something illegal. Ron cried at that moment. And don't tell me it's nothing. I have seen you rubbing your hand at odd times. I have seen the words engraved in them. You cannot let her continue to. I won't, Harry said. But this, he showed Ron his hand with the engraved words on it, can be covered up by the ministry if I don't do this right. I need a catalyst to even have a chance to get her. Something big. And don't tell me something like this is easy to find. Ron opened his mouth, most likely to retort, but the only thing he finally said was, bloody hell. You really think that the ministry or the teachers won't do anything if I went to McGonagall, Harry said. I tried to tell her. She won't listen. And it was the truth. He had gone to her. Not because he needed her, but because he was sure that if he didn't go to her, no one would. He knew very well that with his political power there were a lot of people even here in school that looked up at him. If he didn't go to the teachers, no one would, because if he could bear it, everyone could. So Harry went. Harry went the day after his first detention, but the only thing McGonagall had told him was to keep his head down. She wouldn't even listen to him when he told her he had done nothing to antagonize the ministry toad. Not that he called her that, mind you, and she even wouldn't look at his hand as if she had been afraid to see that his claims were more than words. That was the moment Harry had fully seen how far the school was from the ideals it had been built on. She wouldn't listen. Ron repeated, disbelief coloring his voice. Harry just smiled bitterly at him. Welcome to my world, Ron, he said while he continued writing his essay. But your hand. I saw your hand. There is no way she couldn't have seen. She didn't even look up to see, Ron. Was that all you wanted? Ron gawked at him for another moment or two, then he blurted out. No, I wanted to say, sorry. Whatever for, Ron, Harry said, raising an eyebrow. For being stupid and for going to the headmaster before even trying to talk to you, Ron said. I know I am a jerk sometime and I know I often cannot see further than my nose, but, Harry, please. I am truly sorry for my behavior the other day. I should have gone to you. I should have talked to you. I'm really sorry that I just followed Hermione to the headmaster's office to tell him everything. This time Harry put his quill down and looked at Ron with a serious expression. So you think that now, after you have apologized, it will be all well again? He asked the boy in front of him while scrutinizing him. Ron squirmed on his seat. I don't know, he said, his voice oddly soft. I think I cannot blame you if you want to continue being angry with me. Merlin knows, I would never forgive you for the stunt I pulled, and I guess I have to be okay with it if you do the same. Still, I am sorry. Even if you can't forgive me, I at least have to say it. The only other thing I have to offer is to tell you that I try to never do that again. Harry studied his best friend's face. The red-haired boy in front of him looked at him with sincerity in his eyes. Ron meant it. Truly meant it. And even if Harry was not the same Harry Ron had been friends with before the summer, Harry was still hesitating about refusing the boy's apology outright. Finally he sighed. I accept your apology, he said to the redhead. But that doesn't mean our friendship is still like it was before. I won't trust you as easily as before, and I'm not sure if I will ever trust you with a secret ever again. I am sorry. And with that Harry turned back to his homework, unable to look at the redhead in front of him. I understand that, Harry, Ron said finally after the silence stretched between them. Thank you for forgiving me. And then the redhead, who normally did anything but homework, pulled out his essay for History of Magic and started to write about Goblin Wars. You should add the Great Battle of the North Fields to the wars you're researching, Harry recommended after a few minutes. There's a witness report somewhere in the library that shows the side of the goblins. Who? What witness? Ron asked, dumbfounded. Harry just shrugged. Prince Salvajahar Pendragon, son of Arthur Pendragon, he said. The prince fought on the side of the goblins in that war, so it definitely broadens your perspective on the Goblin Wars. Ron blinked once, then twice. Finally he slowly nodded. Thanks, I guess, he said, staring at Harry as if he was a foreign creature. You're welcome, I guess, Harry answered and returned to his essay. Half an hour later he finally finished, packed it away and then stood up. Where are you going? Ron asked, then caught himself. I mean, if you don't mind me asking, that is. I have remedial potions with Snape, Harry said. Ron looked at him in disbelief. You are acing every potion since the beginning of the year, so why by Merlin's soggy underpants are you having remedial potions? And that is the question, Ron, Harry said, grinning. Ask the headmaster. He was after all the one who came up with this idiotic explanation. But then, maybe Snape never told him that I memorized the potions book over the summer. And with that Harry left the room and went to the dungeons to meet the man he planned to break one day. Legilimens. Harry was baffled. So these were the lessons Dumbledore wanted Harry to have. No introduction. No theory. Just, clear your mind. And, legilimens. Harry was not impressed. And maybe he would have been totally pissed off if he wouldn't already know what there was to know about occlumency and legilimency. Maybe these arts were some obscure branch of magic today. When Harry had been taught, it had been absolutely necessary. And Harry still thought it was. If he would have been a teacher, he would have taught his students both arts as soon as they entered in his care. Of course, he was a student now. When his teacher stopped trying to read his mind, Harry turned his attention back to reality. His teacher sneered. "I told you to clear your mind, Potter." Well, Harry already had a clear mind. Not that his teacher was able to tell. So he surely would not attempt something he had mastered already when he really had been 15. But how could Snape know? Harry was sure that his occlumency was of a totally different kind than the man had ever seen before. And maybe would never see again. The normal art of occlumency was closing of all of his memories, leaving the mind empty for every attempt to read. Harry thought nothing of this idea. When you would clear your mind, so there was nothing to find anymore, everyone would get suspicious, and Harry could and would not have that. He needed to be able to play an unprotected, helpless teen too often in the past to just wipe his mind from everything someone would attempt to read. So he had used a different approach, the one his father had taught him. The result had been that Harry had not attempted to close of all his memories. He had just packed layers of unimportant memories over the important ones while burying the important ones behind different layers of defenses. Harry himself wasn't sure how many layers of defenses he really had. He just had built another one when he had learned a new way to protect his mind. His outer layers now, the unprotected part, were childhood memories. All stuff Snape would have expected in Harry's mind. Well, not really expected, because the memories Harry had used were those of the old Harry, and not of a pampered prince. But that did not matter. It just mattered that it were Harry's memories, and just enough to be believable. So there was nothing of the original Harry's memories before his 4th birthday, and after that there just were some half-remembered ones. The only absolutely clear memories were those that had happened in the last 6 to 7 years. Just like it would be in every other mind that had not the uncanny ability to remember everything that had ever happened in his life. A memory the original Harry would have had. But pulling the wool over Snape's eyes was something that started to bore the new Harry to death. They were doing this mind raping since 20 minutes. Harry wished they were finished. He hated sitting there and watching Snape shouting legilimens at him, while he not even had to try to brush him off. His teacher was gliding off of his shields as if Harry's mind was glass and his teacher's attempt to read it water sprinkled on it. Maybe. No. He was Harry now. But maybe. He was Harry. But maybe he could. Just one glimpse, and he was so bored, so. Maybe he should have his own fun while his teacher was feasting on his hatred to Harry's father and Harry himself. But he shouldn't. The original Harry wouldn't. But he wasn't the original one. Legilimens. There his teacher was again. Entering his mind, searching for his weaknesses. But this time, it was different. This time, Harry struck. With the agility of a serpent he wound himself along the magic his teacher was using in the mind of the other. There was no escape from him. Greater men had fallen into his trap, and that was no surprise. Harry might be a good occlumens, but he was a genius legilimens. Not even Dumbledore's or Voldemort's shields were a match for him, if he really tried, and even if the man's shields in front of him were strong enough to keep both of the old men out of his mind, he had nothing to defend himself from Harry. And Harry wanted to know if his teacher's uncommon beginning of the lesson was out of pure hatred or out of something else. Harry knew that teaching like that would end in nothing, if his opponent was a mere, ignorant student. Normally his teacher had to introduce the subject and then start with teaching legilimency, not directly occlumency. There was no way that a student would be able to learn occlumency first. Legilimency would show him his teacher's defenses so that he was able to build his own after them. But without, Harry did not follow his thoughts further, instead scrutinizing the defenses his teacher had built in his mind. Impressive, Harry thought while gliding through the defenses as if they weren't there. Nearly impossible to breach. Not that Harry had to. His knowledge of magic and the blood magic he practiced let him conceal his own presence in the flow of magic that was leaving his teacher's mind, something that even Dumbledore and Voldemort never had thought of. Very impressive indeed. His teacher's approach was to delude the other mind into thinking that it was reading him while in reality it was bound in a box and fed with the memories and feelings Snape wanted them to see. Harry was sure that even Dumbledore would be trapped in this highly secure prison cell. Of course, Harry wasn't. He had bypassed all the defenses while being concealed in the man's own magic, looking now at them from the inside. After he had mentally anatomized the shields of his teacher, he returned his attention to the thoughts of his teacher. They were in utter chaos, nothing a normal Legilimens's thoughts would be. They were dancing through the older man's mind, laced with guilt, fear and bitterness. There was dislike, bound to Harry's appearance, bound to Harry's father, but this was not the main feelings directed at him. Sadness, as if Harry was something his teacher had lost a long time ago. Bitterness, also bound to Harry's appearance, but this time more to his mother's aspects. Guilt and fear. Fear for Harry, fear of Tom Riddle, and somehow fear of Dumbledore and his scheming. All swirling through his teacher's mind, which had lost half an hour ago the cool efficiency that clearing the mind would bring normally. I have to teach him Legilimency first, a thought echoed through the mind of the man, and Harry watched the memory playing through the feelings of the other one. It is always done like that. But we don't have time to begin with Legilimency, another voice answered. Albus Dumbledore's. Harry would recognize this voice everywhere. The boy will be able to handle it. He has shed the Imperius. He will be able to learn Occlumency without Legilimency first. One thing has nothing to do with the other. So you would risk teaching him Legilimency while being under Voldemort's eyes. Don't you think that Voldemort would kill you when he finds out from the boy's mind? And believe me, he will. The boy is far too much under his control at the moment to not find out about that. And who would then be there to watch over the boy? Sirius. Remus. Would you like Lily's son's security solely in their hands? His teacher had nothing replied, but Harry could feel guilt and fear growing stronger. Harry stared at the memory, storing it away in his own mind. Then he decided to follow the strings attached to Snape's guilt and fear and watched where they lead to. Childhood memories of his teacher swamped Harry's mind. He saw the parents arguing, saw the father drinking. He saw the cruelty and the fear that penetrated the Snape household. And he saw Lily, the only light in Snape's early years. Lily, who was the source of Snape's guilt. He felt the love bound to the red-haired girl, the genuine awe Snape had felt for her. She had been perfect in his teacher's eyes, not perfect in. She had no flaws but perfect in. She was everything he needed to be happy. Not that Snape ever understood that it had been his dabbling in the dark arts that drove Lily away in the end and not Potter. And then Harry stumbled over the memory of Snape begging the old goat of a headmaster for Lily's life, vowing the man to do anything for him as long as Lily was kept safe. He stumbled over this memory and all that correlated with it. The prophecy. And wasn't that some interesting discovery? Of course, Harry had found out meanwhile about the shift in the ministry to keep something safe, but he had not found out until now that it was a prophecy about him and Tom Riddle. And Dumbledore had used Snape's actions of running to Tom Riddle with what he heard to guilt-trip the younger wizard. Manipulating bastard, Harry thought while drawing back, returning to his own mind. Old slippery manipulating bastard. But there was nothing he could do now, except for one thing. While leaving, he placed a simple rune spell in his teacher's mind. This spell was something that maybe would be considered dark today. It had been considered dark when Morgana Le Fay herself used it, but it would do its purpose. Harry let the other man go, returning to his own mind, and then waited until his teacher drew back from his mind. He scrutinized his teacher. The older man seemed fine, so the spell Harry had used had integrated itself in his teacher's defenses without any problems. Snape instead huffed at Harry. "Try again, Potter," he hissed. "Legilimens." This time Harry opened one of his defenses and added another 3 memories to those he had gathered in his protection. With a subtle nudge, Harry shoved his teacher into the first memory. Lily's death. Harry knew he was cruel, but he also knew that he had to be cruel to reach his teacher. The rune spell Harry had placed reacted instantly, telling Harry that Snape definitely did not take well to see the night of Lily's murder. Still, when Snape tried to pull out, Harry held him in place. Harry held him in place until the memory had played out, then he shoved Snape into the next, an even older one. "If it's Severus like Dumbledore told us, then I believe that he is genuine in his change of heart," Lily said. James was carrying baby Harry, who was playing with a stuffed dog. Harry could feel Snape startle when he heard Lily defending him. Instead of trying to pull away from the memory, Snape emerged in it and Harry let him. It was far easier to keep someone in a memory if this person wanted to be there. Lily, James said with a sigh. Snape sneered at the man. No, James. I know you hated Severus, but I was friends with him. I know that he dabbled in the dark arts. I know he chose the wrong crowd. But he was my friend since I was 8. Even if you don't like him, at least accept that I know him better than anybody else. Harry could feel the surprise and the self-hatred in Snape. Not that Harry could blame him. It was the first time for Snape hearing the real reason why Lily left him. No, Lily, you knew him better than anybody else, James corrected her. He changed long ago. But Lily shook her head. Somewhere, deep inside, he was always the same sweet boy I met so long ago, James. People might change, but there is still a core that won't change whatever you do. And Severus was always good at his core. This time the guilt Snape felt was even more pronounced than it had been before. Lily. No, James. I know it. I need to believe it. I was never a bad judge of character. Are you telling me now I am? Well, you don't like Peter. That has nothing to do with that, James. Harry then ripped his teacher from this memory to stuff him into the next, a memory that had been open to Snape all along, the revealing of Peter Pettigrew being the traitor in the original Harry's 3rd year. Fury tasted like iron on Harry's tongue when the rune he had placed in Snape's mind reacted to the memory of the traitorous rat. Harry knew that the rat wouldn't survive the next encounter with Severus Snape if Snape had any means to kill the rat at his disposal at that time. It seemed as if until now the rat and Severus had not met in Voldemort's service. Harry didn't mind that Snape might kill the rat. Of course, the rat would make it easier for Sirius to get his freedom, but Sirius' freedom was one of the lesser parts in Harry's plans and there were other ways. He let the memory play out and threw Snape in the last one he had taken out of his protection. Lily was standing next to the crib, rocking Harry. The baby looked at her with huge eyes, innocent and green, so green. Shish, she whispered. Sleep, my precious child. Sleep, my little angel. Baby Harry squealed. Mummy loves you. Daddy loves you, she said, like she had told Harry shortly before Voldemort reached Harry's room. Don't forget. Whatever will happen, don't forget. Mummy loves you. Daddy loves you. You are my precious baby boy. She looked up and out in the night. Her grip tightened. Never forget. Even if Mummy has to die for you to keep you safe. One of her hands let go of little Harry and touched the walls, marred with blood and runes. Mummy will keep you safe. Even if Daddy will have to die for you, Daddy will keep you safe. Whatever will happen. As long as I'm alive, I will do anything to protect you. And with that, Harry threw Snape back into the cruel memory of Lily's death. Mummy loves you. Daddy loves you. Whatever will happen. As long as I'm alive, I will do anything to protect you. It was like he had dosed Snape in ice water. For a moment, Snape's magic and essence froze in place, staring at the scene of Lily dying again like a deer frozen in headlight. Then Snape stared to struggle against Harry's hold. Snape's magic was all over the room, uncontrolled and ready to defend. Harry could feel the breakdown that was to come. It had been too much. Too much guilt was clouding Snape's mind, too much hurt. This time it wasn't just guilt about killing Lily, it was the guilt about letting her down. About treating Harry like he had treated him when Harry had been first and for all Lily's son. Not Potter's. Lily's. Harry let him go and Snape retreated as fast as he could from Harry's mind. A flight, but a gentle one, because the first time since the start of their lesson, Snape did everything to avoid it, to hurt Harry. Harry looked up at his teacher, but the man avoided his eyes. Go, he sneered instead. His voice, as steady as he would have wished it, trembling because of the things he had seen. Harry felt a little guilty now after seeing the potions master struggling with playing unaffected. The man in front of him was nothing but a child, chained by his grief and guilt for something he had just a little part into doing. Same time next week, and practice clearing your mind every night before bed. Harry nodded and turned to leave, but at the door he stopped again. He could not leave like that. Severus Snape couldn't even think clearly anymore. His thoughts were a mess, his emotions were all over the place. It couldn't be true. The boy had been far too young to remember things like that. But it was true. He had seen the memories. Potter had no occlumency shields, no way to keep Severus out. And even if he would have had, you couldn't create memories like that without leaving at least a hunch that something was wrong. Tempering with a memory was possible, but not as long as the memory was still inside your head. So Severus did the only thing he could do. He tried to remove Potter from his present before his fragile grasp on his emotions slipped. Severus knew that if Potter was still there when he broke down, he would lose every respect the boy ever had for him. Not that the boy ever had a lot of it for him. Go, he rasped out, while trying to sound as normal as he could. Luckily the boy was a Gryffindor. He shouldn't know that something was amiss at all with his thick head and egocentric mind. Same time next week, and practice clearing your mind every night before bed. The boy nodded, but instead of leaving stopped in front of the door again. You know, the headmaster has no right to guilt trip you like he does, Professor, he said without turning around to the teacher. Severus stiffened while hoping against hope that his bodily reaction was going to be unnoticed. You weren't the one at fault for my mother's death. You might have played a part in it, but in the end I blame Tom Riddle and Albus Dumbledore for her demise, and you should do it, too. It was like another shock to Severus' system. A guilt absolution. Once, Severus would have interpreted Lily's son's words as arrogance, now he could hear Lily's voice in his ears. Somewhere, deep inside he was always the same sweet boy I met so long ago, James. People might change, but there is still a core that won't change whatever you do. And Severus was always good at his core. You weren't the one at fault for my mother's death. Those words were not arrogance. Those words were Lily, talking to him through her son from beyond the grave. You have no idea what you are talking about, Lily's child. Severus hissed, lashing out at the absolution that was presented at him. An absolution he so dearly wanted, but one he didn't deserve. Not from Lily's son. I killed your mother, he hissed, hot tears misting his eyes, but not spilling, not yet. The headmaster did everything to protect her and I. Albus Dumbledore did nothing to protect my family, the boy interrupted, also hissing. Lily's son turned around and this time Severus was not fast enough to escape the death green eyes of the boy. Fire was dancing in them, fire sparked by fury. Dumbledore, the boy hissed, his deathly eyes capturing Severus' black ones, holding them hostage. Dumbledore did nothing for anyone. If he really would have cared like he pretends to do, he wouldn't have just watched Riddle, he would have stopped him. If Dumbledore really would have cared, he wouldn't have hidden away when Grindelwald tried to take over the world, but would have stopped him long before their epic battle in 1945, when Grindelwald was at the height of his power. If he would have cared, he would have found the means to end this coming war before it even started. He suspected for decades what Tom Riddle had done. He knew for years that he was right. And what did he do? He sat there, watching a child struggle to fight off a man, decades older than it. He had 13 years of peace. Time enough to find out if he was right, time enough to do everything in his power to stop Tom Riddle. But again, he did nothing. Lily's son's finger was aiming at him as if the boy wanted to pile him with it. You went through a war. You might have been young and foolish at that time, but you know war. Tell me, head of House Slytherin, when did you join the war? Severus stared at Lily's boy in front of him. It took a few moments, but when the seconds of silence ticked by, Severus understood that the boy wanted a genuine answer to his question. So Severus gave him the answer he wanted. When I was 18, he whispered harshly. His occlumency was working overtime to keep his emotions in check, but to everyone who couldn't read the slight glimmering of his eyes, nothing would seem to be wrong. 18. And just out of Hogwarts, the boy said, and the knowledge and age that suddenly displayed in his eyes nearly unsettled the potion's master. Albus Dumbledore was 63 when he finally decided to end a war that had lasted for at least a decade and that was at its high for the previous 4 years. More though, Albus Dumbledore knew that Gellert Grindelwald planned to overthrow the world decades earlier. He knew it since he met Grindelwald when he was not even fully out of Hogwarts. He should have told someone when he found out that Gellert Grindelwald decided to go through with his plan. Instead he did nothing. He knew and did nothing. Severus stared emotionlessly at Lily's child, but his mind was racing with the information given to him just seconds ago. Tell me, Professor, how long did it take until you knew that the side you had joined was the wrong one? And don't come with you joined Dumbledore's side in 1979 when the prophecy was made. You might have dabbled into the dark arts, but you aren't a cruel man. So, how long until you knew you made a mistake? How did the boy know about the prophecy? How did the boy know about Severus' change of heart? Severus wanted to tell Lily's boy that he was wrong and that Severus had not understood the truth until the Dark Lord had targeted Lily. But that would have been a lie. As ensnared in the dark arts as Severus had been, he had known he had made a mistake after the first raid he had ever accompanied. Before he could even think about answering, the boy's eyes lit up and Severus knew that Lily's child knew. He didn't know how, but the boy's eyes showed the truth. It was far earlier, wasn't it? The boy said. Even if it was, it does not matter. Severus answered sneering. The answer was bitter smile. It does matter, the boy said. You saw Tom Riddle's lies and even if you were unable to do something against him, you knew what you did was wrong. Albus Dumbledore tells everyone that he was the first one to look behind the mask of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tell me, if he truly did, and he did, believe me, why didn't he do something about it? Instead of trying to change the way the boy was on, he settled on watching. He watched. He watched while Tom Marvolo Riddle killed a girl on school ground. He watched while Tom Marvolo Riddle murdered his own father. He watched while the new Dark Lord in the making dabbled in the dark arts. He always watched, doing nothing. He fought against the Dark Lord. Severus argued. His emotions were all over the place and at the same time tightly controlled. He couldn't bear to hear what he was hearing, but his Slytherin mind told him to listen. But still, the headmaster had been the one who had rescued Severus and who had given him a task to atone for his sins. The headmaster had always fought in the war. There was no way he had damned the world by knowing about the new threat that Voldemort was, and not reacting, had he? He always did everything he could to stop the Dark Lord. The words sounded empty, but Severus had to say them anyway. Like he did something when my father and his friends bullied you. The portraits that listened and reported to the headmaster. The wards that told him about the happenings on the school grounds. Lily's child didn't mention any of them, but they were there and Severus knew of them, like every other head of house did. They had to have been there as well when Severus had been a student. Not the child's words but true nevertheless. Suddenly Severus' world had cracks all over. Albus Dumbledore hadn't known about the Marauders and their doings, had he? An unbidden memory returned to him when he thought about it. He saw himself, disheveled and frightened after his near encounter with an enraged werewolf, and he saw Albus Dumbledore, standing in front of him, and instead of punishing Potter and his cronies, rewarding Potter, dismissing Black and telling him, the victim, that he wasn't allowed to speak about it to anyone if he didn't want to leave Hogwarts for good. But that was a one-time occurrence. An honest mistake on Albus Dumbledore's part, wasn't it? Did he do something about your father and his treatment towards you, especially after your mother died? Lily's child asked. And don't delude yourself that he didn't know. There are basic diagnostic charms every nurse or healer casts before treating a patient. Those diagnostic charms don't miss things like that. Severus clenched his fists. He knew of the charms. But they had started to use them after his time, hadn't they? There was no way they had known and done nothing. No one knew. No one had ever known. No one except for Lily. But the child knew. Somehow this boy, Lily's boy, knew about Severus' treatment at the hands of his father. Tell me, did he ever give you a way out after you came to him, pleading for my mother's life? Did he ever give you the choice to quit? Dumbledore had needed a spy, had needed him. He needed me where I was. And I had to atone for my sins. This time Severus had to voice his thoughts. He couldn't keep quiet when the child tried to destroy the image he had built himself of the man who had taken him back even after he had done the unforgivable. What sins? Lily's child said. When you joined, you were an 18-year-old, lost and disillusioned teen. Tell me, why did you join Tom Riddle? Was it because of his ideals? Severus sneered. Was it because of his charm? Severus sneered again. No. You were an angry teen who wanted nothing but being acknowledged for himself once in his life. This time Severus couldn't sneer. How did Lily's child know? You wanted someone to see you for you, And Tom Riddle promised you that. He promised you revenge against those who tormented you, he promised to see you for you. Of course, his promises were nothing but lies, but you didn't know because you were a child. Children make mistakes, and it is the job of their elders to forgive them and to show them the way. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, let you down. No, instead of forgiving you, he decided to use your guilt to trap you as a chess piece in his sick little game. He did it to keep everyone safe, your parents included, boy. Severus argued. His frustration and grief were turning his eyes red while he desperately tried to stop the tears from spilling. He was the bat of the dungeon, the man without feelings, the nightmare of every Gryffindor. He didn't cry like a child. He hadn't cried since the day Lily left him for good. It was his right. I made a mistake and I paid for it. I knew I made a mistake just days after I took the Dark Mark. Yes, you made a mistake. Lily's child interrupted him heatedly. A single mistake and you are paying for it ever since. You knew you made the wrong choice just days after you made it, like every sane person with your background in the Muggle world would have known. You, not like the purebloods, knew that Tom Riddle did the wrong thing because you had experience in the Muggle world. You knew the good and the bad of both worlds, different than those purebloods in his service that feared what they didn't know. Really? Severus sneered. If I truly was so perfect, why did I stay true to the Dark Lord for nearly a year before betraying him? Of course you didn't tell anyone, the boy replied, snorting. No sane Slytherin would have endangered his own life without a reason. It's the epitome of a Slytherin to be able to twist and to lie until no one knows the truth anymore, until he can deceive anyone, even the false heir of Salazar Slytherin. Severus sneered at Lily's child. You have no idea what it means to be a Slytherin, Lily's boy. He hissed. You have no idea what sins I committed in the name of the Dark Lord, what deeds I did to escape his wrath. The answer was an unsettling smile. Tell me, Professor, did you kill for him? The boy asked softly, while returning to the middle of the room, nearing Severus until the potion's master was sure that the boy could see the red rim of his eyes, until he was sure that the boy could see the tears that tried to spill. How dare you? Ah, so you never killed, Lily's child said. Then tell me, did you torture for him? Severus flinched. And those green eyes were watching him, exposing all his secrets. How often? The boy's voice was soft. Severus tried to look away, but those eyes held his gaze, captured it. So not really often, but you still feel guilty for it. I don't feel guilty, Severus denied. The answer was a soft, warm smile. That's all right, Lily's child said. I stopped feeling guilty for those I killed a long time ago. A Crucio is nothing against what I have done. This time the potion's master sneered at Lily's boy. I am quite sure that you never killed Lily's child, he hissed. The headmaster would have never allowed it. The child just looked at him. Then the boy shrugged. I'm quite sure that the first time I killed at least a body, even if it wasn't a person, was when I was just a 15-month-old child. Severus sneered. Quit your arrogance, Potter. He said. Whatever happened that night, I'm sure you were the one who did the least. Ah, but the ritual my mother used to protect me was taught and created by me, so wouldn't it have been my kill, how indirectly it had been at that time? Potter said. What are you babbling about, Potter? Snape hissed. Are you delusional now? The answer was a predatory smile. Severus Snape, head of House Slytherin, Potter said instead. Why do you blame yourself when it was Dumbledore who stomped on my mother's sacrifice? Severus sneered. The headmaster would never. Petunia Evans, the boy interrupted him, and Severus' sneer vanished when he remembered the awful girl who had always belittled Lily. Every other thought was swept away when he looked down at Lily's child. Why are you mentioning this vile woman? He hissed. She didn't change from the time you knew her, you know. The boy said. Imagine what it was like, growing up in her loving care. Dark, little spaces and frying pans made their way in Severus' mind, memories he had seen in Lily's child's mind but had not paid attention to. He had not been interested in what he saw, he had just been interested in ending this cursed lesson as fast as possible. Now he remembered them and shuddered inwardly. His eyes were unconsciously searching those green eyes in front of him. His magic spiked, and a not controlled legilimency probe just added to what he already knew. He didn't even think when he touched the child's chin, raising the boy's head to be able to look better in Lily's eyes. Who was the imbecile who put you there? He hissed. The boy smiled, but the smile clearly didn't reach those green eyes. Albus Dumbledore. And Severus' world shattered fully. Glasses with ingredients exploded. His desk was nothing but dust. His magic was raging against the castle walls and the Ning door. Severus did not know if he should rage, cry or grieve. His emotions were all over the place when his occlumency shields finally shattered under the last disheartening revelation. He knew, the headmaster meant to do the right thing. He knew the headmaster was good. But it was too much. Severus had fought in a war since he was old enough to leave school. The headmaster, the great leader of the light, instead had opted to stand by and watch while others struggled. Severus had lied for that man, spied for that man, all to keep Lily safe. But Lily had died in the care of Albus Dumbledore. Severus had gone to Azkaban for 3 months for this man. He had stayed true to his mask for this man, all to keep Lily's child safe. And Albus Dumbledore had taken said child and placed it in the care of that one person Severus never had the chance to protect it from. Its own aunt, a woman Severus had never thought of as the guardian of Lily's child. In that moment one of his shelves gave into the pressure and crashed before it was mommed into dust by Severus' magic. Soft hands enveloped him, softly stroking his back in soothing circles. And the first tear fell from his eyes. He was the bat of the dungeon, the man without feelings, the nightmare of every Gryffindor. He didn't cry like a child. He hadn't cried since the day Lily left him for good. But then the soothing hand again circled his back and the next tear spilled. Severus' hands searched something to hold on, to rely on. Soft, black fabric was what he found. The fabric of the boy's robe. He was the bat of the dungeon. Again a tear leaked from his eyes. He was the man without feelings. His fingers tightened their grip on Lily's child's robes. He was the nightmare of every Gryffindor, and with a final soothing circle on his back his shoulders sagged and he began to sob his heart out. Until now, he had never allowed himself to grieve for Lily and for everything he lost. Until now, he had simply shut away his emotions and had instead relied on his hatred for Gryffindors and Potters especially to be able to continue his day. He had been crushed by his fears and had struggled under the burden placed on his, at that time, far too young shoulders. He had never time to grow up because he had been shackled to the place of his darkest past, and at the same time he had been forced to grow up far too quickly. And now he was sobbing on the shoulders of Lily's child. Relying on the strength of Lily's child. His hands fisted even more when again guilt crept into his consciousness. He shouldn't rely on a helpless teen in his distress. He was the adult, the boy, the child. It was another soothing circle that destroyed these thoughts again. It was the calm, shielding feeling of the boy's magic that made him rely on the child, and it were those green eyes that destroyed the last bits of his resistance when he finally broke down in the arms of his student, unable to take the cruelty of the world any longer. When Severus Snape awoke the next morning, he was lying on his couch in his quarters. On the table next to him was the well-known letter he had gotten some days previously. Severus stared at it. When did he put it there? He was sure he had placed it on his desk in his office the last time he had it in his hands. The letter was open, displaying the invitation it contained. To the heir of the House Prince. Child of the House of Prince, you have lived in honor of your ancestors. You have lived sly. You have lived cunning. You have lived true to your ideals. You have followed the way of your ancestors. I declare you the child of the beloved heir of my house. As such I will cherish you and aid you in your time of need. I will redeem your claim and return you to your rightful place. You are subject to my house and I will take you in as mine. I invite you back in my family. Answer my call, heir of my house, and return to your rightful place. Hold on, I will take you home this Saturday at midnight. I swear on my soul and magic you will be safe until you return. The head of the family. Had Potter read it? Then Severus shook his head to clear his mind. Potter couldn't have read it. Severus might not remember how he found his way into his quarters last night, but Potter definitely hadn't been in here with him. And the occlumency lesson definitely hadn't taken place like he remembered it. There was no way he would break down in the arms of a student. Sadly, a certain part of Severus' mind, the Slytherin part, told him that he was delusioning himself and that it had happened. But it couldn't have. Potter hadn't been Potter yesterday. Especially not at the end. So maybe the end hadn't happened but had been added as dreams to the lessons. Wishful thinking and all that. Sadly, being an Occlumens made convincing himself that he had dreamed the end of the lesson impossible. And Occlumens always had a well-sorted mind. To confuse a dream with reality definitely would destroy said sorting. So there was just one thing Severus Snape could do now. He had to regain his dignity. Gryffindor House of Hogwarts would wish to be never born at the end of the following day. The next 2.5 years were pure horror for Godric. Until Salazar left, he had always thought that he was right and that purebloods were a threat for the wizarding world. He had never ever thought about the fact that he once had known that Salazar was a pureblood. When Salazar had told him all those winters ago, the fact that he was a pureblood was something abstract and not worth thinking over for Godric. He had simply accepted it at that time. And he had forgotten it over the decades he had worked with Salazar side by side. After all, who would remember something like that if the man you work with was not different than every other man he had ever met? There was no aspect in Salazar's personality that screamed pureblood, or at least that screamed pureblood to Godric. Salazar was simply nothing like the picture Godric had constructed for himself of a pureblood. And so Godric had forgotten. Maybe him forgetting had also to do with the fact that he had never heard of the word Salazar had used to name himself a pureblood, before he had met Salazar. Salazar simply never had said outright, "I am a pureblood," not because Salazar was ashamed, but because Salazar had never called a pureblood a pureblood. He had always spoken of. Godric had forgotten the word again. It had been 2.5 years since Salazar had left. It had been 2.5 years since Helga had even looked at her brother or spoken to him about anything but classes and the academia. And Godric had learned the price you paid for prejudice. Salazar's house, the Slytherins had orchestrated themselves from the rest of the houses, sneering at them and ignoring them. Especially Godric's house was scorned by the Slytherins, and of course, Godric himself. Oh, the Slytherins still attended his classes and did the things he asked of them. But when they spoke to him, their voices were icy and their gaze cold. They blamed him for Salazar leaving. And he was to blame. He was the one who had not stopped the students when they biasedly talked about purebloods. He was the one who had bought into the rumors. He was the reason Salazar left. He and his big mouth. He and his single brain cell. And Godric blamed himself. He blamed himself for Salazar leaving. He blamed himself for Rowena's tears and her refusal to even look at him for a whole month after Salazar had left. Of course, Godric had apologized. He had apologized to his brother-in-law and his wife for calling them a monster. He also would have had apologized to Salazar, but the man had vanished, and wherever Godric looked, he could not find him. And Godric had looked. He had looked everywhere, and he would continue to do so whenever he had time. Every summer break since Salazar left, he had vanished looking for his friend, with no success. Every day he had free, he left Hogwarts by horse or wrote letters to every acquaintance he had. The letters to Salazar himself returned unopened. Slytherin House was in the moment managed by the potion professor, just that the man was unable to teach at all. Godric regretted now that he never listened to Salazar when the man had complained about the potion master. Godric had always thought the man complained because of his wish of perfection. Godric had never guessed that his complaint was founded on nothing but the truth. They had to call back a former student to find an adequate rune master, but the man was not truly interested in teaching, and he was not even half as good as Salazar had been. On the other hand, the position of the healer was left unoccupied because every decent healer was employed and the others were mostly inadequate or asked for too much money. And all that was Godric's fault. All because he had decided to believe in rumors. Oh, how Godric regretted his stupidity. Oh, how he regretted not even trying to learn about the people he was afraid of. In the end, Godric had done the only thing he could do except of searching for the vanished Slytherin founder. He had started to work on his fear. Instead of sneering at the centaurs in their woods, he had searched them out and had spoken to one of them. His heart had fluttered the whole time and he had been ready to bolt at the slightest movement, but he had spoken with the centaur. Centaurs were not terrifying, at least not much. That was the result Godric drew at the end of his conversation with one. Not much of a result, but enough for Godric. Then Godric had searched out other purebloods. He left the castle and visited another lake because he had heard the rumors of merpeople. The merpeople had been terrifying to look at, but they had been friendly and patient when Godric had tried to start a conversation with one of them. This time the results were that Hawes wards gained some new inhabitants in the lake. Godric dearly hoped that Salazar wouldn't mind, but he guessed that if the man could accept centaurs in their woods, he would be able to accept merpeople in their lake. Peverell had just shaken his head and mumbled something like, "The next time he comes back with a grim or a dragon." Maybe Godric would have. But he definitely knew his sister and his wife good enough to not even try this stunt. He would be banished from Hawes wards before he could even open his mouth and tell them about the new addition if he would dare to bring a dragon or another dangerous creature. Not that he would have brought a dragon. Well, maybe. Godric shook his head to clear it. He was back in the outer world, searching for either a pureblood he had not met or Salazar, whatever crossed his way first. Usually it was a pureblood. "You should look where you're going," a voice suddenly interrupted his musings. Godric startled. It's definitely not a bright idea to walk through a forest like this one without being alert. There are more terrifying predators in the world than animals. Long years of training kicked in instantly, and a second later Godric had turned to where the voice had come from, his wand in his hand and a spell on his lips. The stranger reacted just in time to step out of the way of the spell. "Well, it seems that you are at least adequate with your defenses if you are alert," the stranger drawled, white fangs gleaming in the dimming light of the evening. Vampire. That was a pureblood Godric definitely had not wanted to meet. He gulped. Immortal, his mind supplied. Drinks blood. Dangerous. Nope. Definitely not a pureblood he wanted to meet. "Cat got your tongue?" the vampire asked with a raised eyebrow. Apparently it had judged him and had dismissed him as a threat. Or why was it still talking to him after he had shown it that he was a wizard? Then the words of the vampire caught up to him and Godric snarled. "Definitely not," he hissed. The vampire just looked at him, clearly unimpressed. "So, wizard, is there a reason why you wander these woods while clearly asleep with your eyes open?" "I was not asleep. I was thinking, remembering." Godric defended himself while blushing. He could not believe he hadn't paid attention to his surroundings while walking in the woods. Especially unknown woods. "Maybe you should remember elsewhere when you need to be asleep to do it," the vampire remarked. Godric hissed. "Shut up. Clearly whoever raised you had no idea what he was doing if you were that rude with every person you meet." It was after he had uttered his sentence that he remembered that he was speaking to a vampire. A human blood beeping, ridiculously powerful vampire. Maybe not the best idea Godric ever had to insult a vampire's parents if the vampire could rip him to shreds without anybody wiser. But the vampire just laughed. "Pater wouldn't mind. I grew up getting reminded to never sleep in the woods without proper wards around myself. Of course, it still can happen that you are surprised or captured by whatever, but it is less likely if you are cautious. And you definitely weren't," the vampire added after having a good laugh at Godric's words. Godric just growled. "And I bet he also taught you how to prey on innocent wanderers," he mumbled. He thought that he had been quiet enough, but it seemed that the hearing of a vampire was far sharper than he had assumed because the vampire looked at him stunned and a little bit offended. "I'm not preying onto you," the vampire said. "If I truly would have liked to do that, I would have done that hours ago when I first saw you, not when you were just inches from Key. Dotting a tree goodnight." "Who?" Godric asked and turned around to look in the direction he had been heading, just to hit his head on said tree. "Oh, ouch. So much to my warning," the vampire snorted and shook his head. "You're definitely an odd sorcerer, you know." Godric looked at the vampire oddly. "I would say you are an odd vampire," he countered. The answer was a pearly laugh. That I am," the vampire said grinning. "But I'm proud of it." And then, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, the vampire bowed in front of Godric and said, "Anastasius Sanguini, at your service." Godric refrained from rubbing his eyes to see if he was hallucinating. A vampire wouldn't act like a properly raised lord, would it? Godric Gr. Lefay, at your service, he said, correcting his own last name in the last minute. He had not spoken his own last name for such a long time that it sounded nearly foreign in his own ears. Lefay. The vampire repeated, surprised. You're a child of my uncle. Then recognition lit his eyes. You're the wannabe mixedblood who insulted my father, it said knowingly. I never thought I would meet you after Pater left you and your relations. It was the way the vampire said, wannabe mixedblood, that sparked recognition in Godric. He had heard the description before. But where? Salazar. Godric's eyes widened. You know Salazar? He asked, interested. Then the words of the vampire caught up to him and he fully understood what the vampire had told him. Wait. Pater. As in father. As in Salazar is your father? He asked with huge eyes. The vampire's eyes narrowed. And if he is? No. He asked, and Godric had a feeling that if he would dare to say something against his friend, the vampire would use him as his next evening snack. I was searching for him. Godric explained hurriedly. I wanted to apologize. I acted like a dunderhead. I never thought the words I said through. I never wanted to hurt him, and I was an idiot whose impressions of the purebloods were based on nothing but unfounded rumors and the fear of the unknown. I've been searching for him for the last 2 years and, do you know where he is? The answer was a snort. The error of your ways. No, he repeated with disbelief coloring his voice. Did you? Really, my dear wannabe mixed blood? Godric frowned at the creature his friend had raised. No, his friend's son. Yes, I did, he finally said, his eyes never leaving those silvery, uncanny eyes of the vampire. The next steps the vampire took were too fast for Godric to follow. One moment the vampire was still some feet away, the next it was in front of him, nose to nose, watching him with eyes that seemed to see more than normal eyes. I still don't think you understand, Godric, child of my uncle, the vampire said, its eyes looking into Godric's soul with a clarity that was as frightening as Salazar's deathly gaze could be. Believe me, Salazar's child, I know now that I looked at purebloods the wrong way. I know now that my bias was based in fear. I had my reasons to react like that, Godric whispered, but his eyes still stayed on the eyes of the vampire. He couldn't show weakness. Not in front of a creature that could kill him with its bare hands if it wanted to. You had your reasons. Anastasius raised a single eyebrow at that. Then tell me your reasons. Maybe I will forgive you and help you to find my father. Godric opened his mouth to tell the vampire that he was an idiot, that he simply never knew that Salazar was a pureblood as well, and that his bias was founded in his unfounded fear of the unknown. My father was killed by the goblins, he said instead. I was a lad of 7 at that time. We were on the way home from my grandparents' house. They killed my father because he was there. He wasn't even fighting them. They just came, saw him and killed him. My mother took me and my 4-year-old sister and ran. She died the day after we reached my grandparents'. Something about her being unable to live without her bonded. Purebloods have done that. Can you truly blame me if I hate them after that? My sister might not remember, but I do. I do. Godric stopped, surprised with himself for the answer he had given the vampire. He had not truly remembered that incident until his mouth had spoken for him those damning words of hate. You seem surprised, the vampire said, raising its eyebrow. I forgot that incident. It was years ago, way before I even met Salazar, Godric said. How can I give you an answer like that if I never even remembered that incident actively? The silvery eyes of the vampire sparkled. Because I wanted to know the truth, and if a vampire wishes to know it, there is no way to stop it from getting it. Vampire abilities. At least this explained Godric's answer a bit. Is it wrong to hate those purebloods? He asked, his fists clenching while his eyes finally left those of the vampire to study everything but the being in front of him. Is it wrong to feel hate for the killers of my family? And Anastasius looked at him with understanding and wisdom in his eyes. I hate humans, Anastasius said. It was not an answer, but at the same time it was the only answer the vampire seemed to be able to give. I was just a lad of 3 when my parents fell to their hatred. When my parents died because they decided that they wanted to raid the city we lived in. But as much as I want to hate them, I am unable to look at them and see nothing but monsters. Maybe I can't because when I look at them I see my father looking at me. For all it's worth, my father should have hated me. I belong to the very nation that killed his family, but he doesn't blame them. The Romans were the reason his fathers, brother and uncles died. The Romans are the reason why he still feels the pain of death sometimes, and he still took me in and loved me. I was a Roman child when he found me. I might have been a Roman vampire child, but still a Roman. You cannot blame a whole nation for something a few of its people did. This time Godric snarled, forgetting that his opponent was a vampire. Instead, the old feeling of hatred and fear found its way out and showed itself on his features, features that looked so much like Salazar's and were so different at the same time that it was uncanny. It is my right to blame them all for the death of my parents. Someone has to. If I don't, who will remember them? He hissed. Someone has to keep their legacy alive. And yet you worked with my father for years. You even went to the goblins and interacted with them. Tell me what changed. Nothing. Did you maybe remember that you aren't different than them in the end? Did you fear to go against the current beliefs because you know deep down in your heart that there is nothing to distinguish between you and them? Godric just snarled again. I am absolutely different than a pureblood. Are you? If you truly believe that, tell me the difference you are referring to. Cousin, Anastasius' voice was hammering away the shield Godric had built to shield himself from prejudice and pain. Look in the mirror and tell me the difference between you and me, between my father and you. Godric opened his mouth, just to close it again with a snapping sound. In his mind he saw Salazar's deathly green eyes. Godric's eyes. In his mind he heard Salazar's voice telling him about a pureblood soul. A pureblood has a hard soul. If they marry another pureblood, the child is still a pureblood. It still has a hard soul. If said child marries another mixed-born pureblood, their child will still be a pureblood with 4/2 of a different pureblood. If neither of the child's grandparents is the same pureblood, the child will have 4/2 of different souls. The soft soul of a mundane has no chance to add itself to a construct like that. It cannot interact with a full circle, and 4 soul parts build a full circle. Those children are the beginning of a line of old ones. To add a mundane soul part would mean to destabilize said soul. It's just stable because all those soul parts are hard and easy to fit together. A soft soul part wouldn't act the same as the hard ones, and in the end the soul wouldn't be able to stabilize itself. An old one cannot have a part of a mundane soul. They would not be born alive if they did. They are basically still firbolg born. And when Godric had asked how the conditions of the old lines added to this mix, Sal had just shrugged. They are the trigger to manifest the soul of an old one. Your sister is a firbolg born because your mother obviously was a firbolg and not a sorceress. But if your mother would have been a sorceress, your sister would never have been a firbolg born. She would have lost this part of her inheritance, because it was you who inherited the trigger. The inheritance of the abilities of an old one is tricky, and there are few lines who are producing old ones to begin with. Lines like yours. Lines like Peverell's will be if Helga and he will ever have children of their own. Anastasius was right. Whatever argument Godric would try to utter, there was no difference between himself and a pureblood. He was a pureblood. Like Rowena was a pureblood, like Peverell was, like Godric's own little sister Helga was. The knowing eyes of the vampire filled his vision. I can fight evil. I can fight those that want to destroy our world, Godric finally said, his eyes begging the vampire in front of him to forgive him, to understand him. But I cannot fight prejudice. I cannot sit there and accept that they belittled me, just because I was born the same as this mass murderer. I am strong, but I am not strong enough to stand up to the gathering of the lords and tell them they are idiots because I am the same as this mass murderer they fear. Because my sister is the same. My wife. I cannot stand up to them because if I did they would come after my family instead. I know the fear that drives them. I felt that fear myself when the goblins killed my father. I cannot and I will not let them have a go at my family. If that means to forget what I am, so be it. If that means to anger those around me, so be it. As long as they are safe, I don't care. And it was the truth. A truth Godric had kept enclosed in his heart, a truth he had never considered, never actively known but had followed it nevertheless. He was a lion at heart, but even a lion's priority was its pride. And Godric would do anything for his pride, even let them hate him as long as they were safe. And Godric would have been fine with their hatred if Salazar hadn't been. If Salazar hadn't confronted him and forced him to take a look at his own behavior. It might have begun with the wish to keep his family safe, but on the way he had forgotten his goal and had instead become what he tried to avoid. Salazar would never forgive him for that. And yet you are out here, searching for my father, ready to tell him that you are sorry, ready to give up everything just to get him back, Anastasius said in that moment. Godric snorted, but this time self-hatred colored his voice. He was one of those people I tried to shield. What use has a shield if those shielded stand in front of it? He asked. The answer was a small smile. My father, Peter, always was the one shielding. He doesn't take well to being shielded, especially not if others are in harm's way because of the shield that is built to shield him, Anastasius said softly. You cannot shield someone who has long since lost every kind of blindness to the cruelness of the world. Salazar still believes in those around him, Godric answered. He always sees the best in them. And yet he was able to look at you and believe that you have lost your path. Peter might give everyone a fair chance, but he knows that people can be fickle. He was hurt because you turned on him, but he wasn't surprised that you did. He knows it can happen. Peter has seen the bitter truth too often to be blind to it. Godric stared at Salazar's child. In front of his inner eye he saw every interaction he ever had with Salazar. The other man had always acted nice and approachable. But at the same time there had been times in the past that told a different story. Godric just had never looked. He had not understood Salazar's reaction when they gave him the name, Slytherin. Now, looking back he could see that Salazar had known that they would give up on him in the future. It seemed the moment they called him Slytherin he had known they would go against him sometime in the future. And Godric had been too blind to see that knowledge, that pain, at that time. And Godric cursed himself for his blindness. Will he ever forgive us? He asked nearly silently. Will he ever forgive me? The answer was a shrug. He will forgive you, cousin, Anastasius said. Peter doesn't hold a grudge. But even if he forgives you, if he will ever trust you again is another thing. For a moment Godric said nothing, then he nodded. It doesn't matter, he declared. As long as I can say sorry I will be able to accept any punishment he bestows on me. The answer this time was a bitter smile. I cannot help you, cousin, Anastasius said. I know where he is, but even I can't reach him there. Why? Where is he? This time the vampire winced. He was captured by sorcerers 2 months ago, Anastasius said, guilt showing on his face. It was my fault. I was careless and Peter had to help me to escape them. He wasn't strong enough to escape them, too. And with those words the old feeling of fury rose in Godric's chest. Where? He asked, but Anastasius shook his head. Peter will kill me if I do something reckless again, and bringing you along on a rescue mission counts as reckless, I fear. Godric snorted as an answer. I am a well-trained sorcerer. I know what I can and what I can't do. But the vampire just shook his head. Peter prohibited me to go on a rescue mission with just Gryffindors. He said something about, if you ever dare to go somewhere dangerous solely with Godric I will use you and Godric in my next potion experiment as test subjects. Godric winced. Maybe we should return to Hogwarts and ask Peverell and Rowena to come along, or Helga, better Helga. My wife would skin me alive if I suggested something like that. Maybe it's because she's expecting. He finally suggested. Anyway, that should rescue us from becoming test subjects. And as much as Godric wanted to free his friend, he definitely wouldn't dare to go against an order like that. He knew too well that Salazar did not just threaten with things. He would follow up with his threat if someone dared to disobey him. Anastasius just hesitated a moment, then he nodded. Good idea, cousin, he said. Very good idea. Ya belong to Hogwarts, don't ya? The voice that spoke to Sal was hated by him now. Ever since he had freed his son from the hands of those men and had been captured instead, they had tried to use him to their own benefit. They had soon found out who he was, they had forced a truth serum down his throat. The truth serum was no Veritaserum, that didn't exist yet, but it was a strong enough truth serum that he had been forced to tell them he was Salazar Slytherin. 2 years he had been away from Hogwarts now, touring the world, healing like he had done for centuries, and they still tried to use him to gain access to it. I'm sure ya know that castle like no one else. We're searching for something and I'm sure ye know where to find it, the man in front of Salvajahar said. Ya are Slytherin, aren't ya? One of the rest of the men said. The first speaker and his men had captured Sal, bound and blinded him with a cloth after he had rescued his careless, curious son from them. Just a few days before that rescue, Sal had still worked himself nearly to death by trying to help a village against a plague. Sal had been at the village and its neighbor villages for the last 2.5 months, fighting against dragon pox. It had been draining and agonizing on his body, and Sal had been happy when he had finally been able to move on. Still drained because of his extended use of sterilization runes and other magics, but sure that the villages would survive. The villages would, but thanks to Anastasia's curiosity, Sal had not been able to move on like he wanted. Instead, he had followed the bond he shared with his curious and reckless son, a bond that had told him his son was in danger and unable to rescue himself, until he had reached the fortress in which he was captured now. He had been forced to enter said fortress, his bond telling him that there was no time to ask for help, and then had searched the castle until he found his son, fed him his blood, healed him, and finally forced him to leave without Sal when it had become clear that they wouldn't be both able to escape capture. So instead of being able to wander again, he was now in the hands of those thugs. Hey, I talked to ya. The leader, or who Sal thought was the leader, said, and in the next moment Sal felt his cheek sting after being slapped. Sal just hissed at the man. He was angry with himself. He knew long before he reached the fortress that he was in no condition to help his son. He had been tired and drained after treating the plague for 2 months. But at the same time he knew that he hadn't been able to do something different. Anastasius, his curious, stupidly reckless child, would have died if he hadn't come when he had. And Sal would pray fair death to the death of his own child. The next slap Sal received made his head spin. If ya don't want to feel my hand again, speak. The man growled. Sal spat at him, but answered anyway. And if I was Slytherin, what would you do? He asked coolly. The answer was a hearty laugh by the still invisible man. Sal cursed his luck that they had bound and blinded him. He was too exhausted to use normal magic without his wand, so family magic, the only magic that could have helped him, was definitely out. Sal needed time, rest and nourishment to recover, but being in the hands of those thugs would give him none of that. I heard that Hogwarts was once Camelot, the man said, and Sal could just hear the invisible evil grin. My master want to have the castle. It's rightfully his, ya know. Sal spit at him. Regretfully he missed. Another slap in his face was the answer, but Sal had gone through worse since his capture. O' course there's the graves, too, ya know. The graves o' Arthur, the traitor, and o' Mordred, the great. As if I would give people like you access to my family's graves. Sal answered with a hiss. You and your master might think yourselves above the normal sorcerers, but you aren't. You have no right to access my home. The answer was a punch in his gut. Sal spit blood at them, not caring for his injury. It wouldn't be the first time in the last 2 months that he nearly died in their tender care. I heard ya taught a lot o' children o' the Lords of the Gatherin', the man said in that moment, trying another tactic, as if Salvajahar would give into something like that. And I heard ya. Nia comrades are rich. I'm sure we can find a way to share ya gold between us poor people. And I'm sure y'all be willing to aid us in finding a way into Hogwarts. Ye know, ta the grave o' Mordred, the great. This time Sal spat him in the face, and he was pretty sure he didn't miss this time around because the man cursed and then slapped him again. Sal kicked the man in the shin. The answer was a harsh punch in Sal's gut, followed by a gag. And I thought y'd cooperate more with us, now after y'ave been thrown out o' Hogwarts, the man said. Well, we've ways to make ya cooperate. The next weeks were again pure torture for Sal, literally, to his utter regret. They broke and shattered his bones, they burned him, they slithed his skin and nearly drowned him. Some of the treatment was new, some of it he had experienced before. Sal wasn't even sure how often they nearly killed him that time around. The only thing he knew that he cursed his cursed life and his inability to die more than once, not that they truly noticed when they once truly killed him. He stayed dead too shortly for them to notice. Nevertheless, Sal was sure that if he wouldn't have been stubborn by nature, they would have broken him in spirit long ago. Regrettably, Sal had never done what another person wanted if he saw no reason to do so. And agony was no reason. That fact he had learned a long time ago, on the day he died the first time. The weeks while his heart healed itself were by far worse in pain than anything they could do to him, especially if they tried to keep him alive. Well, the man said. It was their daily ritual after another torture session. Do y'all want to talk now? Sal just hissed through his gag. Well, maybe y'all talk if I show ya this, the man said, and the first time in 3 months the blinding was taken from Sal's eyes and Sal's head was turned so that he could see a young boy sitting in the corner. The boy was pale and bruised, blood was coloring one of his cheeks and his clothes red. Sal knew the boy. It was one of his Slytherins. Merthin Wilt, his mind supplied. The boy's name is Merthin Wilt. In the same moment fury rose in Sal's chest. He had never been a teacher to the boy, but even with him out of Hogwarts he had taken care in knowing every child that entered the academia. He knew every child who was in Slytherin, and he knew that the boy had been taken home by his parents shortly before Sal had been captured by those thugs. The lad's grandfather had been dying and had wished to see the lad a last time before he died, and so Merthin Wilt had left Hogwarts to comply with his grandfather's wishes. Ah, it seems ya recognize the lad, the man said triumphantly. So, if ya don't want the lad suffer what y'ave suffered so far, y'all do as we want ya to. And his hands grabbed Sal's hair and turned Sal's gaze so that Sal could look him in the eyes. A mistake on the man's part. A grave one. Fury fueled Sal's magic, his green eyes showing the fire of the phoenix. And the fire of the phoenix was unforgiving like the basilisk in Salvajahar's blood. And from the deathly green eyes the second, unseen lid flew open, setting free the fire within those deadly eyes. The man had not even time to react. One moment he thought himself the winner, the next he was laying on the floor, his eyes open and broken, dead. A basilisk gave no second chances. And the basilisk was powerful in Salvajahar's blood. Salmo.ned, tiredly. He had not eaten even once a week since he had been captured, and he had lost a lot of blood. Not good for someone who practiced blood magic. Sorcerers using a wand were not as connected with their magic as someone who practiced blood magic. Practicing blood magic meant that Sal's body and magic were intertwined on a far higher level than by a normal sorcerer. Having lost as much blood as he had and being starved, beaten and dehydrated was definitely contraproductive for a druid's magic. Still, when 2 other men entered the dungeon, they had hidden Sal away in just a few seconds after Sal had killed the first. They met the same fate like their leader. No mercy, the basilisk cried. No mercy, the phoenix called. And Salvajahar had learned long ago that even as a healer he couldn't show mercy to thugs like them. Then Sal heated his arms with his magic. He was panting, doing so. It was utterly draining. At least he could use magic again. He hadn't been able to do so when he had been captured, still too drained to even think about using magic after his excessive use the 2 months before and the feeding of his child his blood just minutes before. Sal also knew that it wouldn't take long for him until he was again unable to use his inheritance. He was too hurt and too tired to keep it up. It was only the desperate wish to protect his student that fueled his magic at the moment. Definitely not ideal, but Sal didn't care. He himself had suffered through death before. Being tortured to death was not as bad as dying by a destroyed heart had been, but Merthin Wilt was a child, and Sal would be damned if he let those thugs torture a helpless little 12-year-old. In that moment the bindings on his arms fell to the floor. Sal winced when his arms were freed. They were cramped and hurt, but he could not tend to himself now. He needed to get the child out of here before the other men returned. So Sal ignored his pain and instead freed himself from the gag and stood. Meriden, he hissed. His voice sounded more like a snake's than his usual voice, but he had no energy to form words beyond the rasping hiss he produced. The boy looked up at him with huge eyes. Sal stumbled over to where the boy sat and freed the child from its bindings. Stand up. We need to go. Who are you? The lad was clearly terrified, and Sal winced inwardly when he suddenly remembered that the lad had seen him kill those people. Salazar Slytherin, he finally settled on saying, hoping that the lad had heard positive things about him in his house and not negative ones. The lad's huge, admiring eyes suggested that at least Slytherin still held him in high regard. Now, stand up, lad, we have to go. What about my parents, sir? The boy asked, fear lacing his eyes. The parents. They also had the lad's parents. Sal guessed that the parents were long dead by now, but he asked the lad anyway. Where are they? Sal RHASPED. I don't know, the boy answered. We were separated by those men. Mum, I have no idea where my parents are now. You're telling me, you need me and my pregnant wife to go with you because you might have a lead concerning Salazar. Godric cringed when Peverell looked at him sneering. It seemed as if Peverell was less than pleased with what Godric had found out. Well, we might help to storm the fortress he is captured in, he hesitatingly tried to explain. And you need my heavily pregnant wife for that, Godric. Well, we could take Ro. So instead of my heavily pregnant wife we take yours. Great idea, Godric. That's so much better. Yes, well. No. To Godric's relief, Anastasius finally had mercy on him. We just need someone who isn't a Gryffindor, so you alone would be enough, actually. Peverell raised his eyebrow at that declaration. You need someone who isn't a Gryffindor, he repeated, disbelief coloring his voice. Anastasius nodded eagerly. Pater forbid me to come to his rescue if I'm solely backed up by Gryffindors. For a moment Peverell stared at him as if Anastasius had gone insane. Then he pinched his nose and sighed. How sure are you that he's captured in there and that he's still? He stopped mid-sentence. Actually, forget the second part. There is no way he died. So you're helping us? Godric asked eagerly, clearly ready to bounce back to where he had come from just minutes ago. I asked how sure you are that he's the. Absolutely. Anastasius interrupted him. He rescued me from there but wasn't able to escape himself afterwards. Peverell frowned. That doesn't sound like the Salazar I know. He would never go in there if he didn't know a way to come out whole on the other side. Well, Pater hadn't had time to think about that or anything, Anastasius said, wincing. I was in a little bit of trouble in there, and if he hadn't come at the time he came I wouldn't be alive anymore, you know. Peverell just frowned at the vampire in front of him. And you are? Anastasius sanguine. Salvajahar is my father. It acutally took a moment to connect the different sounding name to Salazar, then Peverell pinched his nose again. No wonder Salazar was always able to keep Godric out of trouble. He had obviously a lot of practice while raising you. Anastasius just shrugged and looked at him a little bit guilty. Maybe. He finally offered, and Peverell sighed. I can't believe I'll go with two reckless Gryffindors to rescue a snake. Snake? Anastasius asked, clearly not understanding. Peverell just shrugged. His character is definitely Sake-like. He knows how to turn everything to his benefits and strikes you when you think of it the least. For a moment, Anastasius thought that over, then he nodded. You're right. Seems to fit, he declared. You coming? Peverell just sighed again, but then nodded. It took them another hour until they Cloud finally leave. Peverell after all had to tell Rowena and Helga where he was going first and then still had to pack. Both women weren't exactly happy with them, but both of them understood that there was no way they would let Salazar suffer at the hands of men who were clearly enemies. And so they started their wandering towards the fortress Salazar was captured in, and they had to wander. Apparition, flow or port keys weren't invented at that time, after all. Salvajahar maybe wouldn't have been able to rescue himself and Myrthenwilt from the fortress they were imprisoned in, if a distraction wouldn't have occurred just seconds after Sal was able to open the door to the dungeons. They had just reached the lived-in part of the castle, and Sal had feared that they would have no chance to cross this part without being seen and being captured again. If Sal was truthful, he had long since expected to be captured again. As long as Myrthen would have time to flee, Sal was alright with dying again and again at the hands of those monsters. But now, with the distraction, there might be a way for them to escape both, and Sal had to give it. The distraction definitive was one of the bigger scale. The earth shook beneath their feet and power surged through the air when a second huge bolt of lightning embodied itself in the middle of the fortress, roasting a lot of the sorcerers who protected the walls. The first one had hit the main tower. The roof was in flames and the walls were staggering. Just a few minutes and they would break down fully. By Merthin, Peverell. Sal heard a voice he hadn't heard for 2 years, exclaiming in utter disbelief. What did you do just now? Godric. Godric was here. For a moment, utter relief flooded Salvajahar's veins, then dread settled into his stomach. How would Godric react if he saw him after all this time? They hadn't parted in friendship after all, and Sal was in no condition to fight against him again. Still, those two were his way out, and if he had to die by Godric's hands to get Merthin Wilt to safety, then he would die gladly. I'm the son of a Thunderbird, you dolt. I might be able to perform magics like you do with a wand, but as I'm half Thunderbird, I'm able to use lightning if I truly want it. And now get out of my way, you useless sorcerer. Peverell. A clearly unhappy Peverell. Why, by earth and fire, were those two even here? Merthin Wilt, mayhap. In that moment the next lightning struck the fortress. Better keep going, Merthin. Sal advised and pushed the lad along. The lad just stared at him blankly. What about my parents, sir? He asked. We have to get you out of here, lad, Sal answered. I promise I'll look for them if we have time and you are safe, child. But, the boy started to protest, but Sal just yanked him along, hoping to find Peverell and Godric before those two brought down the castle around them. Had those two never heard something about doing a rescue mission silently? Stop your attack or I will kill my prisoners. Sal stopped running and pushed Merthin against the stones of one of the towers so that they weren't seen. On the walls stood a man, obviously the lord of the castle, and in his hands he held the hair of a woman who clearly had been subjected to the cruelty of his men. Mum. Salvajahar tried to hold the boy, but he clearly hadn't enough muscles anymore to stop the child. So instead of stopping Merthin Wilt, the child escaped his grasp and stormed towards the woman and the lord. Merthin. Sal reached out to the boy, desperate to catch him again, but his hands that once had been able to catch the snitch so securely, missed the child and Sal could just watch it running out of hiding towards danger. So tell me, Godric, how did you plan to enter this castle? Peverell asked when they finally reached their destination. The castle looked forbidding and dark. Godric just shrugged. Knocking, maybe, he suggested. Peverell stared at his friend as if he had never seen him before. Knocking, he repeated. Knocking. We're here to break out a prisoner and you think that the right way doing it is by knocking on the door. Have you finally gone insane, Godric? Anastasius next to them sniggered. At least now I know why I was forbidden to go on a rescue mission with only Gryffindors as my backup, he said. Peverell turned to the vampire. Don't tell me you also would have knocked. He sounded absolutely horrified. Anastasius answered him with an odd look on his face. What else? He said. It's definitively the easiest way to catch their attention. Peverell just buried his head in his hands and groaned. I never thought that someone as cautious as Salazar would be able to raise a child like you. The answer was another unconcerned shrug from Anastasius. Pater said he was once as forward as I am now and that I will learn in time to do things differently, he tried to reassure the other man. Peverell just sighed. Well, if you want to knock on the door so badly, do me a favor and let me do it at least, he finally said while his mind made up a plan that should work even with two careless and reckless idiots like Godric and Anastasius as a backup. And what's different if you knock on the door instead of us? Godric asked him frowning. I do it with a bigger bang, Peverell answered and then knelt down on the earth. He emptied his mind like he always did before going to bed and concentrated on a hidden part of his personality. The hidden part he had inherited from his parents, a hidden part that most of the sorcerers had forgotten how to use a long time ago. What are you doing? Godric asked him. You can't knock on the door if you're sitting here in the Graw, half a mile away from the fortress. Peverell ignored him because in that moment he found what he was searching for in his mind. His last weapon. The last thing his magic would resort to if he was ever threatened and unable to defend himself. Unlike Sal's abilities, Peverell's were never awakened and so he was unable to actually fully control them. But Peverell was the son of two purebloods. He had learned to harvest his blood-borne ability even without the advantages of blood magic and the full control over it that came with this advantage. Peverell. And that was the moment Peverell let go of the power within him. The sky darkened and then a huge lightning struck the main tower. A second lightning followed just seconds later and roasted a lot of their enemies before those even understood that Peverell, Godric and Anastasius were there. By Myrddin, Peverell, Godric exclaimed with huge eyes. What did you do just now? The answer was a laughter. It wasn't Peverell laughing, but Anastasius. Whatever it is the best distraction ever. He crowed. I'm of rescuing Pater. And with that Peverell was left alone to deal with an absolutely flabbergasted Godric. Another lightning struck the fortress, and then the lord of the castle came, in his hands a woman and on his lips a threat. Myrddin. Salazar's voice. And Peverell suddenly knew that whatever the day would bring today, it would never be the same afterwards. Godric stared at the other lords of the gathering. It had been a month after Peverell, Anastasius and he had attacked the fortress. The last thing that Godric had heard from Salazar was a message of his son that they had been able to escape the fortress thanks to their help. Godric had ridden back and begged Salazar to finally return home, but the reply had been from Anastasius again, telling him that Salazar would and could not for the time being. And Godric had ripped the sheet of parchment into shreds, crying and begging for forgiveness. And Peverell had stood next to him and told him that it was Salazar's decision. If the other man was still not able to forgive him, Godric had to accept it and would have to live with it. And so Godric had decided to stand his man and to live up to his new beliefs of equality of beings, even if he was absolutely outnumbered in the gathering of the lords. Since Salazar had vanished, the lords had started to insist that they should have a say in the processes of the academia. Godric hated it. It was as if without Salazar the lords thought they had the right to influence the proceedings in the academia, just because there was no lord of the land. The lands of the academia should be searched and every pureblood found on it should be banished before they can hurt our children, one of the lords said coolly in that moment, ignoring Peverell who grimaced when hearing his words. You have no right to decide that. Godric objected heatedly. The lands don't belong to anyone but. Wherever Slytherin is, he is gone for over 2 years. He gave up his ancestral home for the academia. If he's gone now we have every right to. Don't you dare to finish this sentence. Godric interrupted fuming. Peverell and I have taken over the academia as long as Salazar is gone. It is our right to. There is no guarantee, no evidence that he is still alive. He has no heirs so there is no one who can inherit. The castle is his legacy to us. It is our right to decide what happened with the academia. Lord Gaunt said coolly. The answer was a snarl from Godric. Oh how he wished he had seen Salazar when they rescued him from this haunted castle. If he had he would have been able to truly declare that Salazar was alright and returning soon. The castle belongs to Salazar. He might have vanished 2 years ago, but this is no evidence that he died. Peverell said calmly. There also is no evidence that he is still alive. Lord Gaunt hissed. I say we should assume that he died and turn over the castle into our hands. Godric gawked at the man. He could not believe what he was hearing. They wanted to steal Salazar's inheritance just because the man had vanished. He had known that the lords had wanted influence but he couldn't believe that they tried that now while Peverell and himself were still there. Salazar is still alive, he said fuming. We heard of his well-being just a month ago. That's what you say. Lord Gaunt countered. Where's the evidence of your words? As long as he doesn't come back the castle should be given to us. The castle, Peverell began, but before he could speak further another voice interrupted him. The voice was cool, nearly icy and controlled. Even if I would have died, the castle would have never fallen in the hands of the gathering, the voice said softly. As if they were one man, the lords of the gathering flinched and shifted to look at the entrance. There stood a man, wearing a roughed-up, green tunic. Next to him stood another hooded man and a child of maybe 12. Then the man made another step forward and the light of the candles exposed his face to the lords of the gathering. Salazar. Salazar was back. Lord Slytherin. The stutter was heard not only on the lips of one lord. Salazar sneered at all of them. I cannot believe that you tried to get influence in the academia when you should know that there is no way that I would ever leave the school to the gathering, Salazar sneered. The answer was a frown from Lord Gaunt. You have no wife and no heir, so who should inherit when you die? He asked Salazar. It was that question that reminded Godric of the last time he had seen. Well, not truly seen, but seen nonetheless, Salazar, and he spoke up before Salazar could say anything. Salazar has a son, he said. The answer was a laugh from the stranger next to Salazar. Indeed, he has, the stranger said. And Godric could see the eyes of the lords wandering to the child next to Salazar. Salazar just put one of his hands on the shoulder of the little boy next to him. A boy that Godric had seen before, but for the love of everything holy, he couldn't place the child. A son? Lord Selwyn asked hesitatingly. 2 sons, Salazar corrected as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Godric blinked surprised. 2. Where, in Myrthen's name, did the second one come from? Myrthen Slytherin here is the younger one, Salazar added, brushing back the hood that had shielded his son's face from the gaze of the gathering. He is my heir. The heir of Slytherin. And when the boy looked up, Godric finally recognized the child. Myrthen Wilt. The boy who had returned home to say goodbye to his dying grandfather. The boy who had never returned. At least the child was safe. Myrthen Slytherin. Lord Gaunt repeated, sneering. Did you truly think it prudent to name a child after the greatest mage in history? Salazar just snorted. It was funny that over the decades, the other lords again had forgotten about Salazar Slytherin's origins, and many of them had long accepted that Slytherin is Sal's true last name. Sal's true name, Emrys, instead had become a legendary myth again. Of course, Salazar had never named the child. But Myrthen's former parents had never been part of the gathering, so no one except the children in Hogwarts had ever heard the lad's name before. He was named after his grandfather, Lord Gaunt, he said, and the lad's eyes snapped up to stare at his new father in surprise. It seemed that Salazar was willing to pretend that the child had always been his to secure the child's standing in the gathering. Do you always criticize the names of the other lord's heirs, Lord Gaunt? The other man had the grace to look ashamed. The answer was a snort from the still-hooded man behind Salazar. It seems, my fledgling, they have forgotten your ancestry, the man said. Salazar just turned and frowned at the man. And I still don't get why you even bothered to come here with me, he countered. Anastasius did not even argue with me half as much as you did when I said no. Well, Anna is your egg, my fledgling. You are mine. I have the right to come if I think that it's too dangerous for you to walk here alone. Salazar snorted. Don't lie to me, grandfather. It was grandmother's wish that brought you here. Lord Selwyn, who had opened his mouth to argue against the foreign man's presence, snapped it shut again when he heard Salazar addressing the man. If the title of the other man wasn't just an honorific, the man had every right to be here, because even if Sal was the current lord, the grandfather had to have been the lord long before him. Yes, well, maybe we should continue with the gathering, Lord Selwyn finally stuttered instead. Salazar and his grandfather both turned to look at the first lord of the gathering. Then the grandfather threw back his hood and looked at the lord with a federal grin and eyes golden, burning with flames. Lord Selwyn shuddered under the red-haired stranger's gaze. Godric shuddered as well. There was just one description that fit Salazar's grandfather perfectly. Not human. The man, whatever he was not human. I don't think that we should continue this gathering, as if nothing transpired, the grandfather said, smiling coolly. My name is Fawarks, and I am here to chew you out and to tell you exactly what will happen if you ever think of breaking one of your laws ever again, especially if this law contains my grandson's ancestral home. We're dead. Godric just nodded to Peverell's optimistic point of view of the near future. Dead as a doornail, he confirmed. Salvajahar watched with hidden amusement Fawarks, his grandfather, while said individual slowly and painfully dissected the lords of the gathering with his words alone. They had it coming. Sal had heard rumors about them trying to get control over the castle since the day he left, but for the last 4 months and a half their attempts had reached a new height, and Sal was not too sure if not one of the lords of the gathering was the reason for his imprisonment in the fortress. He had no evidence, of course, but that their attempts had picked up at that time meant that at least one of the lords had to have known of Sal's predicament. Of course, said lord had never thought of Sal surviving the experience. But Sal had survived. It had been critical at the moment. Murthan had escaped his grasps and had run towards the man who held his mother prisoner, but they had survived. The lord of the castle had seen Murthan running out of the shadows and had killed the woman in his hands, and maybe he also would have killed Murthan that day if Anastasius wouldn't have acted in that moment and pounced him. It had been Anna who killed the lord of the castle, but it had been the unexpected arriving Fawarks who stopped Murthan's run into danger. And it had been Fawarks who had taken them all away after Anastasius had told Godric and Peveril that they were safe. Now, after a time of healing, they finally were able to return. Sal had dreaded his return, but his grandmother had talked him into confronting the others until he finally had given in just to have his peace again. Sal had thought the gathering would be a good place to start over. He had taken Murthan with him and his grandfather had followed them as well. And it had been Salvajahar who had decided to introduce the child as his son. It wasn't true. Murthan had not been officially adopted in his family, but Sal knew how greedy some of the lords were, and Murthan was a powerful individual. You could feel his power radiating off of him without even trying to sense it. Sal knew that if he had stated that Murthan was an orphan, a lot of the lords in the gathering would have tried to take in the child as a ward, and then would have married of the boy to one of their daughters. A magical powerful child like Murthan would be a bonus to every sorcerer line. Sal couldn't accept that the boy would have no choice, so the only way to give the boy a choice was to claim him as an heir. But maybe, Sal thought to himself, inwardly grimacing. Maybe I should have talked to the child first. The boy was looking at him with an odd look, distrust clearly visible in his eyes. So when Fawarks started to rant, Sal had bowed down to the child and whispered, "I explain later." The boy just looked at him for a moment, then the child gave a short nod and Sal's attention turned back to his grandfather. The phoenix had meanwhile reduced the whole gathering nearly to tears, or at least to the guilty look of a child with the hands still in the cookie jar. Those lords definitely wouldn't step a toe out of line anymore. Sal was sure of that when he saw the first one of the lords reduced to guilty tears. Ouch. But what had he expected from an enraged phoenix? At least there are no flames, Sal thought wryly. Then Lord Gaunt spluttered and stated that it had been their right as the lords of the gathering, to rule the school after Salazar Slytherin's death. At least for now, Sal corrected, eyeing warily the soft glowing fingertips of his grandfather's right hand. In the end, Godric concluded, they had survived the rage of Salazar's grandfather. Barley, but they had. The gathering had stopped early after the lords had been criticized sharply for their actions against the Academia of Hogwarts, Salazar himself and purebloods in general. And the only thing Godric could say after that, was that Salazar's grandfather definitely had to be a venomous snake. Something deadly. Like a cobra. Or a basilisk. So when Godric slowly dared to come near Salazar after the gathering had dissolved, he kept a close eye on the other man. Sal just raised an eyebrow when he saw Godric's actions. Still prejudiced against furbolgs? He asked coolly, when Godric was finally near enough to not be overheard by other lords of the gathering. Godric blinked. Why would Salazar think that? It was in that moment that he remembered Salazar's words about the blood status of his grandparents. Purebloods. They were purebloods. Acutally, I'm more afraid that your grandfather will bite me if I dare to come near you, Godric corrected nervously. He took apart the gathering of the lords for less than I did, after all. The answer was again a raised eyebrow. As that's so? Yes, Godric said, still eyeing the pureblood who was now lowly talking with the child that Salazar brought with him. Salazar's son. What is he? A basilisk? Godric finally dared to ask. Salazar snorted. A phoenix, he corrected, and Godric spluttered. You're joking, aren't you? He exclaimed, and his eyes finally turned to look at the other man. There's no way he's a phoenix. Phoenixi are light creatures. They shouldn't threaten to rip out the throat of a man if said man doesn't abide their rules. This time a small smile played over his once friend's face. As that's so? Salazar asked. And I thought I grew up with a phoenix around, and not you. This time Godric definitely didn't know what to say. But it seems that Salazar knew exactly what he wanted to hear from Godric's lips. And maybe now, that I have indulged in your curiosity, you might think about telling me why you suddenly decided to be civil to me again. After all, as far as I know, I am still a monster in your eyes. Godric gulped and his eyes searched those of his one-time friend, just to find those emeralds looking back with a gaze like death. Godric gulped again. He stopped. His brows slowly wetted with sweat and his breathing quickened. He knew that if he didn't explain himself now, Salazar would never look at him ever again. This was his last chance. His lips were dry and the eyes of the other still as unforgiving as the endless sea. I'm sorry. He stopped again. He didn't know what to say. When he had talked to Anastasius it had been so easy, but standing in front of Salazar now, all his explanations, all his reasoning had vanished into thin air. I was a prejudiced dunderhead with nothing in his mind but the past and the idiotic idea that if I denied the truth it would keep you and the others safe. Safe from what? The unforgiving eyes asked. Safe from everyone, all right. I know how people can start to hate others if they have free rein, and I was a coward and took the coward's way out. I should have stood up for us and shouldn't have tried to deny who I am. And with that the other man's eyes softened. Who you are? He asked, and Godric suddenly felt the hope for forgiveness again. Yes, he said, reddening. I might have tried to deny it, but I am a pureblood just like you and I should have never tried to act as if I'm different. I'm sorry, Salazar, truly sorry for the grief I caused you, and I know that you might not be able to forgive me, but please, come back to Hogwarts. Come back home. For a moment those green eyes, mirrors of Godric's own, stared at him in icy judgment, then finally Sal inclined his head. I will return, he said, and Godric deflated in relief. But I won't come alone. It seems that my family is determined to make sure that you have changed before even thinking about leaving me alone with you again. This time Godric shuddered inwardly. He definitely didn't look forward to a basilisk-like phoenix joining them at Hogwarts. Anastasius, he could handle, but Fawarks. Is your grandmother coming as well? He finally dared to ask. The answer was a snort. Of course she is, Salazar said, and then turned to his grandfather, leaving Godric to explain their addition at Hogwarts to Peverell. And don't worry about her. She is just a basilisk. Just a basilisk. No wonder Salazar and Fawarks could be so venomous. It seemed that basilisk genes did indeed always win out, even when someone originally didn't have them. It seems you could inherit them just by being near a basilisk after all. And return, Salvajahar did, just in time to help Rowena giving birth to Godric's heir and his beloved baby girl. It was not something that Sal had expected to do when he returned to Hogwarts. From Peverell he had heard that Rowena and Helga both weren't at the gathering because they were in their last 2 months of pregnancy, but he had thought that there still would be some time until the first of those 2 women gave birth. Unluckily there wasn't, and so, instead of returning to his quarters to move back in, Sal was ushered to Rowena's rooms for childbirth. It wasn't the first child he brought to the world, but it definitely was something different if the woman giving birth was a close friend. And it definitely was something different if it turns out that the child would be a twin. You know, Rowena, that I originally planned to move back in before looking after you, Sal said conversationally when he was ushered into the woman's bedroom. The answer was a snort. I thought you needed some practice before starting here at Hogwarts again, Rowena countered, but her complexion was pale and her forehead sweaty. Sal just chuckled. As if I'll help to give birth very often here at the Academia, he commented, mildly amused while he checked her over. Her pulse was a little bit too fast and she was a little bit too pale, but she seemed to be right enough. Then he checked over her womb and his eyebrows twitched. Twins, he said, and Rowena smiled weakly. It seems you are indeed a healer if you can establish that, she said mockingly. The answer was a snort while Sal's hands checked if the baby was in the right position for birth. It seems it's all in order, he told her. You have to push soon. The labor was a long process. The twins were Rowena's first children, and in the end it nearly took her 20 hours until even the first was born. It was a boy. After Sal had checked him over, he cleaned him, wrapped him into a blanket, and then brought him over to Godric, who was standing anxiously next to his wife. Your son, he told him, and Godric stared at the baby in horror. When he tried to give him over, Godric stepped back 2 steps. Sal raised his eyebrow, a clear question in his eyes, and Godric cracked. I can't take him, he exclaimed with horror in his voice. What if I break him? What if I drop him? What if? Sal snorted and then grabbed Godric with his free hand, and before the man could object again, he placed the baby into Godric's arms. You won't break him, he said with a snort. You wouldn't dare. Your wife would kill you if you did. Godric gulped and his face ashened. Not funny, Salazar, he exclaimed, but his face softened when he looked down at the child in his arms. Does he have a name, yet? Sal asked while he checked Rowena and the second child still in her womb. It seemed that this one would still take a little bit before it was born. No, Godric answered. Well, yes, from my side, but it's Rowena's right to give him his first name, so I have no idea what he will be called in the end. Sal just nodded. What is your name choice for him? He asked. Arthur, Godric answered. I will call him Arthur after my ancestor. Arthur. Sal just sent a short look over his shoulder. Peverell, Helga and Anastasius had entered the room. It seemed as if they had heard the first screams of the baby. You'll name your boy Arthur, really? Anastasius exclaimed. Isn't that a huge name to grow into? I mean, with him being Arthur Pendragon's heir and all that. Sal just pressed his lips together, not correcting his son about the fact that it was Sal and not the baby who was Arthur Pendragon's heir. Arthur'll be his second name, Godric corrected. It's Rhaena's choice how he will be called, and knowing her, it will be something outlandish. The woman in the bed smiled at that. I haven't decided yet, she said. But I was thinking about Gaius or Sophocles. Anastasius grimaced. Really? He asked. If you want to use Latin or Greek names, can't you choose better ones than those? Rowena turned her exhausted face to face Anastasius. If you don't like them, what would you choose? Anastasius just shrugged. Maybe something like Lucius, Theodore or Nicolaus, not some names that come from British wannabe conquerors or Greek know-it-alls. Sal just sighed when he heard this exclamation. This was definitely typical Anastasius. If there was a way to put his foot in his mouth, he always found it. To his surprise, Rowena just looked at Anastasius thoughtfully. Nicolaus, what does it mean? She asked. Anastasius just shrugged. Something along the line of, Victor of the people, he answered. I heard it when I traveled to Athene. Do you also know some girls' names or other boys' names? Rowena asked, interested. The time between the first and the second birth was soon filled with Anastasius telling Rowena names he had heard on his travels. Sal himself had heard a lot of those names as well, but he let his son do the explaining and instead took the time to relax a little bit before he would have to help in the second birth again. The second birth luckily did not even take half as long as the first one. This time around it was a girl. Helena, Rowena decided. She had liked the name when Anastasius had mentioned it, not that she hadn't heard it before in Greek myths. She just hadn't thought of it until Anastasius mentioned it. Nicolaus and Helena. Nicolaus Arthur and Helena Morgana, Godric said. Then both parents looked expectantly at Salvajahar. What? He asked. You're the godfather. You have the right to choose their last first name, Rowena said. She was still pale and obviously tired, but it was clear that she wanted to wait with sleep until her children were named. Sal's eyes widened when he heard that. I never named anyone, he said nervously. Godric just shrugged. It's easy, he said. Just choose a name. Maybe you could use a name of some loved one you have lost, Helga added when she saw Sal fidgeting. Sal stared at her, then back at the babies. Names. He had to give them names. And there was no one who could do it for him. It was his decision. His alone. He gulped. What should he name them? The two names he would have thought of, Godric had used them already. So what else could he name them? How had his own parents decided on his name? It was that last thought that brought back the memories of not only Merthin Emrys but also Lily and James Potter. He had not thought of those two in centuries, and still. Nicolaus Arthur Merthin, he said softly. And Helena Morgana Lily. So, Nikki and Helily, who? Anastasius said grinning and then turned to the babies in their parents' arms. Pleasure to meet you. I'm your cousin Anna. To Rowena's displeasure, her children would be stuck with the nicknames Anastasius had chosen on their birthday. 2.5 weeks later, Antioch Ignotus James, Peverell's son, would join them. Why are you sitting out here? A voice asked, and the young boy turned around just to see his head of house sitting down beside him, his eyes following the boy's gaze to the lake. It was nearly a year after Salazar Slytherin had returned to the castle and had taken over his old classes again, including potions. The other founders were insistent that he should take it up again and brought their old potions, amateur, to the gates themselves. They might have not have listened when Salazar spoke up against him, but after 2 years of light accidents and nearly fatal accidents, they clearly saw where he was coming from and had incited to remedy this problem themselves. Professor Slytherin, the boy said in greeting, turning to look at the lake again. Myrddin Wilt, the professor answered. What troubles you, my child? Myrddin sighed and looked at the professor beside him. He liked the man. The professor had been kind to him when he had been laughed at by his classmates. Myrddin often was ridiculed because he did not understand as fast as the others. He had to repeat and to ask often to fully understand a topic, and he was horrible with his wand. It's nothing, sir, he answered finally. I don't believe you, Myrddin Wilt, the professor answered. Myrddin just sighed and looked at the lake. I am an oddball, he finally answered his teacher. I do not remember very fast, I am not good with magic, and finally I do not belong anywhere anymore. You are talking about your parents, Professor Slytherin stated. Myrddin nodded. I know you rescued me, and I know you couldn't do anything for my parents. Those men had killed them before we could do anything, but still, what do I do now? I have been here for the winter and have learned magic like the rest of them. But soon as summer and the rest will return to their parents, what will I do? You stay, the professor answered softly. This is your home, Myrddin Wilt. No one will ever make you leave, I promise. Myrddin snorted. This is an academia, he answered bitter. This is not a home. When it would be a home, I would have parents who would help me, who I could turn to. Instead, I am sitting here, alone, I can tell no one about my problems. You can tell me, the professor answered. You did it before, why not do it again? Because I am not your son. Myrddin answered screaming. You might have told the gathering of the lords that I am to protect me, but it was a simple lie so that they would not force me into another family as the fiancé of their daughter. It was a farce. You know it, the other professors know it, and the rest of the school does know it, too. So stop treating me as if I were your true son, Professor. I know you feel guilty that you did not rescue my parents before they were killed, but you don't have to. Don't treat me like that just out of pity. Myrddin expected the professor to leave. Instead, the professor just snorted. I am too old to feel guilty for something that was not my fault, Professor Slytherin said. Don't try to interpret my motives, boy. Myrddin stared at his professor. The man looked younger than Professor Gryffindor, and Myrddin knew for a fact that Gryffindor blamed himself for things he could not have changed, so why someone younger than him shouldn't do the same. I don't believe you, he finally said. Professor Gryffindor still feels guilty about the death of the young witch in Wales he could not rescue. Slytherin just shrugged. He is still young. Someday he will understand that blaming himself about something like that will get him nowhere, he answered Myrddin. Myrddin stared at his professor. You are younger than Professor Gryffindor, he finally stated. Slytherin grinned. That's what you think, he answered. You and the rest of the school, but no. I am the older one. Then you are not much older, Myrddin snorted, looking pointedly at the black hair of his professor and his wrinkle-less face. The professor laughed. Oh child, he said and ruffled Myrddin's hair. So young, so innocent. Myrddin snorted, but he did not pull away. I am not a child anymore, he said frowning. You are 13, Myrddin Wilt. You are a child. And how old are you, Professor? Myrddin stared coolly at his professor. He had guessed the ages of all his professors. Slytherin, he guessed, was something between 20 and 30 winters, not very old for a sorcerer. The professor laughed again. Old, he answered. But I am sure you do not believe me, do you? Myrddin snorted. Hardly. I know how sorcerers age, he answered. Yes. But Godric, Helga, Rowena, Peverell and I are not the typical sorcerers, the professor said. Think about it. I met Godric when he was 20, that was nearly 100 years ago. Myrddin blinked. 100 years ago? He asked, flabbergasted, thinking about the sorcerer who looked to be between 40 and 50 winters old. Professor Gryffindor is bloody 120 years old. Something like that, Slytherin smiled. And you are older than him. Yes. How much older? Murden wanted to know, staring at his professor beside him. The other one shrugged. I'm not sure, he answered. What do you mean? You are not sure? I never counted the years, Slytherin answered, shrugging and staring at the lake. But it has been a long time ago when my father died, and it will be a long time until I die myself. By Murden. You are kidding me, Professor, aren't you? I mean, how can't you know how old you are? The professor laughed again. I do not wish to know, he answered. It is hard to remember, and I have seen too much to wish to remember exactly. Murden stayed silent after that. He stared at the lake again. Now Murden wilt. What problems do you have? Slytherin finally said. I told you, you are not my father, Murden answered bitterly. So if I would blood adopt you, I would be allowed to know? Slytherin asked, interested. As if you would really want to do so, Murden snorted. I am a terrible sorcerer. Why should someone like you want me? Once I was not different than you, Slytherin answered, shrugging. Once, when I was a child, I was terrible at brewing and everything else to do with a wand. To be truthful, the first wand since I lost the one I had as a child I got from the others shortly after we met. Murden stared at him. You never used magic before you met the others. Oh, I did use magic, Slytherin answered, laughing. But I was and still am a druid. I never learned to be a proper sorcerer. But you are teaching us. Yes, potions, runes and occlumency, the other one replied. These are the basics for druids, not just sorcerers. But you are using your wand. Yes. But I had to train before I was able to, Slytherin answered, shrugging. You will be the same. Someday, I am sure, you will be brilliant, and I would be proud to call you son that day. Don't joke, Professor. I don't, Slytherin replied. I talked to the other professors. They don't have a problem if I want you as a son. Stop. Murden held up one of his hands to stop his professor to keep on. What do you mean with, you talked to the other professors? I thought that you just asked me because I said, because. No, Slytherin answered. I came here to ask you to be my son. I just noticed that you had another problem and wished to first help you with it before asking. But, Murden, Slytherin sighed. I watched over you since you were 10. You might not have known me until last autumn, and you might have never seen me before that day we met in the dungeons, but I still watched you from afar, like I watched all my Slytherin children. You lost your parents last autumn. Believe me, I had time enough to think if I really want to offer you a new family. So you offer me to be my father? Yes, Slytherin answered casually. I am sorry I can't give you a mother. And don't worry, I would not force you to call me father. You can, of course, but I understand if you don't. Just think about my offer, will you? Murden could not believe his ears. He had longed to have a family again, and he had often thought that Slytherin was acting like a father. He had wished Slytherin would be his father. He had wished it sometimes even before he had lost his parents. His father had been outright cool to him since the day Murden had started to do magic. Murden's mother had told him that his father blamed sorcerers for being thrown out of his family, just because he had no magic himself, and other things that happened to him before Murden was born. His father had never looked at Murden the same after his son had displayed magic. Slytherin instead. And now Slytherin was asking him to be his son. Him, magically hindered Murden wilt. Why, yes, I will think about it, he finally managed to promise. Slytherin nodded and stood up again. Tell me when you know, or when you want to speak about your problems, he said, and started to walk away. Wait, sir. Murden stopped him. Yes. What's with your family, sir? Murden asked. They might not be happy if you adopt me. Slytherin smiled and returned to ruffle Murden's hair again. Do not worry. My son, your big brother, if you decide so, won't object. He's adopted himself. And my grandparents would never object to aid a child, Slytherin answered softly. Believe me, there is no one who would even think about objecting. And even if they would, it is only I who is named Slytherin. I am the lord of the house. I have the right to add whoever I want to the house, and no one will be able to object. But But surely you cannot be the last of Slytherin. I mean, your son, your grandparents, Myrddin answered horrified. His teacher could not be so alone, could he? Myrddin had seen his teacher's son and his grandparents. So how could he say that they wouldn't be able to object even if they wanted to? Even Myrddin had still family, even if they did not want him. His teacher laughed. My son is a sanguini. My grandparents don't have a last name. Add to that I was not born Slytherin and you will be able to understand how there's no one who can object me, he answered still laughing before he suddenly turned serious. But yes, Slytherin might not be the family name I grew up with, but now that it exists, I am the last of my line. But how? My son is a vampire. My grandparents are a basilisk and a phoenix. My father was a Firbolg born, Slytherin answered shrugging. By the law of the gathering my son and my grandparents don't count because they are no sorcerers but Firbolg, pureblood, that is. I still have some family from my mother's side, but they don't know anymore that I have been family once. Myrddin blinked. How can someone forget you are family? He asked astonished and horrified. Slytherin smiled sadly. I am old, Myrddin Wilt, he answered sincerely. Very, very old. The last persons that knew I was family died a long time ago. How old? Myrddin whispered, staring at his teacher. Slytherin hesitated, his gaze sweeping over the lake, searching for something far, far away. Sir. Slytherin sighed. Maybe I should tell you. You should know a little bit about the family you will enter before you do enter, he said. Again silence filled the air. But when Myrddin finally thought his teacher had forgotten him, Slytherin finally spoke. I was born as Salvajahar Emrys, son of Myrddin Emrys, he said. I grew up far away from here. I was taught by King Arthur how to fight and by Lancelot how to ride. Mother, Morgana Le Fay, that is, finally taught me how to heal. I am still a healer first, not a warrior. When finally Medrod killed Arthur and Arthur Medrod, you could say I lost the last of my close family members that time. Myrddin stared at his professor. You are the Myrddin Emrys son? He asked flabbergasted. But why do we all call you Slytherin? Simple, the professor answered. I changed my name. Not true, but close enough. But, I hope you know that you cannot tell anyone what I told you right now, Slytherin said. I gave up my identity a long time ago. I do not wish to return to it. But you are Myrddin Emrys, son. How can you not? Exactly. I am Myrddin Emrys, son, Myrddin Wilt. I do not want to be compared to my father. I am my own man, and I did my own legacy without being helped by the name my father gave me. So no one knows. The other professors do know that I am related to Myrddin Emrys. The other founders even suspect that I am his son. But no one knows my age, and no one knows truly who my father is. And you will not tell. A white lie, but the child couldn't and shouldn't know that there was someone who knew the truth except of him. It was less likely of him being overheard if he had no one to talk to about the truth, after all. Myrddin shook his head. I won't, he answered. I definitely won't, Professor. Good. Slytherin stood up again. Professor. Yes. Just one question. Yes. Would I be Emrys or Slytherin when you adopt me? Slytherin, the professor answered. The Emrys family is long gone. It shall not return. The gathering had forgotten it again, and Sal would do everything in his power to keep it like that. Slytherin would be a noble family from now on. Emrys would just be one thing. A legend. This time Myrddin smiled. I will think about it, Professor. He said. That's all I ever asked. And with that the professor left. Myrddin again looked at the lake. Being Slytherin, having a father again. When he finally had decided to say yes, he had not once thought about the fact that he would be the grandson of Myrddin Emrys when he accepted. Of course, he was just the blood-adopted grandson, meaning that he inherited some of the family traits like Parseltongue without being ever able to use the full account of the Emrys family magic. A blood adoption was after all just a potion that changed some of the DNA, but the main part of the Emrys inheritance was the Firbolg soul, and that was something Myrddin Wilt could never inherit. This was also the true reason why Sal had told Myrddin he would be adopted in the Slytherin family and not in the Emrys family. To adopt into Emrys was just possible if the child was a Firbolg born and if Sal shared his own soul with the child, and that again was just possible with an undeveloped soul. Like a toddler's soul. Like Sal's once had been thanks to the Horcrux. Not that Myrddin Wilt Slytherin ever knew. Sal had decided against telling his son because he didn't want to explain to him why he could have never been Emrys. So when Myrddin Wilt remembered that he was the grandson of Myrddin Emrys, Sal just smiled and said nothing. Funnily, Myrddin Wilt finally remembered this little detail about his grandfather the day he held his firstborn and his wife decided to call him Emrys, after Myrddin Emrys, and like that also after Myrddin Wilt Slytherin in a way. After hearing her choice at that day, Myrddin collapsed laughing but unable to tell his wife what he thought to be so funny. He could never tell her. But he told his father. He told his father that he never registered that he normally should call himself Emrys, and that his son now was originally an Emrys. His father had just smiled and then asked him to never tell his children. And he did. The years passed. His father had long ago left the family and everyone thought him dead. His father had left the family after the last of the other founders had died, leaving Salazar Slytherin alone in the world. Alone except of Myrddin Wilt Slytherin, who was a father himself and had not needed him anymore. The other founders had died of old age, with the only exception of Rowena. She had been old when she died, but it was an illness that brought her down. Sal was a good healer, but even he couldn't rescue her that time. He also couldn't rescue Helily. He had loved the girl like his own daughter and she was the only one he ever shared with, that his mother was originally from the future. He never told her that he was the one who traveled in time, he just told her of his mother. I named you after my mother, he told her one day when she was little and asked for the origin of her name. Lily Evans. She's not even born yet, but in my memory she's long since dead. And he refused to tell her more, except for the fact that it would still be centuries until his mother would be born. When Helily died, it felt as if his heart had been ripped out, and even when her ghost returned together with the ghost of her murderer, a student of Sal's own house, it was not enough. And for decades he refused to even look at the man who had dared to kill his baby girl. At the same time the founders grew old and died, Myrddin Wilt's children grew up and Slytherin turned into a respectable name. Myrddin Wilt had finally seen his children's children. He had seen decades. He had seen over a century, and every child his wife birthed had been able to speak Parseltongue, inherited from the adoption ceremony, a simple potion with the blood of the new parents in it. Finally Myrddin Wilt Slytherin died and his legacy mixed over time with the legacy of his grandfather, binding them together until no one knew that there had been two of them. Myrddin Wilt was the sorcerer who invented a lot of new potions and spells, and Myrddin Emrys was the one who taught Arthur. 1,000 years later there was not Myrddin Wilt and there was no Myrddin Emrys. There was just a Merlin, and he did both. Also 1,000 years later Helily's ghost would meet a little, lost Gryffindor first year with flaming red hair and killing cursed green eyes. The same eye color that once Helily's brother Nicolaus had had. The same eye color that Sal had had. And when Helily would ask for the girl's name and hear the words, Lily Evans, she would smile at the young child and tell her, "My name's Lily, too. I was once named after you." Not that the girl would believe her exclamation, at least not for another 7 years. But that is history. History and a grave for each, that was all that was left. And it was a lonely figure with death green eyes who returned to the graves of Myrddin Wilt and Helena Ravenclaw, to lay down lilies. Sometimes some family members of Slytherin would see this figure in front of the grave, wondering who was at the grave of their ancestor, but never connecting the silent weeping Salvajahar Emrys with the strong and proud Salazar Slytherin, the one ancestor of them that had never had a grave himself. There were once 3 brothers who were traveling along a lonely, winding road at twilight. In time, the brothers reached a river too deep to wade through and too dangerous to swim across. It had been centuries since Sal had last been in Britain, and maybe he wouldn't have returned if he hadn't heard rumors about a new threat to the British wizard kind. Even now, more than 1,000 years after he had been the Prince of Camelot, Sal still felt responsible for the British wizards, who were his subjects by birthright, or adopted right, if you added the fact that he had not only been Arthur Pendragon's future heir but also his son by blood adoption. And so, Sal had returned as soon as he had heard of the killings of wizards in Britain. Of course, there had been killings before. Just in 1066, William the Conqueror had conquered Muggle Britain, and there had been no way for the magical part to not be subjected to the changes as well. But unlike the Muggle part, in the end, everything had stayed mostly the same, because unlike in the Muggle world, the land-bound oaths to the throne of Arthur Pendragon could not be broken, and so there had been no way for another magical king to take over. It was a common practice in the magical world to bind the oaths to a king not only into the king's bloodline but also into the very foundation of the kingdom, the castle in which the oaths had taken place, and the very land itself. That practice led mostly to a complete disinterest in trying to conquer another country. It was simply no fun if the possible new subjects were by birth sworn to another family, something the Romans found out the hard way when they tried to conquer the British wizard kind in 60 AD. It was hard to rule over subjects that could not be bound to your laws and wishes, and because of that had no restrictions about killing you in your sleep. In the end, the Romans had tried to destroy the natural druidic magic the British druids were practicing. It had helped them for a while, but the moment the first of their own kind was born in Britain, they found out that the oaths suddenly bound those children as well. The magic might have changed thanks to the Romans, but the oaths still hadn't. Not until the very foundation of Camelot would be destroyed and the very last person of Pendragon blood had died. And that was more than unlikely to happen. Still, Sal might not have bothered to return if there just had been a few killings. But whatever was happening in Great Britain was different. Whatever it was, there was a strange kind of summon in Sal's blood that urged him to return and check on the people that he should have ruled by right and magic. The road to Britain had been long and dangerous, and Sal was quite tired when he finally arrived at the shore of the Isles. Nevertheless, he continued on to Londinium as fast as possible. He was still a few days' marches from Londinium, and twilight was descending upon him, when he saw not far ahead on the road, 3 people. They had set up camp for the night near the river bed of River Thames. A fire was merrily burning in their midst, and even from far, Sal could smell the slowly cooking meat in their pot. Normally, Sal wouldn't stop for the night in the midst of nowhere. And if he did, he would leave the road and find a secure place somewhere. But he was weary after his last weeks of travel, and the strangers' camp ahead on the road seemed like as good a place to stay for the night as any. Of course, meeting strangers was always dangerous. Nevertheless, Sal had learned over the years that most people were friendly, and it was always safer to share a camp for the night than to camp alone. There were worse things than strangers in the world, and feral creatures were more likely to attack a lone traveler than a camp with more people. So when he nearly reached the group of 3, instead of continuing on, he stopped. It was then that he felt some kind of magical shield surrounding them. Wizards. They were wizards. All the better for him, Sal decided. "Hail, dear fellows," he greeted them, his hands open and non-threatening. "What a lovely night, tonight." The 3 men turned and sprung to their feet instantly. Sal could see 2 of them reaching for some weapons, which were hidden in their clothes. Weapons, or maybe their wands. Sal couldn't tell, and they stopped before they could draw whatever they had been reaching for. Sal made some further steps towards them. "Stop, stranger," one of them called out to him, before Salvajahar could even reach the light of the fire. Sal stopped, his hands still open in front of him. Nevertheless, he saw that neither of the 2 men who had reached for their weapons had withdrawn their hands from the place their weapons were hidden. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Sal scrutinized the wizard who had decided to speak to him and the other 2 who were flanking him. All 3 had unruly black hair and deep brown eyes. They definitely reminded Sal of himself before he had grown out his hair, and they also reminded him of Peverell, his old friend and the husband of Helga Hufflepuff. "I am a lone traveler, searching for shelter for the night," Sal answered. "I saw your fire and decided to ask if I could resort for tonight." The speaker blinked surprised and looked Sal over again. "Take down your hood," he said finally, and Sal slowly reached for his hood and pulled it down to show his face. The stranger's cool, brown eyes traveled over the features Sal revealed. Sal could see that the stranger especially took in Sal's traditionally braided hair and his old, a little travel-worn and faded dark green robes, but his eyes remained empty of recognition, so Sal guessed that he had no idea what the traditional braiding of Sal's hair for Sal's standing in the magical world meant. Finally, the stranger seemed to decide that he should at least follow the customs of hospitality and said, I am Antioch Peverell, Lord Peverell. These are my brothers Cadmus and Ignotus. Now tell me your name, Mudblood. Peverell. Mudblood. Sal asked instead, knowing that he would have time to mull over the last name of the stranger later on. Sal had not heard the word Mudblood when he interacted with wizards before, but it had been a while since he last had been in Britain and there was a chance that the word had come up while he had been away. You are one, aren't you? Antioch said, sneering. One of these mundane borns that fear magic because of their god. One of those that believe they have been made of mud by their god. Sal blinked. Well, that at least was a different explanation why mundane born was called Mudblood. I fear you are mistaken, he finally said. I am no such a thing. The answer was a snort. Well, you must be, or you would have continued on, without seeing us. There are some temporary wards in place to shield us from any mundane that travels the road tonight. Sal raised an eyebrow at that. There seemed to be some new magics that he had not heard of before. Of course, Sal knew of wards that would keep away mundanes, but until now he had always thought that those wards were permanent and not temporary like those around him. I am no mundane born, he said instead. I am on my way to the gathering of the lords. The answer was a sneer. There is no gathering of the lords, the Peverell lord said. It seems your claim of being no mudblood was just falsified by yourself. Salvajahar frowned at that. What do you mean with, there is no gathering? He asked. What else is there to lead our people? The wizard's council, the answer came from one of Antioch's brothers. Ignotus, if Sal remembered it right. Were now led by the wizard's council. The name changed to that about 150 years ago. Sal just sighed when he heard that and then muttered to himself. Now they don't just change the language, they deliberately change the names of things as well. Stupid humans and their short lives. When he looked up again, he saw that Ignotus was looking at him with a raised eyebrow. It seemed as if his rant had not been fully unheard and Sal felt his face burn with embarrassment. Well, it seems that if there's solely a wizard's council, then I am on my way to said wizard's council, he finally declared, and Antioch snorted. Why ever should you go there? He asked scornfully. Mudbloods aren't allowed to enter the council. Sal just frowned at him. I told you, I am no mundane born, he said. I've been a lord of the gathering, and if the wizard's council is still headed by the lords, I will have to take my seat among them. This time Antioch Peverell laughed at him. You seat? He asked, amused. There are no free seats in the wizard's council, so pray tell, Mudblood, where do you want to sit? Do you think the council will give you a seat if you just ask them so that you can spread your beliefs of being made of mud among our people? Salvajahar saw that Cadmus was chuckling as well. Ignotus instead was looking at him with contemplating eyes. Sal still raised an eyebrow towards the other two. There are no free seats. He asked, interested. Pray tell, who are heading Emrys and Pendragon at the moment? Emrys. One of the brothers, Ignotus, asked astonished, and Sal could see the wheels turning in his head. Pendragon. The other brother, Cadmus, said, but unlike his brother he was just amused by Sal's question. Why do you ask for those two seats? Antioch said. Everyone knows that Emrys and Pendragon are extinguished. Sal just snorted. Just because you didn't hear of anyone of my family for some time, you declare my house extinguished? He asked while shaking his head. I was abroad, not dead. Why the hell should I stay in Britain just to go to gatherings, councils now, where nothing is done at all? Abroad? Antioch asked, sneering. So you want to tell us that your whole house has been abroad for, how many years? Sal shrugged. For about 200 years, he answered unconcerned. The House Emrys has better things to do than to stay in Britain and go to gatherings. I have better things to do. Emrys, Antioch said faintly. Sal inclined his head. Emrys, he confirmed. And your name is? Ignotus asked, when Antioch stayed silent. Salvajahar Emrys, Sal answered. Lord of Emrys. Ignotus stared at him in surprise when he heard that name. Then he gestured towards their fire. Then I welcome you on our fire for the night, Salvajahar Emrys, Lord of Emrys, he said. Sit down and eat with us. Antioch and Cadmus just nodded when their bother nudged them. Sit and be welcome, Antioch Peverell finally managed to say, then his eyes darkened. But that doesn't mean I believe your claim. I don't believe that you are Emrys. Ignotus just snorted and turned to their cooking pot to look after their dinner. After he had stirred it a bit, he returned his attention to Salvajahar. Your first name, he finally said. Are you named after Salvajahar Pendragon? Sal started when he heard that name. How do you know that name? He asked the youngest brother. Ignotus shrugged. There's a witness report about the Battle of the Great North Fields in the library of Hogwarts, he explained. I read it when I was an apprentice. Salvajahar started a bit when he heard the changed name of his academia, but he said nothing. Hogwarts. It seemed as if the change of the name to Hogwarts had already begun. It was kind of a frightening discovery, because it showed Sal how long he had been away from Britain and how long it had been since he came to the past. And even now, after searching the Earth for millennia, there is still no way to get me back home to the future, Sal thought. Not that he was sure that he wanted to return anymore. It had been 1,000 years since he had last played a child, and he had long before that matured to an adult, if not in body, but at least in mind. Well, Ignotus interrupted at that moment Sal's thoughts. Are you named after Prince Salvajahar? Sal sighed. Something like that, he finally answered, then he shook his head. I never knew that the witness report of the Battle of the Great North Fields is still at Hogwarts. So you know the story? Ignotus asked, interested. I loved the story. When I was young I always wanted to be a great warrior like Salvajahar Pendragon. Oh, stop it, Ignotus. Antioch interrupted his younger brother. I know you worship the ground the prince walked on, but could you stop talking about him at least for today? Sal felt oddly thankful towards Antioch. He didn't know if he would have really been able to listen to Ignotus' admiration if the man had continued. It simply was too embarrassing for him to even think about being worshipped by anyone. Ignotus meanwhile pouted for a moment, before changing the topic. If you are heading to Londinium for the council, you can travel with us, Ignotus said, and then pulled out some bowls for his brothers and himself and served dinner. Do you want some as well? Sal nodded and pulled out his own bowl from his knapsack to be filled. Yes, thank you. After he had gotten the bowl back, he returned to the first thing Ignotus had said. I would like to travel with you, he said. I have been away from Britain far too long, and it will be easier to get up to date if there is someone I can ask about the changes. Ignotus just nodded. We will cross the river in the morrow, Antioch said. After that it should take us another 3 to 4 days to reach the council. The rest of the evening, they talked about their travels and other insignificant things. However, these brothers were learned in the magical arts, and so they simply waved their wands and made a bridge appear across the treacherous water. They were halfway across when they found their path blocked by a hooded figure. They were up at dawn, and Sal watched the brothers transfiguring some twigs into a narrow bridge, so that they could cross the river. It's not very permanent, but it should do until we reach the other side, Cadmus said, and led the way over the swaying bridge. Sal was the last to cross, and like Cadmus predicted, the transfiguration ended just after Sal had set foot on the other side. Sal had been concentrating on the bridge, so when he looked up, he was surprised to see another man standing in front of the three brothers. He stopped in his track and unshed his wand. For a moment he tried to make up his mind if he should step up next to the brothers to face the stranger, but then he decided to wait and see what would happen. The person in front of the three brothers was hooded like Salvajahar, but whereas Sal's cloak was a dark green, the cloak of the stranger was black. And whoever it was, Cadmus Peverell knew them, and that was reason enough for Sal to stay out of the incoming conflict for now. Cadmus was stiff and his hand was grabbing his wand hard enough that his knuckles had turned white. His eyes were fixed on the face beneath the cloak, a face that could be adumbrated by Salvajahar and the brothers, but not clearly seen. Nevertheless, the middle brother seemed to know exactly who he was facing. What are you doing here? He asked with hatred coloring his voice. Does your question imply that you don't want to see me, my friend? The stranger asked, chuckling. And I thought you liked our last encounter. Didn't you, like I, feel the thrill of a duel of life and death? The answer was a hiss, and it was thanks to Ignotus' honed reflexes that Cadmus did not throw himself at the person in front of him. You monster! He cried. You killed my betrothed. Of course, the stranger said. I had to gain your attention somehow, after all. And I still think I choose my opponent well. After all, you managed to kill me, and that is quite a feat. And yet, here are you. If I truly had managed to kill you, you wouldn't stand in front of me anymore. Cadmus hissed. The answer was a terrible, evil laugh that gave Sal goosebumps. But it was the whiff of the stranger's magic that gave him the creeps. There was something unnatural contaminating the other one's magic. Maybe Sal wouldn't have felt it, but whoever the stranger was, his magic was oddly known to Sal, and because of that Sal was able to pick up the strangeness in it without even trying to do so. I cannot die, my dear Cadmus. So, of course, I'm still alive. I'm far too great to die like normal people. When the stranger spoke, his distaste for normal people was easily picked up in his voice. Of course, you, Cadmus, are a rare version of the normal people. You, like your brothers, are normal, but unusual in your own right. The voice. A shiver ran down Sal's back. That voice. Foreign but familiar. Cadmus snarled at the stranger. Whatever you think that you know about me and my brothers, you are wrong. The answer was again terrible laughter. Oh, I know a lot about your and your brother's work. Your work about time and time travel was something way ahead of your times. And your experiments with powerful objects and the possibility of immortality. One of a kind. The stranger exclaimed and grinned beneath his hood. I had to challenge you. The brightest minds of your age, the most powerful wizards alive today. I couldn't pass this up and not challenge you to see who of us is better. The speech pattern. It was something Sal had heard before, but for the life of him he couldn't tell where he had heard it. Cadmus snarled again. So you killed my betrothed, he hissed. So I killed your betrothed, the stranger repeated. His voice was oddly calm and devoid of emotions. The repeat of the sentence felt oddly normal to Sal, as if it had to be like that. As if the person in front of him would always do it, and as if Sal knew that habit unconsciously. Cadmus roared in fury. Ignotus tried to stop his brother, but the man escaped his brother's grasp, pulled out his sword and swung it towards the stranger's head. Cadmus! Antioch exclaimed. Stop it! But the younger brother refused to listen. The stranger just laughed and dodged the sword. Oh, Cadmus, 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 the hooded person said. Listen to your brother, Cadmus. He knows best, Cadmus. He understands your agony better than you, Cadmus. He loved your betrothed more than you, Cadmus. The stranger cackled madly. Do as your brother says, Cadmus. He knows best, Cadmus. He's more intelligent than you, Cadmus. He's more powerful than you, Cadmus. Have you been naughty, little big brother? Cadmus just swung his sword at the other, time after time. But the stranger was fast and dodging Cadmus seemed to be just a play for him. Cadmus, stop, Antioch repeated, and when Cadmus started, Ignotus took the advantage and got again a hold of Cadmus. The stranger cackled. Don't stop him, Antioch. He has done nothing wrong, Antioch. You're a bad brother, Antioch. You refuse to give your brother revenge, Antioch. Did mommy punish you, little big brother? Shut up. Antioch roared and drew his wand. Shut up. The answer was another evil laughter, and the first sparks of magic escaped Antioch's wand when the fury also took a hold of him. Stop it, Antioch. He wants to goad you into fighting him. Ignotus hissed while he still held his other brother back. The answer was manic laughter. Do you hear it, Antioch? Your brother is ordering you, Antioch. He's taking away your authority, Antioch. You should admonish him, Antioch. The stranger said in a high, childish voice. Did you have to stand in the corner like an unruly child, little big brother? Shut up. Antioch roared. Shut up. And again red and yellow sparks came out of his wand and burned away some of the grass to his feet. Then Antioch raised his wand, clearly intending to curse the stranger. The stranger cackled again. Come at me, Antioch. Maybe you'll get me to be silent, Antioch. Maybe you win against me, Antioch. And maybe you will get revenge for your brother's beloved, Antioch. The stranger said in his childlike voice. Maybe Cadmus will thank you, Antioch. Maybe he'll kill you, Antioch. For taking his revenge from him, Antioch. Do you know that mommy loves me more than you, little big brother? Do you feel sad because of that, little big brother? Do you cry at night, little big brother? For being only the second in her heart, little big brother. And in Sal's mind, a little boy was standing in front of him, a sword in his hand, taunting him. Taunting him like the stranger was taunting the brothers. That was the moment, a horrible realization flooded Sal's mind. But he couldn't think of that now. Not with the danger the other three were in right now. Not when the others reacted to the goading like that. It was an idiotic reaction. After all, it wasn't as if the stranger was saying something true. They shouldn't react like that to the words of the stranger. But they were still children, and where Salvajahar had never reacted, they tried to counter the taunts with violence. The stranger cackled gleefully at the end of his taunts that had riled up two of the three brothers. Again, Cadmus tried to get away from Ignotus' grip. Antioch instead lost it and charged at the stranger. This was the moment Sal decided to step in. Without a single word, he pulled out his wand and stunned Antioch before the man could reach the stranger in their path. The stranger started and then turned to Salvajahar. Curious, he said. I didn't know that there would be another one in your company. Then he cocked his head and eyeballed Sal. I don't recognize you, the stranger said, surprise obvious in his voice. Take down your hood. I want to see your face, stranger. Sal snorted when he heard that. The stranger had stopped his goading, but the voice of the stranger created still a horrible echo in Sal's memory. An echo he had loved and hated all at once. Follow your own advice, stranger, he replied coolly, while keeping his eyes, voice and face expressionless. He couldn't think about his guess now. It would break him if his mind deduced his guess as likely. I can't see your face as well. The answer was a grin. Even with the hood hiding the stranger's face, the grin was heart-achingly familiar. You don't need to see my face to know who I am, the man said, grinning. I am Death. Who else should I be? Death. Sal said, skeptical. You don't quite look like Death to me. The answer was a laugh. But I am Death. The stranger said. I am Death's master. I alone have gained power over death itself. Look at me and believe it. And with that the man caressed the cloak he was wearing. Then he snickered and vanished from sight. Look at me, he howled. I am Death. I am Death. I have its wand. I have its cloak. I have its power over the dead. I am Death. And with that the stranger was again visible. Sal felt his heart beating faster after that exclamation. Death. It couldn't be, but at the same time, the only other explanation would hurt even more if it was true. I don't think that being able to get invisible is an evidence that you are truly Death, he finally said, and even if his heart was beating a mile a minute, his voice sounded calm and emotionless. I have seen people getting invisible without them being Death. That had been in the future, of course, where there were invisibility cloaks and spells that hadn't been invented in the time he was now, but it was nevertheless true. But I am, the stranger replied. You will find out when I finally kill you, just like I will kill them. And he gestured towards Sal's traveling comrades. The man's insane, Sal heard Ignotus whisper, and Sal definitely couldn't object to that statement. The man seemed to be insane, but if Ignotus was right, Sal didn't know if he could stomach it. He wished with all his heart that Ignotus was wrong, but at the same time Sal felt an odd shiver running down his neck, a shiver telling him that there was more to it than simply insanity. Even if the man was insane, there was something not entirely right with him, and Sal wasn't talking about his mental health. It was the magic surrounding the man. It somehow felt tainted, unhealthy. Sal couldn't remember to have ever met something so hideous like the magic that surrounded the man in front of him. It was unnatural, beeped beyond recognition. Sal shuddered and the man in front of him laughed. Please, no, everything, but that, everything. Afraid? The stranger asked. No, Sal replied and flicked his wand to get Antioch away from the man. The stunned lord landed next to Sal in the grass, and with another flick of his wand, Sal revived him but held him still in a full body bind. Let me be wrong. I beg you, please. Let me be wrong. Antioch blinked for a second or two, then he frowned at Sal. What did you do? He hissed. I stopped you, Sal answered, warily, his eyes not leaving the stranger in front of him. Whatever he is, you wouldn't have had a chance against him. Antioch snarled. I am Lord Antioch Peverell. Until now I won almost every duel I ever entered. There is no way that. This would have been a duel you lost, Sal said. Please, let me be wrong. Let me be wrong. A child's laughter filled his head, originating in one of his memories. The stranger cackled. Oh, you seem to be a very sly one, aren't you? The stranger said, still grinning widely. It was an unnatural grin that spread across the stranger's whole face, but did not even touch his hidden eyes. I can't bear it if I'm right. I can't. A child's innocent long gone returned through his memories. A child's eyes, filled with love, looked at him from a moment long ago lost in time. I think you will make a great addition to my growing soul collection, the stranger said, his grin spreading impossible wide. For a moment the stranger played with a ring on one of his fingers. The ring was made of gold and adorned with a black stone. On top of the stone was an odd symbol to see. It looked like a stylized golden eye with a slit pupil. A triangle with a circle in it that was parted in half by a line. Look at me, little big brother. I'll make you cry, little big brother. I'll hurt you, little big brother. And there's nothing that you can do, little big brother. Because I'm better than you, little big brother. And Death spoke to them. He was angry that he had been cheated out of 3 new victims, for travelers usually drowned in the river. But Death was cunning. He pretended to congratulate the 3 brothers upon their magic, and said that each had earned a prize for having been clever enough to evade him. Quote. And with a final grin, the stranger charged. Sal flicked his wrist and released Antioch from his body bind, before evading the stranger just by inches. Antioch instead shot spells at the stranger, instantly. They all missed. The stranger was too fast, too agile and too cunning to be hit. He cackled madly and then just charged at Sal again. Sal dodged and Cadmus used Sal's move to swing his sword at the stranger, while Ignotus drew his wand and sent a spell at him as well. Both missed and the stranger cackled. Like an acrobat he flipped on his hands and then swung himself through the air. He landed behind Antioch and his fingers, claws, set out to scratch the man. Antioch dodged, but the long and unusually sharp nails sliced his robes at his shoulders and drew blood. The stranger licked the blood from his fingers and cackled again. Oh, such sweetness, such strength, such power, he said gleefully. I will love to slice you up and kill you. And he charged at Antioch again, this time too fast for the other man to react in time. I love you, little big brother. I want to be like you, little big brother. You're my hero, little big brother. And a child stood with adoration in its eyes in front of him. The image shattered and a single tear fell from Salvajahar's burning eyes. In the air around him he could smell death and betrayal. What have you done? The words were nothing but a defeated, agonized whisper. What have you done to yourself? And another tear joined the first. The stranger looked up at that. He had taken down Antioch and had been just seconds away from charging Cadmus, when Salvajahar spoke to him in this broken voice. Done. The stranger asked, still grinning. I did nothing. They're all still alive, aren't they? But Sal just shook his head. What have you done to yourself? He repeated horrified. The forbidden ritual. What have you done, Medrad? The stranger's eyes widened. He paled. Little big brother. And when Sal's tears started to fall freely, the stranger, Medrad, fled. And Sal fell to the ground, burying his head in his hands and wept for the man that was no more and for the monster that took his place. Why did you rip your soul apart, Medrad? Why? So the oldest brother, who was a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence. A wand that must always win duels for its owner, a wand worthy of the wizard who had conquered death. So Death crossed to an elder tree on the banks of the river, fashioned a wand from a branch that hung there, and gave it to the oldest brother. Sal entered the great hall of the Gathering of the Lords, now the hall of the Wizards' Council. It had changed since the last time he had been there. The hard, wooden chairs had changed to comfortable ones. The hall itself had been turned in a real hall, more than the cave-like hall it had been before. Sal looked around interested. The throne still stood at the opposite side of the hall. He knew that there would be a council today because Antioch had told him, and he decided to join in. Of course, it had been a while since he last had entered the gathering, now council. The last time he had been in this room, it had been with Godric and Peverell some hundreds of years ago. When he entered, the most of the lords were still missing. The council would start at midday. It still would take some time until the council would gather. Still, Sal had decided to be early as he was a new face of the Wizards' Council. So he entered the room and headed for one of the chairs, his chair. It was the same he had occupied the last time he had been at the gathering. We still have to settle if you truly belong here, Antioch said in that moment, stopping Sal before he could reach his chair. Sal sighed. It sounds as if you don't believe me, he said. I don't, Antioch answered sneering. And I definitely don't trust you, especially after meeting this creature that recognized you. Sal just pressed his lips together. Ever since Medrod had fled from the battle after recognizing Sal, the others had been wary of him. I'm not like him, Sal repeated for the xth time. I'm nothing like him. But you know him, Cadmus said sneering. That's definitely enough to be wary of you. Sal just snorted. Of course I know him, he finally said. Until now he had held back with the truth, but maybe the truth would clear the air between them. Or at least, I knew him when he was still human. Antioch just sneered at that. I don't believe this creature was ever human. He judged coolly. He maims, tortures and kills and loves it. That's not human. That's evidence that he's a monster. And Sal could not object to that. So he finally just turned around and started to look at the changed hall again. I know that he's not human anymore, he told the three brothers. But that doesn't change that he was once a boy like every other boy I met. The answer was a snort. This creature plagues our world for at least 100 years now. You can't tell me you're old enough to remember the childhood of this monster. Antioch said harshly. Antioch admonished Ignotus softly when he saw Sal stiffen. Let it go. It hurts him enough as it is. Sal just smiled at the third brother. It's all right, he whispered. I'm coming to terms with the truth. You're coming to terms with what truth? Cadmus asked coolly in return, and Sal shrugged helplessly. I'm coming to terms with Medrod. With my baby brother being a monster, Sal answered bitterly. This shut the other two brothers up, while Ignotus beeped in a harsh breath. Your baby brother, Antioch finally repeated. How? You barely look old enough to be in your 20s. I am much older than 20, Sal said. You're lying, Antioch growled. There's no way you could be older than 20. I know how long wizards live, and if you aren't one of the few exceptions, then. I told you, I am Salvajahar Emrys, Sal said sighing. Don't you think that my last name alone should tell you that I could be nothing else but an exception? Well, that might be true if you truly are an Emrys. But like I said before, I don't believe you. Antioch returned coolly. Sal sighed tiredly but then went to the stone that invited the new lords to the chamber. There he bowed down and touched it. I am Salvajahar Emrys. I am lord to my line. I call forth the lordship I carry. I am Lord Emrys as I was born to my father who was the last lord of Emrys. So be it, so mo it be, he declared. Sal could see the three brothers stare at him when a soft golden light surrounded him and gave him the right to enter the Wizards' Council as one of its lords. What? How? Cadmus and Antioch exclaimed astonished. I told you, I am Salvajahar Emrys, and I told you I am a lord, Sal said shrugging. But how? I mean, if that's true, how does nobody know that the line of Emrys is still alive? I mean, shouldn't have your father come here to gain his lordship, and your grandfather and, Cadmus stuttered. Sal just sighed. Like I told you before, I am old, he said. The creature we met was once my little brother. I helped to raise him. I trained him. And now you tell me that he has wreaked havoc on the British wizard kind for at least 100 years. And Sal guessed bitterly that it had been way longer. He remembered the rumors about an immortal Firbolg at the time he still taught at Hogwarts after all. And if Medrod had done what Sal thought he did, and he had done it, even if Sal wished he could deny it, then there was only Medrod who could be the source of those rumors. But you should be dead if you're as old as you claim. Or, at least, You should be a very old man. Antioch said, surprised. Sal inclined his head. And I would be if I was human, he answered sincerely. But I am not. My father was a Firbolg born, a pureblood or whatever you call creature borns now. He was killed when he was something around 760 years old. If he had lived, there would have been a good chance that he would have met the founders of Haas wards, and he died about 700 years before their time. I still have some time to live. Of course, that was just a half-truth, but Sal didn't plan to tell the brothers more than he had to convince them that he had not lied to them. You're joking. Ignotus accused Sal, his eyes big as saucers. Sal snorted. I'm not, he answered. But you are an Emrys. Your father can't be a pureblood. I mean, you must be a descendant of Myrddin Emrys, and like that you cannot, Antioch said. Sal just smirked. I am not a descendant of Myrddin Emrys, he answered truthfully. Then you are claiming a false line. Sal snorted. No, he said, and then decided to add some more truths to his words. I am the son of a Firbolg born, and I am an Emrys. I am just not Myrddin Emrys, descendant. Then how? Easy. Sal answered and shrugged. I am his son. The others stared at him with open mouths. But Myrddin Emrys was said to live way before the founders. Sal rolled his eyes. He lived until 60 AD, he finally said, and decided to go easy on the astonished brothers. I grew up on Arthur's court in Camelot. Again, but some words shouldn't be added if you wanted to keep your opponents somewhat sane. Then the second brother, who was an arrogant man, decided he wanted to humiliate Death still further, and asked for the power to recall others from death. So Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to the second brother, and told him the stone would have the power to bring back the dead. Lord Peverell, is there a reason why you brought your brothers to the Wizards' Council? A voice said coolly. Sal had sat down, together with Antioch. His brothers were still standing behind him, waiting for the beginning of the council. One after another, the other lords had entered, but it was the first time one of them was spoken to since they arrived. Antioch just sighed. I had to, he said. They have important information for the Wizards' Council. Information. Maybe they should speak for themselves, another lord, who arrived way before the first speaker, suggested. After all, it is their information to share, and there has to be a reason why they came themselves and did not just hand over the information to their brother. Other lords nodded, and Slytherin said, well, go on, then. One moment there was absolute silence in the hall of the council, then Ignotus and Cadmus exchanged a glance before Cadmus started. I am sure you all know the rumors all over Europe about an immortal dark wizard, trying to gain influence in different countries. He comes, he kills, tortures and maims, and when someone finally is able to stop and kill him, he returns to the living just a few days later and hunts his killers down before he vanishes and turns up somewhere else just a few months later. Sal was intrigued. So they had come to the council to speak about Medrod long before they met him on the way to Londinium. These rumors are nothing more but a legend, the lord who asked about Antioch's brothers said, huffing. There is no evidence that they are real. We know, Ignotus interrupted. And my brothers and I thought the same until a month ago. Excuse me. Ignotus sighed and rubbed his forehead. Our brother sent us out to destroy the dark wizard that was threatening our lands, like the council wished it, he said. We succeeded a month ago in killing him and we thought it was the end, but 2 weeks ago Cadmus' betrothed was killed. What does that have to do with? She was killed by a man we thought dead. She was killed by the same dark wizard we killed just 4 weeks ago. Cadmus was able to kill him again, but on our way to Londinium, we met him again. This time, he fled, but that does not change the truth. We fought this wizard 3 times already and he still comes after us. He should be dead by every law of nature, but here he is, fighting against us. If he is really immortal, he won't stop until we find a way to kill him. We had to tell you that there is someone who cannot be killed normally. There is no way that someone is unable to die. Or that someone can live as long as the rumors exist. The first lord that spoke to them denied. But no. If you find proof that it could be, we will talk about it again. Until then, don't waste my time. Other lords nodded their content. But we have nothing but your word, and that isn't enough for something like that. So you don't believe our word? Ignotus hissed. In this case, forgive me, but no. Maybe you were given a drug and saw what you were meant to see. We need true evidence to believe you. And immortality is impossible to obtain. The most of the lords nodded. Sal stared at the other men. They were wizards, used to a world full of inexplicable things, and they still rejected the idea of an immortal wizard. What the brothers Peverell said is not unbelievable. Sal finally decided to speak up. All the other lords turned to him, gawked at him. Sal wasn't sure if they had even seen him when he entered. And who are you? The main speaker asked, sneering. Sal suppressed a grin and decided to rile the man up. With the truth, of course, just to get him back at least for a bit for his slight against Ignotus' honor. I am a member of this gathering, Sal answered coolly, his face expressionless. And I see no reason to introduce myself to someone that dares to ask for a name without telling his name first. Sal knew the customs of the gathering and he was quite sure that the Wizards' Council had not changed the rules. He had learned them a long time ago and he would not forego them for some stranger that dared to act like he was an intruder. The other sneered. I am Lord Severus Slytherin, head of the House Slytherin, he answered arrogantly, and Sal thought amused that the man should be grateful that Sal had loved his son, because if he hadn't, Merlin would have never been a Slytherin and the Lord of Slytherin would have never started to exist. Then another thought came to him. Now that he was here, did the Lord even have the authority to be here? After all, Salvajahar had been the first Lord Slytherin, and he had never officially given up his title to his son. And now, who are you? The Lord of Slytherin interrupted Sal's amused thoughts. Your ancestor, Sal answered, still thinking about Merlin. His words snapped him out of his thoughts. Maybe that was something he shouldn't have said. Lord Slytherin blinked, gawking. Then he sneered. I am quite sure that my ancestor is dead, he said coolly. Sal just smiled, not correcting the man. He had said more than he wanted to begin with, after all. I am Salvajahar Emrys, he told them instead. I am the Lord of Emrys. The answers were whispers and distrustful looks in his direction. You, Lord Slytherin turned red with fury. How dare you two? He spoke the ritual words and was accepted, Antioch Peverell interrupted quietly. Just ask the obelisk which lords are at the council today. Slytherin was still red with fury, but he turned to the obelisk and, touching it, asked for the lords who had entered the Wizards' Council today. One after another golden fire wrote the names of the lords in the air above the obelisk. As soon as one had been written fully, it vanished and made space for the next name. Sal looked at the names with interest. McGonagall. No surprise there, the family had existed when he was last in a gathering. Bones. That was a new name. It seemed another known name from his time had finally started to exist. Ollivander. Again a name he had expected. Ollivander's name was at least as old as Emrys after all. Slytherin. This one was written in blue fire to indicate a proxy. So Sal was still the head of house, even if the ruling powers were in the hands of another now. There were others Sal knew and others he didn't. Some of the new names he had heard in the future, some not. And then a name Sal knew all too well emerged the obelisk in glowing, golden letters. Grim. Peverell's last name. Grim. Slytherin asked, looking a little bit lost. To Sal's amusement, Antioch turned red with embarrassment. That's mine, he said with red cheeks. We just don't call ourselves Grim anymore. Not our fault, it was just that we were known for a long time as Peverell's sons until no one but the family knew our real last name anymore. At that time we finally started to go by the last name of Peverell. We had to, just to be recognized. So you are Peverell Grimm's descendants, Sal concluded smiling. No wonder they had reminded him of Peverell. I guess, Antioch Peverell said. Also, even if we are, I do not know anything about this man. Before Sal could answer, the next name emerged from the obelisk. Emrys. Slytherin hissed and then turned with huge eyes to Sal. The others also stared at him. I told you I am Salvajahar Emrys, Sal said and turned away from the last few fading letters of some names that emerged after his own. Now, back to what we were talking about before you questioned my lineage. I know you said that there is no way for a wizard to be immortal, but I know that this is false. There are ways to be immortal. Not that they are good, but they do exist. Stop. Lord Slytherin held up one of his hands. You come here, being the true heir of Emrys, and after your claim is verified you simply want to return to the previous discussion. Sal just raised an eyebrow at the other man. What else should I do? He asked him. After all, it is no news to me that the line of Emrys is still alive. But there wasn't anyone to claim that line since at least the times of Camelot. Slytherin returned heatedly. I, for once, would like to know how there can still be a Lord of Emrys. This time Sal snorted. Just because the House of Emrys wasn't interested in mindless chatter every other month, it does not mean that there wasn't a Lord of Emrys all along, he finally answered the stumped Lord. Now back to the topic of immortal wizards. Like I said, there is a possibility of immortality. It might be dark and obscure, but it is still existing. But, Lord Slytherin started to say, but he was interrupted by another lord. This lord at least decided to speak of the topic at hand and not of Sal's lineage. There is no known way to live forever, lad, Lord McGonagall, like the crest on his chest proclaimed him proudly, said huffing. I know, you are still young, but Hogwarts should have taught you at least that much. Sal just raised an eyebrow. The last time I was at Hogwarts, I was teaching there, he said. I cannot remember a time in the past where I was a student at that school. This time Lord Slytherin sneered. It seemed he had recovered. So where were you taught, Lord Emrys? I cannot believe that a lord like your father rejected the idea of his son being trained at Hogwarts, lad. Sal just smiled and returned to the original discussion. There is at least one way to become immortal, he said. 2, maybe even 3 if you can reproduce the second and third way I know of, even if those ways are no true immortality, just something alike to it for some time. Lord McGonagall snorted. You sound inexplicably sure, Lord Emrys, he said. But tell me, have you ever seen someone who has reached immortality? Sal hesitated. Of course he had seen Medrod just days ago, but seeing him alive did not tell anyone if the other man had really found a way to live forever. There was also the fact that Sal had seen Medrod dead as well, killed by the goblin blade that had been smitten for Salvajahar. But it wasn't Medrod he thought of the second he heard the question. It was another man, an evil lord, who came to his mind nearly immediately. It had been Sal's first brush with immortality and the sickness that was known as the dark, or like Sal preferred, the evil arts of magic. Even after over 1,000 years he still shuddered when he thought about the night Voldemort had regained his body. It wasn't that he was suddenly afraid of Voldemort. No, he just felt sick, thinking about it, especially after he had been taught blood magic by his father and godfather and had started to truly understand what kind of evil Voldemort had invoked that night. And it hadn't just been the ritual. No, the evil had started way before, even way before the day Sal had been entered in the tournament, and it had reached its peak when Cedric had been killed and Sal had been used for the ritual. Someday Sal would destroy the man for what he had done. Some evil could not be forgiven. And line theft was one of the evilest magic known to mankind. Yes, he finally said. I have seen it. It might have been a twisted kind of immortality, but it was immortality nonetheless. Lord McGonagall sneered. But the sneer wasn't directed at Sal but at the possibility that Sal's words implied. And how was it received? Sal shuddered. By splitting one's soul, he answered sincerely. You will lose a part of yourself if you try it, and you will slowly lose your sanity after you have done it, but you will be immortal. Unable to die until what you have done to yourself is undone. It is nothing you want to archive, believe me. And in his mind he saw the twisted smile that once was the kind smile of his little brother Medrod. A child's smile, lost forever to the beeped magic that allowed Medrod to return from death. Splitting one's soul. This time there was more than one lord who asked with disgust in their voice, unbelieving. Yes, Salvajahar said. I don't know when this path was invented, but if the wizard you are talking about truly used this way, kill him. It's definitely mercy. You seem to have forgotten that killing him would be the problem, Lord Slytherin sneered. Sal just sighed and shook his head. I didn't forget what I told you, he said softly. I just told you what you had to do if this wizard truly did what I fear he did. And Sal knew for a fact that Medrod split his soul. Sal couldn't explain the taint he felt in Medrod's magic in any other way. Sal could not explain the cry of help he had received through his magic as the prince of the land in any other way. Nothing but the evilest kind of evil would have him summoned with so much force that he had abandoned everything he had been doing, just to hurry back to Britain. But it was not all Medrod did. There was still something foreign to his magic that did not fit to the taint of a split soul. You must find the container of his soul part and destroy it. Then you will be able to kill him, Sal explained aloud. One of the other lords snorted. It's not as easy as you try to make us believe, lad, he said. Until now I have never heard about a way to split one's soul, but if there is one and this creature found it, then I don't believe that it will be easy to undo it again. And the Lord was right. Sal remembered his lessons in the dark arts from his mother. He had hated them with passion, but it was part of the inheritance of a LeFay. The LeFay family had always had a great knowledge of the evilest of magic. Even Godric, who had been a light sorcerer to the boot, knew about them. Sal had never spoken with him about them, but the fact alone that Godric read some of his family texts and knew about the darker side of blood magic, the part that could be used to destroy and kill, was evidence enough. And Medrod had been taught by Morgana Le Fay herself. As much as Sal had loved the woman and her ability to heal, he had never been blind enough to the fact that his mother had known the darkest magics and had taught them to her offsprings. Still, the difference between her and Medrod was nevertheless mind-blowing. While Medrod obviously had done away with his mother's warning and had started to use those magics instead of working against them, Morgana had used her knowledge to gain a deeper understanding of the nature of magic and had mostly counteracted the evil arts. Sal had chosen the same way, and even now, days later, he could not believe that Medrod had turned to the darkest of magics at one point of his life. He was still unable to believe that he had lost his brother to the ritual their mother had forbidden them to ever think about using. And Sal still wanted to cry because of the loss of his brother. It won't be easy, Sal answered the Lord, with a bitter tone of voice. But it's the only way to stop him. And he has to be stopped. He cannot continue with what he is doing at the moment. He will never stop the killings if you refuse to destroy him. You can't reason with him anymore. Whoever he was once, the person he was is long since gone. So you prefer murdering him just to stop him? One of the lords asked coolly. There is no other way, Sal answered while he refused to even think about the result of his proportion. His little brother would be killed by them, and Sal would not even try to stop them. Salvajahar knew that he would create his own nightmares for the next 1,000 years with his decision. He loved his brother, but the ritual Medrod did, had killed Sal's sibling long ago. The only thing that was still left was a mockery of his loved one, an empty shell, a puppet for the evil in the world. There is no other way, Sal repeated. Even if he would be one of us, even if he would be my own child, I would nevertheless say the same. And yet, you're just guessing that the man you met was truly immortal, one of the lords said coolly. He might be guessing the method, Antioch interrupted the lord. But it's nevertheless true that this creature is immortal. And I truly don't care how it archived it, be it by splitting its soul, uniting the legendary death's gifts, or any other method. As long as we decide on how to stop this monster and find a way to do so, I am happy with everything you come up. Sal frowned when he heard that exclamation, and while Lord Slytherin and Antioch started to argue about the possibility of immortality, Sal quietly repeated the foreign phrase that Antioch had used. Death's gifts, he whispered. He had heard stories about the so-called Death's gifts. The last time he had heard about them, it had been shortly before he had returned to Britain, where he had met Lancelot was brought to Arthur's court. He had never been interested in rumors like that and had long since forgotten about them. A fairy tale, Lord McGonagall, who sat next to him, explained. Nothing but rumors about a wand, a cloak, and a stone that once belonged to death. Whoever collects them all is rumored to be the next immortal master of death. Like I said, nothing but a fairy tale. I am death. I am death. I have its wand. I have its cloak. I have its power over the dead. I am death. Sal heard Medrod howl in his mind. A fairy tale. Or was it the truth and Medrod had them as well? And if he had them, would it be more complicated to kill him, or would it somehow ease their job? You shouldn't think about that myth, Lord McGonagall added in that moment. It's far less likely to be true than your idea with the split soul. But Medrod's soul was split, Sal knew it. Sal could feel the taint. But did that make Death's gifts real as well? Did Medrod's insane chatter make him the master of death? If they were real, how would you destroy a master of death? Sal whispered. Lord McGonagall shrugged carelessly. Take over the gifts, he said. If you have them all, you would be the next master of death and the old would lose his title. But like I said, it's nothing but an old fairy tale that was brought to us by the Romans. Sal carefully kept his face emotionless. Of course, he said. It was in that moment that the argument between Lord Slytherin and Antioch reached its peak. Both lords were clearly enraged, but Lord Slytherin was the chief of the Wizards' Council and because of that had the last word in their discussion. Well, Lord Slytherin said, sneering. If you think that you know how to get rid of your immortal wizard, do it. We, as the Wizards' Council, have more important things to do than to listen to fairy tales. Little did he know that the decision he would make that day would end his era within the next year. Instead of him, Barbarous Bragg, later on famous for the introduction of the Golden Snidget into Quidditch known in Harry's time as Quidditch, would take the seat of the chief of the Wizards' Council. We met him on the way to the council, Cadmus cried furiously. He is real, and we have to stop him. And we need the council to do it. You can't brush us off, simply because you don't want to believe us. But the most lords just shook their heads and refused to listen to the arguments of the Peverell brothers. Not that it surprised Salvajahar. Politicians had always had the tendencies to ignore things that could be a threat to their perfect little world. It had been like that on Arthur's court and it had been like that in the gathering of the lords. So why should it be different now? Only the Lord McGonagall, a different one than the Lord that Sal had known back at the Founders' time, looked as if he believed the Peverell brothers. He was the one who frowned at the other lords of the council, but when he opened his mouth to object, Sal shook his head. They won't listen, he told the man. They don't want to believe us. Another lord, who sat next to McGonagall, nodded. The Lord Emrys is right, McGonagall. They won't listen, he said. The Lord Peverell and his brothers will have to find a way to show them the truth if they truly want to be believed by them, and that won't be easy. And yet, you, Lord Bones, who don't like the Lord Peverell at all, believe him and his brothers, the Lord McGonagall remarked. Lord Bones shrugged. I might dislike him, he said. But I know that the Lord Peverell would never lie in a situation like that. Lord Peverell might be a selfish person, but he would never set himself up to be ridiculed if there wasn't a danger to his family. Then the Lord Bones shrugged helplessly. Alone knowing that fact means that, even if I hate it, I'm forced to believe his story, he concluded gravely. If I even had the slightest way to disable his credibility, do you truly think I wouldn't have taken it? The answer was a sigh from the Lord McGonagall. And like that you just shook up my hope that there are more sane persons in the room than insane. It seems that if even you can see that there has to be some truth to this story, then the others have to be insane or blind because they don't see it. That they were able to find the entrance to this hole they call a hall means that they could see it, and that leaves me solely with insanity. Lovely. Sal snorted. And there they are asking why the Emrys family keeps away from the council. Two muffled laughter answered his statement. And then Death asked the third and youngest brother what he would like. The youngest brother was the humblest and also the wisest of the brothers, and he did not trust Death. So he asked for something that would enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by Death. And Death, most unwillingly, handed over his own cloak of invisibility. It was the evening after the council and Sal had been invited to the rooms the Peverell brothers had been given. Even if the council does nothing, we can't let that go. Cadmus exclaimed in that moment. He was pacing up and down the room while his brothers sat in their chairs and watched him. Sal had leaned against the wall next to the door and his gaze flickered between the brothers' faces. So, what do you want to do? Sal finally asked. Find him and kill him. Cadmus growled. There has to be a way to do so. If you find the object in which he contained a part of his soul and destroy it, you should be able to do so, Sal answered with an emotionless voice. Inwardly he felt sick by just thinking about killing the child he helped to raise. So, How do you find it? Ignotus asked him. Sal sighed. By searching, he answered truthfully. If you know the person who went through the ritual well enough, you will be able to guess what he could have used. Then he contemplated his brother and his wishes, hopes, and obsessions. Of course, if you don't know the person who did it, you'll have to use different means to find out, Sal added to what he had said before. It's definitely far easier if you know the person, but there are ways that would help you to find out if you don't. Well, but you do, Ignotus said. So we will be able to use the easier method, won't we? This time Sal pressed his lips together. Of course he knew his brother, and of course he could think about things his brother could have used or would have liked to use, but that didn't mean that there weren't other possibilities that Medrod could have chosen. I might have an idea what he would have used, he answered the brothers. But there are still a lot of other possibilities I might not know about. But at least you know some things that could be it, Ignotus said, sighing. Now, how do we find out if you're right with your guesses or if you're not? The answer was a helpless shrug from Salvajahar. I think you'd be able to feel it if you encounter it, he said. It reeks of dark magic, and if you aren't a dark wizard, you normally would refuse to touch it instinctively, or you would be compelled to touch it if there are wards on it to hide its true nature. I guess that the most obvious thing is that it tries to influence you somehow, at least that's what Mother said. Sal pondered on it a little bit more. He had, after all, never encountered anything like a Horcrux, had he? It was then that a flash of memory brought him back to second year all those lifetimes ago. The diary. Ginny. Horcrux. The question was easily answered. Horcrux. They try to draw you in. They try to get used by you so that they will be able to gain power over you. If you use them, you will lose parts of your memory. You won't remember what you are doing for the Horcrux, but other than that, I don't think that Horcruxes are easily to recognize, he finally said. But then, other than as a child, I never had an encounter with one of those, and so I might not know some ways to recognize them. He couldn't help them further, so finally the others started to debate if one of them had seen or felt something like that. Sal was quite certain that not one of them would have had. Medrod was no idiot. He wouldn't have hidden the Horcrux anywhere anyone would know. There was just one chance. He had never thought that there would be someone who knew him in the future. Maybe, just maybe, Salvajahar would be able to figure out where Medrod had hidden his piece of soul. Then Death stood aside and allowed the three brothers to continue on their way, and they did so, talking with wonder of the adventure they had had, and admiring Death's gifts. In due course the brothers separated, each for his own destination. They weren't lucky. Wherever they looked for the Horcrux, they found nothing. Not at the home Medrod had once grown up in, not at Hoswards, not anywhere on the Isles. Sal soon started to suspect that Medrod had hidden the Horcrux away somewhere on the country, somewhere Sal had no clue about. Is there some place else he could have hidden it? Antioch finally asked. They weren't far away from Hoswards, the last location they had searched. Sal sighed and then shrugged helplessly. I guess that he could have hidden it somewhere on the country, he answered simply. The problem with that is that I don't know where to look. I don't know where exactly he was over there. So, simply put, you're no help at all, Cadmus snorted. Sal just frowned at the other man. It's not as if I was following my brother anywhere he went, he answered coolly. I had other responsibilities than watching him leading his life, not adding to the fact that I thought him dead for the last few centuries. Cadmus just pressed his lips together. You show remarkably little interest in the life of your brother, Antioch said in that moment. I would never have gotten away with such a behavior. I buried him. What else should I have done? By wind and fire, he was dead. Sal cried. I at least don't make a habit out of watching graves, just for the chance that the one buried is still alive. And I am a healer. I normally know when someone is dead. I checked before I buried him. Don't you understand? He shouldn't be alive anymore. He shouldn't. But he was, and that was the entire problem. He's right. You know, I shouldn't be alive anymore, another voice said suddenly, and when Sal and the others turned, they found themselves facing Medrod. But I'm surprised that you checked on me after you returned to your time. I never thought I was that important to you, little big brother. The grin on Medrod's face broadened with every word he spoke. You were my brother. Medrod, of course you were important, Sal answered bitterly. I helped to raise you. Whatever you want to say about our relationship, don't you ever try to imply I didn't love you. The answer was a snort. And yet, here you are, ready to kill me. Salvajahar just smiled a bitter and sad smile. I might love you, Medrod, but the oath I took as a guardian forced me to work against you. I can't let you roam the world like you are just now. I am sorry. The answer was a snort. You're just like father, Medrod hissed. You do nothing but cast me away for others. You're acting as if you think that's easy for me to do. Sal said heatedly. I once swore to protect the innocents. I never thought that this oath would mean that I once would be forced to go against my own little brother. I love you, Medrod. If the circumstances would have been just the slightest bit different, if you just hadn't gone against everything I stand for, I would have chosen you. But as it is, I can't. Not with the knowledge of what you have done. What I have done. Medrod hissed. I didn't do anything. It's all father's fault. You killed Medrod. You decided to use a ritual that uses magic in an absolute beeped way. That wasn't Arthur's doing. That was yours. Yours alone. Medrod just scoffed. As if you ever understood me, little big brother, he said, then he grinned. But well, at least this time I will finally be allowed to kill you, and don't worry, I will kill you. I won't let some goody two-shoes like you stay alive, not with your determination to kill people for your own greater good. Another smile spread over Medrod's face. Let's see who's truly the better of us two. Let's see how long you and your little friends will be able to hold me of. The first brother traveled on for a week or more, and reaching a distant village, sought out a fellow wizard with whom he had a quarrel. Naturally, with the Elder Wand as his weapon, he could not fail to win the duel that followed. Leaving his enemy dead upon the floor, the oldest brother proceeded to an inn, where he boasted loudly of the powerful wand he had snatched from death himself, and of how it made him invincible. Sal watched his brother intently. The other one had been roaming up and down in front of them like a caged predator, but he hadn't attacked them, yet. Don't try to charge him by yourself. Sal hissed in a warning tone of voice to the other three. Don't react to his goading. All three brothers looked at Sal in disgruntlement. We know how to act, Cadmus admonished him. We're not stupid. Salvajahar just pressed his lips together but decided that answering that statement would just end in a disagreement, and that was something they didn't need now. We're not children, Antioch added. To Sal they were exactly that. Children. All three of them. But he said nothing. Medrod instead grinned. It seems that he had just waited for an opening like that, and he took it instantly with a look of glee on his face. But you are children, he told them, grinning madly. All four of you. Little, stupid children. Antioch was grinding his teeth when he heard that. We're not children, monster, he hissed. Whatever you think about us, don't you dare to call us children. We're all three middle-aged wizards. Antioch. Sal hissed, trying to get Antioch Peverell's attention. Medrod's grin just broadened. Of course you are children. He countered. Look at you. Barely out of your nappies. And you need Salvajahar to tell you what to do, like a mommy tells her baby what it's allowed to do and what it'll be punished for. Little children, all of you. Come on, babies, cry for your mommy. Antioch snarled at him. We're not babies. But that's what you are. Stupid little babies who are still listening to every word your mummy says. Medrod replied. Just look at the way you're listening to Sally. Don't listen to him. Sal hissed. The answer was a frown from Cadmus. He's right. You're not our mother, Salvazar. We don't need you to tell us what to do. He returned heatedly. Like I said before, we know how to act, Antioch added, also frowning at Salvajahar. Ignotus just shook his head. Don't you see that you are doing exactly what this monster wants you to do by talking back to Salvajahar? He asked his brothers. Those two just scoffed. Shut up, Ignotus, Antioch said. I know exactly what I am doing. Are you? Medrod asked grinning. Don't you want to confirm your strategy with Mummy Sally first? I meant, you couldn't beat me the last time without him, either. Antioch. No, Ignotus cried, but he was too late. His brother had long since charged the monster known as Medrod in front of them. That very night, another wizard crept upon the oldest brother as he lay, wine-sodden, upon his bed. The thief took the wand, and for good measure, slit the oldest brother's throat. Medrod did not even give Antioch a chance to get out his first curse. He simply waved his wand and Antioch sailed through the air and landed on the ground a little bit away with a sickening thunk. Then for good measure, Medrod spoke another curse and Antioch started to scream with agony. That was the moment Cadmus entered the battle and fired his curses at Medrod, Ignotus following after him immediately, and it was just for Sal's own reflexes and his knowledge with rune-based shields that rescued both brothers from the deadly curses that Medrod shot at them. Ah, it seems my little big brother doesn't like to watch, Medrod grinned. But you're still standing so far away, little big brother. Don't you want to join us in the heat of this battle? And with that he pulled out a sword and switched his wand to his offhand. Let's see how good you are against me, he grinned. The following minutes were a massacre. Sal had not even tried to watch the whole scenes from the sidelines. He knew of Medrod's abilities with a sword and knew that neither Ignotus nor Cadmus would be able to deal with him, not that Sal himself was up to it. As good as he was, Medrod had always been better. In the end, Ignotus had lost a finger and was lying next to Cadmus, both of them unconsciousness, and Sal would have joined them there if he hadn't had a lot of practice fighting Medrod. Even with centuries between their last fight and now, Sal could still predict a lot of Medrod's moves. That didn't mean he was unharmed. He had lost his knives and was bleeding out of several wounds. It just meant that he was still standing. Not that he would be standing for a lot longer. Sal had always been a good knife fighter, but his brother was a natural and had bested him ever since his brother had been 11 winters old. So Sal wasn't surprised to see that his brother's long knife was just inches from his chest. One move, Salvajahar, and I will kill you, Medrod said, grinning evilly. And believe me, I will do it. I won't mind your death at all. And so Death took the first brother for his own. Meanwhile, the second brother journeyed to his own home, where he lived alone. Here he took out the stone that had the power to recall the dead, and turned it thrice in his hand. To his amazement and his delight, the figure of the girl he had once hoped to marry, before her untimely death, appeared at once before him. Sal did not react to his brother's threat. He had known since the first time he had met Medrod again, that the boy from the past was long since dead and that the monster who took his place would have no qualm to kill his own family. So there was just one thing he could do now: ask the question he had wanted to ask since he found out what his brother had done. His brother would answer. He liked to boast even now. Why? Sal asked his brother, bitterness evident in his voice. Why did you do it? You already were the master of death. Why did you have to use the forbidden ritual as well? Because I wasn't sure if being Death's master was enough, Medrod answered, grinning. And I had to survive. I am the king, after all. I just need Camelot, and the lands that should have been mine by birth will finally truly belong to me. Yours. Yours. Sal repeated disbelievingly. Is that what you think? That it will be yours if you're just able to enter Camelot again? Of cour. No. Medrod. No. Sal interrupted him heatedly, not caring that the knife sliced his tunic slightly when he interjected his brother. Camelot was never yours. You weren't born Arthur's heir. You simply weren't. The land is bound to him and his bloodline, but you need to have his magic to make a claim, and while you were lucky enough to at least have magic, you weren't born his heir. You were born of his blood, but blood isn't enough to make a claim on Camelot. I was his only child. I had every right. You weren't. Medrod. Sal interrupted heatedly. You weren't. Don't you understand? You have always been the second born to Arthur. Medrod just scoffed. That's what you say, but you didn't live it, so you have no idea, little big brother, he said coolly. Like you have no idea what I have gone through in the last centuries. But that's where you're wrong, Sal said bitterly while sparing a glance at the still unconscious brothers. I know it because I lived it as well. I wouldn't lie to you. And even if I don't know how you felt for the last centuries, I can imagine what it has been like for you. Medrod snarled. You have absolutely no idea. He cried furiously. You have no idea how it was, Salvajahar. Waking up in a foreign world with rules you cannot even think about being able to follow. Waking in a world that has moved on from your death as if it was nothing, as if. I know what you felt. I understand you, but that does not explain away your deeds, little brother. Sal interrupted Medrod with hard eyes. You aren't the first one to wake up in a world you do not know the rules of. I, too, woke in a world a lot different from the time I knew. That does not count, Medrod said, shrugging. You planned to go to Mother to be trained. You planned your trip. That's completely. I definitely did not plan my trip, Medrod. Don't even think about deluding yourself about that. The truth is, I was gripped and ripped away from my time without even being told a reason. I had no more preparation than you did. Medrod snorted. You, little big brother, have no idea. He hissed. I woke up in a world which had forgotten about me. In a world where the mighty castle of my father was nothing more but an academy to house apprentices. They had customs I have never seen before, and they talked in a language I never heard be. It told you, Medrod. This is no excuse for the crimes you committed. Sal hissed, fury tinting his voice with the hissing language of the snakes. Don't you dare to try to excuse it. It was your choice that led to your crimes and not you waking up in a different world. Medrod just shrugged this time. Maybe you're right, little big brother, he said. But then, I was buried in the earth for about 1,000 years, unable to do anything while my immortality healed my body from the wound I received. If it hadn't been a with goblin magic infused weapon, I would have healed faster, but father had to use one to stab me. You would have gone insane like I have if you had to endure being buried in the ground for such a long time. Sal shuddered. Medrod was right. He possibly would have gone insane lying there for 1,000 years. But then, he also knew that it had not only been the goblin magic that had worked against his brother. I might have gone insane, he said. But I would never have become as twisted as you are. Don't deny it, Medrod. Whatever you did before you fought with Arthur, I really don't know exactly what and how much, and I am not sure if I want to know, was part of the reason why it took you so long to return. Not even talking about you returning from death when you clearly should have been dead after the wound you had. Medrod shrugged disinterested. I somehow had to make sure that I wouldn't die in the fight, so I looked into it. I found 2 ways and finally decided to use them both, just to be sure, you know. Sal shivered when he heard those words. You split your soul, it wasn't a question. There was no other way to explain Medrod's insanity. Not that being unable to die but also being unable to move for 1,000 years would have helped, but then, Sal suspected that Medrod did not remember every day buried. Sal even suspected that Medrod might have come back to consciousness shy of leaving his grave. Medrod had always been the one to exaggerate and to lie to gain sympathy from others. And if I did, what will you do? Medrod said, shrugging uncaringly. Sal shivered again. I still cannot believe you did a ritual Mother warned us about. He said. He didn't know how often he had said this sentence to Medrod, but he just couldn't believe it, even now. Medrod shrugged again. Mother was weak. She never understood that some things have to be done to come closer to our Firbolg inheritance. This ritual is one of them. After all, our ancestors are immortal, so that just tells us we should be immortal, too. Sal stared at his brother. Then he sneered. Don't try to reason with me, brother. I am a healer. I would not understand what you are talking about. Medrod just shrugged. You were always more like Mother, he said. No. You were like my father. Too blinded by your need to look out for others to understand an opportunity like that. I think this time I am proud that you think I am like Arthur, Sal sneered. I wouldn't even want to be like you. And that's the reason why I am immortal and you just a little, lost boy. Sal's sneer just deepened. Don't you dare to tell me about immortality, he hissed. I was living on this world long before you were born, and I will live long after you finally die. Medrod just laughed. There is no way that you lived before I was born, because we are in your time now and mine is long gone. He said, laughing. And believe me, you won't outlive me. You don't have the meanings. Look. And with that he held out his wand. Sal stared at it. He had seen this wand before, but not in the hands of his brother when they fought the last time, so where? Of course, Sal knew thanks to the legend what wand he was looking at, but that didn't explain the familiarity of the wand itself. Where had he seen it before? This is Death's wand, Medrod said in that moment triumphantly. I found this and its other pieces. The stone, He held up a stone with an engraving on it. And the cloak, he pointed at the open cloak he was wearing. They are the reason why I have still my body. They stop it from aging and they healed me. They are the ultimate way to be immortal forever. Sal stared at the artifacts. What are they truly? He whispered, while his senses hummed when he looked at them. Whatever they were, the magic embodied in them was foreign and powerful. He had known the legend, but it was different being so close to them, feeling their call. Whatever they weren't wizard made. At least not by magic Sal had been in contact with. They are the artifacts of death, Medrod said, grinning. I found them in Egypt. There even is a legend about them. The one true owner of them will live forever and ever. I am their owner. As long as they are in my possession, I won't die. Sal snorted. You died on the battlefield with Arthur. You might have been resurrected later on, but you still died on the battlefield first. Medrod just shrugged. A minor setback I will circumvent with time, I am sure, he said, disinterested. As long as I have them when I'm dead, I will return. And now, dear brother of mine, it's time to die. After all, I don't want you to squeal my secrets to all your little friends. And with that, the icy steel of a short blade bored itself under Sal's ribs in his lung. Sal gasped for breath. His vision swam, but he knew he could not let Medrod get away. He knew he had to stop him. So he did the only thing he could. He opened his eyes. Medrod's dying scream filled the air, then he slowly but surely turned into stone. Yet she was sad and cold, separated from him as by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there and suffered. Finally, the second brother, driven mad with hopeless longing, killed himself so as truly to join her. In the same moment an Expelliarmus was heard behind Medrod, and the wand, the death stick, he was holding sailed through the air and vanished out of Sal's view. A second later Medrod's skin turned gray. Sal staggered back, the long knife leaving his body. As soon as the blade had left his body he lost his footing and fell. The weapon, as painfully it had been the only thing to keep him standing before. Black points were flickering in Sal's vision, and Sal knew instinctively that his brother hadn't missed. The knife had pierced his lung. Sal was dying. Again. What a hassle. And then a still shaking Antioch was by his side, falling to the ground next to him. Salvazar, he said, and this time Salvazar hadn't the energy to correct him. His vision was slowly but surely degenerating. Soft, blood-stained hands started to support his upper body, and then another pair of blood-stained hands. Ignatius, Sal recognized when he saw the missing little finger, carefully parted his robes and lifted his tunic to look at the wound. He won't make it, Ignatius said, sighing to Antioch. The blade entered his lungs. There is no way for us to heal him. This just triggered Sal to laugh. Not that he could laugh at the moment. Instead, painful wheezing sounds emerged his body. Don't worry, he gasped. I survive. Antioch frowned at him. Salvazar, he said. He pierced your lung. I know, Sal answered, wheezing. Can't die. Unable. Antioch's eyes widened. You're immortal? He asked, astonished, with a slight fear tinting his voice. Sal managed to shake his head. No. Just can't die, he said. Antioch frowned, but it was Ignotus who stopped him from saying more. All right, Salvazar, he said. You'll explain when you are able. Not now. Later, yes. Sal attempted to nod, but he wasn't sure that he still had enough control over his body to do it right. Then another thought occurred to him. Antioch, he said, still gasping for air. Cloak. Stone. Way from him. Ignotus touching. Not you. Antioch frowned down at him. You want us to take away the cloak and the stone from the statue, but I shouldn't touch them. He clarified. Mustn't, Sal insisted. All right. I won't touch them. Tell us later. Yeah. Sal could hear in Antioch's voice that he doubted Sal's claim that he wouldn't die. Sal didn't mind the doubt. He would have doubted it, too, if it was him. So he said just one word as an answer. Good, and with that he let slip himself in unconsciousness. And so Death took the second brother for his own. But though Death searched for the third brother for many years, he was never able to find him. It was only when he attained a great age that the youngest brother finally took off the cloak of invisibility and gave it to his son. When he woke up again, He was lying in a bed, fully covered with a blanket. He sighed. At least they hadn't buried him, yet. He sighed again. Then he carefully raised his hands and uncovered his face. His eyes fell on the ceiling. It was a tent ceiling. In that moment, the entrance of the tent opened and Ignotus stepped in. He stopped mid-step when he saw that Sal was looking back at him. His eyes widened. "So you truly are immortal," he said, surprised. Sal sat up. "Something akin to that," he answered bitterly. "Tell me, where are the others?" Ignotus' gaze darkened. "They left," he answered. "They didn't believe your claim. If it were for them, you would have been buried days ago." Sal frowned. "So, what are they doing?" he asked hesitatingly. "Are they looking for the Horcrux?" Ignotus just shook his head. "They're studying the artifacts they took from your brother," he answered sincerely. "They've been at it since you died 5 days ago." "And the Horcrux?" Ignotus shrugged, but his face told Sal everything he needed to know. "They won't start looking for it again," he hazarded a guess. The answer was a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, Salvajahar," Ignotus said finally after a few seconds of silence. Sal just shook his head. "I should have suspected something like that," he answered truthfully. "So, they are studying the artifacts. Are using them," affirmed Ignotus. Antioch said something of finally settling a dispute, and Cadmus said something about apologizing for having a daughter with another woman, not that he ever acknowledged that child. "What about Medrod? Your brother? He's still stone and we thought it prudent to hide him away in a warded room in Hogwarts. Don't worry. No one will be able to enter it except of us or you. I made sure of that." "Thank you." Ignotus just smiled for a moment, then his face darkened again. "Not that my brothers truly need access to that room. They're now far too interested in those artifacts to even consider helping you. And you. I've been waiting for you to wake up, Prince Salvajahar," Ignotus answered with a smile. "I'll have to check on my wife and son from time to time, but I'll do everything to help you with finding that soul piece you've been looking for." Ignotus would long since dead when Sal finally would find the place Medrod had hidden away his Horcrux. It had been hidden away in France, and confronting it would be the last nail in Sal's coffin. After all this time, he finally broke from the strain of being forced to live his life alone and without any support. He would never be able to continue on, with the guilt of his brother's dead waiting on his soul. And then he greeted death as an old friend, and went with him gladly, and, as equals, they departed this life. Harry thought Hallowe'en night was splendid this year. After his occlumency lessons with Snape, where he had allowed himself to break the man. Just a little, of course, he needed the man sane later on. After all, he had left the sleeping potions master in his sitting room and gone to the feast. The feast had been as good as the last feast at Hogwarts he remembered, or better. Because last time there hadn't been a very pale Umbridge sitting at the head table who was just waiting to be hexed. Not that Harry did any hexing. Why should he? There were other ways to bother the toad. "Hey, Gred, Forge," he greeted the Weasley twins and sat down in front of them. "Harrykins," they answered, grinning. "Something to snack before the feast?" Harry eyed the sweet they handed him, warily. "Elephant head," he asked after probing the sweet with a quick runic spell. "Sorry, guys, I don't think that gray is my color." The twins blinked and exchanged a glance. Then the right twin, Harry knew for a fact that it was Fred, spoke up. "Ron's right, you know. You were different from last year." Harry just smiled at them. "So I am," he answered. Then the smile vanished and he looked at them with serious eyes. "Does it bother you?" This time George answered. "Not really," he said. "It's just weird, seeing you acting all grown up while our brother's still acting like a toddler like always. Not that you haven't been the more mature one before on occasions," Fred added. "But now you're even scarier than Hermione, and she's a mini adult since birth." Harry suppressed laughter, hearing that. Hermione is still very much a child who believes in the adults around her. She still has a lot to grow until you could consider her an adult. "Unlike you?" Fred asked. Harry just grinned. "Oh, I know exactly how to be a child once in a while," he said. "And like every child, I enjoy some good pranks to lighten up the mood, don't you think so, too?" Fred and George looked at each other before flashing a devil's smile his way. What are you thinking of? They asked together. Maybe a new color scheme for toads. Harry suggested. At the end of the feast, Harry thought that being red and green striped with yellow polka dots, a swine snout and warts could be a new fashion trend for toads. Especially pink-clad toads. Of course, Umbridge was livid and tried to blame poor innocent Harry, something that the deputy headmistress refused to allow to happen. Harry was happy with that as well. He had trouble enough to keep in line when he was in his current detentions with her. Being with her for another detention could end in a dissected toad. It would be a pity for his working hours because said toad would be unusable for potions. It had been after the students had gone to bed that night, that Harry's real Halloween finally begun. With the exhausted potions master out of the way, Harry had practically free rein to do whatever he wanted in Hogwarts halls that night without fearing that anyone more dangerous than Filch would roam the floors near him. Harry had long ago learned that McGonagall and the other teachers, except of Snape, just watched the main halls of the castle. If he did not use those halls, he was in no danger of being found. What are you planning, Harry? Regulus whispered when Harry finally joined him in the Chamber of Secrets at midnight. Harry smiled at the other man. Tonight is the night of the dead, Regulus, he answered sincerely. It was an answer, but a non-answer as well. I don't think I understand. It's time to let the dead walk on the earth once more, Harry elaborated. You want to create Inferi? Regulus asked horrified. Harry snorted. Of course not, you idiot. He huffed. I'm not stupid enough to dabble in the evil arts just because it's Samhain. There are other ways to resurrect the dead. So what are you? Nothing what I haven't done before for now, Harry answered before Regulus could even finish his sentence. And with that he stepped to the wall that hid his ritual chamber and opened it. Regulus looked in it and his eyes widened. A ritual, he whispered fearfully. Harry smiled gently and a little bit sadly at the other man. No, not a ritual, he corrected the younger man. The ritual. The Samhain blood magic ritual. Regulus shuddered. To control your magic? He asked nervously, remembering when the other man had first told him about the blood rites he used on a yearly basis. Yes, Harry answered sadly. But, I don't understand what that has to do with resurrecting the dead, Regulus asked, fear now clearly in his eyes. Everything and nothing, Harry answered. Regulus sighed. You won't tell me, will you? He asked finally. No, not tonight, Harry answered looking at him with a sad smile. That was all it needed for Regulus to understand that tonight was different than the years before. What changes tonight? He asked. Harry sighed. I'm going to try seeing if I can connect with the castle wards and find the missing book on them, Harry answered sincerely. It's a bit risky, doing that with a blood magic ritual for my magic, but even with the guess I have, I need confirmation before I can get it. I might also try and find the Horcrux within Hogwarts. But, this is dangerous, isn't it? Regulus asked hesitatingly. Harry sighed again. Yes, he said. If I lose concentration and because of that my grasp on my magic, it might even kill me. But I've done that ritual plenty of times already, I should be fine even with the added tasks. Then the door of the ritual chamber closed between those two. See you tomorrow, Regulus, Harry said. Or never again, Regulus added bitterly but silently. For a moment he still looked at the closed door that shielded the other man, his friend and father figure, from his sight, then he turned away from the door. May fate and luck be with you tonight, because I can't. And a single tear rolled down his cheek, before he pushed the danger the other man was facing out of his mind. There were still other things to do. Regulus had still not searched Minerva McGonagall's quarters and the Charms corridor for either the Horcrux or the book on the wards of Hogwarts. Of course there were even more parts of Hogwarts he hadn't searched, but those two were next on his ever-growing list. Please stay alive tonight, Salvadio. No reason to call him Harry if the other man wasn't around to hear, was there? Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, was standing in front of the prison of Azkaban. The Dementors had turned on the Aurors as soon as Voldemort had come and started to enter the prison. Tonight would be the first victory for the dark side. It was the perfect night for a new start. After all, it had been Halloween all those years ago when his empire crumpled thanks to a 15-month-old child. It was just right to rebuild his empire on the same night now, Not that he planned to make his return truly official tonight. He just planned to return the fear to those pampered creatures that called themselves wizards. In that moment, another wizard in the Black Death Eater's garb apparated next to him and fell to his knees in front of him. "The final wards are down, my lord," the Death Eater said. "Then it will be time to get my most loyal ones out of here," Voldemort answered coolly. "Enter in pairs and take down every Auror you come across." "Yes, my lord," the Death Eater replied and bowed even lower. Then he apparated away to where Voldemort's troops had gathered. Voldemort's snake-like face twisted in an evil smile. "Let us show Magical Britain that there is nothing they can do if Voldemort decides to make something his," he muttered, grinning, and then gave the signal for the attack on Azkaban. Harry put down the knife that he had used for the ritual. He opened his eyes and then slowly reached out to destroy the runic circle around him. Now was the moment. The one moment he had dreaded since he understood what he would have to do tonight. His last hesitation had been nipped in the bud when he had seen Snape's memories of Albus Dumbledore refusing aid to Azkaban and the plans of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry might not be a Gryffindor, but he knew that there was no way he would make it easy for the man who had wronged him, and keeping the wards of Hogwarts like they were now, would make it easy for the wannabe Dark Lord. Harry knew that Hogwarts would be a target for Tom Riddle as soon as he had enough confidence to go up against Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster might be content to risk the children he should protect, but Harry wasn't, and if Harry had to play a Gryffindor to stop some of Tom Riddle's ambitious plans, so be it. After all, Harry was still getting the most of this whole ordeal tonight, even if his sanity might be at stake for it. Of course he knew that using blood magic for the magic, like he was doing tonight, was tricky. Every ritual to aid the flow of the magic through the body had to be planned carefully. Not that the other blood magics weren't dangerous, but doing blood magic for your magic was not only dangerous but the power rush you felt afterwards. Not that you had more magic afterwards, it was just flowing better, simply was addicting. There had been thousands of druids in times long past who had given in to the feeling and had died an extremely painful death just a few days later. If you gave in, your magic would react to it and it would not stop to rush through your body anymore. Magic like that would burn you inside out in the end, a slow and extremely painful death. Instant insanity and a painful death, and all because of not reigning in your own magic. But what does my son Anastasius like to say? No risk, no fun, Harry thought to himself and grinned. He destroyed the runic circle that shielded him from the raving madness of his own power. Instantly pain shot through his body, followed by the intoxicating feeling of absolute power. He was powerful. He could do everything. There was nothing that could stop him, no one that could face him and tell the tale. His magic was coursing through his body, consuming him and his mind. For a moment he felt as if his own power would overwhelm him, then he took a deep breath and threw out his magic, connecting it to the wards. It was something that, under normal circumstances, wouldn't have been possible. A living being, no matter how old, shouldn't be able to insert its own magic in the wards to search for something. The magic of the wards, even if they were cast by the individual that tried something like that, were maintained by the magic of the earth itself, and because of that shouldn't be accessible to anyone. No one should be able to see beneath them and search what they shielded. But Harry was different. Unlike normal ward casters, he had once died for the wards of Hogwarts, and even if he couldn't actively manipulate or dissemble the wards in this state, he could at least use them to search within their boundaries for things connected to them. It took but moments for him to confirm his suspicion about the whereabout of the ward book of Hogwarts. He had been right. It was exactly where he had thought it would be. Then his mind turned to the next thing he had been searching, the Horcrux. What he found instead was something totally different. One moment he wasn't certain what he was feeling, then his eyes widened. A curse. A curse on a specific position in the school. The defense curse. And it was not only bound to its caster but also to something else inside the wards. The Horcrux. Before Harry could even think on following the connection to the Horcrux, something broke his concentration. Happiness and triumph swamped his mind, destroying the ironclad control he had on his still very wild and wonky magic. Instantly another spark of absolute power shot through his system, just that this time around he wasn't prepared for it. The intoxicating feeling of absolute power branded against his mental shields like a storm flood against a dike. The first wave was stopped by his shields, but the second simply overcame them as if they were nothing but a small nuisance. After all, his occlumency walls were built of the same magic that was suddenly wreaking havoc within his mind and body. There was no way to stop it. He was powerful. Think. He could do everything. Think. Salvajahar. Within his mind something was pleading with him to return to his former state of control, but Harry wouldn't listen. It felt so good. So very good. He was unstoppable. Clear your mind. There was nothing that could stop him. It's your magic. Take back control. There was no one that could face him and tell the tale. His magic was coursing through his body, consuming him, destroying him. Then it hit the runic connection that was the cause for all this evil. It was the runic connection he had built once, about 20 years ago now, to a certain Dark Lord so that he was still able to monitor that man. It was built to warn him if the Dark Lord was feeling powerful emotions. He could not truly invade the other Mon's mind with it, but some images were still shown to him if they were connected with strong emotions by Tom Riddle, like the dreams of the corridor in the Ministry of Magic. But it also was this runic circle that had interrupted his concentration and made him lose control in the first place. His magic hit the circle. Then the runic circle he had created in his mind connected with the single rune that bound his mind in a loose way to the Dark Lords, swamped him with knowledge. Images of Azkaban filled his mind, and if Harry would have been able to think clearly, he would have argued with himself that doing what he was about to do was far too dangerous. But his mind was screaming with the idea of its own power, and the rune was there like a beacon, and Harry couldn't resist. Not such a temptation. Not such an opportunity. He grinned and his eyes lightened up with death. Tonight you're mine, Tom Marvolo Riddle, he whispered. Let's teach you some fear. And with that he apparated out of the ritual chamber, out of Hogwarts, even if by all means it should have been impossible to do so. Something was wrong. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the feared Lord Voldemort, was searching the halls of Azkaban for the threat he was feeling. He had just had a talk with the head of the Dementor's Coven of Azkaban. They had been in the middle of forging a new bond. And then, suddenly, the air had shifted and something had changed in the atmosphere. Something was wrong. The Coven leader in front of him hesitated, clearly feeling the wrongness as well. But even with the feeling of wrongness warning him, Voldemort wasn't prepared for what would happen next. Fire. Red and golden fire suddenly lit the stone walls. There were no torches that were lit, no candles. It was the stone itself that suddenly started burning with fire. And then the unearthly cry of a phoenix filled the air. A moment later Voldemort heard the yelling of some of his Death Eaters. Then silence. Utter and absolute silence. The Dementors hesitated and started to gather behind their leader. The leader instead turned around to face Voldemort, and its unearthly voice, not more than a deadly whisper, filled the air. You dared to come here, promising us the freedom to feed and to breed, while all the while working with one of those. Fury could be heard in that whispering voice, fury and fear. One of what? Voldemort asked coolly. One of the half-breeds. One of those deadly bastards. The leader hissed. The answer was a laugh, but the laugh wasn't coming from Voldemort but from a boy that vaguely looked like Potter. Just that the boy in front of him had shoulder-long hair and an unearthly green shine around him. The boy's eyes were lightened up with a living Avada Kedavra, and the boy's body somehow seemed a little bit see-through, and he was clearly pulsing with magical power. I'm not with him, leader of the Coven, the boy said while smiling the grin of a born predator. But you were right with one thing. I came because of him. The Coven leader shrunk back. Return to where you come from, child of our blood. Return. We don't want you here. The Dementor whispered. The boy just crooked his head. Return. Why? He asked, interested. After all, you were the one who was about to break the contract, so why do you try to get me to leave now, after you put yourself in my merciful hands just moments ago? The answer was a wordless hiss from the Dementor. Your hands are anything but merciful, child of our soul. It returned finally bitterly. The boy just raised an eyebrow. I let you and your coven live, all those years ago, he said. Don't you think that that was an act of mercy, considering that you invaded my land with the wish to conquer? The Dementor shuddered. Whoever your parents were, child, they were clearly insane, it hissed. Or how else can you explain that your Dementor parent mated with a phoenix? The answer was another laugh, and Voldemort somehow felt a little bit left out at that. And Dark Lords definitely didn't like to feel left out. He turned to the ghostly boy, ready to frighten the child, but Bellatrix Lestrange was faster. With a furious hiss, she stormed at the boy and tried to tackle him. She did not even reach him. The unearthly green shine that surrounded the boy flung out and touched her midair before she could even try to shield herself from it. For a moment, she lightened up in a green that was nearly as bright as the Avada Kedavra, then she was thrown through the air. With a deep thunk, she collided with one of the stone walls of the prison. She bounced back from the wall and came to rest on the floor between Voldemort and the boy in front of him. The boy's eyes were trained on her. Then he looked up in Voldemort's eyes and raised one eyebrow. Voldemort stood in front of the boy. His eyes swept to Bella, who was lying like dead on the ground right between them. He looked up at the boy. Cold death green eyes met his red ones. Afraid, Tom? The boy asked, cocking his head and studying him. Voldemort snorted at this question. You're a mere boy. Why should I be afraid of someone like you? The answer was a mysterious smile. Because I am who I am, the boy answered, then he shrugged. But I don't think you have enough respect to even care about who I am. And who are you, boy? Potter maybe. Voldemort did not know what to think about the boy in front of him, but even with the unearthly shine around him, the boy seemed far too young to be any kind of danger to a Dark Lord. The boy in front of him laughed at his suggestion. Potter. The brat repeated. No, I'm not a Potter, Tom. I'm far too fond of being a healer to ever think of training as a Potter. Voldemort growled. Harry Potter, he elaborated. He was quite sure that the boy had misunderstood him deliberately, and he definitely wasn't amused by that fact. The answer was a laugh. Harry Potter, he repeated. So, you're still after a mere babe just because you were beaten by it one time. Crucio. Voldemort thought that this was the best way to get the boy to stop mocking him. The boy did not even bother to dodge. The curse hit him head on and fried the Death Eater behind him when it did not strike the body of the child but went through it as if it was a ghost. The boy looked at his hands in interest. Seems as if I'm fading, the brat said with interest in its voice. Never thought that something like that would be the effect of this ritual gone wrong. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. Then the boy looked up again, his green eyes meeting Voldemort's red. Harry Potter should be your last concern, the brat dared to say. He's not a danger to you in any way or form. And you are. Voldemort hissed. The boy laughed at that. If you cross my plans, I'll vanquish you, he answered the Dark Lord in soft, hypnotic hisses. Don't worry, you'll cross me eventually. Then the boy's magic sparked in an odd way, as if it was fighting the boy's body itself. The boy looked at his hands again. Seems as if my consciousness is fighting my control over his body. Damn healer's oath, he said grinning. If it weren't, power would have been the only thing I would have carved now. Then he grinned at Voldemort. But then, power is the thing you carve. Maybe I should at least steal a little bit from you before I come back to my mind. Voldemort opened the mouth to utter another curse, but he was too late. He could just watch when his plan for Azkaban crumpled and the boy vanished in a bout of flames. In the next moment the dark mark lightened up the sky and Voldemort's plans of a silent rescue of his followers was reduced to ashes. If he ever found out who cast the mark, they would be punished severely. The day after Halloween, and also the day after the raid in Azkaban, Albus Dumbledore was standing in front of the Wizengamot. Do you still believe that he isn't back? He asked the other lords and ladies of the Wizengamot heatedly. Yesterday night, 20 Aurors perished in Azkaban and the dark mark was cast in the sky above the castle. So you're telling us that you know who has to be back, just because the dark mark was cast? Fudge said sneering. He had better things to do than to listen to Albus Dumbledore's senile ramblings. He had been just about to get information on Oliver Twist from Xenophilius Lovegood. Of course, the man had refused to cooperate even with the threat of an Auror right next to him, but Cornelius was sure that the man would carve in soon. The ministry had the better connections after all, and even with the retainer Xenophilius Lovegood had hired, there was no way for Cornelius to lose. And now, instead of working on the real threat, he was sitting in the Wizengamot meeting, listening to an old man's ramblings. He is back. And he has freed his loyal ones from Azkaban. Well, I think it was Sirius Black who helped them to flee. After all, he knows how to break out of Azkaban. He did it before. It's logical that he returned now to break out his cousin and her husband and all his other Death Eater friends, Lucius Malfoy said, and Cornelius had to give it to the man. This truly was the most logical conclusion. And it seemed that the other members of the Wizengamot mostly thought that as well, because he could see them nodding and murmuring. Just a few loyal followers of Dumbledore like the Longbottom matriarch and some paranoid ones like Alistair Moody looked as if they didn't want to believe the words of Lucius Malfoy. And I also think that that's the end of those rumors, that Black might be innocent, Cornelius Fudge added and looked at Amelia Bones. Said woman returned his gaze with icy eyes. I fear that that's where you're wrong, Minister, she said and stood up. Because Sirius Black is what I am here for, today. Cornelius' eyes narrowed. What are you talking about, Amelia? He asked. The answer was a grim smile. You asked me to look into the case of Sirius Black, Minister, she said. I am here today to present my findings. Again there were murmurs all around the room. Albus Dumbledore frowned. It seemed like the old man hadn't heard about Cornelius' inquiry beforehand like he normally did. The next minutes were downright shattering for Cornelius. Amelia had been thorough. She had evidence. She had memories and she had an oath from Sirius Black that everything he sent her was true. The oath had been signed in blood and was because of that as binding as every other unbreakable vow. In the end, Amelia Bones's verdict was clear. Sirius Black was innocent. But, Cornelius stuttered. But Azkaban. The breakout wasn't done by Sirius Black, Amelia answered coolly. Like I said before, I have proof that he didn't betray the Potters and I have proved that he didn't kill Peter Pettigrew, the true betrayer. If you want to see the memories, I'll show you, but like I said, I verified them. There is no way that Sirius Black could have forged them. So you are on Dumbledore's side now. You want to believe his lies that you know who is back. Cornelius concluded sneering. The answer was a frown from Amelia Bones. No, she said, and Cornelius relaxed slightly. It seemed that Amelia hadn't succumbed to Dumbledore's madness. I just wanted to point out that it couldn't have been Black who did it, Minister, she said. I never said anything about you know who. Well, if it wasn't Black, then maybe it was Pettigrew. Lucius Malfoy said. After all, since Black hasn't killed him, that man is still alive, and if Black wasn't you know who's right-hand man, then at least Pettigrew has to have a place in his inner circle. Maybe he heard about Madame Bones' inquiry and panicked. It would be logical to try and free other Death Eaters so that we don't concentrate on solely him. Yes. If it wasn't Black, then Pettigrew must have done it. Cornelius said. After all, he has to be a very sly and sneaky Death Eater. He faked his death after all and blamed it all on Black. When Cornelius looked around, he saw that the other Wizengamot members were nodding. His eyes returned to Amelia and the woman inclined her head. It seemed as if she thought this possible as well. You are wrong, Albus Dumbledore said in that moment. I doubt that Peter Pettigrew could do something like that alone. He isn't resourceful enough to. But he was resourceful enough to hide away for more than a decade, while at the same time blaming an innocent man for his murder, Theodore Nott Sr. said. I believe that if someone is able to hide for so long, then he is also resourceful enough to free some Death Eaters from Azkaban, especially after he saw that it was possible when the Scion of Black escaped. It was Voldemort. If you don't, Albus Dumbledore boomed. Cornelius turned out the rest of his mad ramblings. He wasn't interested in listening to the madness of a once great man. So Cornelius preferred to think about a way to get information on Oliver Twist out of Xenophilius Lovegood in time to stop the brat before he could undermine the ministry's credibility even more than he did until now. Minister. It was Amelia Bones who brought Cornelius back to the present discussion. Albus Dumbledore had gone silent and Amelia was looking at Cornelius with expectation in her eyes. Could you repeat that, Amelia? He asked. Minister. What should we do now after we know the truth about Black? She repeated dutifully. That was indeed a good question. Cornelius would have preferred to let it be like it was, but he also knew that at least some of those present remembered that Black should have a seat in the Wizengamot with them. Adding to that Lucius Malfoy was married to Black's cousin and Cornelius couldn't afford to do what he would have liked. We need to contact him. We also need to give him back his rights and we will have to apologize to him for his treatment by the former government body. Cornelius grimaced at that, but there was no way around it. He has to be recompensed and he trailed off, not sure if there was anything else they needed to do. What about asking him to submit to St. Mungo's for treatment? Amelia Bones suggested. If he passes the tests about mental health, he will be released and will be able to take up his duties as Lord Black. Like that we can be sure that he's safe for everyone else when he's released. A good idea, Madam Bones, Cornelius said. Please contact the press. I will talk to them later on. And Cornelius would make sure that the world knew that it had been his predecessors who imprisoned an innocent man and that Cornelius had been the one to find out and free him. Are there any other things that need to be discussed? After that, the Wizengamot session ran smoothly as always. Somewhere else, Xenophilius Lovegood hummed happily while he started to print the next edition of the Quibbler. He was sure that the article Oliver Twist had written this time would definitely bring some new trouble for the wizarding world. The article itself might not be aimed at the wizarding world in general, but it aimed at one of the most important institutions of their world. There would definitely be a lot of interest in the newly printed article. Not that there hadn't been interest in them before. Since the day Zeno had printed the first article of Oliver Twist, his subscribers had increased tenfold. Zeno even had trouble to print the editions of his newspaper alone now. He soon would need some help printing to be able to print enough for his subscribers. And then there was the interest of the Witches Weekly in the articles of Oliver Twist. They had printed one of the first articles in their magazine and returned to him to ask if they were allowed to print others also. Of course, Zeno had to discuss this with Oliver Twist first. Now the Witches Weekly was also publishing the articles, even if it was 2 days later than in the Quibbler. In that moment someone knocked on Zeno's door and he went to open it. Barnabas Cuff. He greeted the wizard standing in front of his door. Xenophilius Lovegood, Barnabas, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, returned the greeting. Well met, my friend. Well met, Zeno said and winked the wizard in. He showed Barnabas to his living room and then went to get some tea. Luna always told him that it was easier to talk with a good cup of tea in front of you, and Zeno followed his daughter's advice. He knew she was smarter than him and would know things like that. So, how may I help you? He finally asked when he returned with the tea in his hands. I wanted to ask for permission to print the articles of Oliver Twist, Barnabas answered. When Zeno just raised an eyebrow, Barnabas smiled. Today a barrister entered the Daily Prophets, he told the man in front of him. Some of our shareholders were not happy about the biased things we were printing. They combined their share and have overthrown the grasp of the ministry on us. Now we have some stipulations for printing. We have to research seriously and we have to stop printing gossip. You sound happy about that, Zeno remarked. Barnabas just smiled. It's finally like it used to be before, he answered. And because of that I would like to ask for permission to print the articles of Oliver Twist. He does his research quite well and has not written anything wrong until now. And he knows how to write. The people are following what he has been writing since he started at the Quibbler. And I wondered why suddenly the people all seem interested in cackling cragglers and shrinking bubblers, Zeno uttered, and Barnabas looked at him bewildered. Zeno just shrugged inwardly and continued to speak. Write him a letter and I will forward it. It is Oliver's decision if he wants his texts printed in the Daily Prophet. Barnabas hesitated. Do you know who he truly is? No. Zeno answered immediately. I do not. He contacts me through Gringotts and he has a vault there under his pen name. I do not know his real name. His contract is also handled by Gringotts. If he truly starts writing for you, he will ask you to do the same. Like that no one is able to get information about him through me or those he is also working with. Clever, Barnabas commented. The ministry will have a hard time to trace him. They will, when they start searching, that is. They will, Barnabas answered. He might aim at Hogwarts for now, but I am sure that his sharp tongue will not stop by the minister and his goons. Definitely not. The time, Zeno smiled grimly. And I am just waiting for the day he is finally turning his eyes to the ministry. Barnabas was not shocked when he heard the nice Zeno Lovegood declare he was waiting for the deconstruction of the ministry. Everyone that knew Zeno's history knew that he was at odds with the ministry since the day he left them for good. Before that, Zeno Lovegood had held a respected position in the ministry. I do not think you have to wait much longer, Barnabas said. Zeno just smiled. I know, he answered. I know, my friend. And with that, he took his cup of tea to drink. Barnabas just smiled and did the same. There was some time left until he had to return to work. Just now he had his lunch break, so why not harbor it at the home of an old friend, a man he knew from his time at school? After all, there was a letter to write and some serious news to print afterwards. Later that day, another meeting was held. A meeting that was 1 out of 6. Some of them already concluded, some of them still waiting for the final verdict. The room was barely lit and dark shadows chased the light of the candles along the walls. At one side was an ornamented, oak desk with an overstuffed, black armchair behind it. On the wall above the chair, a crest was embodied into the stones. The crest showed a silver serpent wrapped around a white lily on a light green grounding. A tall, blond and blue-eyed man stood in front of the desk, his forehead wet with sweat. His eyes were fixed on the crest that was barely visible in the shadowy room. You know the protocol, another voice said. The voice belonged to a young man with traditionally braided hair and green, open robes. A silver basilisk was stitched on the black tunic beneath his robes. It's your decision, but you have to make it now. The sweating man gulped nervously. The crest, he said hesitatingly. It's not a joke, is it? You know the answer to that question, the boy replied, and his deathly green eyes fixated the other man with a cold stare. Yes or no, Lord Adrian Greengrass? The answer was a scoff. You're asking me if I decide to join your grand family. The grand family. Shouldn't it be obvious that I wouldn't say no even if I would have to work together with Albus Dumbledore himself? The blond man snorted. I need a clear answer, Lord Greengrass, the young man admonished the older one softly. Yes or no? Yes. Yes, of course. Even if I tell you that it's the Weasleys and the Longbottoms you will have to work with. Like I said, I even would work with Dumbledore to be able to pin my name to this crest. No need for that. Dumbledore is definitely no one who will ever be politically allied with this family. The answer was a grin from the blond man. So the Weasleys finally stopped listening to every word the new Merlin of the magical world says. He asked the younger one. It seems that they have at least some common sense at last. The answer was a chuckle from the younger man. They also have some decorum. Now, he told the Greengrass Lord. Augusta Longbottom insisted on teaching them the proper manners for the Wizengamot. Will wonder never increase? The other man said while shaking his head. Then he smiled viciously and bowed to the younger man. I'm looking forward to the official forming of our alliance. The younger man just inclined his head. Until then, Lord Greengrass, he told the Lord. The other Lord nodded. Until then, he replied. Then he spoke the activation password of his portkey and vanished. Deathly green eyes lit up with unearthly phoenix fire. Well, Albus Dumbledore, he whispered satisfied. That's another nail in your coffin. Then he leaned back against the table and drew another shuddering breath. He had hidden the pain he was in from the praying eyes of the other man, but now that he was alone, he gave in and rubbed his hurting chest. A knock on the hidden door made him turn around. Enter, he said, and a goblin opened the door. You should rest, Morganath, the goblin said. It is a wonder that you're alive, after all, and refusing to rest just aggravates your condition. The boy smiled a bitter smile. At least the experience didn't kill me, he said. The goblin just sighed. No, but you were lucky that you are as old as you are, and that you have been a healer for the most of your life. If you weren't, and if your oath wouldn't have been as old and integrated as it is, you would have died. Slowly and painfully. I know, the boy interrupted. Thank you for caring, Nardog. The answer was a scoff. You are my clan leader, Morganath. Of course I care for you. And now, go to bed. Rest. I don't want to see you up and about for at least another 24 hours. Of course, mother, and with that sarcastic remark, the boy left the room to do what he had been told. Tom Marvolo Riddle, known by most solely as Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, or, you know who, sat on his throne in Malfoy Manor in fuming silence. The raid on Azkaban had not happened as he had planned it. Sure, he had been able to free his imprisoned, loyal Death Eaters, but the price had been higher than expected. Instead of returning with an army of Dementors that just waited for his every demand, he returned with a hissed, "Don't come near us ever again." From their leader. The Dementors had refused the alliance after the child had vanished and there had been nothing that could change their minds again. "My lord," Voldemort looked up, not at all happy with the interruption by his follower. It was just the presence of the black-clad stranger who stood right behind the Death Eater that had dared to interrupt him in his brooding, that stopped him before he could crucio his follower. The Death Eater gulped. It seemed as if he could see Voldemort's wish to hurt him in his lord's eyes. My lord, there's someone who wanted to meet you," the Death Eater stuttered. The black-clad stranger behind the Death Eater snorted. Then he swept around him, just to stop a few feet in front of Voldemort's throne. The stranger bowed and Voldemort looked at him curiously. "It is a pleasure meeting you, descendant of Salazar Slytherin, the Great," the stranger said, and when he looked up Voldemort could finally place the pale complexion and dark eyes of the stranger. "A vampire." The stranger was a vampire. "The pleasure is mine," Voldemort said coolly. He knew how to act to get new followers, and being rude definitely wouldn't help him with a vampire who was obviously trained to act like a lord. The answer was the shadow of a smile on the vampire's face. "I am Anastasius Sanguini," it said. "I am here to renew the bond between my clan and the Lord of Slytherin." Maybe this day wasn't as bad as Voldemort had thought previously. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.